Yeah, I'm ripping off Bonte's stuff. It's Joe Shasky. Bonte's in Cabo. I got Alan Stiles with me today. Looking stylish.
Thank you. You know, I was getting roasted. I get roasted every time I come on this show.
Why?
No pun intended, because people say my shirts are a little too small.
Oh, you're a medium guy.
So, you know, I'm going jacket as long as I can. But don't worry. Don't tempt me on the Xfinity Mobile text line, because I'll take the jacket off. I'll take it off.
There's a joke in there somewhere, but I'm going to allow that to be paused. We're going to put a pin in it. I want to shout out everybody out there driving around, construction workers, real estate, brokers. Let's go. Lawyers, doctors. Oh, my. Gangsters. In the words of Bonte, strippers. People that are working in office spaces. Engineers. Shout out engineers. Stay-at-home mom and dads. Retirees. Everybody out there. It's the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, Alan Stiles. There's a lot to get into today. And I want to shout out the YouTube and Twitch users that are out there streaming us. They're the absolute best. And you know, you can hit us up, 888-957-9570. I'll say it one more time because a lot of people listen and maybe we rat-a-tat through it a little too quickly. Here's the Xfinity mobile text line. It's also the call-in line, 888-957-9570. I also want to tell you that it is brought to you by Golden State. This segment, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. I'm super excited today. We're going to do something fun at about 7:30. All right, around 7:30, we're going to play a game. One of the things that I think is the coolest thing this station does is when Whitey comes on and they play Jockberty. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
It's like must listen, and I think it's a lot of fun. I sit in the car and I want to answer the questions. And then I also want to hear the banter of people, kind of arguing about who got it in. Exactly. And I think that Whitey does such a great job preparing and putting that together. People don't understand the tapestry of artistry that is involved in what he puts together on that game board.
Yeah, I mean...
Whitey, shut up.
Well, I think
what is that?
Well, the best part of it is just not just the interaction, but just understanding, all right, would I have done this? And because everybody thinks they're better than whoever's on.
Oh, well, I don't know if you know this. Bonte and Dibbs argue, I'd say once a week. I mean, Spadoni's shaking his head right now through the glass. Once a week on who's better in Jockberty. I actually thought at one time we had to shelf Jockberty because I was afraid guys were going to go to blows. All right? And look at just Spadoni, thumbs up, smiling. So we're going to do something fun today. 7:30. We put out a bunch of Twitter polls last night. So kind of like Family Feud, I polled 500 people.
Right.
And I have the top answers, and they're multiple choice. And what we're going to do is we're going to line up as many callers as we can. And here's how it works. I am going to be giving you my money. You've seen the Terry Bradshaw win Terry Bradshaw's money when we all know it's not Terry Bradshaw's money. No, you're actually going to win my money because we're so broke as a station. We can't give out free merchandise and free stuff, but I'm going to give you money. But here's the caveat. You have to use it on 957thegameshop.com merch. All right. I'm going to give you the money myself. You can win money if you answer correctly. So instead of the hosts in this game, you are going to be in the game. And here's the best part about it. We put out questions that are hypotheticals, okay? Hypothetical questions. And you have to gauge what the audience thinks. And all you need to do is answer the top question. And you're going to go one and done. What's called King of the Ring. We're unveiling it at 7:30. It's going to be awesome. I want the listeners to call in and get involved. You can win my money. Alan, are you excited for this?
I am. I mean, look, I saw some of the polls. I didn't see all the results, kind of on purpose.
And we're going to remove them from the internet so you can't cheat.
Right. No, no sneaky, no peeky. So I think that a lot of people are going to be excited. And you asked me a mock question, or one of the questions in the green room when we were getting ready, and I happened to get it right, but it was pretty tough.
It's tough.
It's pretty tough because I think as a fan base, whether it's Warriors, Niners, and even Giants, there are people that sit on certain sides. And you have to gauge what side of the fence majority of the 95.7 The Game listeners are on.
Exactly. And kind of like Family Feud, you might think something is the lock number one pick, but the rest of America disagrees with you.
And it's also not your answer, per se. You know, you might, I know I'm kind of alone on this, so I'm going to go in the other direction.
And so the whole premise of the game show, and we'll bring it up again in about an hour, is last man standing. Like King of the Ring is one of my favorite things. There's 4 majors in wrestling. I don't know if you know this, okay? There's SummerSlam, there's King of the Ring, there's WrestleMania, and what's the 4th one? Come on, what's the 4th one, guys? WrestleMania, and I'm forgetting now. What's the 4th major?
We got WrestleMania,
Survivor Series,
exactly. SummerSlam.
Okay. So King of the Ring's one of the majors, right? And it's basically last man standing.
Rumble.
Now, sometimes the first entry can win. Sometimes it's someone at the end. And so if you can get them right, you will win. And the way we're going to set this up today, all right, on these sports questions, is going to be absolutely amazing. If you can win and you're the last man standing or woman, you get $100 from me. If you get 5 in a row, I'll throw in an extra $25. If you get 10 in a row, an extra $50. If you get all 12 in a row, $200.
Wow.
Not bad.
That's pretty good.
Now, I'll crank the money up as time goes on because I want to see if the audience can actually figure this out.
Yeah.
But win my money. But let's start right here. And this is kind of where it was inspired. Yesterday, I'm looking, and I know a lot of people aren't prepared for baseball, and I'm not here to just jam baseball down your throat, but it's kind of a dead time of the year.
Yeah.
You know, how many people were actually watching Detroit Pistons basketball last night as they faced the Boston Celtics in James Wiseman's debut?
Well, a lot of Warrior fans were
agreed
or following along, but I don't think it took over the basketball world at all.
No, and he did fine. We'll get to that in a little bit. But the Giants came out yesterday, and a lot of them were doing some talking over the last couple of days. The San Francisco Giants, they're all in Arizona. Pitchers and catchers have reported. Logan Webb is doing bullpens. I'm seeing Gabe Kapler repost things on Instagram, and it's just interesting. There's a lot of talk from the Giants. Now, I'm not mad at them talking because it's the beginning of the season, and reporters are finally getting in front of them. And Susan Slusser, who has been covering the Giants for the last couple of years, has been in baseball for, 20 years?
Yeah.
And I don't want to age her or anything like that. I'm not trying to do that. But she's very credible, was the head of the Baseball Writers Association, which votes on the Hall of Fame and whatnot, and covered the A's forever. She put out a tweet and an article yesterday in the San Francisco Chronicle basically saying, and I want to summarize it, Joey Bart is not a lock to have a roster spot this year.
Incredible.
Isn't it?
Incredible.
And I'm thinking to myself, just as a Bay Area sports fan, right? You've got Trey Lance and the 49ers on one side, right? This is the number 3 overall pick. They traded heaven and earth for him. He was supposed to be a game changer. And right now, incomplete is being generous.
Yes.
Some people would say bust. I think that's a little too harsh.
Not. You can't say that yet.
Agreed, but I think a lot of people would say overpay, bust, whatever. And I'll listen to that argument. And right now, they're not wrong. We just haven't seen enough. I think that's the majority of reasonable people would say we haven't seen enough. So he's a top pick that was supposed to, if not change the franchise, elevate the franchise to heights that they could overcome this NFC championship thing and actually hoist the Lombardi. Then you have the Golden State Warriors, where they're already champions, right? They're already champions. And they are trying to develop some younger talent that can get the baton for the new era. Now, we didn't know that they were going to be the reigning champs when they drafted him, but James Wiseman was seen as a beacon of hope.
Right.
I mean, hey, we'll finally have a big man in Golden State. Number 2 overall pick. You know, they could have traded it away either after they executed the trade or before. There was some financial stuff where it didn't have a lot of financial value until you executed the pick. And then you saw a little brief glimpse. I would say incomplete, but also I could also make the argument that people saying that he's a bust and he just doesn't fit their system, they're not wrong either right now.
No. And the main thing is when you look at all these picks, and we've talked about how it's a gamble, and we understand that, but it's how you got to this position.
Yes.
Nobody asked you to trade the picks. Nobody asked you to, I guess, overreact to what Jimmy was or wasn't able to do in the Super Bowl. And you make these decisions. I think out of the 3, when it comes to James Wiseman, Trey Lance, and now Joey Bart, the big swings and hopefully not both misses in James Wiseman and Trey Lance, those are more, I guess, those are more egregious to me.
Why?
Only because football, the Niners have been very open about how we didn't have that much tape on them. So to me, what you're saying is you didn't care about the picks that much, or you thought that you could overcome it. I just don't understand how you give up everything you gave up for Trey Lance, and you can sit up there and we hear reports. I know Tim Kawakami was on. Yeah, they thought Trey Lance would be more athletic. What are we talking about?
Well, I mean,
how can you say something like that when you gave up the picks to get this guy?
I mean, look, guys swing and miss all the time. They did this. They drafted Solomon Thomas. Solomon Thomas can't even play in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like a backup D tackle.
But it's the pick. To me, if you're already there and you swing and miss, that's different than going up and still swinging.
They were
at
12. I mean, like I know that whatever Miami has done and parlayed that into it, like you can't worry about that. Look, you can miss a pick in any direction. I mean, the Niners have done if you really look at it, they're only first round picks that have balled. Bosa and even bald is probably extreme, like Brandon Ayuk. That's about it. So they've missed a lot of picks. The Joey Bart thing, drafted number 2 overall, okay, similar to James Wiseman and Trey Lance. He was seen as somebody who was going to elevate their farm system, right? He was going to elevate everything. And not that he was going to be the heir apparent to Buster Posey, because we all agreed, like, even in real time, like, that's a tall task.
Right. And it's a good point, because when I look at we're going to deal with this when Brandon Crawford is done. Now, Brandon Crawford is a little bit different, but look, he is somebody that's been with the franchise for a very long time. Marco Luciano, back issues. We'll get into a lot of that later. I look at Derek Jeter on the Yankees, and when Derek Jeter was done, who came in next? Didi Gregorius.
Yeah.
Now, Didi Gregorius is not Derek Jeter, but he did a pretty darn good job. All we really needed Joey Bart to be is a Didi Gregorius. Just be good. Just be serviceable, good.
But can we also agree that, like, the Yankees couldn't wait for him to hit free agency and let him walk?
But at least he gave him what, 3-4 years?
I agree with you.
You know?
But, like, there's just varieties of this. So okay, you got Trey Lance with the Niners.
Right.
You got James Wiseman with the Warriors. And now you got Joey Bart. And again, Susan Slusser, if you're just tuning in right now, saying that there's no lock that Joey Bart even makes the team this year, which is shocking to hear. Now, I'm looking at this Giants team, and different than the Warriors, like, the Warriors are trying to win a championship.
Yeah.
The Niners are trying to get over the hump and win a championship. The Giants are literally starting from scratch. And so to me, this is like the one where I throw my hands up and I'm saying, really? What? Like,
How?
He can't make this lineup?
No.
You're out here trying out Mike Yastrzemski, saying that this 32-year-old journeyman is going to be like a bounce-back candidate, but yet you can't find a way to salvage the number 2 overall pick and make him a competent 220 hitter in Major League Baseball?
Bad, man. And you know what's scary about it? Joey Bart went to college
for 4 years.
So it's not, that's what's scary about it, because when you do draft somebody.
He's a Golden Spikes Award winner, which is the equivalent of the Heisman.
It's basically, the MVP, whatever you want to call it.
I call it the equivalent of the Heisman.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. He comes out of college, so when you draft somebody out of college, you understand they're going to be a little bit older. I think the youngest they would be is if they finish, unless they're a smart guy. Shout out Taj Mari. If you're about 21 years old, maybe 22.
Yes.
Probably 22.
Yes.
So you're 22 years old. All these other kids that are being drafted are 18, 19, and signed even younger if you're international. So
like Luciano, 16 years old when he was signed.
Exactly. You should be somewhat of. You should, if you're not a finished product, it's a couple
Closer
things
to it.
You're supposed to get to the big leagues quicker because you're older.
And Alan, the part of the selling point when they brought him in. Now, Farhan didn't draft him, but to me, I think this goes back to organizational development. I want to have like a bigger conversation about how you develop. But like, he's brought in, and part of the reason they're like, he called his own games in college.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's really cerebral behind the plate. You know, and I'm saying to myself, oh, okay, well, that's what people sold me on Buster Posey. Now, Posey's a unicorn, and it's unfair. Similar to Steve Young and Joe Montana, the shadow that Buster Posey will cast on this organization is going to be very difficult for someone to step out into the light on. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it's definitely similar. Like Michael Jordan after he left the Bulls, and who is going to be our next MJ for the city? And they're still looking.
Yeah, but
they're still looking.
So this is where I have the most frustration. I will give the Warriors this credit, right? The Warriors realized James Wiseman cannot help us for the now, and where we are in our life cycle as an organization, we need to get anything in return and move off of him, and we need to cut bait now. I'm a big believer in when you know something is wrong, eject out of that plan, cut your losses now, because if you hang on to them, they're only going to get worse and worse and worse, and it's going to anchor you. That's the way I deal in life, whether it's a relationship, a business transaction, maybe a vehicle. Like, we've all bought a vehicle.
Sure.
That sucked.
Yeah.
And trust me, your boy never bought a brand new vehicle until I was almost 35 years old. I've had many lemons, and once you buy a lemon, you know right away, I'm not sinking any more money into this lemon. I got to get rid of it. I'll just get a new vehicle, right? I look at the Trey Lance thing, and I think given the circumstance of what's going on with Brock and the cap hit right now, it's probably not the wisest time to get rid of Trey Lance. Let's see what we have. But maybe next year is the time. Or the reverse happens and he regains the starting job. Feels unlikely, but I don't know. I look at the Giants and I'm saying to myself, the development of Joey Bart, if you knew he wasn't your guy, and you knew he wasn't that good, why has it taken this long to finally come to that realization? Do you understand asset protection? Now he's worth nothing.
Yeah.
Now he can't help you, and he gets you nothing on the open market.
He's stuck in some type of prospect purgatory where he's not even really a prospect anymore because he's played.
Exactly.
Right? He's played a couple of seasons now. And going back to your lemon and cars, once you drive that car off the lot, it immediately loses value.
That's a great point.
And Joey Bart, he got driven off the lot, and he's barely making it around the corner.
But I watched literally almost every single minute of Giants baseball last year. Yeah. I'm addicted to this, all right? And I know a lot of people.
There's some late nights there.
Trust me. I'm well aware. I'm lying in bed like, oh, my God, like falling in and out. But, like, I watched, and look, at times was he overmatched? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. At times defensively, did he look a little lost because him and the pitchers weren't in the same stratosphere in terms of what they wanted to do, approaching certain players? Absolutely. You got the pitch calm now, okay? These pitchers, and Alex Cobb said it yesterday, they are literally going to call their own game. Mm-hmm. This thing that he can't get on board with the pitchers, I don't buy it. Here's the other thing. If Logan Webb, who's one of my young stalwarts who I want to be on the team, if he's got an issue with Joey Bart, all right, I'll listen.
Right.
If Descaflani or Alex Wood or one of these 30-something journeymen who should be calling their own game to begin with have a problem with them, take a hike. Yeah. And I'm not saying that you got to uproot your entire pitching staff, but what I'm saying is like, come on, man, guys, you got to work with this dude a little.
But Shasky, they're only going to
halfway. Is what I'm saying.
But they're only going to do that if Joey Bart is bringing stuff to the table. Look, we can talk about catching all day long.
Yeah.
If you can't swing that thing, what are we talking about?
This is it. I mean, he struck out 1,000,000 times last year, but he
can't
flashes.
swing it. It's just making contact is the issue.
He can't hit anything on the inside. But like, this is a team that's devoid of power and devoid of any moxie. And it's not like this is like murderer's row. Hey, he can't get onto the Astros. I totally get it. Like Wiseman, he can't get on the court with the Warriors. They're the defending champs. That makes sense.
Yes.
Trey Lance can't get on the field because of, Jimmy Garoppolo and now Brock Purdy's emergence. All right, you know what? I kind of understand it. Mm-hmm. This is a team trying to win a championship. They win double-digit games every single year. The Giants? He can't crack the lineup because Luis Gonzalez is tearing the cover off the ball out in the outfield?
Well, you got nothing to lose because he has no value, so not
Sally's holding back Joey Bart?
There's no way he's going to make the lineup worse. And if he does, just get him out of there.
Exactly.
It's very simple. I think when you look at the three examples that we used, going back to what you said in a bit of a different way, two of them make sense if they didn't end up working out. James Wiseman.
Exactly.
Fit. System.
Wouldn't you also say because of timeline?
Yes.
Of the organization.
That's part of it.
Yes.
Fit. Timeline. Just everything. Age. Whatever. That's James Wiseman. You can put Trey Lance in there too. Joey Bart, this is baseball. You're facing a pitcher. It's universal. So that's the weird thing.
It's the most individual sport that masquerades as a team sport that's out there. Would you agree?
I would agree with that.
Because one-on-ones all over the field.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If we lose, I don't want to lose 10-2, but if I went 5 for 5,
exactly, Alan.
I don't have trouble sleeping at night.
I'm furious leaving the field.
Yes.
But then when I go home and say, I'm like, yeah, boy.
I did my job.
Exactly.
Right? I did my job.
But there is a hit or sit element because I'm seeing people from the 650, and I agree with you. You've got to hit to be in the lineup. Look at where his batting average was and he didn't hit home runs, but look at where his batting average was relative to the league, the position, and the rest of the team. He fit right in.
Right, it wasn't awful.
You know what I mean?
It's not bad enough to completely lose all value.
Exactly. And so I'm looking at this and I'm saying, and like for as much flack as the A's get as an organization and their baseball principles of who they pay or how they want to allocate what little money that they claim to have or not have, I'll give them this. They move quickly. They move their prospects quickly through the system. If you are good, you play. If you're not, you're gone.
Yeah.
Right? And they do a great job of understanding value and assets. And if a guy won't work for them, they will at least move off them. AJ Puck and what's the other lefty? Luzardo? Was that his name? Luzardo got moved on, and they got money back. Now, I would have liked to have seen them pan out, obviously.
They're a little bit extreme.
But I'll give them credit. They move quickly, and I respect that.
Yeah. The thing about the A's, it's not even just unique to the A's. All these other teams,
I know.
The Dodgers, they get guys out. When is the last time the Giants had a 22-year-old? The idea that it takes so long to get to the big leagues, it's a little ridiculous.
Alan, we'll get into this some more. I want to keep talking because I think there's some similarities between the three, Trey Lance, James Wiseman, and now Joey Bart. All right, what's coming up? On the Game is sponsored by 5 Hour Energy and Living Essentials. It's Alan, it's Shasky, it's you, the listener, on 95.7 The Game.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is
law firm, helping injured workers get their lives.
Shot rejected by Cornette. Wiseman tries keeping it alive. Does so. Baseline jumper. Jimmy Wise with another bucket.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, Wise, that's Johnny Kane, play-by-play guy on 97.1, The Ticket in Detroit. The Ticket. It's 97. Remember the Ticket? We used to have the Ticket here locally in San Francisco. James Wiseman last night. We're talking about prospects. I saw something yesterday from Susan Slusser, who covers the San Francisco Giants, and I'll tie this all in, so just bear with me, folks. It's Joe Shasky, Alan Stiles this morning on the Morning Roast. And, you know, Joey Bart, number 2 overall pick, drafted to a team that was in transition. I thought he was going to be a player, and now I'm seeing reports that he might not even make the team. And it's very interesting. I'm starting thinking, man, he's a number 2 overall pick. Well, James Wiseman was a number 2 overall pick and was supposed to, at the time, help a team in transition. Oh, Trey Lance was the number 3 overall pick. Now, not a team in transition, but a team looking to get over the hump in terms of winning it all and adding an element to their offense that maybe they didn't have before. And all three have this commonality where either the organization's life cycle doesn't line up with where the players' development is, or they're just not good enough. You know, pick your poison. And so last night, James Wiseman has his debut in Detroit, and man, did you catch the highlights? Because I sent it to the group thread.
I did. They were all over Warriors Twitter. Everybody needed to watch.
Of course.
And we know what Wiseman is good at. We know he's got touch. He's got a lot of different shots in his bag. What was wrong with Wiseman was, number 1, injury, number 2, timing, and number 3, I still think was fit. That's not to say I think he's going to be a perennial all-star, but I do think he's going to be, at the very least, serviceable in this league. There are a lot of guys getting run in this league, and I know they're really good players. It's the NBA, but relatively speaking, there are some guys getting run in this league that you got to look at James Wiseman, how young he is and things. I mean, he can at least be that. People joking. I know. I think even
Warrior fans out here slurp Mo Spates. Mo Spates couldn't bend over and guard a chair.
Well,
I love Mo Spates, but come on.
I love Mo Buckets. We love Mo Buckets.
Our favorite player of all time, Steph Curry's a turnstile.
Yeah.
No, again, I know he's Steph Curry. I'm not trying, but I'm just saying, like, we look for, he got cooked on this possession. Yeah, it's the NBA.
Well, I was
guys got full tool bags.
Yeah, well, even Damon, I think it was last week, talking about how James Wiseman was closer to, I don't know if it was the China League or some league that is not the NBA. I don't know that James Wiseman will be a star, but I do think he will have a nice 5 to 10 year career. I don't think that's crazy to say.
He'll be in the league longer than 5 years.
And I'll be honest. Some of that might be because everybody's going to want to crack the code. I would say maybe 2 to 3 years could be, we're just going to continue to take a chance on him. And maybe he hits, maybe he doesn't. But I think he at least gets to a 5-year mark.
Quan Brown, was he a good player?
Not according to Stephen A. Smith.
I'm asking you.
No, not really.
Yeah, he was a really solid NBA player. Solid.
Yeah.
Now, did he live up to the expectations of his draft status? Probably not. Played like 13 years in the league.
Right.
And was known primarily as one of the biggest busts in the history of the league. All right.
It's all it's all based on, I guess, what the expectations are.
Exactly. Right. And so, like, even Darko Milicic's hung around longer than everyone thinks.
Right.
And he was no good. You know. So
people want to be the first one to say, "Yeah, I made it to work."
I watched James Wiseman last night, and I was very fascinated. First off, I'm rooting for him. I'm going to tell you this right now. I think the Warriors made a mistake. Gary Payton Jr. ain't it, dog, for me. Like, you already have Dante DiVincenzo. They don't need a 6-foot perimeter guy who can't shoot.
That was the weird thing, because Dante had really started to figure it out. Yeah, I do want to ask you something that hasn't...
And I'm rooting for Wiseman.
Of course. I do want to ask you something that hasn't come up at all. And no, I haven't watched a lot of Pistons basketball, but...
Who has?
But
who's out here watching James Ivey lose by 20 every single night? Come on. Like, none of us are. I was watching strictly because I'm pulling for James Wiseman.
Right.
And it was good to see how hard he was playing. Like, he had 11 points, 5 rebounds, 19 minutes. Like, I was so happy for him.
No, I know, but I'm saying even when the deal was being done, did anybody, and I know he's not a super ball or anything, but he can stroke it and he's got some size. I think he's 6'7", something like that. Did nobody think about keeping Sadiq Bey? Was that just a non-starter for everyone?
You can't, because of the rules, that the trade has to go down exactly the way it is. Now,
no, I'm saying before everything went down.
No, I'm with you on that. I don't think they did. Let's put a bow on that for just a second. I want to get to Kerr's corner because we've got to squeeze this in right now, because Steve Kerr was actually talking about the failed James Wiseman situation, because that's what it is right now. Like, Warrior fans, like, I'll admit it. Like, it's a failure. And I wanted Wiseman. I'm hoping for Wiseman to be a player here. It didn't work. That happens in sports, and here's Kerr addressing it.
Basically, it just came down to his inexperience. That's all, and where we are organizationally, trying to win a championship. And I know you've heard me say that before, but that's the answer. You're talking about a guy who just has very little basketball experience with the 3 games in college, and then the number of injuries he's had over 3 years. I think if I'm not mistaken, he's played maybe 60, 70 games, something like that. It's just not enough when you're talking about competing for a championship, and that's where the issue came. And I know Bob has talked about it. I've talked about it. We love James. We love his talent, love his character, and still feel that way. And bottom line, he just didn't have enough experience to be in the situation with this team, with this continuity, because I couldn't afford to give him the runway that he needed to make some mistakes and go out and play.
That's Steve Kerr. That's Kerr's Corner here. He was talking with Damon yesterday. Steve Kerr's a great coach. He's great. He's going to go down as an all-time coach. This whole Wiseman situation doesn't sit well with me. Name a coach who doesn't have a couple of players on their resume that they woulda, coulda, shoulda, and wanted some do-backs.
Right.
All right? This is a guy, you played Alfonso McKinney in the finals, for Christ's sake, Steve Kerr. You played Patrick McCaw in the finals. Jordan Bell in the finals, heavy minutes. And you can't find a couple of minutes for James Wiseman? I'm sorry.
On a worse team? You could argue a worse team.
I just, two things can be true. Kerr can be great, and I can also think, stop with we really love James. And no, you didn't. You didn't. It didn't work out because you refused to have any patience whatsoever for any young players. Yet you are slurping over yourself for the Anthony Lambs of the world. Both can be true. Both James can be underwhelming, but you can also admit you don't like playing young players.
No. When it's all said and done, depending on, let's say James Wiseman does get a couple All-Stars under his belt. When it's all...
why do we... I love you. But he's got to prove he could play.
But I'm saying, but I'm just saying, Steve Kerr's not going to regret anything if James Wiseman ends up being trash, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
He's not going to regret it if James Wiseman gets a runway in Detroit and still does nothing. So the only way we can even have, I guess, anything possibly negative to say about Steve Kerr is if we assume James Wiseman could get better. If he doesn't get better, then Steve Kerr was right. We don't know yet.
I mean, Steve Kerr's job is not only to win games. I know I was listening to Ray yesterday. The job is to win games.
Yeah.
No. There's 15 things that a man, yes. Ultimately, the ultimate goal is to win games. But there's all these small goals that you're trying to achieve simultaneously.
Yeah.
Maximize Steph Curry. Get your team to buy into whatever your concepts are that you believe are going to help you win the most. Yeah, and also in there somewhere, whatever team you are being, is developing young players. I said this yesterday, and I will continue to say this. Name me a business outside of a LeBron James-led team. Name me a business in America that isn't trying to be the most profitable they can be, meaning equivalent, win games, while also develop someone at the bottom rung for leadership role. Name a company.
No, everybody has to do it. You have to.
So this thing that the Warriors are the first team in modern business to try to develop a young person into a leadership role is asinine.
Has anybody asked, because we're doing a lot of the Anthony Lamb to James Wiseman thing, and I think it's close enough in terms of...
Lamb does a couple of more things better than James Wiseman. But the thing is, he's some defensive stalwart, because that's the number one thing, defense.
Yeah.
Anthony Lamb is not.
Right. Well, he looks like, you know what? There are guys that look like they play.
It's called the Todd Linden.
They play.
Try hard. Let me run to the right 3 steps so I can make a diving play to the left.
Yeah.
When all I could have done is just, move left properly the first time and caught it standing up.
It looks really tough when they're trying to run through screens or head whips back.
Exactly.
Sometimes they fall for it. James Wiseman it's just a matter of, what was it specifically that made you feel like he couldn't get any run on a 500 team? That's it.
Because they still view themselves as a championship contender. When I would tell them this year is evidence that you need to make the playoffs, but also simultaneously, this thing's coming to an end.
Yeah.
This thing's at some point, it's coming into an end. So both things can be true. Look, let's put a pause in it. We're going to continue talking about it. 888-957-9570. Get in here. We want to hear from you. Bart feels like he's on the way out with the Giants. Lance, who knows? James Wiseman debuted last night in Detroit. We're going to get into all of that and a fun game in less than an hour here on 95.7 The Game.
Listening to Damon and Ratto has never been easier with the Odyssey app.
They haven't been.
jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
Chewy Gomez. No, Bonte's out. Alan Stiles is in. It's the Morning Roast. I'm Joe Shasky. We're just having fun here, and we're kicking things around. This segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Alan, you're going to learn this about me.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Legos as a kid.
Okay.
Did
same.
you?
Yes.
Okay. I like building things. Okay. I did all of these when I worked for a former employer. It was a big sales company. And they did these kind of like personality tests.
Right.
And they were like, you're going to be really good in sales because you like conquering things and finding new business and all that. And I do. But I get bored real quick, right? And so I'm constantly tinkering. You hear about Andy Reid right now, who just won the Super Bowl. Apparently, he's a big tinkerer.
Yeah.
He loves tinkering. I love Phil Mickelson. I know he's a horrible human being. He's constantly tinkering with what's in his bag for golf, right? This club and that club. And he's constantly, I'm a big tinkerer. I love tinkering. I love building things. Nothing fascinates me more than how to assemble a team.
Yeah.
I love the assembling of team. When I play video games, I like to do my own fantasy draft. I like to build my team from scratch. What I really like doing is inheriting a team and then trading everything away and then creating it to sculpt the way I like it.
Right.
There's many ways at the professional level in the various sports to build a team. Draft, trades, free agency, right? Develop from within, whether it's your practice squad, minor league system, the G League, etc. If we were looking at just the overall landscape right now, I am fascinated by how these teams in the Bay Area have been assembled. Let's look at the 49ers, for example. They've done a pretty good job building it up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Bosa, Debo, like those are premier players, studs. Kittle, they've had a lot of misses. Like a lot of misses.
Yeah.
And yet they've found a way to overcome it, and they have one of the most talented rosters in the league.
Yeah.
And if I said they hit it 33% of all of their acquisitions, that's like Grand Canyon-esque. I mean, that's like Tony Gwynn of drafting.
That's pretty good.
Right?
It's pretty good.
Like, it's incredible. Then I look at the Warriors. They've done a damn good job of drafting and developing. Now, you can say that's the prior, era, if you will, but they've put together a competitive roster over the years. They've made shrewd trades. They've made shrewd developments. Same thing with the 49ers. They traded for Trent Williams, added him to the roster. And then I look at the San Francisco Giants and how they're assembled. And they look like, to use my video game analogy, like you just hit simulation on the draft and they just took best overall and it's a bunch of 30-something-year-old players that like overall might be like an 84. But like you look at it, you're like, there's not one guy I like.
Yeah.
Like that's literally how they're assembled.
It's a solid B.
Exactly.
A solid B, but nothing more. It's a bunch of guys. And legitimately, oh yeah, Mitch Haniger, yeah, he can swing it a little bit, right? Like guys like that you recognize the name if you're into baseball, but nobody is. Wow, look at this squad right now.
Exactly. So let's start with football for just a second, right? And I'm going somewhere with this. As James Wiseman had his debut last night, as Trey Lance is kind of unknown right now. Number 3 overall pick, Wiseman number 2, and the other number 2 pick in the Bay Area, Joey Bart, feels like he has to fight and claw just for a roster spot from what Susan Slusser from the San Francisco Chronicle, who covers the Giants, was saying yesterday. And I'm saying to myself, all right, I personally believe football is the easiest to find and simultaneously develop talent. You have, on any given team, 22 spots open every single year. At minimum, you get 3 years of college development, and you can find undrafted players who could be Pro Bowlers, which is very difficult. Like the Mike Piazza story in baseball, being a 30-something round pick, it's few and far between.
It is. And they're finally starting to lessen the rounds.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at the Niners real quick. Bosa, top pick, has played like it. If I told you that George Kittle, and you didn't know what his draft status was, and you just flew in to the Bay Area, and I said, he's a first-round pick. Most people say, yeah, you're probably right.
I would believe it.
Take it in the 5th round.
Yeah.
Talanoa Hufanga, take it in the 5th round, right? The point that I'm going at is they found talent in a variety of ways, and they've whiffed on a zillion picks, right? A zillion picks. They've traded for Trent Williams, added him to the mix. They traded for Jimmy Garoppolo, added him to the mix. Traded for Christian McCaffrey. They've signed guys in free agency like Charvarius Ward. So they've mixed this thing together, and I feel like the Niners are a good template, and it's unique because football, I believe, is the easiest to find talent in terms of like premier talent. But they've built an unbelievable roster that maybe only 4 or 5 teams don't envy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree with that because everything that you're talking about, well, number one, their age is almost perfect right now.
Right.
They're not getting any younger, but their age is perfect right now.
They're still young and in their prime.
Yeah, they have that ability.
Have a good mix of older veterans that want to win now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what the Niners have, you have the Ayuks of the world. You have basically each iteration of a career on the team.
Yes.
And that's what you want. You
Good
have
call.
the wily vet.
Yep.
You have the young gun. You have the younger vet that is starting to find his way in the league. That's what the Niners have. I do think in football, as you mentioned, it's easier because you're only asking Brandon Ayuk to do one thing, right? That's like if James Wiseman only had to play offense or something like that.
Score at the block.
Right.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Very niche. Ayuk, I need you to run routes and block a little here and there.
Yeah, and in baseball, okay, Joey Bart apparently his catching isn't so great either, but if he was good at hitting or catching, only doing one of those things.
Exactly. Now, I know like Fred Warner is the gold standard at the position in all the league.
Mm-hmm.
They found him in the third round after completely whiffing on Reuben Foster.
Yeah.
And we don't even think about Reuben Foster.
Nah, haven't in a long time.
That's my point. And so I think football's different, but put them to the side. I think they're the best right now. And because football, I think, is a little easier to build your team up, you can go from worst to first. We see it every year, okay? Put that to the side. I think the Niners are the gold standards of team development and assembling a roster, okay? Even though they haven't won it all. I look at the Warriors, and they are the gold standard for a variety of reasons. But because basketball has this hard cap, and because of the financial ramifications, and you can't just waive people, hey, D Ford didn't work out. We're going to waive them, even though they're paying some of the money this year. It's really, really hard. And the Warriors have been right there year after year after year after year. And we are obsessing about missing on James Wiseman because this might be their only opportunity. Well, they did develop and draft and find Kevon Looney and Jordan Poole, and they found value in free agency with a Dante DiVincenzo, for example. Still maximizing Steph Curry, still trying to get the best out of Klay Thompson after he misses 2 years. Draymond Green, older, longer in the tooth, having a fine year. Now, their record isn't great this year, but they are the reigning champs.
Yeah.
The 4-time champs.
Mm-hmm.
They've swung in free agency. They got Kevin Durant. It's one of the greatest deals of all time. Yeah. So they've done a great job of assembling a team. Wouldn't you agree?
I would definitely agree with that.
Right? And we're losing our minds about James Wiseman. And I'm frustrated with the James Wiseman thing, but I don't think it's going to anchor them.
No, James Wiseman was never going to be the reason the Warriors got their 5th ring, right? Or this core got their 5th ring.
No, I think he was beyond the rings.
Yes.
Meaning, like, whatever was going to happen after we were, like, focused on rings, you were hoping he would be a big part of it.
By the time, you get what
I'm saying?
By the time the elder statesmen have gone off into the sunset, it's time for James Wiseman to take over. The problem with that is, which is, again, very similar to Trey Lance, is you drafted a guy with limited college experience that needed a lot of work, and you didn't have time to let him work, and that lends itself to the Steve Kerr runway thing.
Yes.
And that's just the unfortunate part about it. And look, we see everybody saying whether he's soft or he's this or he's that. There is more tape out there on James Wiseman than Trey Lance, but to me, it's still similar. I still think that you could be a bust, but can you unbust? Can you do that?
So I'm going somewhere with all of this, all right? So you got Trey Lance drafted to a team that's built in a variety of ways that feels like it's going to be good for a couple years, but you never know because the NFL, but also is ready to win now.
Yeah.
You got the Warriors where you could feel the sand coming out of the hourglass, and it feels more desperate with the Warriors than it does the Niners. But the Warriors have also accomplished more in terms of the hardware than the 49ers.
Exactly.
And then I look at the Giants and how they've put their thing together. And as we talk about Wiseman being number 2 overall, we talk about Trey Lance being number 3 overall. You have number 2 overall pick Joey Bart. And I look at how the Giants have been assembled. And I sit here and I say, like, Joey Bart being good or not is almost irrelevant to their overall success. But to me, it's a larger microcosm of not understanding value. Not understanding what you have internally and moving off of it. We referenced Reuben Foster earlier.
Yeah.
They knew right away, you know what, this isn't going to work.
Get him out of here.
And what they do, they overcompensated, drafted Fred Warner, signed Malcolm Smith, and they found a way to get one of the best linebackers in the game. Malcolm Smith didn't really work, but you get where I'm going.
Yeah, but I think what was bizarre about the whole thing, and this is early on, you go Joey Bart, and then right after go Patrick Bailey.
Well, that's because he's not your guy. But I don't understand that Patrick Bailey hasn't been good either.
No, he hasn't. He was supposed to be okay. Well, originally, all these reports, and baseball is so tough because these guys are in here for so long. Originally, Joey Bart was supposed to be the bopper, and Patrick Bailey was better defensively. Turns out none of them can do anything.
Combined, they might not be a Major League Baseball player.
Right, maybe put them together, you might have something.
Give me 1 second here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ HD1 in San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Shout out to the YouTube and Twitchers. I see you guys out there. We're just talking top picks. You could search on YouTube, 95.7 The Game, click subscribe. Let's get up to 30,000 subs. Come on, you guys. What are we doing? Like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Like. So if I asked you, all right, of the three guys, Joey Bart, James Wiseman, Trey Lance, forget for their respective teams. Because right now, James Wiseman's in Detroit. Who knows what happens with Trey Lance, whether it's here or somewhere else? Who knows what happens with Joey Bart, whether it's here or someone else? If you're just joining us now, Joey Bart apparently might not even make the roster from Susan Slusser, who covers the Giants, which is surprising to me. All three top picks, all three feel like they're not very good right now. And I think that's just being soft, and you could say bust. I think that's unfair. It's too soon, but they're not very good right now, and they're not helping their teams win. If you had to bet on one of those guys for the next 5 years, which one is the guy who can actually be a good player in their respective sport?
This is so tough because it's different. Because the quarterback position demands so much. So I would want to say James Wiseman because I think he has the easiest path to survive.
Have we seen the least of James Wiseman, or is it the least of Trey Lance, you think?
We've seen the least of Trey Lance, in my opinion.
Okay.
Because we've seen James Wiseman in different situations. But honestly, if we're talking about, what if we did it like this? If all of these guys are no longer on their Bay Area teams in 5 years, which team would you guess would be regretting it the most?
Ooh. You know what? I think the way you phrase that, I would probably say Golden State, because if it ends here with Golden State and you don't have a succession plan or any big player, and he's maybe getting all-stars, even if he's a flawed player where he's just an offensive-only type of a player, yeah, I think they would regret it. Whereas I think like with baseball, you could trade a great, like White Sox are a great example. They traded Fernando Tatis Jr., they've made the playoffs a couple times.
Right, they've been favorited in a couple of them.
Like, and in football, right now, it just feels like you could move off of Trey Lance. Like, the Niners were ready to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. And then he got hurt after he was helping them. And then Brock Purdy came in and played pretty well.
Yeah, and I would say...
In fact, I would say better than Jimmy.
Right. Well, I would say in terms of, being a serviceable player, we talked about how James Wiseman's...
So I would go Wiseman.
I would probably go Wiseman, but man, do I want to go Trey Lance.
Why is that?
I want to go Trey Lance just because I think out of who we're talking about, and I'm so tired of talking about ceilings, but I would say I still think his is the highest.
But isn't that what sports is about? Like ceilings, like maximum potential.
Right, but since he has a high ceiling, he has the ability to make Niner fans, if he's wearing a Colts jersey, the Colts were high on him. I heard that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I heard that
to say,
too.
Man, how did we not make that work? And that would come back on Kyle Shanahan. So I would say most likely James Wiseman, but who would give the most regret if he hit would be Trey Lance, for sure.
Interesting. So we put it out on our poll right now on the Morning Roast on Twitter. Which of these number 2 picks would you bet on to have the best career right now? Joey Bart is one of the options. Trey Lance was a number 3 pick, but that's fine. Trey Lance is on there. And James Wiseman. Who do you think would have the most success right now on their career? It's fascinating, man. It really is fascinating that all 3 of these organizations have had some level of success. I know Giants fans are down in the dumps. They did win 107 just a couple years ago.
They did.
All right. Now, you could call it a fluke. I think you earn it. Outliers, the way I would put it, meaning everyone had monster years.
That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I think fluke feels unfair to me. I don't like the word fluke.
I say fluke.
You
to
say
be completely
fluke?
honest with you.
Okay. Again, that's fine. But I look at it, I'm like, all 3 of these teams have had success, even though these top picks who we thought were going to be important factors haven't done anything. I mean, they really haven't done anything. Like James Wiseman has shown a little bit. Trey Lance, maybe even less, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And Joey Bart played a full season this year and was okay.
Yeah. Did he play?
He did.
He was in the game.
I watched.
Oh, yeah. You were up
Austin
watching.
Wins was taking a lot of his at-bats.
No, yeah. He
batted 8th or 9th every day.
He was slotted in, but did he play? How many times did Joey Bart get dirt on his jersey?
Are we sick of hearing these three names as fans?
No, because I think it's fun. I think it's fun to see how this whole thing progresses, and I guess I think the thing about the draft and the thing about prospects is it just gives hope.
Yes.
It just gives hope.
Yes.
And when you don't, at least whether the hope is going away, a la James Wiseman, then it gives you a reason to follow the Detroit Pistons. How many Warrior fans were watching the Detroit Pistons who hadn't watched the Detroit Pistons since either Chauncey Billups or whenever the Warriors play them?
And I believe that focus on Wiseman will slowly wane or fade over time.
Of course.
But best believe, the way Warrior fans were wired pre-championships, I followed Larry Hughes.
Yeah.
I followed Antoine Jameson. I followed Gilbert Arenas.
Monte.
Every player who left the Warriors somehow Tyrone Hill made it to an All-Star game, I feel like, one year. Like, I followed everybody's career. I was rooting for Tim Hardaway in Miami. You know, like, we do this as Warrior fans. Chris Webber, I had disdain for the Kings because Chris Webber figured it out there.
Yeah.
I hated the Kings.
Yeah, just because. Now, going back to all the drafts and all the specific situations, I do think that the Giants have the most leeway because we're talking about it. We're talking about a sport that drafts what? They just went down. Did they go down to 20? They were at 40 years ago.
You have international free agent signing.
They just throw a bunch of dudes in a bucket and say, hopefully some of them hit.
Yes.
So
you can come out of the JUCO route.
Anywhere.
You can go college, straight out of high school, international. Like I think that's the most underrated part about baseball is talent can't come from anywhere.
But I think I would also say because of that and because of all the rounds and because of everything they do, they're admitting it's a crapshoot.
Like we talk about Giannis or Steph Curry. Oh, these guys came out of nowhere. They're both first-round picks.
Exactly.
You know
exactly.
Curry was 7th overall.
Well, there's only 2 rounds in basketball. And
Draymond was a second-round pick.
Draymond was a second-round pick.
And we act like he was like, it's a cast-off.
But that's the version of it.
Player of the year.
There's only 2 rounds. So to me, the Giants, they get a pass because you're talking about a sport where, look, we draft 30 rounds.
I know.
And we draft international.
I know.
We have, at some point in time, we always have what? Around 500 to 1,000 players in our system.
Yes.
So we're admitting we don't know what we're doing. Basketball has probably got to be the worst because it's the smallest roster and there are only 2 rounds.
And there's money tied to everything.
And there's money tied to everything.
Very restricted to make moves. Like right now, you're the New Orleans Pelicans. Zion's missed a bunch of games. When he's played, he looks like he is an all-star MVP
yeah, he's
type.
nasty.
But he's never healthy.
No.
Right, and like I think he's going to make $180 million on this current contract that he's on right now. That you cannot feel good. Oh, and again, when he's playing, he looks like an absolute Adonis.
Yeah,
but he's always hurt.
So where are you?
I'm just using that as an NBA example. It's so hard.
No, it is. It is.
So this is where I'm at now, and I think this is a lesson learned from myself. And I'm raising my hand here, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
I need to temper myself in thinking that certain players are going to be saviors of organizations. The Bosas, the Currys, the Buster Posies for the Giants. Those guys are few and far between. Right now, we're doing this with Marco Luciano, okay? We've heard about Marco Luciano for what feels like 5 full years.
Has anybody ever seen him in person? Does he exist?
Yeah, I've seen him on the Emeralds. I follow the Emeralds on Twitter, and so I've seen some of the highlights.
I'm saying you got to see him in the flesh.
No, I've never seen him in the flesh. He's like Sasquatch.
I'm gonna start asking questions here.
So I did this with Trey Lance. What I saw at practice, I'm like, this guy looks like he could throw the ball all over the field.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's going to be a really good player. And to this point, I've been way wrong. Right, and I'll be the first to raise my hand and say I was wrong.
How much of that are you putting on injury versus his just inability to throw the football?
What I'm saying is that fans, even organizations, we all need to take a deep breath when it comes to the next coming. And I'm at the front of the line. we got to let these things play out. And it's hard because you're so optimistic. You see something and you're like, yeah.
That ain't happening.
And you have PR, the Giants, they have marketing and they have all this stuff. Marco Luciano. Oh, he's a top prospect. We found out yesterday he suffered a lower back stress fracture. A stress fracture in the DR, the Dominican Republic, this winter. That's going to sideline him for right now. And he's ramping up baseball activities, but who knows when he'll be back. We're going to hear about this kid Harrison, this lefty from De La Salle. And
yes, sir.
My God, do I want him to be special? Of course I do. Of course I do. But to think he's going to be the savior of the organization, like we all need to, and I know I'm the most guilty. We all need to just pump the brakes, right?
Well,
Am I tripping?
No, but baseball specifically, you can't have a savior because unless we plan on Kyle Harrison just throwing a shutout every game, you got to put runs on the board.
Yes.
But I think with Logan Webb and if Kyle Harrison, if he just hits to some degree, just be if you're average to slightly above average, that helps the organization. Kyle Harrison is the only I feel the best about him not only because he went to De La Salle, just because pitching in general, unless there's injury, you can kind of book, right? I mean, if a guy's got it, he's got it. Baseball, to me, that's the problem with Joey Bart. It doesn't matter when we talk about value.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you move Joey Bart or the value. It's different with Joey Bart because a curveball is going to be a curveball anywhere you go.
Yeah.
Anywhere you go.
That's a good point.
That's the issue.
That's a good point. But maybe you won't bat ninth every single time.
Maybe not.
Maybe you'll have somebody in front of you that gets you a couple of better pitches to see. But I guess, and this ties into Brock as well. Like, we're all Brockmania. Mm-hmm. He's 22 or 23. I guess he just turned 23.
And going under the knife.
Exactly. We all just need to, take a deep breath. Now, again, I'm the most guilty of this. Mm-hmm. But to think that these children, and that's what they are, young kids, are going to save your corporation, that feels egregious from fans, from media, from organizations.
You better have a whiz kid, and that's what you're thinking you're going to get.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We're going to do something fun on the other side, all right? I'm going to explain it in a bit, but it's a fun game show. So line them up right now. If you want to win my money. No, I'm not Terry Bradshaw. You can win my money. 888-957-9570. Win my money. Get in here and let us know about the biggest games and stories of the Bay Area prep scene. I just got all the CCS brackets for high school girls and boys basketball. All right, St. Ignatius is playing down at Pinewood on Friday night. I know SH is hosting some games, and Midi, the number 1 seed, they're going to be hosting games. If you or your team, whether it's wrestling, track, baseball, whatever the sport, email us at hss@957thegame.com. And again, coming up, King of the Ring, a fun game for you, the listener. But you got to get on hold right now if you want to win my money. That's what's coming up. And it's sponsored by nobody on 95.7 The Game.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibs,
what are you doing? What are we doing?
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Whose intro music is this?
Oh, it's the Olympic gold medalist, Kurt Angle,
Kurt
baby.
Angle! My guy. All right, we're going to do something fun, but you have to get in line right now. Do you want to win my money? I think the coolest thing, and it's Alan Stiles, Joe Shasky, Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game. Download the Odyssey app while we're here. It's a free app that you can listen to podcasts, music, news. You can favorite all your favorite shows, the 415ers if you're into the 49ers. If you love listening to Warrior games, you can listen on the Odyssey app right now. Download that bad boy. My favorite thing that I think 95.7 The Game does is Jockberty. Whitey does this thing, Jockberty, where we do all these sports questions and stuff. I sit in the car and I say to myself, man, I start answering the questions and I think I know more than the hosts and whatnot. I want to do something, but not the hosts. I don't want to go me versus Alan or whatever. I want the callers. I want our audience in. So where are you at? Line them up. Do you want to win my money? I am going to give you money if you can win this game. Money out of my pocket. This is not Odyssey. This is not Matt Nahigian. This is Joe Shasky. If you want to win, you have to get in line right now. Right now. We need people in there. 888-957-9570. All right? I'll explain the game while you line them up. 888-957-9570. The name of the game is King of the Ring. I'm a big wrestling guy. Love wrestling. My favorite thing about King of the Ring, the first person who comes out to the ring starts off, and every 30 seconds or a minute in, a new wrestler comes to the ring. And at one point, you might have up to 30 wrestlers in the ring simultaneously going at it. You got to throw guys over the top rope. Whoever is left standing at the end wins the King of the Ring, and they get an opportunity to face the WWE champion. It's like a voucher, if you will.
Yeah.
So what game we're going to play right now is I'm going to ask you sports questions that we polled to our audience at the Morning Roast on Twitter. All right? And you have to give me the top answer, almost like Family Feud. All right? So we're going to ask you where you're from, who you are, and we're going to keep playing. All right? We might have 12 different people playing, so keep calling when one person loses and you hear this X sound. All right? Spadoni, give me the X sound. When you hear that sound, that person's going to be dropped and they're gone. And that means a line is open and you can fill it. Now, here's the rules. All right? I'm going to read you one of these Twitter polls, and I'm going to do it just like the guy from Family Feud. All right? Who should the Warriors fear more in the West? You know, should the West fear the Warriors more, or should the Warriors fear the West more? And I'll explain it a little better than that. And you have to give me the top answer. And if you get the top answer right, you keep going. I'm going to ask 12 of these. And when we get to the end, whoever the last person standing, I'm going to give them $100. Now you say, Joe, $100 is not a lot of money. Yeah, but you can go get yourself some sweet 95.7 The Game merchandise on 95.7thegameshop.com. This is not coming from Odyssey. This is out of my pocket. I'm like Terry Bradshaw here. You can win my money. Now, if you get 5 in a row right, I'm going to give you $25. If you get 10 in a row right, I'm going to add on another $50. And if you get 12 in a row, which I don't think anyone will do, I will give you $200 total out of my pocket.
Okay, to confirm, you have at least 5 in a row to get some cash, right? At least 5 in a row.
5 in a row gets you cash, and we're going to write them down as we go along, all right? And let me highlight some of these. I want to play some music. Are you excited for this?
I'm ready to go because you really got to – this is for the hardcore listener. You got to understand the pulse of the station.
Exactly.
And everybody that has a lot to say, whether it's on the Xfinity mobile text line or the YouTube chat or you've called in, you know, we understand, we think we understand the climate of how everybody feels. But then some of these poll answers come out and you realize, you know, it's just different people looking at everything else.
So this is how this thing started, all right? Now we're going to get to the open in just a second. I said to the guys, let's do something different. This is All-Star break. Baseball isn't here yet. You guys don't want to hear me breaking down the Giants roster. Let's talk to an NL West expert and discuss what the Dodgers have. Nobody wants to hear that. So let's have fun. If I asked, I said, Spadoni, here's $1,000. You could put the $1,000 on one of two things. Trey Lance becomes the starter 1 year from now, or he's off the Niners. And that's what we did. I threw that poll out to the audience, and then they determined. So it's not what I think. It's what you think the audience thinks.
And if you're calling
like Family Feud.
It's also not what you think. Because, it could be what you think, but not necessarily. It reminds me, have you ever played King of the Hill in basketball?
Of course.
When you check the ball up.
Thank you.
If you score,
Look at you.
You stay out
Look
there.
Look at us.
If you get a stop, It's my hill now.
All right, so we've got full lines, and now the second someone drops off, you can hop on in. I'm going to go to you, and I'm going to ask Alan to ask you a personal question. He might ask you what your favorite pizza type is. He might ask you who your favorite actor is, because like in Family Feud, I want to know about my audience.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Play me my open! It is time for King of the Ring! By the way, this might be the greatest intro in all of WWE wrestling. Bow to the masters. Are you ready? Break it down. 95.7 The Game. It's King of the Ring. It's Alan Styles. It's Joe Shasky. Family Feud style. We pulled 500 people on the Morning Roast Twitter page. We pulled 500 of them. I'm going to go first right up. Tony in San Jose. Tony in San Jose. Step right up. How you doing?
Hey, I'm all good, guys. Good morning.
Alan, ask him a question.
Tony, I see you're in San Jose. Can you give us your favorite food spot in San Jose?
You said favorite what spot?
Food.
Oh, Smoke Eaters off Almaden and Cherry.
Let's go.
Best beers on tap. Smoke Eaters.
Let's go. All right, now, if you get this right, you keep going. If you get it wrong, we're just going to drop you, all right? So let's be ready to roll, audience. Let's be ready to roll. We pulled 500 people on Twitter. Warrior fans, Giants fans, Niner fans. Here's the first question. Should the Warriors fear the West more, or should the West fear the Warriors more? First answer is the West fears the Warriors, or is it B, the Warriors should fear the West more? What do you think our audience said?
Even though our audience is a bunch of homers, I am too. I think the Warriors should fear the West more.
You are correct. Wow. You keep going. All right. Tony in San Jose. 1 year from now, what will be the situation around Kyle Shanahan? Will he be extended or will he be on the hot seat, Tony?
You said 1 year from now?
1 year from now. We pulled 500 people on the streets.
Shanahan will be extended.
Ooh, he's right. 2 in a row. 3 more and you win $25. All right. Are you rooting? We pulled 500 Warrior fans online, Alan. All right. Are you rooting for James Wiseman to have a great career? Yes or no?
Yes.
You are correct.
That's a layup.
Ask him another question there about himself. Who's your favorite actor, Tony?
My favorite actor, that's a tough one, but I guess not, because I have an answer right away. Denzel.
I like it. In 5 years, we pulled 500 people on the internet. We pulled 500. This is King of the Ring. We're having fun here. Boy, Tony is killing it. Almost too easy here. In 5 years, James Wiseman will have the Warriors, A, full of regret, or B, glad they moved off of him.
Okay, I see you gave me a hard one now. You feel like you've been giving me too easy of a time.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, glad they moved on.
All right, he's out. We've got an open lineup. All right, let's go to Adam in Berkeley. Adam in Berkeley, step right up. We're playing King of the Ring. All right, we're pulling 500 people on the internet. We're asking them what they think. These are hypothetical questions. It's not what I think. It's not what Alan Styles thinks. It's what our audience thinks.
Yeah.
All right, Adam in Berkeley. Alan's got a question for you.
Yeah, Adam. So we see you live in Berkeley. You know, give us another good food spot. I know you got a couple different out by Cal. Where should I hit if I'm going to Berkeley this weekend?
Probably Taco Bell. It's my favorite.
How many cocktails have you had this morning, Adam?
What?
King of the Ring is off to a rousing start. All right. Like Family Feud, all right? We pulled 500 people. Which athlete do you want to see play in person the most next year? Is it Ohtani? Is it Giannis Antetokounmpo? Or is it Patrick Mahomes? What did our audience think?
Mahomes.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
Bye,
We got to go to
Adam.
the next person.
Enjoy your Taco Bell.
All right, you got to get the number one answer. You got to get the number one answer. Some of these are either or. Some of them are 3 or 4, multiple choice. Let's go to Justin in San Jose. Justin, step right up, no waiting. You are a part of King of the Ring here on 95.7 The Game. I'm Joe Shasky from San Francisco. How are you doing today, Justin?
What's happening, guys? How's the coffee brewing?
Oh, dude, it is just percolating. So, Alan Stiles, my co-host here, has a question for you.
Justin, what's your favorite movie?
Oh, man. I would want to say The Sandlot.
Great answer.
Great answer.
Uh-oh, we got a house favorite.
All right, I'm going to give you the exact same question. All right, we pulled 500 people on the internet, all Bay Area sports fans. Which athlete do you want to see play in person the most next year? Is it Shohei Ohtani? Is it Giannis Antetokounmpo? Or is it Patrick Mahomes?
Oh, well, I think Ohtani's, pretty, elite, so I'm going to pick him.
Final answer? Boom! He nailed it. All right, another question for our young man, Justin in San Jose. Alan.
Justin, favorite musical artist?
There we go.
Ooh. Bob Seger.
Wow, that's off the board. Didn't see that coming. I like that. We got an old soul here. All right, we're playing a Family Feud style game. It's tonight. If you're just tuning in, this is 95.7 The Game's King of the Ring. We pull 500 people on the internet, and they give us these answers. These are not my answers. These are not Alan's answers. It's our audience, because we're about the people, and you can win my money. Nobody's gotten 5 in a row here, but our man Justin in San Jose is on fire. So here we go. Next question for you. In 1 year's time, we pulled 500 people. What did they think was the most likely situation for Trey Lance? A, he's the starter in 1 year, or B, not on the 49ers in 1 year?
Man, I like the kid, but I think the people don't want him.
So what's your answer?
I don't think he's with the Niners in 1 year.
You are correct. That's what the audience thinks. Can you believe that? Alan, that's a little surprising.
It's a little surprising, but you know what? Like I said,
get a chance.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not really that surprised.
I know. People are ready to throw him out the bathwater.
Yeah.
All right, Justin in San Jose. All right, I give you $100. I give you $100 right now. What are you doing with that $100?
Oh.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm actually going to Vegas tomorrow.
So which team would you bet on to win a championship first?
For what team?
It doesn't matter. Which coach is more likely to be here in 3 years? All right, Justin in San Jose. Which coach is more likely to be here in 3 years? We pulled 500 people. Is it Kyle Shanahan or is it Steve Kerr?
This is big Warriors fan. But I like the Niners. Oh, this is 50-50. I'm going with the Dubs.
Get him off my board. And the line just opened up. I'm going to ask you that same question, Alan. Who's with the team in 3 years? Kerr or Shanahan?
Probably Shanahan.
You think?
Oh, boy.
Give me that full drop. Give it to me. Oh, I'm having fun this morning.
Great question.
I feel like Steve Harvey right now.
Yeah.
I don't look like him, but I feel like him, and I'm feeling great right now.
Great energy.
It really is. This is King of the Ring. We're polling our audience the night before. We're bringing it to the table. We've got top answers. You need to hit the top answer. Whoever is left standing when I get to the end of these questions will win $100 from me that they can use at 95.7 The Game shop, okay? The key here is that you're going to get free Warrior, Giants, Niners, 95.7 The Game merchandise. You want to put the rat on the table goo sweatshirt? We've got that for you. You want a morning roast mug or a t-shirt, a hoodie, whatever? I'm going to give you $100. All right? It's coming from me, not Odyssey, no one else. All you have to do is answer the questions. All right, here we go. Next person, Dan in Berkeley. Boy, we're getting a lot of East Bay. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Dan, step right up, no waiting. Alan has a question for you.
Dan, who's your favorite athlete right now?
Got to go with Steph Curry.
That's a good answer. That's a really good answer.
You know your audience.
What's your favorite cuisine?
Let's go with Ethiopian.
Wow, that was off the board. Didn't see that coming. I like that. All right. Which coach is more likely to be here in 3 years? We pulled 500 people on the internet. Is it Kyle Shanahan or Steve Kerr?
Shanahan.
Boom! Got another question for you. What's your favorite TV show right now?
Oh, well, you got to be watching The Last of Us.
Oh, so good,
Great
isn't
answer.
it? It's really
Great
good.
answer.
That last episode was freaking awesome when that giant, what was that thing? Whatever that thing was, that giant like super
They just
zombie.
keep getting bigger.
Bro.
Spoilers.
Oh, sorry, my bad. All right. We pulled 500 people. All right, Dan and Berkeley, we pulled 500 people, and we've got an open line, 888-957-9570. If you want to get in on King of the Ring, where you got to be the last man standing, know our audience, know what we are talking about here. What's the most likely situation for the Warriors? Is it A, Draymond and Myers are here? Is it B, Myers is here, but Draymond's out? Is it C, Draymond's out, but Myers is here? Or is it both are out?
We're talking like a year from now or next year?
1 year from now. Sorry, I should have put that caveat in there. This is Dan and Berkeley, King of the Ring. You got to get this right to keep going. Do you want to win my money?
Let's go with A. They're both here.
Next person up, JR in San Jose. JR in San Jose, step right up, no waiting. JR, what's your favorite type of burrito to get?
I love Vic's carne asada super burrito.
Oh, but that's you. Me and you are like two kindred spirits here. Alan, you got a question for my man JR in San Jose?
JR, if you could be somebody else for a day, who would you be?
Oh, I love that question.
Oh, man, that's tough. Oh, man, that's a tough one. I'd probably have to say Steph Curry, man.
You're not wrong.
Something else.
All right. 1 year from now, we pulled 500 people on the internet. What's the most likely situation for the Warriors? A, Draymond and Myers are both still here. B, Myers is here, Draymond's out. C, Draymond's out, but Myers is here. Excuse me, we did that wrong. Draymond is here, Myers is out. Excuse me. And D, both are out.
I'm going to say Myers is in, Draymond's out.
You are correct, JR in San Jose. Alan's got another question about your life.
JR, if you could have any superpower, what would it be?
Oh, I love that.
I'd probably be on Limitless. You know, the Limitless superpower.
Ooh, I like that.
And it's realistic, yeah.
I'm feeling that, JR. All right. We've only got a couple of left.
Yes,
we got 4 left here. 4 left, folks. We're almost done with King of the Ring. Whoever's the last person standing, they win it all. What is more likely in the next 3 years? The Warriors are on top of the NBA, or Brock Purdy is a top 10 quarterback? We pulled 500 people. I'll ask it one more time. We pulled 500 people who are Barrier sports fans. What is more likely in the next 3 years? The Warriors are on top of the NBA, or Brock Purdy is a top 10 quarterback?
I'd probably have to say Brock Purdy, top 10 quarterback.
He is right! Alan, do you got another question for my man?
Yeah, my question, JR, if you could be reincarnated as any animal, which one would you choose?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Ooh, King of the Jungle, the lion.
Ooh, I like that.
Good answer.
I'm feeling that. Give me that one more time.
Sir.
We're doing King of the Ring. If you just stepped in, you're probably saying, what the hell is going on right now? You have an opportunity to win my money. We pulled 500 people on the internet, a bunch of questions yesterday. This isn't Joe Shasky or Damon Bruce or Alan Stiles or Bonte Hill's big head. No. This is you, the audience that listens to us every single day. These are your answers. So we put out a bunch of hypothetical questions about 1 year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. You've got to know your own audience. And if you can get the right answer, you keep going. Whoever the last person standing is gets $100. So here we go. We got 3 more questions here. Who do you trust most to carry their team in the future? Okay, we pulled 500 people. Who do you trust most to carry their team in the future? Is it Logan Webb? Is it Jordan Poole? Or is it Brock Purdy?
I'd probably have to say Brock Purdy.
Ooh, he's on fire. 2 more. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel that Venmo hitting? Can you feel that Venmo hitting? And that ding, that ding. Ask him a question here, Alan.
JR, let's keep it rolling. If you could teleport anywhere in the world right now, where would you go?
If I could teleport anywhere in the world. Man, I'm a sun guy. I'd probably end up in Jamaica or something like that.
Oh, I like it, Jamaica.
Love Jamaica.
All right, a couple more questions here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're playing King of the Ring. You can win Shasky's money 2 years from now. We pulled 500 people. 2 years from now, who do you think the audience thought was going to be in the best position to win? The San Francisco Giants, the San Francisco 49ers, or the Golden State Warriors?
Giants need help. Warriors future. I'd probably say the San Francisco 49ers.
Ding, 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 ding. All right, here we go. Final shot. This is like Kobe Bryant. We got 10 seconds to go. And stay on the line. Loveman, get ready. Stay on the line. We might have to get his information if he nails this. Nobody got 5 in a row.
Come on.
All right, here we go. All right. JR in San Jose. Hey, JR. Are you feeling confident?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do this.
I'm confident.
All right. This is an either-or question. 50-50 coin flip. We've polled 500 people on the internet that are 95.7 The Game Bay Area sports fans. What did they think? Which of these 49ers is least likely to be on the roster next year? Is it Debo or Brandon Ayuk?
I'm gonna say this. The way things, I've been watching Debo talk a little bit. For some reason, I think Brandon Ayuk.
You are correct.
Wow.
You win the initial.
Yes, sir.
Let's go, JR.
Wow.
JR, $100. I am going to give you $100. Stay on the line. We're going to talk to Sam Lubman, but here's the caveat. You got to buy something from the 95.7 The Game shop, okay? That's the only caveat. I'm giving you my money, and I want you to not only get yourself, hopefully, multiple things that are super sweet. You got to find us on social media, tag us, and show us what you're wearing. 95.7 The Game shop gear coming to you, JR.
Oh, I got you. Appreciate you. Hey, man. Hey, I just want to let everybody know out there, y'all follow me on Instagram, JRMusic68.
Let's go. JRMusic68. Let's go.
Get you a Depoy shirt.
All right, let's rat-a-tat-tat some of these people that did decide to call in. All right, let's go Austin in the Bay. Austin, step right up, no waiting. I'm going to ask you just a fun question because you took the time to call in. You were trying to be a part of King of the Ring. You didn't win money. Did we enjoy that, by the way, before we go to Austin?
That was a great time.
Was that fun?
That was a great time. High energy.
It was like 11, 12 minutes. We're trying to have fun with it,
Exactly. Get your coffee right. Get your rolling.
Yeah, it's okay. We're trying to have fun. Look, there's nothing going on right now.
Yeah.
You want me to talk about Giants and pitchers reporting? You want me to do hypotheticals? Who do you believe in more, Brock Purdy or Trey Lance? Do you want to talk about the Warriors and get all gloomy? You want to keep talking about James Wiseman's debut that nobody watched last night? No, let's win some money.
Some money.
All right, Austin, here's the question I have for you. Of the top picks, Joey Bart, James Wiseman, Trey Lance, who do you think's going to have the best career over the next 5 to 10 years?
Joey Bart.
Why is that?
Hey, man, he's the next big star.
He might not even make the Giants. Let's go to Peter in Mill Valley. Thank you for calling in, Austin. You know we love you. Peter, step right up, no waiting. Same question for you. Of the top 3 picks here, where Trey Lance was drafted number 3 overall, Joey Bart was number 2 overall, James Wiseman number 2 overall, it feels like right now, all 3 of these guys, their careers are up in the air. Who do you think has the best career 5-10 years from now?
Oh, Trey all day.
Really?
For sure.
Why do you think that?
I think he's got the skill set of those 3. I think he's got the skill set and he's got the opportunity, whether that's with the Niners with the combo with the Purdy or with another team. I think he's got the skill set to make it.
I like that. And Peter, thanks for calling in for King of the Ring. I'm sorry you couldn't win money. We appreciate it. Let's go out to Gene in Oakland. Gene, I'm going to pose the exact same question to you because you took the time to call in. All right, Gene? Joey Bart,
okay.
James Wiseman, Trey Lance. Who you betting on?
Probably Lance. I don't know that any of them are going to be stars, but I would give Trey Lance the best chance.
I like that, Gene. I'm sorry that you couldn't win any money. Did you like that game, though?
Oh, yeah. I loved it. It was fun. I would have lost. but I like the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so many times, and thank you, Gene, for calling in. So many times we talk to the audience, right? I want to hear from the audience. So that's why we put these polls out there. Like, I know, I'm paid to give you my opinions, but you get my opinions all week. I give you 25 hours of my opinions. I want to hear from the audience because so many times now we're in our own little echo chambers in life and we don't actually listen because we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. I don't know if you know this.
I did.
Yeah. So I just, it's an interesting thing. And I'm thinking about it today because Joey Bart, it came out yesterday. Susan Slusser, who covers the San Francisco Giants, basically put a tweet out there and it was like underneath another tweet.
It was a little weird,
right?
If I'm being honest.
Right?
Because there's no article. It's just a random tweet.
And it says basically, Joey Bart is not a lock to make the San Francisco Giants. And I was like, whoa, number 2 overall pick. We talked about him for 4 straight years. Obviously, Farhan inherited him, but they've had him for quite some time. James Wiseman, number 2 overall pick, just traded. Okay. And Trey Lance, we haven't even seen anything of him. Right. And so I'm just asking hypothetically right now, if you were to bet on one of these guys moving forward for the next 5 or 10 years, who would it be? What about you, Alan? You've got a decision on this one?
Yeah, I would say the way I would put it, because I think it's hard. I wouldn't say apples and oranges when we're talking about these different sports, but I would say something like apples and pears. And I would say that James Wiseman most likely to at very worst hang around, right? At very worst hang around. Trey Lance most likely to boom. Joey Bart most likely to bust.
Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Doug, step right up, no waiting. Bart, Wiseman, Lance, your thoughts?
No question, Wiseman.
Why is that?
He talked something into existence that wasn't really there. You know how you can say something enough and talk it into existence?
Absolutely.
He talked it into existence and Wiseman wasn't any good. Every time I saw him on the court, he had a nice baby hook from 10 feet that nobody could stop. He blocked as many shots as you left him in minutes for. He scored 5 to 10 points in the limited minutes he had. I saw him bring the ball down the court, dribble it down the court, and have a nice touch, probably high 30% from three-point range. Yet all we heard about was what he couldn't do. There's no question to me that if he was on a team that knew how to use the center in their offense, and hopefully he will get that away from the Warriors, because the Warriors don't use the center in their offense, he's going to do very well. So I think it's James Wiseman, hands down. I love GP2. I wish we had kept him last year.
I agree.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's a really, really good call, Doug. And I'm kind of with him on that. Like, just watching James Wiseman, and I don't know how many people watched. I bet almost no one watched James Wiseman last night.
Unless you got League Pass.
You know, but I'm watching, and I'm saying to myself, like, dude, we really, just missed the mark on this. Like, they missed the mark in terms of, fit, which is a big part in basketball. Fit matters.
Yeah.
And that's, the number one pushback I have on, you should have taken LaMelo. Does he fit either? No, he's a 6'7" guard who can defend. And yeah, but he has to have the ball in his hands, and he's not a great shooter. And it's all about him. So, I don't know if that would have fit either. Clearly, James didn't fit.
I would push back on the LaMelo not being a great shooter thing. I don't know if great is the term, but yeah, he was hitting threes against the Warriors. I can look up the numbers.
He's played 20 games this year.
I think you're getting LaMelo mixed up with Lonzo.
No, I watched LaMelo ball, and believe me, I've been all over this because I've been on the losing end of some of my friends with LaMelo and Wiseman. When you have the ball as a young player and you're a guard, you're going to succeed quicker than a big, period.
No, that's fair.
You're going to. You're going to have the rock the whole
time.
But
the answer could be neither of them. The answer could also be that
totally
draft
fair.
stunk, and now everybody wants to do revisionist history with Halliburton at 12.
Exactly,
right?
which no one was going to take it to.
Nobody was going to take it to.
And I think we all, because we did a lot of pontification, trade back, because you didn't know. You didn't think it was a great draft class. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. Maybe that's the answer.
You know, I mean, again, who knows what happened? They could have taken LaMelo Ball, and he doesn't even see the floor because of the way Steve Kerr operates.
Yeah, and then there's the whole idea that would have held back Jordan Poole. And honestly,
which is a fair trickle-down effect.
It's fair, honestly.
Domino, butterfly effect, Ashton Kutcher.
Okay, LaMelo, just so you know, LaMelo's three-point percentage for his career is 38%.
Yeah, I know. I'm well aware.
I mean,
yeah,
it could be worse.
They're one of the worst teams in the NBA right now.
So you're just saying, well, he's just getting to do whatever he wants.
Exactly. And that's what a lot of people are going to say with Wiseman. He plays last night. They got not killed, but they got beat and were losing pretty much by 10 to 15 all game against the Boston Celtics, and he had 11-5. I saw a guy who showed a lot of passion, and he's out to prove the haters wrong, and I'm rooting for him. I'm curious how many Warrior fans are rooting for him, too, just from afar, you know? Let's go out to Buzz in Cocoa, Florida. Wow, this is an interesting one. Buzz, some Warrior and Niner talk. Let's hear what you got.
Chasky, man, how you doing, man? You're one of the best knowledgeable people I've ever seen. I thought I was a sports guru.
Thank you.
Man, you're number one. I can't believe your knowledge.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Some would say I don't have any, my wife. But, what do you got on the Warriors and the Niners?
Hey, man, I used to live out there, man. When I was a kid, all my teams were out there. When I was 8, 9, 10 years old, I used to live in Oakland and Hayward, California.
Oh, nice.
I used to live 2 miles from the Oakland Coliseum, so my teams are there.
Yeah.
I know these teams. 49ers, let me tell you what's happened to us. We have 5 Super Bowl championships, right?
Yep.
How many could we have, Shasky? Think about it. Do you know how many NFC title games we've lost?
Too many. Way too many. I believe they've been to
11.
17 or whatever it is.
They're 7-11 with 2 Super Bowl losses. They could have legitimately 10 Super Bowl titles.
I know.
Legitimately.
I know. And that's the hard part for me right now is the juxtaposition of they can't win the big one, but yet they've been to 6 NFC championship games in an 11-year span, 12-year span. That's kind of wild.
You can only have that kind of thing above your head of you can't win the big one unless you've been to games that are really close to it or at least been in the conversation. That's why being a Niners fan is probably incredibly frustrating because you're so much better.
Extreme highs and lows.
Extreme highs and lows. You're always around.
I know.
But you've been I've compared the Niners. And I look, March Madness around the corner.
Yeah.
I've compared them, and I know the Niners have won before, but they remind me of Gonzaga.
That's a good call.
Remind me of Gonzaga a little bit. You're always around.
Well, I was going to say pre-World Series Giants, where they're always in the mix and can't win the big one.
Can't win the big one.
Even though, I would push back and say, well, they won a lot of big games to get to position to be at the very end to lose.
It ain't a parade.
I know, but I'm just saying. All right, let's go out to Jacob in Sacramento. We were talking about Joey Bart, Trey Lance, James Wiseman, 3 guys drafted around the same time to 3 of the different organizations here, and all 3 feel like they're either at a crossroads in their career or on the way out with their current organization. Jacob, what do you got?
I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say I'm more going to say that Trey Lance is going to break out compared to the other 2 guys, in all honesty.
Why do you believe
Especially
that?
The fact, well, when I just got bored and I was looking it up. There's been a bunch of quarterbacks since the Super Bowl started. There's been about 16 that have at least sat for 2 to 3 years, and all of them managed to get to the Super Bowl. He's seen what Garoppolo's done. He's seen what Purdy's done. He was even helping Shanahan with some plays when he was hurt, when Purdy was making plays. He's seen the entire playbook. I just want to see what he can do on the field. He has Kittle. He has Debo. He has McCaffrey and Ayuk. He has all those weapons. Gave him a line. Let's see what he got.
You know, it's interesting, the Trey Lance thing. Everyone, they got to win now. They got to win now. But, I see both sides of this coin. He's in the best situation with the talent around him to succeed. He's also in the most pressure-packed situation where your shortcomings, similar to Wiseman, will not be tolerated.
No, they're going to be magnified.
Right?
Everybody's going to be paying attention to everything you're doing because, again, no runway.
So if I just flip-flop the 2, right? We're talking about Wiseman and LaMelo. Let's say LaMelo comes here and Wiseman goes to Charlotte. Just hypothetically.
Let's go.
Right? Hypothetically. And he put up a bunch of hollow numbers but was looking so much better.
Sure.
Wouldn't we also add in those caveats? Yeah, he's getting to play and the other guy isn't. And all I think it's much more difficult coming into these circumstances, in these situations. We say, oh, they have the easiest runway and this and that. No, I want to be in a Jets situation right. Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson shows he cannot play quarterback.
Right. But
they've also had no talent around him.
But the bottom line is, in the NFL, there's such high turnover because, hey, all we have to do is stink and then we'll get another pick again, that nobody's runway is long.
Yeah,
so
Sam Darnold, multiple spots.
Both of those situations, Trey Lance and Zach Wilson, even though they're on the surface completely different, they're similar in that if you don't show something, we got to get you out of here. Now, Zach Wilson must have been just atrocious.
And apparently he's bad in the locker room.
Bad in the locker room. We saw some of that.
Yeah.
But even Trey Lance, as much as I want him to succeed and everybody wants him to succeed, if it doesn't happen next year, you can't go into year 4 not knowing what you have.
No, I'm with you.
With your quarterback.
And you can't pay him whatever that 5th-year option and that 4th-year money. No,
I don't know.
There
who
is
you
a
are.
financial component to this. And then there's also a dynamic of allowing the individual to blossom. Like that, I think that's part of the James Wiseman thing. As frustrated as I am with the Warriors, from James's perspective, why wouldn't he want a fresh start?
Right. I think he did. I think
100%.
he did. I think he probably,
100%.
Felt a little disrespected. He wanted to ride with the champs, but I think he did.
Yeah, all right. I want to talk more about team building and just where some of these organizations are at currently. But right now it's time for the injury report, sponsored by Boxer and Gerson. All right, here's your injury report. The Giants' 2023 baseball season is barely an inning old, and we're already seeing a pair of concerning injuries that I'm already worried about. The Giants announced yesterday that shortstop prospect, he's really probably going to be an outfielder, but Marco Luciano suffered a lower back stress fracture in the Dominican Republic this winter, causing him to miss all of winter ball. He's expected to begin ramping up baseball activities this week and is already in a throwing and hitting program, but it feels like he's a ways away and a huge setback. Also, right-handed reliever Cole Waits is meeting with team doctors this week after injuring a lay muscle last week. What's a lay muscle? Got to find that out. It's not yet known for sure if the injury will impact his opening day status. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson. It's Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, we're going to continue some of this conversation. James Wiseman, Trey Lance, Joey Bart, all at a crossroads in their career. Team building, organizational cycles, all that fun stuff. And there's some baseball rules I want to run by Alan Stiles. Pay attention. Call us up. We want to talk with you. It's Morning Roast. It's Stiles. It's Shasky. No Bonte. No bueno. On 95.7 The Game.
Listen to Steiny and Guru with the Odyssey app.
Jasky, Alan Stiles filling in for Bonte Hill. It's the morning roast, and we're just cruising along on a Thursday. Riviera today is going to be on pretty shortly, and Tiger Woods is returning. Well, the legend is returning. I look at Tiger Woods the same way I look at Steph Curry right now, as Buster Posey kind of abruptly retires. Appreciate the legends while we still have them, even if they're diminished and not where they should be. All you LeBron haters, and I don't love LeBron the way some people do, but I appreciate him.
Yeah.
And when he's on television, I do want to watch him because I don't know how many more times I'm going to get a chance to see him.
Yeah, you can gripe about whether you think he's too calculated and things like that, but the bottom line is, I mean, the generations that are able to see, who have seen Jordan, LeBron, Tiger, all these guys. It's ridiculous. And I'm curious, the Gen Zers and these younger generations, do you think what we've seen is an aberration in terms of all the greatness, or do you think that's just our generation of greatness and the Gen Zs and everybody younger than that, they'll have their generation of greatness?
Yeah, I mean,
but I mean like
all-time
all-time greats, though. We've seen a lot of all-time greats.
There weren't any in the 60s, 70s, and 80s?
I guess at the time they were.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, talk to a Willie Mays fan.
Right.
Bob Gibson, Sandy Koufax. I mean, these people are legends in the game. Exactly. Jack Nicklaus was Tiger before Tiger. Now, different because of a lot of more circumstances surrounding Tiger. But as we get back into the Warriors here, I keep coming back to the same thing. And Warrior fans and I are in conflict at times because I'm a diehard Warrior fan, but I'm watching this team every day and I'm like, God, it doesn't look right. But at the other side of the coin, I'm saying, yeah, but they did just win a championship. Yeah, but they've got 4 championships. So I want you to hear something that Steve Kerr said and something that Klay Thompson said recently. We're going to play them back to back. And I have a very simple question for Warrior fans. It's how? How? And we'll get to it in a second. But listen to what Steve Kerr said with Damon and Ratto yesterday. It's a brilliant interview. You can catch it on our YouTube channel if you missed it. Play what Steve Kerr said about the Warriors' chances this year.
Well, I think the fact that we've lost so many games that we felt like we should have won, we know we're right there. Tonight, I thought the Clippers just outplayed us. They were great in the second half, and they deserved it. All in all, we're where we are, but we've lost a number of close games, just things we've got to clean up and tighten up. As I said, I think our bench is playing much better than it was early in the season when we got off to the slow start. Our starters are now picking it up. Wiggs and Clay, Loon's like just a rock every single night. Draymond's playing well. So again, we can stay the course and get Steph back and hopefully get Gary. We got reinforcements coming and we got a lot to look forward to.
So that's not the exact quote. We misfired, and that's my fault. I apologize. That was him 2 nights ago, but he was on with Damon and Ratto. We'll get that sound in a second. But Klay Thompson also was talking about their opportunity and their chances of being a repeat champion, which feels crazy. But listen to Klay Thompson, the 4-time champion.
You got to go through to win the whole thing. And whether that's in the finals or in the first round, there's incredible talent. So there's really no rounds off. I mean, there's no gimmies. And for us, I mean, we know what it takes. We got to hold the fort down until Steph gets back and just got to get whole again. But I know this break's going to be very beneficial toward us. And I still love our chances to repeat. And I'm never going to lose confidence in this team. We've been through too much together, and we just know what it takes to win the whole thing.
I think a majority of Warrior fans out there, from my gauge, feel exactly the way Klay Thompson does. We still love our chances of repeating. We still think that we can win a championship. And I don't think they're wrong to feel that way. Like, they just did it. I get that.
They're reigning champs.
I get that. My question to the audience, 888-957-9570, Xfinity mobile text line, to my YouTubers that are out there. Here's the question I have for you. How do they do that? What does it look like? You want to tell me, hey, they just did it 6 months ago. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. But how are they going to do it this year? What's it going to look like for them to do it now?
Yeah.
How do they right the ship now? And I guess I'll start with you. And I see people already lined up, ready to call. But get in on the Xfinity mobile text line. If you are like Klay Thompson, if you are like Draymond Green, who's retweeting this morning, I still think we're champions. I still think the West runs through us. If you believe that, I just have a simple question. How do they get from where they are right now, 29-29, 9th place in the West, to being in a position to repeat the way Klay thinks they can repeat?
This has to be a quantifiable answer. I think maybe we should add some banned words and banned phrases.
Okay.
You cannot say championship DNA.
Well, I do think that matters.
I'm talking about the X's and O's,
Before you get to stop on DNA for a second. Did we not give the Yankees and the Patriots 10 extra years of BOD, benefit of doubt, because of their championship DNA?
It's fair, but I'm just looking at the logistics and the actual X's and O's of this team. And I just want to know how you quantify the ability for the Warriors to get back.
Okay.
Defense, shooting.
Here's an example. 415. On-ball defending and not relying so heavily on jump shooting. That's the kind of answer I'm looking for.
That's what I like to hear. I don't want to. We've done it before. We all know that. We all know that. Give me something else. Give me something else.
Okay, what else would you ban? What else are you going to ban?
So championship DNA. We've been there before. Flip the switch. No flip the switch.
Flip the switch.
Those are the three. Those are the three off the top of my head.
Like, if you believe that they need to be a buyout candidate, because I was talking with my guy Richard yesterday, who's one of the valets at the O Club, and he's like, yo, we need a big. I'm like, I'm with you, Richard. He's like, yo, like we need to go get Serge Ibaka. If he gets bought out, that is a perfect big who could switch a little, hit just enough from the outside, knows our brand of basketball. Like, if that's what you think is what can help, the gumbo that is the Warriors get to the perfect level of seasoning, I want to hear from you.
Can we be honest, though?
What's that?
These guys are buyouts. These guys, I know Kevin Love played well a couple years ago. And all fans do this, not just Warriors fans. Everyone, we need Serge Ibaka. When is the last time anyone has seen Serge Ibaka play?
I mean, we just saw him in the 2019 finals against the Warriors when he was with the Raptors.
2019?
I know, it's 4 years ago.
Kevin Love, I know. Kevin Love.
Bad. I know, my bad.
It feels close. All I'm saying
I thought it was just last week.
All I'm saying is everybody is saying we need a piece, and the pieces that we're talking about, I don't even know if that we've watched play recently.
Well, that's what we do.
Exactly.
That's what we do.
Exactly. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I don't know if Serge Ibaka is going to help this team because I haven't seen him play.
Yeah. But I'm just looking at it like from a Warrior perspective.
But I guess he can't hurt. It can't hurt.
No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Like, look. Can we both agree? Adding someone's not going to hurt them.
No, that's the whole point.
It will only help them.
And if it doesn't work, just don't play him.
Exactly. But they do need to add another body. Like right now, you have Kevon Looney and Draymond Green and JaMychal Green. That's it when it comes to your bigs. You need to get another big body for the. I personally believe, even if it's just like an emergency backup big or a guy who can give you 5 or 10 minutes. Like if you couldn't upgrade slightly, I'm talking about marginal upgrade. JaMychal Green, why wouldn't you try to do that?
Would you go Serge Ibaka or Kevin Love, who just got bought out last night?
I think Kevin Love fits certain matchups that they're going up against. Is he you could play him against anybody and have probably not.
No.
But ball movement, knocking down a three, being a stretch, a smart player who can box out and get a couple of rebounds, he fits.
Right.
I'm
really
in on Kevin Love.
It's just based on
Are you?
Yeah, well, it's based on what do you want? What do the Warriors want? Because Serge Ibaka and Kevin Love are not completely different, but pretty darn different.
Very different.
So what do you want? Do you want Chinese food or do you want Mexican food?
I will take either one. They're not going to get both.
No.
And nor do I believe that they are the top destination for some of these guys. That's the other part. These guys gotta want to come here.
That's true.
I would probably lean. Actually, I'm going to lean Kevin Love over Serge Ibaka. I actually think Kevin Love can give you more than Serge right now. I think he fits.
Yeah.
He could be a version, I don't know what kind, of a Mo Spates.
We know, look, I would say I would go Kevin Love if you're confident that JaMychal Green can continue this upward momentum that he's had. If you think it's a flash in the pan, then get Serge Ibaka. But I think if JaMychal Green can be that third big that you haven't had, you go Kevin Love and you stretch the floor.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And if you're just tuning into us right now, we got Styles and Shasky. Bonte's out on vacation. And, whenever we bring up the Warriors, people are like, they're champions. Don't disrespect them. 4 times. They're going to turn it around. They've never lost in the West. And you hear all the same rhetoric. And so I guess my question is you're right. I have no rebuttal to those.
None.
But my question is, if they're going to win it all, the way Klay Thompson believes they are, how do they do it? What does it look like? Is it an acquisition? Is it a style of play thing? Is there something that you need in terms of personnel or lineups? How do they get it done? Because right now, the team that I'm watching doesn't feel like a champion. But I also respect them enough to understand that they do deserve and have earned the benefit of doubt.
Yeah, they do. And I'm not saying, and that's what we always say. It's not that this stuff isn't true. It's that these almost crutches that the fans, myself included, fall back on in terms of, okay, well, this makes you feel better about the fact that they don't look great. But here's the problem. They are the reigning champs. So we cannot rebuttal that. It's just a matter of when you watch this team, put yourself into the position of a coach or a fan or whatever you want to be. When you watch this team, what's wrong with them and how does it get fixed? And because championship DNA isn't going to fix what we've seen for majority of this season.
Steve Kerr was on with Damon and Ratto yesterday, and this is what he said in regards to them being a championship contender.
I do feel strongly about that. I really don't care about the Washington Bullets of 1978. I'm pretty sure that doesn't apply right now. So the only thing that we're worried about is getting ready for these last 24 games and trying to get guys healthy. And if we can put ourselves in a position where we are healthy, with Steph and Gary coming back, I like what I'm seeing. I like the way Clay's playing. I like the way Wiggs has played last few games. Dante's had an amazing second half of the season. So we got guys playing well. We just got to put it all together, and I really believe that we can do that.
How can they put it all together right now? Steph Curry, your best guy, has missed so much time. Now, in years past when he's missed time, he's come right in and boom, seamless, right? Mm-hmm. Which makes him so unique. But it's not just that. They're also trying to incorporate Wiggins on a more consistent basis. To me, and I've talked to the boss about this, Matt Nahigian, Andrew Wiggins' inconsistency this year has been their biggest drop-off year to year.
It's been huge. It's been huge. Look, he was an all-star last season. Yeah. He came out the gates hot, and he was starting to do it this season. Unfortunately, the injuries and the illness came up, and he hasn't been the same. We saw a flash right against the Wizards before the first night of the back-to-back. Then he missed that next night. If you get him rolling, I think this thing looks completely different.
Really?
But, yeah, I do. I mean, this guy has every shot in the book. He's got mid-range. How many three scorers are there on this Warriors team?
Wow. Curry, because you got to
Steph.
Curry. And Wiggins, yeah.
Wiggins.
Wow.
I guess you could put Poole in that category.
Yeah. I don't want to be too hard. You're probably right, but I would put Wiggins above Poole because of his height and size. And
I would too,
because you could throw him the ball on the block.
Yes, I would too.
Which I love that they added this last week when he had that big game.
He was just literally mousing the house every possession.
Yes.
So you have him doing that, and then hey Wiggins, go guard their best player unless it's Jokic or a center or somebody like that. Go guard their best player. So Andrew Wiggins being on this team and being the Andrew Wiggins of last season does change a lot. It takes pressure off of Steph. I mean, I loved the beginning of the season. I loved Steph ball until we looked up and Steph dropped a 50 burger and they got smacked on national television by the Suns.
Destroyed.
So Steph ball doesn't work. We know what it looks like without Steph at all. So you need Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins and his ability to score, that takes pressure off of the other secondary scorers like Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole. And I do love what Klay Thompson is doing. If Klay Thompson can continue to do that and you get Andrew Wiggins, so maybe Klay's efficiency continues to get better, that's when you're cooking with hot grease.
I love that, Alan. I think you're hitting on a lot of points here. Look, your head coach, Steve Kerr, 4-time champion, most championships in Bay Area head coaching history. He thinks they can still win it all. Klay thinks they can repeat. Yeah. Draymond Green thinks they can repeat. There is a confidence level here from these players. And I know Warrior fans in their soul are like, we can't doubt the champions. I just saw it. My question is simple. Okay, I believe you. I think you're right. But how do they get it done?
Right.
What's it look like? Let's go out to Will in Berkeley. Will, step right up, no waiting. You're here on the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. A couple slots have opened up. Will, how do the Warriors get it done if they want to go from where they are now to being a champion?
I love your optimism, man. I love you, Shesty. I really do. I feel like we need some time off from championships to develop these young guys. And not just the young guys, but the team itself. The team needs to gel. And so if we keep winning year after year, say we win this year, right? Say we win, oh, my God, I can't believe it. We were 29-29, we won, da-da-da. Okay, next year. Are we going to say the same thing next year? Are we going to be like, man, how come they're not winning? And da-da-da? We need some time off. I mean, if you look at, like, how much time they've had to develop, they haven't really had much time. And so I really feel like this is the moment, this is the time where Kerr needs to sit down with his group and say, look, we got to put some systems together, some sequences, all these things, less turnovers, rebounds, all these things. and then we can come back out and be the Super Warriors that we are.
Interesting.
I like that. I would just say that when we continue to, I get it. We do this every year, but even last year was different just because
they were 41-13.
We saw what they were doing. We had those expectations.
Alan, they were 41-13.
Right.
I want people to pause it. Right now they're 29-29. And it looks bad, right? And they've played bad. Last year they were 41-13. Steiny texted me that yesterday, and I was like, damn. So just keep going because we're comparing and contrasting last year to this year.
And they were cooking. And the other thing is every season is different.
Yeah,
I get the championship DNA. I get all that. It's not crazy to say that championships take a lot. And I'm not using the L word. I'm not necessarily saying luck, but I'm saying.
I thought you were going to go load management.
No. I'm just saying it takes a lot in the pot.
Luck is a factor.
To make it happen.
Yeah.
So last year, everything works out the way it does. The Warriors, the Warriors probably handled the Suns. I don't even want to speak that, and I'm going to get fried on the Xfinity Mobile text line.
I think it would have been a great matchup.
It would have been a great matchup.
I wanted to see it, and I felt like we were right. Take a step back from being a Warrior fan. As an NBA fan, that was the matchup we all wanted to see.
Right. They got Luka.
Exactly.
You can't get Luka at home. And when you prove that you're fraudulent and you get Luka at home, that's not going to happen. But now, going into this season, I was the first one to say, Kevin Durant's not young. Chris Paul, there were already reports about Chris Paul and how the Suns could see a bit of regression due to his age, and they decided to go all in. I get that there's not a lot of time to put it together, but the Suns team is ridiculous. The West isn't what it was last year.
Good point, and that's people calling in. Let's rat-a-tat-tat some of these calls, Alan, as you're talking about the West and whatnot. Let's go out to Steve in San Mateo. Look, your head coach, your four-time champion, thinks they're still a champion and have a chance to win it all. Clay thinks they have a chance to win it all. Draymond thinks they have a chance to win it all. Steve, how do they get it done? What does it look like?
Hello?
Yeah, Steve, how do the Warriors get it done? Let's hear it.
Hello?
Hi, Steve. You're there. Now you're gone.
Bye, Steve.
Okay, Steve's gone. Let's go to Brett in Walnut Creek. Brett, what do you got on the Warriors?
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, what do you expect Clay and Draymond to say if you ask them if they're going to repeat? Of course they're going to say they're going to repeat. I mean, they're confident.
It's true.
They're four-time champions. They're not going to say, oh, no, we're missing a piece. I mean, for me, this season, it's kind of a wash. Just in the sense that I'm a huge Warriors fan. I have been going back to Monte and Baron Davis and those good days. But they just don't pass the eye test for me this year. And you are what you are. And 29-29, I mean, I'm not trying to be a pessimist here, but the proof's in the pudding. And I don't know how they get over that hump. I really don't. I mean, they tried to play small ball and take Looney out of the starting lineup, and that didn't really pan out. They got a lot of questions, and I think you hit the nail on the head there when you said that Wiggins needs to step up, because I think he's really the future going forward. Anyways, that's my take. Thanks, guys.
Brett, this is a great call. Reasonable. And I think I share a lot of his opinions regarding the Warriors passing the eye test. It's a really, really well said statement there.
It's just the most realistic statement, unfortunately, because the bottom line is, and that's why I said take out the DNA, take out everything else. You just dropped down from Neptune, right? And someone said, check out this team for whatever amount of time, and then look at these other teams that are above them in the standings. Eastern Conference and Western Conference. This person from Neptune would say, this team looks mid to me. This team looks like a team that could maybe get into the playoffs and fizzle out. That's what they would say about the Warriors until you tell them, well, that guy's the best shooter of all time, and they're the reigning champs, and they did this. You have to give them all those caveats. But based on just what you've seen this season, that's not championship ball.
What about the part where they play really well against the top teams?
Okay, cool.
I'm just asking.
You can ratchet it up for a game here and there. And the Celtics won. People want to count the Celtics game in Boston, not the home one that they won. People keep counting. This is where Dub Nation is at. I had people in my mentions counting the Celtics game that they lost in overtime. Well, they played well for 3 quarters. What are we doing? Well, we're better than this.
But this is also a champion that I don't want to discredit.
Yeah.
Like, I see both sides of it. Let's rat-a-tat-tat some of these bad boys. Antoine in Oakland, your coach thinks that they can win it all. The players believe they can win it all. And I know a lot of the fans feel that same way. What do you say? Antoine in Oakland.
I say, hey, peace and blessings to everybody first and foremost.
Thank you.
But I say, yes, they definitely have a chance to win it all. For one reason, they have the best shooter in the world. For the second reason, they have the second best shooter in the world. For the third reason, they got Poole. All they got to do is figure out that damn defense. Once they buy in and be like, you know what, our legacy is on the line, so we got to play defense like our life depends on it. Once they do that and playoff basketball starts, because playoff basketball is different than regular season.
Agreed.
We won 73 games and didn't win a chip. Those guys remember that. All they know they need to do is get in the dance and figure it out. It's not about having 80 regular season wins and not bringing home the hardware. Our veterans understand that. So, yes, we do have some things to tighten up, but I agree with Coach. I agree with Coach and I agree with our vets, man. Like, we are who we are because of what we've been through. And these other guys, these other teams don't know what it takes to win playoff series.
Yeah.
They buckle under pressure. They buckle when the SIT hit the fan.
Can't spell it out, folks. You're not allowed to do that. But I hear him. Again, that's a lot of bluster and huff and puff. And we got so many people calling in. Just give us a second to reset here, and we're going to go to the lines here. The question is not like, do you believe? Mm-hmm. The question's simple. How do they get it done? What are you looking for lineup-wise? Who are you asking to step up? What's the style of play? Is there an acquisition that they can make, obviously, in the buyout market? Is it playing a guy less or playing a guy more? Is it running more pick and roll? How does it look like? Is it literally just Steph get healthy? Like, what is it for you that's going to make you explain to me why I should believe that this team can win it all this year?
Wiggins has to return to form. They need their integrity back on defense. They have to find, I guess it still counts for Wiggins, whether it's offensive, defensive. Wiggins got to be back. Defensively, everybody's got to buy in. And if that means Draymond being mean Draymond, then Draymond has to be mean Draymond.
Isn't he always mean Draymond?
I haven't seen him really yell that much
He's got
on
15
defense.
technicals.
No, I'm talking about, well, he got a technical a couple years ago for yelling at his team.
I know, in an empty gym.
But I need Draymond. I need Draymond to level up. And this is what I'm thinking right now, Shasky.
Give it to me.
I don't know that they've had this conversation yet. I know that they've had team meetings and things have gotten rough. I still don't think they've sat down, and whether it would be Draymond, maybe even Steph, and had the ultimate we ain't going out like this conversation. I don't think that they've had it yet, because when it's reported or maybe not reported that they've had it, if they don't turn it on after that, that's when I'll lose hope. I think that they're, hey guys, we're trying to figure things out. They've had some conversations here and there. Clay, you got to stop shooting as much. We got to be better. Mm-hmm. But to sit down with the team and say, we got to level up because we're much better than this right now. I do not think they've had that conversation yet. When that conversation happens, we will see what this team actually is. I don't think it's happened yet. I think they've been saving
spread
it.
Game.
Basically, let's sit there. Hey, this is it. This is it. We've messed around far too long this season, okay? And look, they might have had one last year. It probably came last year before the playoffs. They didn't squeak into the playoffs, but they limped into the playoffs a little bit. Hey, it's go time now. Yeah. It's a lot. I don't think that they can wait this long because of their position. They're not in the 3 seed.
No.
You can't say it's go time in the 9 seed. It just doesn't hit the same.
No.
Does not hit the same.
All right, I see Fred and Steve and Tony. You're all waiting. Judy, we're going to get to all you guys on the other side. So hang right there, all right, on the Xfinity mobile text line. We got one open slot, 888-957-9570. Mark Graves on YouTube. I need last year's Wiggins, and I need Steph back, along with tighter defense, and you got to control these turnovers. I'm with him on that. Like, that is what I'm looking for. That's the how. That's the how right there, how they get it done and how they can win. I don't know if you know this, but CCS Playoffs is all the brackets were released for high school sports right now. And if your team has a sport starting up or if you're hitting the playoffs right now, I need to know about it. Okay, let us know about the biggest games, the biggest stories. If there's video that accompanies that, tag us on the internet. But you can also email us. And we've gotten a lot of submissions, and we really appreciate it. Here's the email, hss@957thegame.com. Let us know about your Bay Area high school team that's doing well. Boys, girls, whatever the sport is, I want to hear. What's coming up? Your phone calls, okay? And that's sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. Book your getaway to Bodega Bay, my favorite place in the world, at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night. Wow, what a steal. Enjoy the stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now at thetides.com. I've been there. It's excellent. More of your calls on 95.7 The Game.
Listening to Damon and Ratto has never been easier with the Odyssey app.
James Wiseman was a sexy enough.
Latarian Smith. What was the kid's name? Yeah, Latarian Smith. He's going to yank the e-brake, and he's taking off. Smash the van into all kinds of things. So I'm joyriding the morning roast this morning, and in my co-chair is my man, Alan Stiles, and we're just talking about the Warriors, and we're having fun. And I hear from a lot of Warrior fans, we're at the halfway point. They're 29-29. They're in 9th place. And it's like, look, they're the champs, right? They're the reigning champs right now. Mm-hmm. And when you say, man, it doesn't look good this year, Warrior fans are, whoa, don't disrespect the 4-time champs. And they're right. Like, I agree with you. Right. I don't want to disrespect them. What I'm seeing doesn't look good. That being said, I also realize they've earned the benefit of the doubt, like I did for the Spurs or the Yankees or the Patriots. When you've won that many titles as a group, you have earned equity, where I'm supposed to just give you the benefit of the doubt that if you can get into it, you have an opportunity to win it all.
Right.
We do this with Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. We did it with Derek Jeter for many, many, many years.
Weirdly, maybe because it was only one, I didn't feel like Mahomes and the Chiefs got that credit.
And they should now.
They will now.
From here on out.
What's the line, right? One championship wasn't enough.
No, 2.
Right.
LeBron, we give him the benefit of the doubt. Right? He's earned it, right? Like, whether you're the most staunch LeBron hater. So I guess what I'm asking Warrior fans is, you're right. I do believe that they can win a championship. My question is, what's it going to look like? How? What do they have to do? Lineup-wise? Style of play-wise? Is it a personnel acquisition? Let's hear from Kirk in Dublin. Kirk, step right up, no waiting. Tell me and Alan Stiles this morning how it gets done for the Golden State Warriors if they want to win a championship this year.
Great. Thanks for taking my call. First, I think we should look at, why we are where we are, because I do believe that we can win it this year. But if we look back, we've overcome a lot this year. Started out at the beginning of the year, and the big problem was our bench. It was trying to acclimate all the new players, and that took a while, but we did. And right now, you could probably argue that our bench are playing as good, if not better, than our starters.
Yeah.
And on top of that, we look at Klay Thompson, shaking the rust off Klay, and how that affected wins and losses. And then you can look to January. You can see that he has overcome, and he's playing some of the best ball of his career. Then we lost Wiggins, and Wiggins was playing great until he was hurt, and now he's come back, and we had to deal with his rustiness and how poor he played when he came back. And so we've overcome all of those things, so I think we're on a path to getting better. On top of that, we've lost Steph for a lot. So now once we get Steph back, you add that, we've got a lot of firepower, and I think we're moving in the right direction. But I think we addressed the main area of need with this team, and that's on-ball pressure.
Yes.
As soon as we get Gary Payton Jr. back, and we add that element, I think our defense will improve.
Yeah.
I think all of those other players coming together will improve, and I think we get there. And then once we get there, the playoffs are a different animal, and the officials allow you to play a little more physically.
Yeah.
And all those ticky-tack fouls that are really hurting us right now when we have those big free throw differentials won't show up.
That's a good point.
Because the officials let things go, and they let us be more physical. So when we get to the playoffs, we're a much tougher team to face. And yet on top of that, playoffs, there are no back-to-backs. You have rest in between. So all of our players are out there. And on top of that, no one really likes to talk about it, but what makes the Warriors so difficult to play is you have to guard all of our players so far away from the basket that it's taxing.
Yeah, good call, Kirk. I really appreciate it. Let's go out to Judy in Moraga. She's back on with us. We're going to get to everybody. 888-957-9570. Yeah, I'm with you, Warrior fans. They're a champion. They're the reigning champs. They deserve benefit of the doubt. The question is not like, do you believe? The question is, how do they get it done? Judy and Moraga, how do the Warriors turn it around?
I love that you took my call. First of all, thank you so much. I know this is going to sound really fundamentally, very basic, but they need to play at the level that they're capable of playing. Every single player has to show up with the right level of commitment to playing outstanding ball. So first of all, look at Jordan Poole. Tell him to stop speeding down the court and take care of the ball.
So true.
Play Dante. I love him.
Yeah, I love Dante. Isn't he such a fan favorite, Judy?
The guy is amazing. He has such control. Great. Some of his rebounding is out of this world, and he's got to play more. I actually think Kuminga's coming around, and maybe he can get better and stronger. Stop fouling.
Yeah.
They're such fundamental things.
Totally.
So, is it a can't or a won't?
Yeah.
Because they've got the skills.
I'm with you, Judy. Great call. Please call back again, and we're going to keep pounding this out there. But real quick, the Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce the February auction. The February auction is presented by Cash Creek Casino, and it's live right now through Sunday, February 19th. All right, they have a wide variety of items up for auction, signed jerseys, tickets to games, even a chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Are you kidding me? Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to give back. I love you, Michael Irvin. And score some amazing sports memorabilia at the same time. Here's what you got to do. The Cash Creek Casino Resort February auction. You got to visit warriors.com/auctions. All right, let's go back out to the lines. There's a Jordan Poole conversation I want to have in a second because she hit on something in regards to how fast he's playing, but I want to clear some of these lines. Steve and San Mateo. Steve, step up, no waiting. How do the Warriors turn it around?
Okay, I have a slightly different view because I've been watching Warriors since 1969.
Oh, wow.
And it's going to be difficult for them. And the reason is we have no rim protection. If you think about the game we lost at Boston, they hit 2 3s in the last, a minute or so. They drove the lane, then kick out. So there's no rim protection. So no matter how good we are defending the perimeters, that's got to get fixed. Somebody like Dwight Howard could be a good fit because he'll intimidate the guys that goes into the lane, number one.
Yeah. Number
two, you are dictated by your competitors. So all the Phoenix and all these guys gotten better. Denver, got Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. back. So they're much more lethal. So I think the Warriors are they believe their own propaganda within the locker room. So it's going to be very difficult. That's my humble opinion.
Interesting. Alan, you got any thoughts on what he was saying there?
Yeah, I mean, the rim protection piece is always going to be a thing unless they go out. And because even if they get Kevin Love, I don't know that fixes that. Serge Ibaka might fix it a little bit more.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, both of these guys are, elder statesmen. It's just never been a problem because their perimeter defense has been good enough. And we've talked a lot about even Steph Curry. I mean, Steph Curry in the finals, right? We can call him average as much as we want, and he'll always kind of have that title in terms of defense. But he forced Jason Tatum into misses throughout the playoffs. He made some elite players miss shots. So I just think that you're probably not going to get that rim protection ever. So you have to be better but they've never really had it.
No.
So if you're better in other areas, they've just been able to cover it more in the past, and they haven't been able to cover it this year because you got Jordan Poole running around. I mean, just olaying all the time. You're olaying in the corner, right? The guy is lined up for a baseline 3, and somehow you're olaying. You have 2 other defenders. He's in the corner, both baselines. Why are you olaying? Stuff like that. Then that makes everybody come out of their rotation early, and again, getting flashbacks to game 1 of the Celtics where everybody was open.
Yeah.
It looked like the Celtics had an extra guy playing.
Speaking of rim protection that you're alluding to, Tony in San Jose wants to talk about James Wiseman. Tony, step right up, no waiting. What do you got on James Wiseman?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me back on. I had a lot of fun playing your game, Shafty.
Oh, a twofer.
I was the first one on.
Nice.
Shout out JR in San Jose.
Yeah.
Down for San Jose. The 2 San Jose guys had the highest scores.
Yeah, they did. 408, stand up.
I watched the game, and what I seen from Wiseman watching the first and second quarters, that's what I caught. He wants to score. He was trying to get his. There was times where the offense looked a little clunky because he was just focused on scoring. But, I mean, he showed a little something. He showed a little bit of ability. What I did also notice is that he changed some shots, which was good. The Celtics were making a lot of threes, so, I mean, the Pistons ended up getting ran out the gym. But I did kind of see, the lack of effort on rebounding. But anyway, to touch on what you guys are talking about, the Warriors have to find a way to get to the 8th seed, and it's going to take defense and effort, and obviously we need Steph Curry back. Maybe Draymond Green needs to punch some more people in the face.
I wouldn't go that far. Tony. Everything was good till the very end. Let's go out to Fred in Richmond. Fred, please don't advocate violence on the morning roast this morning. I'm begging you. How you doing, Fred?
Good morning, Shafty. And the group listen to the show all the time.
Thank you.
I've been a Warriors fan since I've known about basketball, and I'm 40 years old.
Let's go.
All I know is...
We're men, Fred. We're both 40.
Huh?
We're men. We're both 40.
Good. For sure. All I know is, like, I know that it's the All-Star break, and I just hope that the Jordan Poole can just refresh get his mind right, because he's going to be really, really needed for the second half. I think the Warriors are in a good good shape, because if they play in the play-in game, let's just be real. Will they play Memphis in the first round? Are they scared of them? Really? Sacramento? Are they really scared of them? The championship pedigree that the Warriors have, I feel like all they need to do is try to get as healthy as possible and get into the playoffs and let the chips fall where they may. I believe that every series in the first round could go either way for all the teams that's going to make the playoffs. Phoenix can play Dallas in the first round. You know what I mean? Sacramento can play the Pelicans in the first round. So the Warriors still have an opportunity to repeat and keep the injuries to a very slim part, and then they'll be just fine. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Fred. We appreciate it. And we're just talking about, if you're tuning in right now, on the Morning Roast, Bonte's out, Alan's in, filling in for the rest of the week. You know, like, everybody, the Warriors, they deserve the benefit of the doubt. Of course they do. They're the champions. They're the reigning champs. They could turn it around. Okay, I agree. They could. How? What's it look like? Yeah. Let me give you something on Jordan Poole. We're going to go out to the lines, Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. I think we over-criticize Jordan Poole. He's been really good overall. I don't know if he's been better than last year, because last year was like his quantum leap forward, and maybe I'm expecting more from him, more refined play. This is what I would say to Jordan Poole. I first off think he needs a night off. I think the break for him is mandatory. Yeah. He's played almost every game. He has been available all the time, and he's an easy person to criticize. That being said, I do need him to sit on the bench or in the film room and watch his own game. Go, Jordan, slow it down here. And I would show him that 12-assist night and say, I'm not asking you to go 12 assists and 3 turnovers every night like you did that game.
Right.
But I would much rather you play a comprehensive floor game that way than a 28 2-assist game with a bunch of turnovers or a bunch of ISO buckets. I want you to play that team basketball and just slow it down a little. Not all the time. Pick and choose your spots. I don't want to take away what makes you special. I think that's one thing you can't do with Jordan Poole. He's so impressionable. He's young. I don't want to clip his wings. But at the same time, play with purpose. Don't just dribble erratically and go attack the rim 3-on-1. Like, pick and choose your spots a little better. If he can play a better brand of half-court basketball, I think that solves a lot of issues.
It's a cliche, but it's a good one. Let the game come to you.
It's so hard.
He does not do that. And I do think when he gets ahead of steam, he's really good. I've always said just one hezzy and go, because you shoot so well, everybody goes for it. But somebody's got to mix in a pump fake for this guy. He gets blocked way more than he should.
I know.
Because he thinks he's got him beat and he doesn't see the help, or he doesn't have the beat at all.
The step back is predictable.
The step back the step back is predictable, but he gets it off. Yeah. There are too many times he gets to the hole, and after the first block, you should probably keep an eye out, right? But just mix in a pump fake, get the foul, get to the line. He thinks he can beat these guys, and he can't sometimes.
Can you meet me halfway on this? And we're going to get to Fast Five in a second, all right? We take all of your calls very quickly, rat-a-tat-tat. I see people lining up. We're going to go to you early. Line them up, 888-957-9570. The question's very simple. You believe in the Warriors? I believe in the Warriors. We all think they've earned the benefit of the doubt as champions. Clay thinks they can repeat. Kurt thinks they can repeat. I'm sure Dre and Clay and Curry, all believe they can repeat. How? How do they get it done? I want to say this, and I want your opinion. If they don't have Jordan Poole, I think they're 5 to 10 games under 500 right now.
I agree. I typically don't come down Jordan Poole's road.
Isn't he an easy scapegoat? It's unfair at some point.
People are talking about moving. People will talk about moving Jordan Poole. And
maybe they do down the line, but for this year, they need him.
For this year, you're cooked without Jordan Poole. And I'll do you one better. Totally. And maybe there again. I don't know what it is about Bay Area and just polarizing athletes, but we got them all. We got Jordan Poole. You love or hate him. Yeah. Draymond Green. You love or hate him. Trey Lance. You love or hate him. But without Jordan Poole, if anybody who went to that parade last season, you wouldn't be there because there wouldn't be a parade.
I know. But he's maddeningly frustrating.
I get it. He is the annoying little brother that you know is going to be so good one day, but just never listens to you when you tell him what to do.
He is good now. We want him to be great and be Steph. And
right now.
He's just, exactly. It just takes time. Like right now, he's younger than Steph Curry was when they first made the playoffs in 2012, 2013.
Yeah. I mean,
think about what I just said there. He's younger right now with a championship and an entire run. Even though he wasn't the top dog, he has more playoff experience right now at this age than when Steph first got that first run when they beat the Nuggets and they went on and faced the Spurs. He's younger by multiple years than what Steph was then. Think about that.
Yeah, right. And look, in terms of what is being asked of him,
even more than what we were like. We wanted Curry to, obviously dominate and do all those things. They had Jarrett Jack, they had Carl Landry. Like, I think we've kind of misremembered the rise of the Warriors during that time. Not taking anything away from Steph, but like he turned the ball over a lot too. And it was a different
they are very similar
expectation from the fan base. Everything was like, it's gravy. We're balling.
Well, it's because, again, we just did this with Joey Bart, and we've done it with whoever in terms of the Niners past quarterbacks till now.
Yeah.
You got Steph Curry. It's easy to compare him to Jordan Poole, which is not fair.
No, it's like being a point guard for the Lakers. You're going to always be compared to Magic Johnson.
Always.
And it's not fair. All right, we're going to do a Fast Five a little early today. All right, we're going to line them up, 888-957-9570. We're talking Warriors, all right? And I don't want to be negative. I want to be positive and optimistic, and I want to hear from Warrior fans right now. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the Morning Roast. Hit me, Spinoni. All right, we're going to take 5 calls, 30 seconds or less. We're going to rat-a-tat-tat him. We're going to get Willard and Dibbs in here just slightly early on the crosstalk because I'm ready to do this. Hopefully Willard's in the building. I don't know. Let's go right out to the lines. Anton in Oakland. What do you got on the Warriors? How can they turn it around?
Hey, good morning, Joe. Hey, good morning, Alan. Hey, the Warriors need to go to the rim. Last year when we won the championship, Steph was in his bag, going to the rim. Wiggins, same thing. This Portland game, like three games ago, 11 missed threes down to close out the game. They're falling in love with the three, and they're not attacking the rim. They're not forcing the refs to blow the whistle. Let's go to the rim. Let's get the title. Let's go.
I 100% agree. Attacking the rim is absolutely something that they need to do more of. The balance on the floor in terms of where they take shots needs to be more in the middle. Like right now, it just feels they take bad 3-point and bomb shots. It drives me crazy.
And when it comes to the defensive or the offensive efficiency, well, they do have really good shooters for the most part.
Yeah.
I think the thing is
they're shooting the highest percentage from 3 in the league.
Exactly.
And they have more makes.
You have Jordan Poole, you have Steph Curry, and you have Klay Thompson, and you have Andrew Wiggins, who at the beginning of the season had the highest percentage of his career. The problem is the guys that come off the bench besides your boy, I don't know why he's your boy, but he's your boy now, Ty Jerome and his float game, which is strong. Besides that, everybody coming off the bench, all they do is chuck threes.
Yeah. Hong Ki Joseph, if I'm pronouncing that right, on YouTube says, you got to attack the ball on defense. They have to play better defense if they want to win a championship. Let's go out to Butch in Danville. It's Fast Five. Butch, step right up, no waiting. How can the Warriors get back to winning a championship? If they all believe in their championship pedigree, how do they get it done?
Well, the single most rate-limiting fact for them to get back to the championship is the health of Steph Curry.
Oh, man.
They're deliberately coasting towards the playoffs, and they know this. The reason why they got GP2 is they know that when they make the playoffs, they need their defense to be better. If Steph Curry is not himself, we're not going to have a chance at this at all. So all these things with the load management and the health of the core are the important things. You guys should all give them the benefit of the doubt. They know this.
Yeah.
Phoenix ran out of gas last year. Memphis ran out of gas last year. We were largely 500 from the All-Star break onward, so largely we have the same team. They all know this, and they're confident.
Yeah.
We all should be confident with them, too. It just all depends if Steph Curry is healthy.
I like that, Butch. Good call. And Tony 415 on YouTube. The YouTube chat's been humming today. Thank you guys for everybody that's out there and all the people that watch on Twitch. Download, subscribe, hit 95.7 The Game, like it, bang that bell right now, and subscribe. He's saying, no, offense isn't the issue. It's defense. They have to play better defense. I'm with him. Last one, Fast Five. Sorry, Alan, I'm ball hogging over here.
No, you're
I'm
good.
pulling a Luca. Let's go to Sean in Fremont. Sean, step right up, no waiting, like at the old butcher shop. What do you got on the Warriors? How can they win it all?
I think Jordan Poole needs to shape up. I think that he's being a little arrogant on his possessions and taking ISO ball into his own hands and being the hero ball. And the last 2 minutes of the game, if you really notice and you pick him apart, he's actually really messing it up for the team at the very end. Is he's turning it over and he's not pushing the ball and sharing the ball and being a team player. That's what I think he needs to really do.
He's been so good. I do think he needs some refinement. Jordan Poole.
Of course.
It's just, we act like he's the only, and he does turn it over a lot. He drives me nuts with it too. But I also see all the value he brings to the table. And I feel like we don't rip some of the other horrible shot selections from other players and some of the terrible turnovers we see from others. But he does need to play a better brand. Like, again, I will go back and say that 12-assist game, I'm not saying you need 12 every night. And you'd be leading the league if you were a 12-assist a night guy. I'm saying that's the kind of floor game I'm looking for from Jordan Poole. And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Well, I would also say when you're talking about Jordan Poole and who he has to pass to, you do need Wiggins at full strength. You do need Clay rolling, because without those guys, who would you rather shoot besides Jordan Poole, right? I mean, when we're talking about share the rock.
Oh, I want to see Kevon Looney hit threes. I'm teasing.
Remember that was a thing like 4 years ago, and then it went away.
He's gonna stretch it out even more. Hey, boys, real quick, Alan. Welcome, Crosstalk.
Yeah.
Hello, gentlemen. Do you notice your boys got
noticed it all morning?
Tom Coughlin Shasky, a.k.a. either you're 5 minutes early or you're late.
Clock.
Am I on fire?
You've been on fire. You've been on fire.
Crosstalk 8:55.
It's incredible.
Willard, are you happy or mad at that?
I'm always ready. Yeah, let's do 8:50.
Congratulations.
Let's do 8:50.
Totally.
Yeah, I get that. Look, he's on vacation, so let me say, I get mad when Bonte's like, "Hey, it's not 9 yet," but you stay till 9:25.
Exactly.
So why are
I'm
you
a selfish
allowed?
human being.
Why are you right?
Do you know what his nickname
like,
is?
we're
right?
not. I'm not selfish about what happens, but stay.
You know
stay till noon. I don't care. Let's hang out.
The irony of Bonte hating James Harden, triple, is that ball hog Bonte is a thing here on this microphone.
Man,
well, that's all of us.
I love you, B.
That's all of us. You guys rip me for that all the time. I think it's funny when radio hosts call other radio hosts talkative. What the hell? I mean,
you didn't hear Damon's thing? He told me when I first got into the industry. I got lots of good advice from Dibs as well, but his was, you either get fired for talking too much or not enough.
Right.
So pick which one you want to be.
Exactly.
And I'm with him.
And he and I going back, 12 years and a couple of different jobs and a couple of different stations ago, our motto has always been, keep the seat.
Yes.
So no matter what you're doing, you got to keep the seat. And I know that you're in the seat now, that's his seat. And when Bonte comes back. No, but the point for you, Alan, is when you've come in, you've dominated.
Yes.
So if you want to look at the bench, and I don't want to disparage anyone as being on the bench, but you do nights and then you fill in during the day. You come in, you dominate, you're keeping the seat so that when... Heck, I'm not taking any days off with you around, Styles. I'm waiting until you're on vacation before I take another day.
That's just how it is in all aspects of life.
Right.
You know what I mean? You have to you ain't got to get ready if you stay ready. That's just what it is.
Damn, he came at you with a T-shirt.
Totally.
Just looked at you and gave you a coffee mug.
By the way,
that was crazy.
I was tired of getting roasted for my medium shirts, so I'm baking right now, but I'm keeping the jacket. I've kept the jacket on all day.
Oh man,
all morning.
When people get mad at medium shirts is because they're fat. They just don't like the way you look in your shirt.
I got it ready. Don't make me.
Especially in this industry.
No, you're doing fine. And the worst spot to be is when you're in between that L, XL spot. Because right now, if I throw on the L, it's like, damn, a little snug there.
Right.
And the XL, because I'm short, I'm like your size. I'm shorter than Butch even. It's like the XL is like a dress.
Shirt.
So
you look like you're part of the Cash Money Millionaires in the early 2000s doing the bling bling video.
What's up, brand? Marine layer?
Yes.
That does they do the tweeners. You go in there and it's like the sizes will be medium/large.
No way.
Really?
And then large/extra large.
Totally.
Like, they totally change the way you feel about yourself.
Interesting.
Like a flex hat.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, boys. I don't know if you saw this, Mark, because I know you're dialed in on Giants baseball like I am, even though no one else cares right this moment.
I went to Arizona last night.
I like that.
Already came back.
Joey Bart, there was like kind of almost like a throwaway tweet from Susan Slusser. It basically was an article about the San Francisco Chronicle, breaking down the Giants roster or whatever. And at the end, it says, Joey Bart's not a lock to make the Giants. And I was like, whoa.
Yep.
Whoa. No, and I'm not saying that she's wrong. What I'm saying is, just a couple of years ago, we had Trey Lance drafted number 3 overall. We had James Wiseman taken number 2 overall. Joey Bart, which was a couple years before those guys, taken number 2 overall. I'm trying to learn a lesson as a host, and Dibbs has talked to me about, all caps radio, all caps tweeting, trying to show a changeup, trying to show the splitter, trying to work my repertoire so I'm a 6-pitch guy, not a 1-pitch guy. I don't want to be Camilo Duvall, okay? And I don't want to be Mariano Rivera, just the cutter. I want more than that, even though you can go to the Hall of Fame with that. I was just shocked that that's where we're at with Joey Bart. And I guess it's a lesson to me and a lot of the fans out there. One guy's not going to save your franchise, especially these young people. Like, I know, like, Steph's a unicorn, Buster Posey a unicorn. And even those guys got help from others. But to think that, like, one person's just going to come in at 20-something years old, the Julio Rodriguez's of the world are outliers, not the standard. And I feel like I've fallen victim to thinking that one of these guys was going to come in and ball out right away.
It's interesting. We were just sitting here in the other room talking about, and I think we can do this with all 3 of the teams that dominate our conversations, right? Let's take Joey Bart, let's take Trey Lance, and let's take James Wiseman, who went 11-5 last night for the Detroit Pistons in 24 minutes of action. He can score. I just don't know if he can do anything else. So anyway, here's the thing. They get a longer leash because of the investment, because of the projection that we give them. However, how quickly and at what point do you have to sit there and go, now we have to forget the projection because it's not really relevant in the long term.
The nepotism of the pick?
Kind of, yes. And we as fans do this. You don't have to look around very far in your friend group to find someone who thinks that the 49ers should start Trey Lance over Brock Purdy because he's, quote, more talented. Well, what does that mean? More talented always means more physically gifted, bigger, stronger, faster. He's got a howitzer. He can run. How come talent doesn't necessarily go to all of the other things? Processing, decision making.
Are you good?
Joey Bart, there's obviously there are holes there.
Yes.
He's big, he's strong, he can hit the Coke bottle. But can he be your catcher every day? Can he not strike out so dang much? So what counts as talent? The 2 quarterbacks that come up in the greatest of all time conversation don't have a lick of quote unquote talent when they walk in the room. Joe Montana and Tom Brady sit next to us. They look like us.
I would add Jerry Rice to that. Think about the Pete Rose. Pick whoever's the greatest. None of them were the most physically gifted of all time. They were the hardest workers, or they perfected their craft, or they had something beautiful about their game. I'm not saying Jerry wasn't talented, but Randy Moss is winning an athlete award if we're just comparing the two, right?
Right.
Why did Steph Curry go so late in the draft? Because he was not seen as talented. He was a very slight, we don't know what he is, mid-major specialty shooter.
This is a great example, which has shaded the way people do or don't stick Steph Curry into the greatest or your Mount Rushmore, your top 10 or whatever, because we take forever to believe what we actually see, and instead we believe what we were told we're going to see.
Yeah.
I'm already over James. He's not good.
James
Wiseman.
James Wiseman.
He's physically gifted, but he's not good.
How long do you think he'll be in the league?
I mean, a while because of projection.
And the fact that he's 7'1", you can't help but want to think that maybe we can be the ones to teach him how to actually play defense.
Physical gifts, but watch him try to set a screen. He's lost.
No,
he's completely lost.
No, I get it, but I guess my whole point would be, well, the draft is never going to change. The projections are never going to change.
No, I'm not saying you of course you do it that way. Yes, I'm going to take physically gifted and processing over just processing.
Right.
I just think we stick with it too long. We stick with what we were told. Like, if I just said to you right now, okay, forget everything you've ever known about the projection and the draft status of Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. Solely go on what you've watched in the NFL between the two players and tell me what you see.
It's unequivocal.
It's
Brock
not even,
Purdy's been
it's
better.
not even close.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
But we're still stuck because of a projection, and this is
it's because of an investment.
But it was
more
that
than a
too.
projection.
And I'm not killing.
It's the investment that I think is the bigger issue in all this. Because if James Wiseman's a great example. If he was just a guy who was a non-drafted free agent that happened to walk through the door, hi, I'm 7'1", I play basketball, he would not have lasted 2.5 years.
Right.
He would have been there for about a month and a half, and they would have said, thank you next, Ariana Grande.
And I'm not here to kill anybody's career. Like, I get that guys can develop and become something. I do think, though, we stick with ideas of investment, politics, projection, which all are anti-fan. But I want the guy who's ready to go play.
No, I hear you.
Like, let's go.
That's funny that you bring that up, because I find this actually really fascinating, because how many times has Farhan, for example, taken a Kevin Gosman, who's a former first-round flameout for a reason, and yet randomly they do find success. Again, baseball's so different. I'm not trying to equate the two, but like we do this, and like I praise Farhan. I'm like, this is a former first-rounder. Let's give him a chance.
I guess I'm not saying it's not like projections don't matter. First-rounders are better than seventh-rounders.
Majority of the time.
Normally.
Yeah, they have physical gifts.
I get that. It's interesting to me how long it takes people to switch from the projection to what we actually see.
Flag.
But yes, what is that line? And I don't know if anybody.
Maybe it's different for every player.
I think it's different for every player. I think it's different for every sport.
Yeah.
Now going back to Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, if you don't feel like Brock crossed that line, because think about it like this: you just said, okay, well, Brock Purdy, what he did, the eye test would say to start Brock Purdy if healthy. But that also would have been Jimmy Garoppolo going into this season. But at some point, when you do have that draft pick, it's tough because you want to at least prove it out, and he's not going to get better. They've already admitted he was a project. So I don't know if I'm the argument to go with Trey Lance. I don't think we're too far gone to say, yeah, sure, I would start Trey Lance but it would be the last hoorah. Don't get me wrong.
It's got to be shown, though. Like, something would have to happen this offseason where you're like, oh, my gosh, it clicked. It's all right.
I get it. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It can't be
the
about
players have
But
to
even
see
if
it can't
clicked,
be about projection.
Brock's already put on film regular season and playoff success, so it would have to be a Brock injury that kept you from having Brock Purdy be the quarterback. I think based on what he's already done. But the one thing that we learned this year, and we've learned it every year in Kyle Shanahan's tenure, except for one, Kyle Shanahan needs more than one quarterback. And I know he's not the only one who has quarterbacks who get hurt, but this year they had 4 different guys play quarterback, and you got to a point where you needed a fifth. So if you're looking at Trey Lance as anything other than a QB, he doesn't have to be QB2. He's QB2 for now, but he will be QB1 at some point.
No, listen, I want Trey Lance on the team. I think that the development of him is still a huge, huge piece of this organization and where it's going to go next. So I'm not trying to send anybody out of town, James, but not Trey, for sure.
Leave James Joey. He's in the cold in Detroit.
Joey
loves James.
Joey, we'll see. But it's the whole thing is just kind of it's fascinating to me. For example, earlier this week we threw out the NFC quarterback draft and said, okay, if Jalen Hurts is your first pick, who would you even go to second?
And a year ago, it would not have been that way.
No, it would not have been at all.
Hurts.
And so you can have a very healthy debate. The names that come up are Stafford and Cousins and Dak, and is Rodgers still in the NFC? It was fascinating to me, though, and I get why. Everybody you're way too scared because Twitter will come firing at you if you use the name Brock Purdy.
Well, you want to see 17 games.
You want to see more than 8 games.
Yeah.
But if I change the question, who had the second best season this year at quarterback in the NFC?
Totally different question.
It's Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Over Tom Brady?
Over Geno Smith?
Are we sleeping on Jared Goff?
Exactly.
Maybe,
so it's not as clear cut.
He had a great year, though.
You're talking about season, not 8 games.
But you're going
not
stats.
7 games.
You're going stats.
I'm going what the quarterback did for their team. Kirk Cousins in a season. Kirk Cousins' season was unbelievable.
You know what's so?
I mean,
was it?
His postseason wasn't special.
Yeah.
But his season
that's
was
my point. They're terrible. They're terrible when it matters most. I guess.
Right.
What if let's talk about projection again. All right, if I asked you right now, next 6 years of NFL, you can have either Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, or Kirk Cousins as your quarterback. What do you want?
My answer would be
Dak?
What roster?
And what salary?
Because I don't know what Brock Purdy looks like on the Vikings or the Cowboys.
I guess my point would be, how many years have we watched Dak and Kirk not be able to do it?
But they've put up great numbers.
Yes, they have.
I'm not trying to I know, but I
right?
know.
So does Kemba Walker.
And not as good a team. Don't steal my Kemba Walker.
I know what you mean.
Sorry.
Kemba Walker's my take.
Leave Kemba out of this.
I will never leave Kemba out of it because he had the single worst offensive season in the history of the association.
He's just not good.
Number 2 is Kobe Bryant, by the way. Nobody wants to talk about that. Kobe Bryant's last year, from an efficiency standpoint, second worst in NBA history.
Well, I think the greats, right? A lot of these greats, they take a little bit longer. I mean, Derek Jeter wasn't great in his last year per se.
Of course.
Right?
I think in terms of this conversation, if you take any of these other quarterbacks and you put him with Kyle Shanahan and this offense and this team, they're going to be better.
Maybe.
Dak's going to be better here than he is in Dallas.
Okay, hold on.
Kirk's going to be better here than he is in Minnesota.
Kyle just
Gino's
going
to be better here than he's been in Seattle. We go round and round. Don't tell me to hold on. I'm on a roll right now. These are facts,
Yeah, except for I'm going to nail you on this.
You've been talk blocking this whole changeover.
No, Kyle
I'm making
just
quality
said this,
points.
except for you're not if you'd let me respond. Because
you've had your
is
time.
your point that Dak Prescott didn't have enough around him this year with a great defense, CeeDee Lamb?
My point is the Niners coaching is better.
A Super Bowl winning
The Niners' weapons are better. The Niners' defense is better.
Right.
All of that and more is better. Yes, that's my point.
Like this much better. You cannot.
Better is better.
But you can't make the point that Dak Prescott's being held back by his team.
I didn't say he's being held back.
It
All
kind
I
of sounded
said,
like it.
those are your words. My words were Dak would be better in San Francisco. Kirk would be better
I don't buy it.
in San Francisco.
I don't
Gino,
buy it.
I'm not trying to sell it. I'm just telling you my opinion.
I think
Gino
they
would be better
I
in
just
San
don't know how
Francisco.
much. I don't think how much. I think when you look at Dak Prescott, I think the easy one is probably Kirk Cousins, because Kirk Cousins is, I don't know if he's low risk, mid reward. I don't know what Kirk Cousins is, but I don't necessarily fear him. You don't fear him to win the game, but you don't necessarily fear him to lose the game the same way you do with Dak.
And his defense was awful. His defense was legitimately awful.
Right. So Kirk,
Dak had a defense.
Yeah, Kirk, I think we can probably agree on. Dak is the tough one, because does Kyle Shanahan coach him out of those turnovers? I have no clue.
Right.
But I do know, Willard, that when Purdy was working, those wide receivers were pretty darn open.
Yeah.
So, I would imagine Dak would be throwing to bigger windows.
Of course. Well, I don't know about the Dak
and
thing.
more options.
Kirk,
we can agree on
I'm going to
Kirk.
buy you. Dallas is incredibly talented, all over the place.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM, HD1 San Francisco.
9/11.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Sorry, guys.
Big fat choke.
You don't have to rush it when you're outside the 5-minute window.
It's too late.
I'm sorry.
You got 5 minutes either way. You know what's funny is the FCC is not sitting there right now. We're going to finally find these people. The legal is about as called as the delay of game in football, where we all see it go to 0 and we all scream delay.
It drives me nuts.
It's same thing with
You're not getting pulled over for going 67 on the freeway. You just went 67 on the freeway. You broke the law, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
anyway, I'm trying.
No, you're doing great. You're doing great.
I've learned the this side. Boy, you realize how much you miss Bonte.
No, it's funny because I do it when Mark is out.
Drives me
Like
nuts.
when I get Whitey as a partner,
I mean that-
Whitey's in the
no
chair.
disrespect, Alan.
When I get Kruger, Larry prefers to play off the ball, so I do
Yeah.
the same thing, and it gives me a greater appreciation of my guy
Exactly.
Willie because I got 5 pieces of paper, 3 sound sheets, I got the phones. What? 2 mice?
They're
the
in
hell
my
am I
ear.
doing?
They're in my ear.
I'm over here in Alan's seat just cracking wise all day. It's a
Exactly.
little easier.
You know?
Exactly. The boss is like, hey, look, for crosstalk, I need you to just lay back a little. So I'm trying to
Totally.
like
No,
trying
you're
to pull
doing
the
great.
Bonte and,
You're
and
doing
back
great.
off the mic a little. So all right, so we've kind of ad nauseum the quarterback position, James Wiseman. Does the baseball do anything for you right now? Because I feel like we're in a weird spot on the sports calendar.
Right.
And I know there's all these new baseball rules, and we're going to play a fun game tomorrow on like peppering what the new rules are. I love baseball. Love it.
I think we all do.
Pitchers
You
and
play
catchers
baseball,
reporting.
right?
Like, are you
While back.
Well, it's not about pitchers. It's not about.
Trust me.
It's not about pitchers and catchers reporting. It's just about it's a ramp up to the season. Every
Luciano-
sport has a ramp up to the season.
I
right?
agree. But
like
like Luciano-
preseason football, yawn, but ramp up to the
Yeah.
season. You
No,
know what I mean?
And
Right.
preseason football comes with a lot of,
Yeah.
we're all hyped up, ready to gamble again.
Right.
Marco Luciano comes out that he hurt his back. Now, I went through.
The savior.
All right, I want to go just real quick on the Giants for just a second. I know, exactly. We've never even seen the guy. And this goes back to thinking that young people are going to save
I'm with
your
Alan
organization.
right now. Does he even exist? I know you've seen highlights on Twitter.
I'm just saying.
I'm with you.
He's not a shortstop.
Does he even exist as an actual person outside of a TikTok or a YouTube highlight?
Well, he's not.
Is he a real person?
I'm going to vote yes, but I can't prove it.
I can't.
I've seen a
I can't
highlight,
prove
but it's like it's single A, so it's a little grainy.
Dude,
Maybe
I'm Team
that's him.
Styles
I
on
don't
this.
know. I don't really know.
Is he really like Mikey Luciano? Is he a completely different
knows?
guy? I mean, I'm with you, Alan.
But I would say, Shasky, because you were mentioning how Joey Bart was supposed to save the franchise. And we talked about Kyle Harrison. Shout out.
It was supposed to
shout out De La
represent
Salle.
a jolt of youth
I
movement.
think that's the problem.
Maybe the way I should.
That
put
was
it.
he wasn't supposed to be the next Buster.
No.
But he was supposed to be the first step in this next version
Wave.
of this next wave of young talent. So he's missed so far. Marco Luciano, lower back stress fracture, whatever it is. That doesn't sound good.
No.
Doesn't sound good.
And to your point, like I read the Melissa Lockhart article, right? This was about a month ago, talking about the top 25 prospects, and they brought Farhan here to fix the farm. It was like, of the top 25, I counted 16 either had major regression on the field or lower back injuries. And so when I saw this like Luciano news yesterday, and I talked with Lubman about this because we were talking about baseball, I'm like, what is going on in the Giants organization where all these guys, either you are doing or not doing something to where all these guys have back injuries? I'm just throwing my hands up and I'm like, what is going on, Giants?
I mean, I don't even know what the answer to that is. That's
not enough yoga.
I mean,
is the answer.
it's like blaming Kyle Shanahan for quarterback injuries, right?
Which
it's
I don't even think is fair.
No, and it's so I don't. There's no way to have a what Styles?
Look, all I'm saying, all I'll say is this. I'll put it to you like this. Your car can get broken into anywhere. But if you park in certain areas
with a laptop out
late at night, it's probably a higher percentage that it will get broken
Are
into.
you blaming Steinmetz for how many times his car gets broken into? Is that what you're saying right now?
No, but he has left
It-
his work bag on the seat.
I hear you.
Don't leave
multiple
the
times.
iPhone charger.
No,
Yeah,
exactly.
Except for there would have to be a common thread through the injuries for that to be a case. There's no common thread.
Well, the common
through
thread is the coach, and he's been here every year but
the
one.
style
He's
of
had
injury.
multiple quarterbacks.
But the style of injury would need to have a common thread for you to be able to blame Kyle Shanahan
it's the style
for
of
it.
player.
Are you just
Jimmy
going
Garoppolo
bad luck?
always gets hurt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Football.
No, that's fine. I don't know.
I mean, totally
Right.
different injuries, each and every one of them.
All I know is you ever seen
know?
that? Remember that show back in the day, Bait Car?
Yeah,
They-
exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
you get in the bait car, it might be a problem.
One of my favorite expressions is the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding for the 49ers is the fact that every year but one, you've had to play multiple quarterbacks because your quarterback has gotten hurt. Whether or not it's his fault or not is not the point for me. The point is, and this goes back to Trey Lance, going into this year, do we all think that Brock Purdy's going to start 17 games? I sure don't.
I think he's going to miss the front end, not
I'm
the
gonna,
back end.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until after next Wednesday before I answer that question.
Right.
But if
Well, I told you this last year. I said over under Brock Purdy half a start, and you took the under.
Well,
Everyone
obviously,
did.
Yeah,
I took the over
he
thinking
was
about a
QB3.
garbage time.
He
I
was
thought
QB3.
week 17, you might throw him a bone.
He did play against Kansas City.
Right. But
Right.
In terms of starts, I put it the
That's
over-under at a half.
He was QB2 by then.
Yes,
This question was posed when he was QB3.
Yes, and good point. But he also came in relief of Jimmy because it was a blowout or whatever. That's stupid.
If I said over-under quarterback appearances next year for the Niners at 2.5.
Under.
I mean,
I might take over.
See, me too.
I hate saying
if
that.
Brock starts,
and I like Brock.
If Brock is delayed, that's 2 right there.
Well, okay. Again, I'm waiting until if it's just the repair. If the surgery is just the repair next week, I'm taking under on everything you're throwing out there.
And it's not like Brock. This is the other thing I'll say about the Brock injury. Joe, he's injury prone. He's not. It was such a freak.
Completely.
He didn't. Not one game was like, oh, dude, Brock's taking shots. Like in Trey games, he was getting blasted. Whether he's holding the ball, whatever, we can argue about that. Jimmy had the Saints game, he got blasted. Brock did such a great job, pre-recognition of like knowing how to get rid of the ball. I thought he protected his body from shots as well as any Niner quarterback I've seen in 15 years.
No, I would agree with that. I would agree with the fact that Brock Purdy, he was able to get the ball out quick, and that neutralizes this whole thing. You know, I was thinking about this whole edge rusher thing and how, we got to get somebody on the other side of Nick Bosa. It feels like the most important position, the edge rusher, but also the position that can get kind of eliminated if you play it right. I mean, Joe Burrow hasn't had an offensive line for what feels like 2 years. You can game plan around an edge rusher, but look at the Eagles. Now people are saying, well, look at who they play. Now we want to look at all the quarterbacks that they face. I mean, and we can talk about the grass or wherever the heck that grass was from. Right. But that edge rusher position is so interesting because you need it, but there are certain games. If you game plan enough, you can eliminate it. If you can run the football, if you can do different things. I
think that's why the Niners want to.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's why they've always been trying to stick someone on the other end of Nick Bosa.
But the Eagles supposedly had 4.
Yeah.
And none of them could get to him.
Not in the Super Bowl.
With a bum ankle.
You had a good offensive line, and you had a quarterback who wasn't sitting back there waiting for those guys to come get him.
And he's an all-timer. They lost in the final minutes of the Super Bowl. Like,
Right.
like we're dismissing the whole year. They were dominant all year.
It's a failure. That's what was funny about Angelo.
I'm not trying to say that's what you were doing.
Sure. No, but you guys were playing Cataldi the next morning on Monday morning after the Super Bowl, and it just cracks me up. That here comes Philadelphia
dominant.
sports media the day after the Super Bowl to be like, see, I told you it was a failure, and here these idiots. It's like you just won almost all the games.
Exactly.
And you lost 38-35, and now you stink, and we need to restart over the whole. It's just funny.
And talking about greats, that when you talked about Tom Brady, Joe Montana, that is why Mahomes could be the GOAT, because you talked about the whole athletic aspect. He's the guy that has both.
That's what
you
want.
What's the hole in his game?
Right. You know what I was thinking?
Nothing.
When it comes
Nothing.
to rushing the quarterback, is it possible that not having Tyreek Hill actually helped the Chiefs? Because there was no
go-to guy.
No, but not necessarily. They weren't, oh man, should we go deep here? And then Mahomes gets hit. They just didn't even think about it, really.
I mean, this is always the Shanahan conversation goes here often too, in terms of like what he likes to do. He likes to. You just said this earlier when we were talking. He likes to win 20-17.
Mm-hmm.
I think he likes to win 20-17 when Jimmy's his quarterback. When Matt Ryan was his quarterback, he had no problem scoring 38 points.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think Andy Reid, obviously a very good coach, you're going to have a different game plan if Tyreek's on your team or if your top receiver is Juju Smith-Schuster.
Right, they just weren't.
You're going to have a different style.
Exactly. They weren't tempted if they still had Tyreek. Let's take a shot here. Let's put it on the board. And then you have Hassan Reddick. Shout out to you for Temple U.
Okay,
exactly. On his
off subject on something you guys were talking about when I was coming in, because I thought this was an interesting question with Steve Kerr saying yesterday and Klay Thompson, all of them expressing very firmly that they truly still believe they're championship contenders. And you were like, okay, take out all the context and the history and all that. How do they do that?
Yeah.
What's the X's and O's of how they do that? I've decided that we
Thank you.
We as a sports media
in Arizona,
we need to rip
Camelback.
We need to rip the Warriors.
Why?
We need to just shower them with our disbelief. We need to shower them with the era's over. You can't do it. There is no chance. You're cooked. You're done. They spent a whole parade telling us how petty they are.
Yeah.
And they keep the receipts. And if Draymond Green is literally, if what he's saying is true, we just need to freaking want this. Well, then let's help them. You can't do it.
Mark.
You guys are done. You're cooked. You're old. You've lost a step.
They know you don't mean that.
You can't defend. I know. That's why you guys need to do
Yeah,
it
we
too.
need to take the
because they will
torch.
believe
Exactly.
But I do think
Steiny and Goo, noon to 3.
exactly.
I do think that ties into why they had the championship hangover this year, though, because they just went through all the national media and even some of us here doubting them.
Yeah.
So now they got to run it back, and they're still being doubted. They're one of the only teams because they're older to win it all, and nobody
that's the problem.
besides Stephen A. Smith.
They won it. And so now we're all like, oh, I guess the era wasn't over, and they were right. And so now we're all
But
sitting
do
here
it again.
going, yeah, but now we're like,
But the era is over now, and it's you look
Thank
at
you.
you look at the team they have. Steph Curry, is he going to come back at all? You traded for a guy who simply can't play. He's damaged goods. Your bench is mediocre at best, and Andrew Wiggins, who was, he's two-way wig, he's back to K-wig. The guy's largely disinterested.
Kirkland
Draymond Green has lost a step, and he's one tech away from sitting out games, and Klay Thompson is now a one-way player. Kevon Looney, I love you. You got jumper cables in your trunk, and I may need to borrow them, but you're highly limited as well. It's over. Golden State Warriors.
I can't tell.
that's what I'm talking about.
I can't tell. I can't tell if you're kidding or not.
I'm not kidding. I'm more
His
worried
face
about the
is
Lakers.
going to be on the bus in July
Dude,
when
the
it comes through
Lakers are
Market
better
Street
than
again.
you right now. The Lakers are coming. The Warriors are closer to the play out than they are the play in.
We've got a couple minutes before I get out here, and I want to ask you two things. Number one, what do you got coming up? And number two, did you watch Full Swing on Netflix at all?
Yes.
I did too.
Yes.
What'd you think?
I only got about 20 minutes in, and then it was bedtime for the little guy.
Okay.
But this was what was so great. You said what you said yesterday, and then my 16-year-old son, who he's on the high school golf team.
He's got a beautiful swing.
He goes, hey, Dad, there's this new thing I heard about on Netflix, and I really want to watch it with you. He goes, it's about the PGA Tour. I go, Shasky was just telling me about this today. Let's go. So they were all hopped up to sit down and watch.
I'm a Jordan Spieth big-time fan.
I'm only 20 minutes in, but it was
good.
It was really good.
I have not seen it.
All right,
really
I don't want to
good.
give it away. Episode 2 is with Brooks Koepka, and to me, he's very complicated. It was the most endearing thing I've ever. Him going through the misery of failure. He was so. I don't think we understand. And I saw this with D Ford when I walked up to him at practice. He physically couldn't do what he used to do. I could see how frustrated he was. We get so mad at James Wiseman or this guy or Steph for being hurt or whatever. Whoever picked the athlete. To see the professional athlete, and it's through the prism. I know it's filtered. It's camera. I was like, damn, Brooks is wearing it. Like,
man.
He cannot.
It's got to be awful.
I
and
know.
now,
here we go.
So now he takes $100 million to go play on a tour where it doesn't matter if you're any
His
good.
whole life,
he
though,
can
is
shoot
majors.
a 90 every single week. It doesn't matter, though, Joe.
But when you watch him and you see the episode 2, it's depressing. I'm watching, he's like, nothing matters except majors. That's literally what he's saying. And it's the same thing like Curry. Nothing matters but championships.
Well, what would we say if he was a baseball player and he had this unbelievable flash, this physical, muscular specimen, and then he fell off the map?
We'd say Roy.
He's Brady Anderson.
But Tiger
Get
did
outta
that.
here.
Yes.
Tiger did that to golf. And we do that.
Yes.
We do. It's championship or bust.
It's not fair.
And Barkley and Drexler, you're lesser. You're not like, that it just.
Drexler got one.
I'm sorry, not Drexler. Bad example. Ewing. Barkley, Ewing.
Stockton.
You're lesser than because even though you were amazing for 20 years, you never got the last one.
He won 4 majors in 2 years and then should have beat
and then
Phil.
got hurt.
I know.
mean,
You're
who
right.
could have seen that coming?
Well, thanks, Bryson.
Rory's winning the
Dude,
Rory's winning the Masters. You can book that.
All right, I'll write it down.
I will not book that because I'm going to take someone else, but I'll let you know.
John Rahm is
in
an
April.
unstoppable force right now.
I'll take the field.
I'm taking Rahm.
I'll take the field.
Yeah, I'm taking the field too. All right, that's brought to you by no one.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID,
and first-time
It's just fascinating to me, I guess. I guess it's our desire to be right. It's a big desire for human beings. I have it. We all have it. You have a desire to be right. You sat there last week, watched the Super Bowl with us, and you were a huge card-carrying Eagles fan, and your only motivation was that you wanted to be right. That was really why you were
I was raised an Eagles fan, Mark. I've actually driven through Philadelphia. I've never been to Kansas City. It was an easy one for me.
You've never been feet on the ground in Philadelphia?
No. I famously drove from Baltimore to Vermont in pursuit of love. Showed up in Vermont, slept on a couch, drove back to Baltimore.
Yeah, Philly's a great city. The people are wackadoodle.
Struck him out.
Yeah. It's a great city. You got to get feet. You got to get some boots on the ground.
Yeah,
dog.
no boots.
Okay,
no boots for
All
me.
right.
And my only Boston. I was in Boston for about 2 hours.
See, I've never had boots on the ground in Boston.
Okay.
I really would like to go.
Yeah. Philly looked cool from the freeway as I was speeding through.
Philly's good, man.
Yeah.
There's like really just the food and just the vibe. It's good. Like I said, the people are nuts, but as long as there's not an Eagles game about to go down, they're tolerable. But anyway, I digress. Here's what I mean by that. It's our desire to be right. It's been a fascinating sort of process to look at all of these things, from James Wiseman getting dealt for essentially nothing. As it turns out right now, I'm not going to call GP2 nothing, but like in this moment, the Warriors got nothing in return.
What'd you have? Nothing?
Yeah, but they were getting nothing with James Wiseman on the bench also, so I guess you gave up nothing for nothing.
Yeah, that's a price tag.
Which leaves nothing, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. Right. 0 times 5 is 0. 0 times 6 is also 0.
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
Exactly. So there's that, and then there's the 49er quarterback dynamic that we talk so much about. And it's just, it's interesting to me. Like if I offered you 2 jobs, okay, we got 2 jobs sitting here. One of them, the description on LinkedIn, holy hell. You might as well just put 2 words. The description, dream job. Dream job. And so you do that quick apply thing on LinkedIn, and you send off your stuff.
I use Indeed.com, Mark.
Indeed.com.
Hi, I'm Dan Dibley, and whenever I need to find a job, thank you.
Yeah, I use whoever wants to call us. But anyway, right? Like you send that thing off, and I can't tell you how many students I've worked with who have done that. They're like, I applied on, you clicked the button on LinkedIn, and then you just sit there. You just sit there on your couch. Like, I'm sure they're going to call any moment now. Or there's the job that's not perfect on paper. There's some, wow, that sounds like long hours. But, man, they called, and they want me, and the salary's really good, and I can have a good life doing this. Which job do you want? Right?
Depends what the salary is in the dream job.
Well, but
salaries are the same.
But they're not even calling. It's not real. It's simply a projection. That's all that it is. And that doesn't mean they won't call. It could call. And so you can play that game, and I'm a dreamer too. So, yeah, man, go for the big stuff. I give that advice all the time. Go for the top.
Right.
However, somewhere in your life, tangible needs to come into play. So
what are you saying? That Trey Lance is the dream job and Brock Purdy is that sturdy 8-5 that we're looking for? Is that where you're going with this?
Kinda.
Because I want the dream job. I want to shoot for the dream job.
Right.
And if I get the dream job, I'm still working, and it's the dream job, and it may not work out that great. And by the way, I've done this. And back in 2002, I went for my dream job, and it lasted 11 months.
Okay.
I got fired and for the first of 2 times. And then I went back to the Brock Purdy of jobs while also hoping and chasing the dream job that I eventually got.
But let me back up, because I'm here for dream job. But if the dream job's actually being offered, or if it like how
Well, it turned out it
long-
was a nightmare.
My point is how well there's that too. So how long are you going to put
Bob
off
Coburn, rest in peace. I don't blame you.
How long are you going to put off the great job in the hopes of the dream job when the dream job is actually not giving you anything tangible? They're not calling. They won't return your emails. They won't get coffee with you. They will not accept your resume. But damn it, we're going to stick with this. I guess that's my overall point, and it's not just Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. This is a much bigger conversation. It's James Wiseman versus door number 2, or it's Joey Bart versus Blake Sable, who apparently has a wonderful personality.
Blake Sable? Is that a thing?
He just held
Is that a
court.
car? I drive.
He's one of the guys.
I drive a Chrysler Blake Sable.
He's one of the guys. I don't know. Maybe
You
it's
want the
gonna
4-door Blake Sable or the 2-door Blake
I'll
Sable?
take whichever one gives me a 250 average and
Blake
throw somebody
Sable?
out.
Is he the Giants head coach?
No,
seriously. Don't miss Blake Sable in Squatting in the Crotch.
But this city.
Hi, I'm Blake Sable. Did somebody call for a
Stop it.
repairman?
I have a nephew named Blake. Leave him alone.
Just
You
chew it and
can't-
do it. Is your nephew named Blake Sable?
No.
Because Blake Sable sounds like an actor's name for somebody who appears on DVDs in the late 90s.
It kind of does, doesn't it?
Don't miss Blake Sable in Naughty Babysitter 11.
All right.
Somebody's got to have some fun with this analogy. This thing's taking all day. No, it's not. Blake Sable.
It would be over by now if you had let it.
Sorry. Yes, I want the dream job, Mark.
No, listen.
I want Blake Sable.
Every city is littered with successful Blake Sables or Brock Purdy's or whatever you want to call them.
Don't miss Brock Purdy and Blake Sable in.
Who's the greatest of all time? Who's the greatest quarterback of all time?
Well, Tom Brady.
All right.
That's what everybody says.
So when he walks into the room, what does he look like? Has he got talent?
Does
he have arm talent?
I would have mistaken him for Blake Sable as a rookie.
Does he have arm talent?
Yeah.
The way you said that is perfect. Yeah.
He's got an arm.
Does he have leg talent?
Sure.
No.
I mean, he's got a couple legs.
Is there anything about him that says, dude, raw skills, brother?
When you look at him from a traditional combine standpoint, and you look at his resume where he was, the 7th stringer at Michigan? He was actually behind Blake Sable on the depth chart, if memory serves.
Was it? Who was the other guy? Who was the other guy with Tom Brady? Was it
Greasy was one?
Drew Henson? Drew Henson, right? And he ended up playing baseball.
One of the various Hoyers.
You want to know why he ended up playing 2 sports? He's got some raw skills, brother.
And he had arm talent.
Yeah, he's
Drew
got
Henson had
talent.
arm talent.
I'm trying to figure out what is talent. What does that mean?
Well, we learned from S2 Cognition this year.
Thank you.
That talent is not just your 40 time, your shuttle drill, your 3-cone drill, and all the rest of the nonsense. Kevin Durant's a perfect example. When he went to the combine, he was unable to bench press, 135 pounds or whatever the number is they put on the bar.
They do 225, right? Or that's NFL.
Yeah.
I don't know what NBA does.
Kevin Durant was unable to even bench press, 90 pounds plus the bar, which is 45, $135. He couldn't do it. And yet he's one of the 10 best of all time.
Look, it's all a projection. The draft is a guessing game, and I'm not here to say you shouldn't look for physical talent. I guess the larger point is at what point do you say, okay, I'm going to stop living on projections. I'm going to live in reality. Our city and every city, your successful athletes are littered to a certain degree with people who succeeded at a level you didn't think they could. You wouldn't let me take George Kittle off this team. You wouldn't let me take Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw off this team. Nobody thought a damn thing about those guys going into the draft. Fred Warner a little bit, 3rd rounder. But Greenlaw, 5th. Kittle, 5th. Purdy, 7th. We can do this all day. Steph Curry, 3rd point guard in his own draft. Klay Thompson wears number 11 because 10 people were like, A
4th point guard, if you count Tyreek Evans.
There you go. So sports is constant with that. So Steph Curry, what are your God-given physical gifts, Steph? It's why he ended up at Davidson.
Right.
Because we won't look at what's literally happening in front of us. We let our projections about a person beat what's happening.
But you're missing a big part of it.
What is
I
it?
know you're not missing it, but you're not highlighting it. there's projection and then there's investment. And the investment piece of this is worth more than the projection, because James Wiseman's projection at 7-1 off of 3 games at Memphis was through the roof. His ceiling, oh my God, what he could be. Chris Bosh, Jermaine O'Neal, Kevin Garnett. We all thought that he could be that kind of player because they drafted him number 2 and he was 18 years old. And oh my God, the upside. And here we are after 2.5 years. The projection has come down to where Anthony Randolph feels about like where he might be. And because the projections come down and the investment's kind of worn off, you move on from him. Trey Lance is not yet to that spot.
No. And you know that I'm not suggesting
I'm
that.
not saying you're suggesting that, but I'm just trying to make the comp, because the projection for Trey Lance is, my God, the arm, the physical tools, the size. He can make all the throws. He's got the arm talent and all the rest of it. And right now, the investment is better than the projection, because the projection for Trey Lance has now kind of come down. We've seen 5 quarters of football, and maybe he doesn't really see it. Maybe he doesn't get it. Maybe he never will. Joey Bart, I think, is another example. And it's weird because the previous regime had the projection on Joey Bart. Not that he's going to be the next Buster Posey, but he'll be the catcher to be the next catcher after Buster leaves. And what have we seen? The investment in Joey Bart's not very much, because the previous regime drafted him, and now the projection... That guy strikes out a lot.
So here's something that I do think is a thread between Joey Bart, James Wiseman, and Trey Lance. Here's a thread. I can easily make the case that all 3 of them, to this point in their career, have played many fewer games than we would have thought they would have. Wiseman is in year 3, injuries, and then DNPs. Trey Lance, injuries, we know the story. Joey Bart is 26 years old. And what draft? What year was Joey Bart drafted?
I would say 2018.
I mean, it has been a minute, and I know COVID and all of the stuff.
COVID really hurt him. No, it did. He missed a whole year because he was a minor leaguer.
I know, but
there was no minor leagues.
I know you love it, where it sounds like the Giants regime sometimes suggests that
2018
only they were affected by COVID. It's like our minor league system got blown up by COVID.
No, I'm not going to
what about all the other teams?
Forget the rest of the minor league system for a minute, because I think the Giants' minor league system is overrated.
Well,
I'll say this about Joey Bart. Joey Bart got robbed because that was the year where he was going to be a AAA catcher. He was going to get 100 and something games, and he was going to get to take that next step. He missed out on that. It affected him more than any other player in the organization.
I'm with you. So here's the thing, though.
Number 2 overall in 2018.
They're not rookies.
He's 26.
They're not rookies. And so even when your game total is maybe less than you would have thought, there's a middle ground here. You can't call James Wiseman a rookie because he hasn't played 82 games. He's not a rookie. He's been around an NBA franchise, traveling and practicing and listening and film watching for 3 years. Trey Lance is going into year 3. I know he's only started 4 games. 3rd year under Kyle Shanahan, listening, practicing, working, film, Garoppolo, all of that stuff. Joey Bart, dude, Buster Posey was
132 games. He's not even through his rookie year yet.
You've been sitting here learning, and they're working with you, and all 3 of them have major multi-million-dollar investment, so they're going to get every chance. And I understand all of that. But at a certain point, if, and it's not true for all of them, but if comes along an actual, tangible, successful player at the same position who was not projected and did not have investment, how long do you sit here and pick projection over reality? I think that, and it's not, I'm not saying it's an easy answer. You do need to stick with your investment. You do need to believe in your pick. You do need to believe in development, but only to a certain point and only until you have a better option. I've been somewhat surprised by how upset I've seen so many Warriors fans that they gave up on James Wiseman. What exactly are they giving up?
Potential. They're giving up on potential.
Projection.
Exactly.
Projection.
And their investment, and again, we talk about investment versus projection. The investment in James Wiseman, it's a sunk cost. You used a draft pick that you weren't expecting to have. You stunk. You got the number 2 overall pick. You used it on James Wiseman, hoping that he would be somebody. You paid him a bunch of money to basically not play, and you got to a point where you felt like the investment was no longer worth it versus what you thought the projection would be. So you traded him. Trey Lance, we're not at that point yet. He's on a rookie deal. The investment was 3 first-round picks. You traded up to get Trey Lance, and the projection for Trey Lance is still bigger than what you feel like the investment and the sunk cost is worth. You still don't know about Trey Lance. I think at the end of this upcoming year, he either beats out Brock Purdy or he doesn't. He either plays or he doesn't. At the end of this year, if Brock Purdy starts all 17 and Trey is QB2, he might be in a Wiseman situation to where they trade him at the end of next year.
Maybe.
And that's it.
Yep.
Joey Bart now is the interesting one because the investment was a previous regime, but you've invested time in him. It's been 3 years as a Giant, including 2021, where you were a great team, and he played 2 games that year. What's the projection on Joey Bart?
Well, the Giants,
I feel like that this one is closer to the end than, obviously the James Wiseman one's already
closer
ended.
than Trey Lance. Yeah.
Way closer.
Listen, I agree. And the Giants, I think there is more urgency on this season than people are giving it credit for. And maybe people do, and it's not the simple answer. It's not, they're going to fire Farhan if this doesn't go well. And after the weirdest and most painful offseason you could possibly imagine, what's the one thing that would fix that? Well, next time you go after a megastar, I don't know, get him. And so how are you going to get the next one? Because the next one is actually the biggest of them all. It's not Arson Judge, and it's not Carlos Correa. You could add the 2 of them together, and it's still bigger than that. His name is Shohei Ohtani, and what does he want? He wants, by all accounts, to win. The only reason he would leave the Angels, sitting next to Mike Trout, as comfort as possible, nobody will boo you ever, and you're in Southern California. Why would you leave? Because you can't win. Like, especially now. You've never been able to win in recent years. Now your division is filled with not just the Astros, but you're also
the A's,
right? Well,
the plucky Vegas A's,
right? The plucky, but the Rangers, I believe in more now with Bruce Bochy in the fold and what they're doing. Like that's going to be very, very difficult for them to succeed. And so the thought is if the Angels don't have a good year, Shohei's out. And what's he going to want? The Giants better put on paper that they've got, you join us, you have an opportunity to win. And so I know everyone's angry and sitting here and going
I'm not angry. I'm laughing at the notion that he would choose the Giants. And
I know you do. I know you
if
do.
If you go 92 and 70,
at your laugh.
Well, I'll see your laugh, and I'll raise you a guffaw.
But this is your point with everything.
Shohei Ohtani's going to come here and Shohei, I understand you like to play, but I'm going to have to take you out after 5 1/3. It's what we do.
You literally just did this with Correa. You literally just did this exact same thing.
I was right.
You were not right.
Did they sign Carlos Correa?
Your point, did they sign him? They had an agreement in principle.
They didn't sign him.
Your point
He's playing elsewhere.
But your point was that Carlos would never pick the Giants, and he did.
My previous point was that Farhan Zaidi has never signed any player for longer than 3 years. And that point continues to be a point.
I hate it when you do exact words.
It's a fact.
It's not a fact, and you know it. It leaves all the context out of the conversation to say that the Giants won't sign a big name.
They could have signed Correa, but they chose not to, right?
Dibs.
Is that true?
Come on. Like, be real with me. Look at me in the eye.
I'm being totally real with you.
No, you're not. You're playing factoid game. You're playing factoid. They signed him. They got him. He agreed. He wanted to come. Every teammate talked to him. He was here. And then what happened.
Right.
Don't make it about that. It's not about that.
No, to me, it's completely about that.
And every single Shohei projection right now, you're right, does not have the Giants as number 1, but has them in the top 5. Like, they're definitely one of the teams that will be in the conversation. I'm not saying it's likely, but that's what you got to show that guy. You have to show that guy.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
You got to be 92-70 and look like you're a real winning team with prospects coming up. And, hey, we're back, baby. We didn't need Correa. We didn't need Arson Judge. We're a real force here in the NL West. If you come out and you limp to an 81-81, and it's a team where it's, Logan Webb, oh, great. And then it's Sean Manaea with a 5 ERA, and Mitch Haniger plays 84 games, and Brandon Crawford is going off into the sunset, then you've got no shot to sign him.
And the point that got us to this conversation is if there's a different catcher this year, and his name can be Blake or Dak or Bob or Skippy.
Blake Sable,
I don't care what his name is.
I got to Google it.
If you got a different catcher with no investment in him whatsoever, he's on a non-guaranteed flyer, but he's producing and Joey's not, see you later, Joey.
Totally.
We are at a point with all three of these players. They're different, but with all three, they've been around long enough to where I'm done hoping for projection. That's why, if you looked at what James Wiseman did last night, I know there'll be some of you, he went 5 for 9. He scored double digits in only 24 minutes. You're going to regret it. No, they won't, because he's an absolute mess in every part of the game other than putting the ball in the basket. He's a total mess.
Defensively, it's a struggle.
But even offensively, off the ball, screens, figuring it out, playing team basketball in a system. That's why Steph Curry kept saying, figure it out. You got to figure it out. You got to figure it out, because he hasn't figured it out. And he's been around long enough to where he should have figured it out. That's all I'm saying. I just think that we err a little bit too far on the side of our excitement about projection, and then we stick with that to our own detriment many times.
Well, I think these teams have done a good job of sticking with it until you get to the point where the investment is no longer worth the projection, and that's where James Wiseman is. And I know one game is not a fair sample to say, the Warriors were right. See, this is who James is going to be. It's going to take James Wiseman a long time to figure out how, and maybe he never gets to that point where he figures out how to be a productive big man in the association. But for right now, the Warriors getting rid of James Wiseman and getting nothing in return, it doesn't look good in terms of giving up on James Wiseman.
It is all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Would love your calls as always at 888-957-9570. Twitch, YouTube, thank you for being here. The Xfinity mobile text line is ready to rock as well. Jesse Rogers is going to join us in an hour. Once upon a time, he was a Warrior trade target. It never came to fruition. Is now their opportunity to go out and finally make him a member of the team. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Kevon. I love that dude. I can listen to him like read a dictionary. Gosh, big gap tooth smile. I love that guy.
Aardvark, an animal that hunts ants and enjoys eating them.
That would be the first word, wouldn't it?
That would be anteater.
Yeah, well, no, aardvark, 2 A's, right?
Yeah. I don't know if that's what an aardvark does.
No, whatever. So
medium-sized burrowing nocturnal mammal.
Oh,
there you go.
That's a lot of different adjectives or whatever.
Joe burrowing.
Yeah. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. Look, I don't think it's going to change a whole hell of a lot. I don't think it's necessarily like the magic elixir, but I'd be in on Kevin Love. And I do have a take that's more intricate than why not? That's my least favorite take about anything. Why not?
Right.
Which is like, who cares? Why not? Because it's going to be millions of dollars and it's going to change a rotation. And so you have to have something more tangible than that. But look, I almost think it's more emotional than it is about it all this year. It sort of feels like the Warriors missed out on the party. And I know that locker rooms don't love that. They want to feel like the organization has got their back and is giving them everything they can to go out and win. And so, yes, the Warriors could use another big body. I mean, gosh, what would happen if Kevon Looney got hurt? What the hell would this team do?
A lot of JaMychal Green.
Wow. And
Kevon only plays, 22 minutes a night anyway?
Right, but it's not a replaceable role. So, to have another person who can get some rebounds.
Oh, God.
And I know he's not a great defender.
He's awful.
Right, but he can knock down threes, and I think it would give them an emotional boost of, hey, it's go time.
Right.
It's the stretch run.
I appreciate your emotional boost end of the argument, but this is not the Kevin Love that we all remember when Kevin Love was still a real good, serviceable player, an all-star. He's a 5-time all-star. He hasn't been an all-star in 5 years. Defensively, right now, you are a terrible defensive team, so you're adding another piece, and you're adding another player to your rotation who is a, wait for it, terrible defender. So the one thing you need to address, in my opinion, in the buyout market is defense. So you're adding a guy who can't play defense. The idea of him being a three-point shooter, 35% from three this year, he's taken 5 threes a game in 20 minutes. So this is a volume shooter who doesn't shoot the ball as well as 5 or 6 other guys you have on the floor. So if he plays with Steph and Clay and Jordan Poole and even Andrew Wiggins, you'd rather have them shoot than Kevin Love. So if you have Kevin Love on the court, the one thing you want him to do is the one thing that he is incapable of doing, which is actually play defense.
Are you overstating? Are you overstating?
I'm
the
dramatically
issues?
overstating it. No, I'm not overstating their defensive issues.
No, Kevin,
I'm overstating his defensive deficiency.
I know he's not great.
He's a minus defender.
He is. Yes, he is slightly below average.
Right.
Yeah.
So on a team right now where you have your best defender is Draymond Green. He's one of the best of all time. And from there, your second best defender is Klay Thompson. It's Andrew Wiggins when motivated.
Yeah, Wiggins.
It's Klay Thompson at times. It's Gary Payton who's injured.
DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo's a good defender.
A bench player. And again, I'm thinking in terms of when we have our finishing five.
GP2 was a bench player. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right, but at least if you're into a late game situation in a tight ball game, you could play GP2 and you would feel good about it. DiVincenzo, I guess you could do in the same vein. Kevin Love is, to me, it's empty calories. And, if you look at what all these other teams did at the deadline, they all got a lot better. This doesn't make you any better.
Well, I'm not sure about that. And by the way, in or out on the idea of Kevin Love, and just some backgrounder if you don't know, it's not done yet, but the word came out yesterday that the Cavs and Kevin Love are working on a buyout. And so that is expected here soon. And the only other part of the story that is worth passing along is a team has already come up as the quote-unquote favored landing spot, and that's the Miami Heat, which is also interesting because it's not a team that's at the top of the standings. The Heat are kind of doing similar things in the East that the Warriors are doing in the West. They're sitting around in a play-in tournament.
They're the 7 right now.
They're the 7 seed,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They're what, 4 or 5 games over 500
5
maybe?
above, yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's interesting. It's not like he's going to ring chase where he's like, I'm going to Boston
right.
or I'm going to Milwaukee. So, okay, maybe there's some openness there. We know that Klay Thompson and Kevin grew up together. They're good friends. I also think that there would be an aspect of this where you're bringing in championship-type experience. I think that has to be part of what the Warriors are going to do here the rest of the way if this is going to work. The one thing that they've got on so many other teams in the West, and this is another under-discussed interesting part about Durant and Kyrie both coming back to the West, but the West was totally devoid of stars who had ever won a ring, other than the Warriors.
LeBron, yeah.
Well, right. LeBron down in the 13 seed, and Kawhi when he plays. And we'll get to the Lakers in a second.
We will. My Lakers.
Dibs is
Step aside, Spadone.
Your Laker point. Anyway.
You give a guy one night to watch the Lakers, and I'm all in. I got a D'Angelo Russell jersey on the way. He's back. D'Lo's back.
Can't stand that dude.
I got a Laker take even Spadone doesn't know
That's what
about.
I was waiting for. I was waiting for
That's
that.
coming up on Laker Talk.
But, you know, from a Jokic to a Ja Morant, like these are guys who have not done it. And so to bring in another player who's been around that block, I don't think it hurts. I'm not going to go so far as why not? Because it's got to be. It's got to be
This
more
feels
important.
like a why not take.
Well, but it is low risk. It is low minutes. What you're going to ask all of these Warrior players to do, clearly, is when we get to April, my guys, you have got, will lessen your minutes if need, in exchange for you have got to go all out.
Hard. You got to go hard.
There's no back-to-backs. We're not waiting. We're not managing loads. We're not doing I knew you wouldn't be able to handle that. Right? We're not doing any of that. You have got to go all in as on both ends of the floor. And so Kevin Love is not a plus defender, but could you sit him down and be like, look, we need 15 to 17 minutes a night, and we need you to go crazy. Like a lot of times,
go crazy, folks.
Players who average 20-some-odd points a game in their career don't do a lot on the defensive end because they're not asked to and because they're playing heavy minutes. But Kevin Love wouldn't be asked to do that here. So it's like, you know, can you give us a little bit of a different pitch? Can you focus more on the rebounding and the defense? They did that with Wiggins last year, and it worked.
Yeah, Wiggins, and that's an unfair comp in terms of Kevin Love because Wiggins is a player who's still at the peak of his NBA career.
Right,
he's in the prime. Kevin Love is 34. Kevin Love this year, 20 minutes a night for Cleveland, and no starts. He started 3 games, 3 of the 41. So he's only played in about 80% of the games, and when he plays, he doesn't play a lot. He shoots a lot, and he's scoring 8 points a night. 8.5 points, 6.8 rebounds, not playing a lot of defense. To me, if you're bringing in Kevin Love, what you're saying to your entire team is, don't worry about defense anymore. Let's win 135 to 134. That's what you're telling me.
I mean, it's interesting that you have this thought because I know how against Iguodala you are, for example. Like, there are rosters.
I don't even talk about him anymore.
Well, but I mean, you're going to need more bodies as you go down the stretch. You're going to need contributions from spots on your roster that you're not going to have. If you were to get into a deep playoff run, sure, you shorten the bench. Let's go with our 8 guys. Let's find out who they are. But at a certain point, even if it's just insurance, the worry about Iguodala, I think we all understand what they did.
You can't stop talking about him.
Yeah, right. They wanted him to be a presence in the locker room, and the hope was he would be there down the stretch. But I don't even know if that's the case. So you want to talk about empty calories? If he literally isn't going to suit up and play, then yeah, cut bait and grab somebody who can give you some minutes.
Yeah.
Like the Warriors.
I agree with that
they
notion,
need more
but
minutes.
I don't think Kevin Love is that guy.
Maybe not.
In terms of what they would need. And I don't know who else will be available in the buyout market. But for me, you need somebody who can come in and get you a stop. Because I look at this team offensively, they're one
him into a Warrior system, which in the past has worked. So I don't know how his Warriors defense would look. I'm not going to say he's going to be a great defender. He's never been that. But again, I'm just asking for bursts. I'm asking for bursts in small situations, and I do think that it might be like a good message to the locker room. I do.
I'll buy that in terms of we got rid of a precocious, unproven youngster, and we brought in an OG. So from that standpoint, I think it helps. Klay Thompson and he grew up playing basketball together, if I'm not mistaken, up in the great Northwest. So, and Kevin Love is a good teammate. He's a good guy. And, that two-hand chest pass, that outlet pass that we all dream about. Boy, can he flat out pass the rock. It's great. All those things are true. He's old. He doesn't defend. And he's not going to be able to shoot as much as you would want him to be. I look at him in Miami, for example. Miami's number 4 in the association in team defense. So for me, they're a better fit because you can take on Kevin Love and not have to worry about becoming worse on defense.
I get it.
This Golden State team, you bring in Kevin Love, and already you've got 3 or 4 guys who are minus defenders, and now you add another minus defender?
Well, you're acting like he goes in with all of them. I mean, you structure that. Like, who would Kevin be? Who was he playing next to? I mean, the names you brought up, he's probably not playing next to those guys. I mean, still to this minute, I wonder if people would find this fascinating. That starting 5 for the Warriors is still by far and away the most productive starting 5 or just 5-man group in the NBA in terms of outscoring opponents.
You're talking about Looney, Green, Wiggins,
Draymond,
Thompson, Curry.
Yes. And obviously that group is not fully healthy right now, but when it is, that is still, and this is one of the things, if you want to grasp right now and hang on to hope in the playoffs, you're still looking at the group. It is, by data, the best group when they're on the floor. It's just, can they all get on the floor? Can they be healthy?
Can they play 48 minutes? Is really the question.
Not 48. Like, I mean,
how many minutes are they playing a night to where?
Well, the beginning and the end, and spots in the middle.
So maybe like 16 of the 48.
Right. And
that's a third of the game. Yeah. You were the best in the association.
But that's how it's always been.
Right. But
death lineup, all that stuff.
But before, your drop off was not as dramatic as it is now, to where the drop-off is precipitous.
Right, although not as bad as it was early in the season.
True.
That the bench is better.
The bench is better, and the starters aren't as good. The starters are still the best group in the association, but the drop-off is still the drop-off. And you wouldn't be 29-29 if your starters were so good that you could survive this drop-off. And I know it's been a lot of late game fades, and if they wouldn't have lost all 12 of those close games, if they would have gone 4-8, they'd be the 3 seed. Well, if my uncle was constructed differently, he would not be my uncle, per se. Although, gender roles aside, you get the bit.
Yes, I do.
You can't even use that analogy anymore.
No. Kid and
he'd still be my uncle.
Let's
still be my uncle.
Yeah, if he wants to be. Or he can be your cat. I mean, he can be whatever he wants to be. Kid in San Francisco, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Kid?
Yeah, so I like your argument about having Kevin Love for reasons that you quoted, but I would add one more, saying Kevin Love is probably not going to play with the starters, so it doesn't matter. He's going to make Wiggins be an elite defender instead of worrying about scoring. He's going to make Jordan Poole be an elite scorer without having to worry about rebounds. So he's going to bring an aspect to the second unit and the third unit, if we ever play a third unit. He's going to bring that aspect to the team that's making other people do their job well. So historically, you've seen that if we do offensive rebounds and defensive rebounds, we've not lost the game. So I think he will help in that regard. So that was my point. And so I think we should bring Kevin Love if we have an opportunity.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And the other thing is, what kind of defense are you asking Kevin Love to play? Like, these metrics are often about, okay, what happens when whoever you're guarding gets the ball? Like, is he a great on-ball defender? The Warriors just need size around the rim. If you watch when their defense kind of falls apart, I mean, you called it the other day. It's a layup line.
Totally. It's a conga line to the rim.
And it's like we wanted James Wiseman to be that. This is what we said at the beginning of the year. We thought that this year was going to be the exact same Warriors team and add someone who's going to block the other team's shot when they get close. And it just wasn't that.
This is not Kevin Love, though.
That's it. Well, I understand he's not perfect, but we're on the buyout market, Dibs. You're not going to get perfect.
No, I'm not looking for. I don't think that he can help defensively. He's averaging for his career 0.4 blocks a game. I mean, 0.2 blocks last year. This year, 0.1 block.
He's not a great shot blocker, but he can be.
No, I mean, he couldn't block a shot.
But
he could stand there with his arms up and not block a shot.
He's a body who can plug things up around the rim.
He's a 6'8" turnstile is what he is on defense. And you've already got that in spades. You've already got bad defenders as far as the eye can see. You're fourth to last in the association in points per game allowed. I don't see where, and the caller was right, kid. If you have him with your second unit. Okay, let's think about that in terms of our second unit. Jordan Poole is the captain of the second unit. He's a minus defender. Dante DiVincenzo, good defender, not elite by any stretch. Gary Payton II would be in that team. He's unavailable. He can't play.
And maybe will be.
Klay Thompson is part of that second unit a lot of times, and he's not the same defender that he once was. He's not a very good off-ball defender.
What's wrong with my unit?
He's good on the ball. JaMychal Green, not a terrific defender, and he's gotten better. And then you throw Kevin Love on that unit. My God, you talk about a conga line to the rim.
The problem there is you just named 6 players, and that's not legal. So,
well, I mean, it would probably help. They still wouldn't be an elite defense.
Haven't tried that yet.
They'd still give up 40 and a quarter.
Dale in South City, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dale. What are you doing?
Good morning, guys. So what's up with it? Let's go with it or what?
I didn't even hear a word of that. You got to take the
he said, "Will, are you going to sober up or what?"
What's that, Dale?
Yeah. Are we going to go for it or what?
Are we going to go for it?
I don't know. What are we going for?
Kevin Love.
Kevin Love.
I tell you what we're going to go for. How about a different caller? Let's go to Vince in the city. Hey, Vince, what are you doing?
Just running some errands today, but I wanted to call in because earlier this week I brought up signing Kevin Love in a buyout market or maybe even Serge Ibaka, and I got scoffed at for that. So I'm glad you're on the boat with Kevin Love. I think Kevin Love he'd be better than what we have now. I think he can help. And if there's one thing that the Warriors have proven is that they can resurrect a big man's career.
So, Vince, I remember your call, and I'm gonna push back on the idea that you were scoffed at. I remember what we said.
I scoffed at him.
Maybe you scoffed. This is what we said.
I did the Macarena on him.
If you're looking at the buyout market as your number one reason for why the Warriors are going to boom suddenly go win a championship, that doesn't exist. Never before, and so that's not what I'm saying here. And Ibaka, I just like to. Maybe you feel this way about Kevin Love too, but Ibaka, that like the last. When's the last time Serge Ibaka was doing what he used to do? I still think that Kevin Love's got a little bit more in the tank than Serge Ibaka. That's just my read.
Agreed.
I understand. I understand both of them have been minimized as they get late in their career. I'm not against the buyout market. I'm against the buyout market being the thing that the Warriors need to do. I just think this one makes it makes some sense, and also, with the GP2 thing landing the way it did, this is just me sort of reading the room.
Right.
I wonder if the Warrior locker room could use an acquisition.
A veteran, yeah, sure.
Just
somebody they know.
A message.
No, in that part of it, I totally get to where Kevin Love comes in and they're happy to see him, and it's like, all right, another grown-up in the room. Because you've got Kuminga, you got Poole, you got Moody, you got PBJ, Ryan Rollins is hurt. You got this side of the room, all born in the 2000s. This side of the room, they're all north of 30. You got Kevon and Wiggins kind of in the middle, like, we want to be with them, but we're so young. I don't know if we're old enough to get into that club, but they're in the club because they've been around and they've done some things. But you add Kevin Love, yes, the feeling in the locker room is wonderful. In terms of Serge Ibaka, he's a guy who, if this was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'm all in on Serge Ibaka.
Yep.
He's played 16 games, 11.6 minutes a game. Let me say that again. He's played 16 games. He played 19 games last year. There's a lot of dust and rust on Serge Ibaka.
Doesn't play basketball.
No, he doesn't play basketball. And if you want him to come in and actually play basketball, you're better off using a guy who you already have who doesn't play very often. You already have him in uniform.
I don't think it's the magic elixir. The magic elixir for this team.
I think it's no elixir.
Maybe. You might be right.
Especially in comparison to what other teams all around you have done. I mean, everyone else is loaded up with actual players who can help you.
Right, but at the same time, like you could look back on this and say the Warriors have the players that they need. They just proved it 9 months ago. Like, if I just ask you, do you buy? Do you buy? And I don't have it in front of me, Spadone, maybe you do, but Steve Kerr was on with Damon and Ratto yesterday, and he, in an almost impassioned way, was like 100%. We are still a title contender. And it wasn't just because I'm their coach. Like, he gave reasons. Do you buy this? Take a listen.
I do. I do feel strongly about that. I really don't care about the Washington Bullets of 1978. I'm pretty sure that doesn't apply right now. So the only thing that we're worried about is getting ready for these last 24 games and trying to get guys healthy. And if we can put ourselves in a position where we are healthy, with Steph and Gary coming back, I like what I'm seeing. I like the way Clay's playing. I like the way Wiggs has played last few games. Dante's had an amazing second half of the season. So we got guys playing well. We just got to put it all together, and I really believe that we can do that.
You made a kind of funny face about
Googled
the Washington
Bullets.
I
understand
thing.
What he's talking about.
Yeah,
they won the title,
and they were really bad in the first half of the season.
They were 29. They were 28-27.
There you go.
After a loss to the Indiana Pacers, and they wrapped up the year going 16-11, and then they beat the Supersonics in 7 to win the NBA championship.
Right. They were 44-38. But how many rounds? Right. How many rounds in the playoffs back then?
There were 4 rounds.
Okay.
Well, the first round was best of 3. And then they beat the Spurs in 6. They beat the Sixers in 6. Spurs were in the East, by the way.
By the way, you're also
Spurs were in the East.
Well, you're looking at standings that were a little bit different. Like even at 44-38, they were the 3 seed. They were the 3 seed in the conference.
44-38 might be the 4 seed in the West.
Might be. I mean, I don't know where the rest of the regular season is, but that's why he made that reference. But his point is, look, this has been bumpy. But and this is the point that I was making yesterday. You can call this, chasing rainbows if you want, but the scenario still exists that this team is blessed with full health at the right time. And if that's the case, is there still something in there with regard to getting into the playoffs with that group?
Sure.
I think
there's
the answer is
something in
yes.
there. Getting in the playoffs with that group. Sure, I'll give you that. Even though I made a bet with Leanna Pon on Twitter, possible Lumpia coming our way. If the Warriors don't make it into the playoffs, if they wind up in the play-ins, you might be graced with some Lumpia.
I don't want
from
Lumpia.
The great Leanna Pon. You don't know what that is?
I know what Lumpia is, but I don't want it in exchange for no playoffs. I'll take the playoffs and keep your Lumpia.
But she'll take the Lumpia. If they don't make the playoffs, I'm sure you'll enjoy the Lumpia when it's delivered.
I always eat food when it's there.
Exactly. So don't hate on Leanna Pon's
I'm not
Lumpia.
hating on it, but you're making it sound like I'm supposed to root for Lumpia.
I'm not asking for you to root for Lumpia. I just want you to admit that when the Lumpia is delivered, when the Warriors wind up as the 9 seed and they have no answer for Jared Vanderbilt and Mo Bamba and my Lakers.
All right. This is where all right, coming up next.
Just tease it.
Coming up next, Dibs.
I forgot about him.
Dibs says stupid stuff about the Lakers. That's coming up next. And it's all sponsored by Inn at the Tides.
D-Lo.
Book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now. Inn at the Tides.com. More of your phone calls also coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're just going to have to share this with the audience. I mean,
Let's.
Jesse Rogers is coming up in 27 minutes. We're going to get to your Kevin Love phone calls.
Hell yeah.
You have Lakers ridiculousness that you want to say, but we're already sitting here right now able to preview for you what the summer is going to be like, and I'm concerned.
Do you want to go first?
I have concerns.
Oh, I'm very concerned because you are delusional.
No, you want to play literal semantics.
I'm just playing the roster game.
Well, I understand where you're coming from. However, you're minimizing what your original point was with regard to the Giants in free agency.
You're mischaracterizing what my original point was.
I can pull the quote if I need.
Pull it.
Your point was no big free agent ever gonna choose here.
Well, that was one of my points.
And one did.
Wow.
And you want to go, oh, but no, he didn't. Because he's not here. And
My
I'm
original
like,
point was. My original point was.
You're playing a semantics game.
No.
And you're going to make me mad, Dibs.
No, I've been trying to get you mad.
Like to make me mad.
I'm happier when you're angry.
This might do it.
My original point was,
George
if you'll
is getting
remember,
upset.
Mark, if you'll remember, my original point was Farhan Zaidi has never signed anyone to a deal longer than 3 years. DeSclafani and LaStella. That was my original point.
You're so ignoring context, and you know it, and you're just trying to make me upset. And everybody.
No, I'm not ignoring the context. You and I look at the context differently.
Like the guy was 10 minutes from a presser. So I'm going to reject this idea that the Giants are just out on free agents.
Well, I'm going to reject
out on long-term.
I'm going to reject the notion that they actually signed Carlos Correa.
Well, they didn't actually have a pen and a piece of paper. You're right.
Isn't that the epitome of signing a guy?
Well,
is you sign and then he signs and then we hold the contract up and we blow on the ink and we make sure that we both signed it.
If you live by literal semantics, then yes, you're right.
Yeah.
I don't live that way.
I recently signed a contract with the town in which I lived.
Mm-hmm.
I sent it in. They signed it. And they sent it back.
Yeah.
I now have a signed document.
Awesome.
We have an agreement because we
pass
both
a physical?
signed it.
Because I've seen you walk down the hall and you don't look like you could pass a physical.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pass a physical.
The Warriors Community Foundation.
It'll be a long summer.
Man, June. I'm taking it off. The Warriors Community Foundation.
I'll be at the Lakers parade.
Period.
We'll get to that.
Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce the February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort. It is live now through Sunday, February 19th. So TikTok, we're getting there quick. Got a variety of items up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to games, and even the chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. So do not miss out on this exciting opportunity to give back and score some amazing sports memorabilia at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions. We get to your Laker ridiculousness here in a second, but how about a few more listeners? Duke and San Bruno.
Choosing the callers over me.
Totally.
Look
Duke,
at you.
Duke, what are you doing?
Well, I'm just checking on the jobs, make sure the crews are doing okay. And I want to thank you guys today. Your performances are just outstanding. As far as Kevin Love, I think it's a good pick because he's a journeyman. You got a lot of apprentices on the Warriors, and sometimes you need some journeymen in there. You know, they've been there before. They've done that. And Kevin Love, I get kind of a David Lee vibe. I may be off on that, but that's how I see his role. And then as far as I want to jump over to the Giants real quick, the Carlos Correa thing. The average Bay Area resident doesn't know the difference between Carlos Correa and Love is for free Carlos Santana. So I don't think that was a big loss right there.
It might not have been. I like Duke. I'll say this about it, and then circle back to your Love point. But the Correa thing and the Judge thing are now tied forever, and they're much more about emotion than baseball. Do you know what I mean? Like Carlos Correa's presence was certainly not going to guarantee a championship, and very reasoned people also think that the Giants might have got away with one, not having Carlos Correa on their roster at age 40 someday. So I don't know the way the whole thing's going to play out. The bottom line is our fan base was told this is going to be big, And then they swung big, and then we ended up with Michael Conforto
and Mitch Haniger.
Right, and
don't sleep on Hanny.
And maybe those will be great. Like they both can be very good.
And you
when they're
brought
healthy.
back Jock with no shift. Watch out, baseball. You can't shift on Jock any longer.
I do like the Kevin Love, David Lee vibe comp, if you will. They feel a little similar with the way they move around. Well. David Lee, I understand where you're coming from.
I love David Lee. He was our only player. He was our shining hope for a long time.
Right.
Kevin Love, at this point in his career, he's not quite completely washed, but he is in the final cycle in the washing machine.
Again, I'm going to keep highlighting what they would be asking him to do.
What do you think they would ask him to do?
Is he washed as an all-star? Yeah.
Is he washed as a guy who you can put on the court in crunch time?
15 to 20 minutes and be an adult?
Yeah, he's washed for that.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree on that.
I mean, Cleveland doesn't even play him in that fashion.
Right, because that's not not their scenario right now.
Cleveland's a team playing for an NBA championship.
That's like saying the Kings are playing for an NBA championship.
And they're not?
They're eligible, but they're not
You're saying
ready.
the 3 seed? They're not thinking that.
Too young.
But
not ready.
What do you think that they think?
Of course, the Rockets think they can win tomorrow night.
But the Rockets don't think they're going to compete for a championship.
Think like their best player thinks he's the most talented player in the world.
Do you think Detroit is thinking that we're playing for an NBA championship? They don't.
They think on any given night, like they thought they could beat Boston last night.
Of course.
Yeah.
But that's different than Cleveland and Sacramento thinking,
of course,
this is our year.
Right, but Cleveland and Sacramento are also not Boston and Milwaukee.
But they're also not Houston and Detroit.
Right. There's look at you with context. Yes.
Well, and that's why I'm looking at the context of Kevin Love. So you go from a contender, Cleveland, and they're buying you out. They're not buying you out because they think that you can help them win a championship. Why are they buying him out?
Different kind of contender because they are moving. They have a much younger roster that is building its own continuity for a lengthy run that is not just about this year. The Warriors right now, Bob Myers said it to us.
Right.
The Warriors are about this. They're not even about this year. They're about the next 3 months.
Not 2, really.
That's it.
They might not get a third month.
That's it. Because everything's going to recalibrate after that, as you know.
Of course.
We don't even know if Draymond's staying. Who knows what's going on there?
And you think that Kevin Love comes in and the playoffs start 2 months from yesterday. You get Kevin Love in here in the next week after the All-Star break, and he's the difference between what you want to be.
I very clearly said no.
Why would you bring him in?
Because are you better with or without him?
I think you're better without him.
I don't see that. I don't
And
agree
if you
with.
want to talk about building this team for the future, because it's not only about this year. So I'm more interested to see what they're going to do with
on the buyout
Anthony
market?
Lamb and Ty Jerome. No, the team in general.
Right, but anyone you get on the buyout market, that's just the next 3 months.
Correct.
Right?
So why would you want to bring in Kevin Love on the buyout market if he's not going to be a guy you can play in crunch time?
Because I think there's the potential that it could help you. And there's not much of a potential of it making it worse. So that's the definition of a low risk and potentially a reward. Not a high reward, but a reward.
I don't think it can make you worse.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got
That's
a roster
all.
spot, and heck, you could put him in street clothes next to another guy who's in his 30s who's also usually in street clothes.
Well.
And, it's not my money. So if you want to shovel whatever it would take to bring in Kevin Love, I don't know what the prorated vet minimum would be. Kevin Love, by the way, has made more than $250 million in his NBA career.
Lord. Vince in Lafayette next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Vince, what are you doing?
All right, I'll just say quickly with Kevin Love, I don't think he's crunch time, but like the middle of the game, if he could play 5 minutes or 8 minutes, he may save your veterans from being exhausted down the stretch, and it made a difference between winning and losing. Kevin Love's not going to save you. It's just like a little patchwork for a couple of months. Second thing is, and I think this would be an awesome topic for you guys, is let's say you're Meyer, and because you can't ask Meyer this because he can't answer the question yet, and you got 20 minutes to go before the deadline, and Portland is honest with you and says, oh, by the way, GP2 will be out for a month, maybe the season, maybe even the playoffs. How do you retweak the trade? And my opinion for that would be, I would demand Portland send me a number 1 pick for not this year but next year, and I keep my 2 seconds. If they say no, cross them off the list. I go to Atlanta and says, I don't want those seconds. Just give me a number one pick for not this year, but next year. If they say no, I cross them off the list, and I just do this trade straight with Detroit.
Yeah, so all the other teams would say no to that, Vince. Like, I think
they're not giving up a first-round pick in this deal.
Like Vince, your concept, I totally get.
It's a great concept, Vince. Thank you.
The other teams would not be incentivized or motivated to do that.
Right.
Like Atlanta and Detroit are like, no, we're not in. This has nothing to do with us.
And the Warriors get the trade done, and they get GP2 in, and then they give him a physical, and they realize that he's injured. And he's not just like stub my toe injured. He's injured, and yet there's no sense from anyone in the organization that they even thought about rescinding the trade. That tells you all you need to know about how they felt about James Wiseman. Because
exactly
GP2 is here for 2 more years.
And money.
Yeah, the money, sure.
Yeah.
And I don't fault Joe Lacob that, and I've said this at least 15 times on the air. Joe Lacob has spent so much money to try to win. If he wants to save $32 million or whatever the number is, I'm not going to hold that against him.
I'm with you. Anybody who wants to call Joe Lacob cheap, that point's not going to get anywhere.
Right.
I'm not going to get anywhere. Filmo Mike, next up here, Willard and Dibs. Filmo, what are you doing?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. You know me, blowing on something. But anyway,
good.
Whatever we do, Mark, Dibs, we got to play some defense. We got to change the defense. Now, I know Kevin Love, it is what it is. He may help, he may not help. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, this Warrior team, man, they got to start staying in front of people and stop fouling. That's the name of the game, honestly.
I mean, this is straight facts. I mean,
no doubt.
We've been saying this, and I don't know what the scenario is that leads to that. Yeah,
I had a follow-up question.
Oh, what's your follow-up? Maybe I can help answer it. I know Filmo pretty well now.
Indica or sativa? On a Thursday morning. I mean,
he definitely.
He was down here. Sometimes he's up top. I was curious about the strain.
Yeah.
Again, it's what he said.
He admitted it, yeah.
Exactly, which is why the follow-up is not out of bounds.
Not surprising that he wasn't there to answer it.
He's not a guy who's going to go with the gurgler, Spadone. He's old-fashioned. He's going to roll one. He's been known to twist it. That's just what I know of my scouting report.
Smack it up, flip it, rub it down. Yeah.
Are you ready for some knowledge to be dropped on you? Because you keep pushing this off, and you're starting to make me angry.
Oh, let's go. Yeah. Did you want to say something
I teased it in the
ridiculous
day
about
of
the
the delivery.
Lakers?
It's only ridiculous because of where you lived and where you're from and
where I'm from.
Where you used to work, where you're from, the destination that you were at before you came back to the Bay Area.
Okay.
You were down there in Los Angeles.
Yes, I was.
You were in Lakerville.
I worked for the flagship station of the Los Angeles Lakers for years.
So there's a certain amount of, and I'm not going to try to psychoanalyze you and say you've got PTSD from it. You're a Bay Area guy.
Yep.
And I would imagine that working for the Laker flagship while not being a Laker fan and being surrounded by all these insufferable Laker fans, including friend of the program, family member of yours, college homie of mine, Chris McGee, a.k.a. Geeter. And Geeter's a great guy, but there are millions of Geeters in the Southland. We work with a guy. Purple and gold for life. Lakers this and Lakers that. It makes me sick. So what I say, Mark, when I talk about the Los Angeles Lakers, and I say, don't sleep on the Los Angeles Lakers, Am I boring you, Mark?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just over here
for 60 seconds
on
continually.
The Lakers.
Don't sleep on the Lakers, Mark.
I'm sleeping on them.
You can sleep on them all you want. And they currently right now are 13th. And I understand that they're 2 games out of the 10.
13th.
And not 13th. They're clear.
13th.
They're 13 games up on San Antonio, so they're not getting any worse.
I don't want to play that team.
Anthony Davis is playing awesome right now. He's healthy, and he's a problem. LeBron James, motivated. Jared Vanderbilt, that's what a deadline upgrade looks like. Don't get me started on Mo Bamba. The Warriors have no answer for Mo Bamba. D'Angelo Russell is playing like his career has been revitalized, and I'm not even going to mention Rui Hachimura, who they got a couple of months ago, but he is a legit star as well. Dennis Schroeder, this team is deep. They are motivated. They're coming, Mark. The Lakers are coming, and I just want you to wake up before they tap you on the shoulder, and they're the 10, and the Warriors are the 9, And the Golden State Warriors have got to go here to chase and beat the Lakers. I just want you to be aware. The Lakers are coming now. They're coming.
So
don't sleep on them.
This is what happens.
Don't do it.
When the Bay Area gets to a spot where we don't have any games for a week. Dibbs went and grabbed his remote control.
I got league pass now. Watch out.
And he turned on the Lakers last night against the New Orleans Hornets. The Lakers, who have now won one in a row.
It's a streak.
They've won 2 of their last 6. Very impressive.
2 of their last 3, I like to
Thank you.
2 of their
Mark,
last,
that's such a Steinmetz move right there by Mark.
2 of their last 3. And 2 of their last 6.
Against the Golden State Warriors.
Yes, it was against the Warriors. Yes, it was.
They dominated our Warriors.
So I'm glad you enjoyed the game last night.
They look good.
I bet they did.
They're coming.
When they score more points than the other team, they look good.
I'm going to write that down.
More often than not, they don't score more points than the other team. And this actually has nothing to do with post-living in LA PTSD. What this is a deep, deep understanding of the way the country looks at the Lakers.
I'm not the country.
Yeah, you are. You're part of the United States of America, are you not?
I'm a Golden State Warrior fan. I was raised to hate the Lakers.
Are we in America?
And I hate the Lakers.
Are we in America?
Not really, Mark.
We're not?
No.
Well, some people don't think we are.
I mean, if you want to get into a discussion about America, we do not live in America.
We're not in America. Are we?
We are not in America. We live in California, Mark. California is not America. There's no state less America in America than California.
Every time you do this is reminding me of last summer when I went and played golf up in Truckee and that cat from Sacramento.
America.
He's like, so where do you live? I am down in the Bay Area. Oh, San Francisco? Well, I don't know about all that nonsense.
Totally.
Yeah. Anyway.
Lakers are 27-27 in their last 54, Mark.
Very impressive.
They shook off an 0-5 start. They were 2-10, Mark. So if you want to if we want to draw a line and see how they've played since this date and that date.
Yeah.
And again, I'm no Laker fan. I hate the Lakers, but what I saw last night and what I've seen since I've had League Pass now for the last couple days.
What you saw was a flash, and they'll always flash because they have a couple really good players.
They're dangerous, Mark.
Oh, gosh, you don't want to play them in the playoffs.
They're like an M80, Mark. That thing will go off on you.
I have a deep understanding for how the world looks at the Lakers, and they will never.
I'm not the world.
Yeah, you are. And they will never, the world never, ever, ever dismisses the Lakers because they're the Lakers. This is branding. This is logos. This is history. And even though you're on a 3-year run now with these players, 3 years of irrelevance.
It's not true.
Totally true.
Jared Vanderbilt, 3 years.
And that's who's going to win the title.
Bamba, 3 years.
Jared Vanderbilt, that's who's winning the title.
Who's going to be more impactful? Kevin Love on whatever team he goes to or Jared Vanderbilt?
Probably Jared Vanderbilt.
Exactly.
But my point is if the Lakers are as you put it, a problem for the Warriors,
Mark.
It means that things didn't work. The Warriors, if the Lakers are one of their problems, then they got 100 problems. And the Lakers are somewhere on the list. This idea that the Los Angeles Lakers are still a factor in the Western Conference playoffs is actually your PTSD. It's everyone's PTSD because they've won so many times and the familiarity of the names makes us go, oh, watch out. They're going to turn it on at any minute. It's been 3 years. They're not going to turn it on. They're not relevant. They don't have anything left in the tank. It's not. I've done this every year, and you laugh at me and, mark the tape. Mark said the Lakers aren't going to be relevant.
Yeah, you keep trying to put a pillow over their face.
Dude, they're 5 games under 500 in late February. If you use even one iota of the points you make about the Warriors and how you are what your record says you are,
for sure,
then you would dismiss the Los Angeles Lakers once and for all.
LeBron, not once and for all. I don't do once and for all, Mark.
LeBron winning titles is done.
I didn't say they're going to win the title.
Over.
Did I say they were going to win the title?
You said they're a problem.
For the Warriors. And what I said, Mark, is if the Warriors are the 9 and the Lakers are the 10.
Well, that's already a problem there. If they're the 9, they're dust. You're not winning the title out of the 9 seed.
Do you think the Warriors are going to be a top 6 seed?
Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, what do you think? What does your heart of hearts tell you?
I already told you that my heart of hearts, if you
I asked you yesterday.
3 options.
Out, or...
I think the 7 or the 8 seed is the favorite right now. But I think the
so they're in the
seed,
play-in, yeah.
I think but in the top half of the play-in,
right.
win one game and get in.
Sure,
I think that's the favorite. I think the 6th seed is absolutely still on the table. I think it's way more likely than them missing the playoffs entirely.
How about the Lakers? Do you think the Lakers can make it into the 10? And I'll give you the way it looks right now.
They can.
Well, of course they can. The problem right now is they have 32 losses, and
they're two games
Portland.
behind Oklahoma City.
Right.
Who doesn't even have a winning record.
The Warriors play the Lakers coming out of the All-Star break. You won't have Steph Curry.
Correct.
So let's just say, hypothetically, the Lakers win that game.
Are we going to play win-loss with the rest of the...
Just for the one game.
That scared me.
For the one game. So then the Lakers would be 28-32. The Warriors would be 29-30. They would be only a game and a half back of the Warriors at that spot.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if you look at the Lakers' schedule, they have a number of games against teams that are directly ahead of them. And the Lakers are playing great right now.
Everybody does. They played great last night, Dibs. They played 2 nights ago and got housed by the Blazers.
It's a good Blazers team, Mark.
Yeah, they're plucky. So
LeBron didn't play.
The Blazers also, by the way, not a playoff team, not even a play-in team at this hour. So you watched a game and they looked good and you got excited, and no, the Lakers are not coming.
As a friend, and I'm trying to do this so that if it happens to come to pass that you won't be blindsided by it, don't sleep on the Lakers. They're dangerous.
If the Warriors,
they got
Lakers,
better at the deadline.
If they end up,
their stars are playing like stars,
buddy. If the Warriors play the Lakers in the 9-10 game,
look, Chief,
they're both going down. They're
not
both
that. No, one of them's going to win the game.
Yeah, and then they'll go down the next night or whatever. Like, that's an irrelevant spot in the NBA playoffs. The 9-10 game. Who cares?
Disagree.
Irrelevant.
Last year, New Orleans was in that 9-10 game.
Right.
And New Orleans made the playoffs.
And then what happened?
They made noise.
Right. And then what happened?
But you're talking about a championship pedigree with the Warriors and the Lakers. I will say this, Mark. If the Warriors or the Lakers are in that 9-10 game, whoever is in that spot, they're going to the playoffs. They're going to win 2 games in the ends. And if you tell me that Denver wants to face the Warriors in a 1-8.
I don't think Denver wants to face the Warriors. I think they'd love to face the Lakers.
I don't think they would love to face the Lakers.
And the Warriors, are they healthy? Because if they're not healthy, they'd love to face the Warriors too. An old team traveling to Denver, either one of those teams right now would get killed in Denver.
Yeah.
They'd get killed.
Yeah.
Both of them need to be completely different than what they were, and only one of them in recent years has shown the ability to do that, and that would be the Golden State Warriors.
Well, the Lakers won a championship a couple years ago.
It was more than a couple years ago, and it was COVID, and it completely
3 years ago, right?
Yeah, and it was a completely different team and scenario.
I'm just
this team won a championship.
Trying to help you.
Yeah,
I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be a friend right now.
I'm trying to help you.
No, don't sleep on them.
Lakers and Nuggets split, by the way, this year. They played 4 times. 2-2.
Regular season. All right. All right.
Yeah.
I know you're a fan.
He's spitting facts back there.
Yeah, just speak facts.
Yeah.
You're acting. Great. I guarantee you, Mark, you will be here on the station. If the Warriors beat the Lakers in the play-in game, you will say they have a chance to win the whole thing. I guarantee it.
If either one of them are the 9-10 seed, you can go ahead and mark this down right now.
Okay, I'm going to lock it in.
End up in the 9-10 game, you are out. You are irrelevant. You will not win a playoff series.
Marked. For Mark.
Done.
Mark.
All right. More of your phone calls still coming up. Spinone, it's okay. You're a Laker fan. I know everyone's going to hold on. I've been there. I've watched this.
I'm not a Laker fan.
I've said
8 years from now, when LeBron is
Friday, I've said they have
20
no
years
chance
from now, when LeBron is 58 and he's still on the Lakers, and his son is in their starting lineup. No, don't sleep, because he could just flip the switch any minute now. Oh God, it's over. In L.A.
You got PTSD.
Killed you to cover them for all those years.
I must have, man.
Over.
Must have.
Over.
Must have been hard.
No, it was easy. Salary wasn't big enough, but anyway. All right. More of your phone calls. Jesse Rogers, MLB Insider, ESPN. The new rules. Shohei. The Giants' lack of name value in the offseason. All of that is around the corner as well on Willard and Dibs.
Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
Draymond Green. Where is that Draymond every single night offensively?
Yeah.
This is a guy who's told us, I only get up for the big games. Dre, we can't afford you to only get up for the big games. KD's not on this team no more.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
This world has its limits, but in the all-new, all-electric Nissan Ariya, you've got a world of possibilities. You can leave it all behind in serene interiors, or you can go after it with available e-Force all-wheel drive. Go your way in the all-new, all-electric Nissan Ariya. Nissan Ariya with e-Force not yet available for purchase. Expected availability early 2023. Subject to change. e-Force all-wheel drive is an optional feature. e-Force cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
All year long, Odyssey celebrates the 50th anniversary of hip-hop by covering the milestones, saluting the history, and honoring the impact of the beats that created a global phenomenon with Hip-Hop Made. Download the free Odyssey app right now or go to odyssey.com/hiphop.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's Willard and Dibs. We'll get back to your phone calls in just a few, but excited to welcome in Jesse Rogers, MLB insider, ESPN, here to the show. Rules changes, Shohei, and more. Jesse, what's going on?
Not much, guys. I'm watching batting practice for the first day here. I'm at Cubs Park today, and they've got a pitch clock going for batting practice. So these pitchers got to release the ball in 15 seconds, or they, will stop the play and reset it and everything. So they're trying to get used to it from day one here. It's kind of interesting to see batting practice with a pitch clock.
Yeah, what do you think this is going to look like? And I mean that specifically for fans. What do you think this experience will look like?
I think, look, some people are making too big of a deal out of it. I think the major part that you'll see quicken up is just the regular ball one pitch, ball back to the catcher. I'm sorry, ball back to the pitcher. Strike one, 1-1, ball back. When there's a foul ball, things are going to slow down. When there's an injury, things are going to slow down. When a pitcher needs a new ball, they're going to reset. But just the normal course of pitch one, pitch two, pitch three, things are going to move a little bit quicker. And now, the ancillary effect could be pitchers are not as effective, right? The guys that have to speed things up, well, there's a reason they were probably slow before. Darvish comes to mind. He likes to work slow. He's more effective slow. So that's the uncharted territory for a lot of guys at the major league level, even though they've done it at the minors. You never know what it looks like in the majors. The game's going to speed up, and there probably will lead to a little bit more contact. In the minors, the numbers did stay the same without a pitch clock than with a pitch clock. I think that's going to change. I actually think we're going to see a few less strikeouts, a little bit more contact, and just a quicker pace. But don't worry, if there's a foul ball, they're not going to rush everybody back. It's just in the normal course of pitching and catching and back and forth that things are going to speed up.
And I know the big buzzword now is disengagements in terms of the pitcher, but also the hitter has certain rules about staying in the batter's box. Are we going to see a new level of gamesmanship in terms of a pitcher with, my shoelace came untied, I'm going to have to take a little bit more time, or the pitch comm doesn't work, or maybe the batter gets a cramp? Have we seen any of those things in the minor leagues?
Yeah, it remains to be seen what we're going to see in the majors in terms of that sort of stuff. The league has really stressed to teams, hey, we're all in this together. Try not to purposely violate the spirit of the rule. A pitcher continuously asking for a new ball, right? Okay, look, and there's going to be warnings for stuff like that. And actually there's some guidelines there. A pitcher has to ask for a new ball with like 8 or 9 seconds left in the clock. He can't get down to 1 and call time and ask for a new ball. Like there are some guardrails in place for some of this stuff. But as the seasons go on, as these rules take hold, I agree with you. The guys are going to try to circumvent it. That's just how it is. And yes, maybe somebody does tie their shoe one more time than normal or whatever, or ask for that new ball when they don't really need one. They just hope it's not out of control. And the umpires have a lot of discretion. They can warn players, they can warn teams, but they really are stressing to the teams, hey, this is for us. This is for you. This is for the betterment of the game. Try to play along with us. But teams and players are going to try to get around it as well.
Jesse Rogers, MLB insider, ESPN with us, Willard and Dibs. So, Jesse, the old ground ball up the middle might be back, right? Or is it? Like, are we going back to something that will look like pre-shift, or are teams just going to start, like, shifting differently within the rules?
No, I think the second point is the right answer. I think they're going to just start shifting differently within the rules. In fact, I was talking to a bench coach today, and the positioning is going to be, in some ways, positioning on the infield that some of them have never had. I'm talking specific positioning. For example, a left-hander now, instead of the shortstop moving all the way over, he's going to be right next to second base, right? A lot of times. And the third baseman is still going to move over to a spot that maybe he wasn't used to, or maybe in the past that third baseman was the guy that was in short right field. So they're actually going to be brand new specific spots for guys based on where you can shift within the rules. I don't think the ground ball up the middle is necessarily a hit, because you can still stick a guy, 2 feet to the left or right of second base and cover that area. But I do think you're still going to see third base for left-handers kind of wide open. And that third baseman is going to be in a shortstop type of position. Now, we've seen some of that before, But I think they're gonna punch guys for lefties close to second, and obviously, shift them around on the right side as well. So yeah, long story short, I do think there's going to be some interesting positioning within the rules that will still kind of look like a shift.
Have you heard anything about teams looking to employ the seldom seen two-man outfield, where you bring one of the additional outfielders against a lefty and put him behind where the second baseman would play defensively?
There's chatter about it. Haven't seen or heard someone definitively doing it, but I bet it happens. The answer I always get back is it better be the right kind of outfielder, because in the past, obviously, they put an infielder there, a guy that can scoop up a two-hop, 98-mile-an-hour hit, right, exit velocity. A left fielder isn't necessarily the best fielder on your team. In fact, he might be your worst, and then you're putting him in sort of an infield-related spot, right? Now, maybe he'll catch the line drive, but he may not catch the two-hopper, and if it's going to turn into a hit anyway, you've all of a sudden left open the whole left side of the outfield, right, in a sense. And instead of a single, through the left side, a line drive that way is going to be a double or triple or inside the Parker if it bounces around. So there's a risk-reward at sticking a left fielder over there or the center fielder over there that you didn't have, because you're giving up at least a double, if not a triple, if the ball goes that way. And if it's the wrong outfielder sitting there, you may not even get the out, because he's not a guy that is used to scooping up hard-hit ground balls.
Hey, Jesse, you know this, from arson judge to failed physicals, the fan base out here is really mad. Where does this leave the Giants' current regime, and how can they fix it?
It's tough. I've been asked this question by a few teams. The camp I'm at today, the Cubs kind of qualify, although I think the Giants are probably a little bit better on paper, and you look at the record last year. Cubs, Giants, Diamondbacks come to mind in the National League, and what I'm getting at is we are in an era of haves and have-nots. Payroll disparity has contributed to that. Aggressive owners have contributed to that. Just randomness of teams coming out of rebuilds. And so what I'm getting at is, think of the 12 playoff teams last year. There were no, even with the extra wild card, there were no shoddy, crappy teams that snuck in. These were 12 good teams, in my opinion. Now, among those 12, you could count up to 7 of the elite, elite of the elite, the 3 NL East teams, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Astros, Padres now I would put in that category. So there's 2 levels there. How do you, if you're a have-not, so to speak, how do you leap into those 12 teams? And from there, how do you leap into the elite of the elite? It's not easy. And the Giants are right there in the middle of it, just like kind of the Cubs, just like the Diamondbacks. I think the American League has more disparity. Like there's the best, there's the really good, and then there's the really bad. National League has a few in between, but I don't know how the Giants jump past the Dodgers or Padres currently. I don't know how the Cubs get past the Cardinals right now, or the Diamondbacks, same thing in the NL West. So I don't have a great answer for you. Having Carlos Correa, having a couple stars helps. We're seeing the congregation of stars a little bit more and more in Major League Baseball, like we saw in the NBA, in part because the CBT has gone up, that teams can afford them and teams are willing to pay the tax. So you think about the Phillies and the Mets, they're sort of hoarding stars, and the Dodgers always do, and now the Astros. How do the Giants get there? I don't have a great answer for you. It has to do with developing a star and then convincing one to come here, and that doesn't feel physical.
And Shohei Ohtani is the one that those of us here in the Bay Area are hoping they can convince to come here. What do you think, and what are you hearing in terms of his next destination once this cute little Angels experiment ends? Yeah.
Well, you're in the right. You're in the right on the right coast. Let's start with that. It certainly does seem like he's going to stay out there. I mean, everyone is putting the Dodgers at the front of the line for good reason, but I don't know this guy that well personally. I don't know if anybody does. Let's say he does prioritize winning, then certainly the Dodgers are ahead of the Angels. The Giants are probably ahead of the Angels. The Mariners could be in the mix, though, because they're good. I just can't know. Maybe he loves the Bay Area, wants to stay, by you guys. I don't know. I can't handicap it. He's going to get paid they're going to back up the Brinks truck for him. It just depends on the city he wants to live in and how close that team is to winning if they're not winning already. I certainly would put the Giants in the mix. Maybe he wants to be the face of a franchise, and he certainly would be there. I mean, I think he would be on any team, I guess. But I can't handicap it any better than anyone else, except to say that in the industry, the Dodgers feel like the front runner.
Jesse, great stuff, man. Really interesting to have you. Thanks so much.
You got it. Anytime, guys.
Okay, there goes Jesse Rogers, MLB Insider, ESPN. How can we even project? I mean, just for fun, what's the money for Shohei? What does that offer look like?
Well, I like what some have said in terms of him being two players, and if he's one of the best 5 hitters in baseball, which he might be higher on the list than that, but let's say he's a top 5 hitter and he's a top 10 pitcher. He might be a top 5 pitcher. What does a top 5 hitter get? What does a top 5 pitcher get? Take those two deals, combine them together. He gets 12 years and $700 million. I mean, is that? No, I know it sounds ridiculous, but Mark, if he's going to go 15-5, he's going to pitch 25 games with a 2.7 ERA, and he's going to hit 37 home runs and drive in 105. He's worth 2 players.
No, it's not 700. I know you're partially joking, but I
am, but it's north of 500.
Well, so the top guys now are getting in that. What were all the contracts? 350.
Right.
Was essentially what they were getting.
For one player.
Okay. And yes, if I'm Shohei's agent, it's the first thing I'm saying when I'm sitting down.
He's not 2 players, but he's probably 1.8 players.
Yeah, like when you give me your offer, you're like, that's great. Now what are you offering the other guy?
Exactly.
Right? Like that's Shohei, but then you got to offer Ohtani a deal also. So I don't know. But and by the way, he turns 29 in July.
Okay.
So when this conversation is happening, he will be 29 and a half years old. So you're looking at minimum a 10-year deal, maybe 11, something like that. And if the top players in the game right now are cooking at somewhere around $35 to $40 million, how do you not get 50 a year? And so,
$700 million, Mark.
10 years, $500 million. Start there.
Exactly.
And someone will do that.
That, I think, is the starting point. And all the criticism of the Giants was, why didn't you just come in at $400 million for Arson Judge?
Right.
Or for Aaron Judge, even.
Either one of them. I'd have taken Arson.
Right.
At this point.
But, if that was even a thought for Aaron Judge, $400 million, well, Ohtani isn't the slugger that Judge is, but he's probably 9/10 the slugger that Aaron Judge is, and he's a much better pitcher.
I mean, you could make the case. I mean, gosh, you're looking at, Shohei Ohtani is not the, as you put it, slugger that Aaron Judge is in terms of home runs and whatnot. He probably hit. I don't even know, what did Aaron Judge hit in terms of average? Like Shohei
300.
Okay, Shohei,
he almost had the Triple Crown, remember?
Yeah, Shohei was a 273 hitter. Well, I also don't think Aaron's not going to play every year like he did this last year.
He's not?
I don't think so.
You
don't do that every year, do you? That was a generational year. Ohtani was an 875 OPS. That's very, very good. It's not generational.
Right.
It's not what Aaron Judge did. But, you love it. 273, 34 home runs. OPS 875, that's a middle-of-the-order star. And then you add in, also takes the ball every 5 days.
What was he, like 15-5 or something? I think he pitched 28 times, is that right?
His pitching last year, he started 28 times. He was 15-9 with a 2.33 ERA.
2.33?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
He was elite on both ends.
I mean, seriously.
Elite.
2 players. Inside one body.
Right.
It's just ridiculous.
There it is. All right. Thanks for your patience.
$700 million is what I'm standing by.
They're not getting
12 and 700.
If I'm the agent, I walk in and say that. But
how do you say it without laughing?
Yeah, exactly. Like, all right, Bob.
Okay, Bob.
Who's his agent? But anyway, we've been talking about Kevin Love and the Warriors. And Dibbs has, ridiculous Lakers takes and where the playoffs are going and all of these things. Let's get back to you. Tony in San Jose on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Tony, what are you doing?
Hey, just at work. Freaking Union Glazers shut out DC 1621. What are you guys doing today?
Good, Tony. Good, Tony. Appreciate you calling.
So, anyway, Kevin Love is a non-starter for me. I don't think he does it. They need defensive help. And Anyway, something happened at work. I got to get back to it, but I appreciate you guys.
All right, Tony. There you go. All right, that was good.
Yeah, I think that Kevin Love's a non-starter.
Yeah, it's a non-starter.
Yeah.
I got to go.
I'm in the closet right now. I'm hiding from my boss, and I think he's on his way.
Your call ended up being a non-starter also, but that's okay.
It's a good take.
Yeah, no, look.
It was a good, tidy
when life
take.
calls, I did this last week to my class at Cal Poly. Like, you know what ended up happening with Penny the dog. She's fine, but there was an emergency phone call from the vet. And I had literally the class was 10 minutes in. It's supposed to be a 3-hour class.
Still taking roll?
I mean, yeah, right.
Bueller?
Let's see, Kayla. Let's see. Tracy. Anyway, so we're all there, and I start the class, and then, you take the phone call. And, I mean, dude, I'm literally, fighting off tears. And so I just turned the video off on the Zoom, and I just put it on the chat board. Guys, I got to go. Class dismissed. That's
and there
it.
was much rejoicing.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure they love your class. You remember being in college.
Oh, God. When the professor let you go early? Are you kidding?
And you let him go 10 minutes in to a 3-hour
10 minutes into
class.
a 3-hour class, yeah. A 3-hour class.
Totally.
Anyway, by the way, I always do that. I don't, in the age of Zoom, I'm not making you sit here for 3 hours. What are we getting out of that? 3 hours on a Zoom.
How long is your break in the middle? You give them 10?
I give them multiple breaks. I try to break every hour, pretty much, if we're doing Zoom. Because that's just, it doesn't matter how entertaining you are or how good your content. Right. That's awful. Nobody wants to sit in a chair on a Zoom for 3 hours and listen.
Chin in the hand.
Right.
Do you demand a certain body language from your students?
Oh, I demand upright. I demand cameras on, smiles, and balloons behind their head.
Smiles, huh?
Yeah,
Like Fantasy
yeah.
Island?
No,
Smiles, everyone smiles.
I don't demand anything.
Cameras on, though, right?
Yeah, right. And then there's the other class where you could be in person or on Zoom. We do both at the same time. That's where I'm like, this actually happened yesterday. One of the students just no camera the whole time, but his name was there. And so I sent him a chat. I go, dude, you need to turn your camera on. And nothing ever happened. And I'm like, you weren't there.
Right.
I emailed him after. I'm like, you could put a box on a screen with your name on it. That does not count as attendance. So
Did he respond to you?
Nope, not. Well, I haven't checked. That was an email after class.
Because his email wasn't there either. It was a fake email.
Look, I get what you're saying, Warriors fans. We need defense, and Kevin Love isn't defense. I'm not presenting Kevin Love as the fix. He's not the fix. He's not the fixer. Kevin Love is someone who I think could help in spots, and so are you better with him than without him? This is if he wants to come and if the buyout gets finalized, and there's a lot of ifs. But I think the Warriors need big bodies. I think that they will need and want experienced adults in the room in the playoffs. And so Kevin Love might provide some things that could help. And in a buyout market, that's really all you can hope for, is someone who might be able to help you.
Right.
Not come in and fix everything.
Yeah, and I don't think that he can come in and help what you need help with. This is like you have a situation with your family where the roof is leaking and the car is broken down in the driveway, and so you go out and you get a pet Dalmatian. It's like, okay, great. It's a dog. We love this dog, and everybody likes to have it, but we got big issues, and your issues aren't being fixed by coming home with a Dalmatian from the pound. Kevin Love is, I guess he's a big body, but he's not the kind of big body you need. He can't defend other big bodies. So you go up and face Nikola Jokic in the playoffs, you're not putting Kevin Love on him.
Well,
so,
Draymond, Jokic has already said that no one's harder as far as a defender against him than Draymond. You already got that.
You go up against anybody, and who's Kevin Love going to guard? The answer is nobody.
The other big.
Right.
Draymond's got the big. You get the other big.
So you're going to put him up against whatever stiff another team has? He can't guard Zubats.
Listen,
you got no answer for Zubats. Kevin Love provides nothing of the things that you need. Yes, he's a familiar face. He grew up with Clay. He's a winning player. He's a nice, fine fellow, and he would fit darn good in the locker room. He doesn't help you one iota to be better.
When you say, he can't defend, it's like, I mean, you're talking in a large sample. He can defend. He's a big body. He's not the worst defender we've ever seen. You would only be asking Kevin to come in and do very limited minutes in limited situations. And yes, there's an aspect of this that is insurance. It's just like, can we have somebody who can have some success if a Looney, if a JaMychal Green goes down? Because you're so thin there now. You're so thin there that if there's a problem there, I mean, you're dust. You're playing all guards all of a sudden.
Right, but Kevin Love is not Kevon Looney insurance.
Well, I mean,
he's 6'8", but he
Green.
plays like a small forward. He's not. He doesn't play the way Kevon plays. He's a great passer, and he can shoot the three. He's not a guy who's going to get in there and get dirty and play 30 minutes.
He's not Kevon, but he's he can be on the interior. He can be on the interior.
James Wiseman could be on the interior.
No,
he could.
No,
he could. And
he's allowed to stand
exactly,
there.
and he would stand there.
So Kevin Love is way better than James Wiseman defensively.
But you're talking about big bodies. James Wiseman was a big body who got punished defensively. We saw it again last night in Detroit. Kevin Love is a big body who does not guard.
All right, it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Plenty more of you want to weigh in on this, and that's exactly where we're going next. 888-957-9570. More of your calls. Steiny and Goo only a half hour away as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
Listen to Steiny and Guru with the Odyssey app.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.
I mean, probably nothing. What's Love got to do with the rest of the Warriors season? I'm thinking nothing. I don't think this is likely. He hasn't even finalized a buyout with Cleveland. And if he does, Miami is supposed to be the front runner.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the Warriors are interested in this. I just feel...
Well, they tried to trade Klay Thompson for him, so of course they're interested.
They did 114 years ago. But, yeah, to me, this is even maybe... We're talking about all the X's and O's of Kevin Love. What about the not X's and O's? That actually seems to be where you and I kind of agree a little bit, which is that I think the Warriors, to a degree, when everybody around you is acquiring talent and getting better, and then your team makes an acquisition that already on the surface is a lesser acquisition than what your counterparts made, and then that player can't even play, it feels like they just missed out on the party. And so an acquisition for the Warriors might give them an emotional boost in addition to a basketball boost.
I would say emotional boost and then full stop. I don't think you're getting a basketball boost. You're getting a guy whose three-point shot, his percentage has gone way down, and quite frankly, on this team, you don't want him shooting the three anyway. You've got 4 or 5 guys who are better three-point shooters than he is. You need someone to come in and play defense, and he's not a good defensive player. He's never been a good defensive player, and you look at what he is leaving. He's leaving a team that is good. They're competitive, and they're pushing for a title, and yet they don't feel like that he can help you at all. So, yeah, it would be nice. Kevin Love, you're a veteran. We all know you. Let's tell some old stories around the campfire and kumbaya, but he's not helping you at all on the court.
Yeah, but, look, different teams have different needs, and Kevin is not a perfect fit for what the Warriors need, but let's not act like just because one team that's going for a title gives up on you that you don't fit on another team. And I know this is baseball, not a perfect comp, but as you were saying that, like Joey Gallo popped to mind. The Yankees were like, get the hell out of here, dude. We're going for a title. And the Dodgers are like, we'll take him. We're going for a title. You know what I mean? And I think the Dodgers felt decent about what they got out of Joey Gallo.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't great. He still strikes out like most of the time. But there's something to that. Like, this does not fit Cleveland right now. That does not mean that it does not fit somebody else who also has aspirations. Polo in Redwood City next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Polo, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, nothing much. Going back to work. I want to say this, man. Everybody's stacking up because they can't beat the Warriors. I'm tired of all these superstars going to these different teams and trying to stack up and the core not getting their respect of holding it down on one team, period. But I wanted to say this, too. How come we just go get Eric Pascal, bring him back? What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I don't think the team, they didn't like him the first time. They gave up on him real quick. It sends alarms off. There's a little bit of a James Wiseman comp here. I know this is a totally different draft pick. It sends alarms off in my head when a team is willing to give up on a player before the fan base is. That's backwards. You understand that, right? Usually a fan base is the impatient one and the team is patient because fans are fickle and teams are the ones that are actually footing the bill. So they're the ones who are invested, not us. But when it goes the other way around, it sets alarms off. It's like they're the ones who are around him every day. They see him in practice every day. If they're giving up on him, it's because they don't like what they see.
And when you have a 26-year-old free agent, Eric Pascal, who has spent the entirety of this NBA season as a 26-year-old free agent, and you have 29 other teams, including the team he just left, the Utah Jazz, 29 other teams have had a crack at Eric Pascal in October, all the way through February, and nobody has even thought to bring him in. And additionally, Eric Pascal himself hasn't gone the way of going to play for Fenerbahce like, Bielitsa did, or he's not going to Japan. He's not playing in Mexico like Juan Toscano Anderson. Eric Pascal's he's just out there.
I'm glad you just brought up Bielitsa's name.
Bielitsa.
Well, DiVincenzo.
It's a different.
So that's different. It's not Bielitsa is not restaurant quality. DiVincenzo now.
What's the international buyout market like?
Well, I'm not suggesting getting Bielitsa, but
totally
Bielitsa and Kevin Love. How would you compare those two?
Bielitsa better than Kevin Love right now.
At what?
At probably everything. Shooting.
Really?
Defensively, Bielitsa gave you a couple of quality stops in the postseason.
Well, see, now, but that's
there
all
was
I'm talking
there was
about.
A quarter where Bielitsa was like, oh, my God, he took a charge.
Well,
a block.
right? Like, that's all you'd be asking Love to do. Be Bielitsa.
Bielitsa.
Right. Be Bielitsa. Okay? Naman.
71 games last year in the regular season, 16 minutes a night, which is about what Kevin Love has played this year.
Right.
36% from three for Bielitsa.
Kevin Love?
6 points a night. Kevin Love is a little lower than that, but traditionally, I think he was down to about 34. I'll put it back up.
I thought it was higher than that.
Yeah, I've had it open all day. I just closed it for some reason, but Kevin Love.
Go ahead.
I don't know, 35.4% from three.
Yeah, you're right.
From three.
So pretty similar.
Bielitsa way higher.
You said 36.2. And Kevin Love's 35.5.
0.4. Don't round up. That rounds down, Mark.
No, it doesn't round down.
0.4 rounds down. You son of a math teacher. No, rebounds Bielitsa 4 a game. Kevin Love a better rebounder at 7 a game. I'll round up at 6.8.
Listen.
Defensively, neither one of them can help
you. So, can Kevin Love come in and be Bielitsa for the rest of the year? I say yes.
Yeah.
They're almost the same player.
Jeez.
They're they're very similar players, except for Kevin can rebound.
And Love played 20 minutes a night, but he's not available every game. He's only played in 41.
Does it adjust to like, I'm not asking you to come in and be awesome. I'm asking you to come in and be Bielitsa.
Bielitsa 10 minutes in the offs over the course of 15 games.
Yep. But there were
double
moments.
Single.
There were moments where you're like, that's all you're getting on the buyout market.
Different team this year.
I know.
Different responsibilities. And last year you didn't need Bielitsa to be anything other than what he was, which was basically, we're going to bring you in, and we know you're probably not going to stop anyone. Spot up a couple times, stroke a couple threes, and then that'll be it for you, Nemanja. Kevin Love, if he comes onto this team, you need this player, whoever you get in the buyout market. If you get somebody, you need that player to be more than Bielitsa.
Maybe. I don't know that. I don't know that.
I know that.
That depends on who gets healthy and when. RJ in New York, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, RJ, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, what's going on? I had a question for you guys, actually. So if you look at the Western Conference, you got 4 players. You got Devin Booker, you got Anthony Davis, you got Kyrie Irving, and you got PG-13. These are all superstars in today's league, and they're the second best player on teams competing this year and going forward. So now you look at a guy like Andrew Wiggins. Do you guys really believe, even if he plays the way he did last year on the championship run, do you believe that Andrew Wiggins, that same Andrew Wiggins, can be the second best player for a Golden State Warriors team within the next 5 years?
I mean, he just was. He was their second best player in the playoffs last year. And that version of Andrew Wiggins was better than anything I've ever seen Paul George do. You called Paul George a superstar, and I'm going to clap back. He's a good player. He's a very good player. He was assessed as a superstar years ago, but he's not. He's not. He's a good player.
He's better than a good player.
He's very good.
He's a star. He may not be a superstar.
He's not a superstar.
He's a star.
He's not a 1 on a championship team.
No, and he's not a 2 on a championship team until he is. And the Clipper team, if you want to talk about don't sleep on a team, I hope you're not sleeping on the Clippers, because the Clippers came in here.
No, I'm not sleeping on them.
And they dominated the Warriors. And
they were supposed to be good.
Yes, but now they actually are playing like they're good. The Clippers are another team that I was sleeping on for the majority of the year, but don't sleep on them now.
No, they're in the mix. I've always thought same thing. If blessed with health, they're in the mix. The question though, and I'm not even really sure what RJ was getting at. Like, can Wiggins be the 2 on a championship squad? Yes, he already was. Where's that going next? There are questions. I'm not sure, but the Warriors are a different roster because who their second best player is rotates night in and night out. Like the Clippers, they've got Paul George. Okay, well, what if it's not Paul George? Then who's their second best player? The Warriors have other people who can put 50 on the board. Like Klay Thompson or Jordan Poole on a given night can be a 40-point scorer. So I don't think you need Wiggins to be that kind of a presence every single night. Certainly helps, but
you need him to be your second best defender every single night. And that comes back to our can't versus won't discussion, and it feels more like it's a won't for Andrew Wiggins than it is a can't this year.
Steiny and Goo are about to jump in here. We get to more of your calls on this on Willard and Dibs.
Listening to Damon and Ratto has never been easier with the Odyssey app.
James Wiseman was a sexy enough physical prospect. I still pick James Wiseman in the moment, knowing what we knew at that moment. I do.
This is the Bay Area.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Restaurant quality, Dante DiVincenzo. Dude's been awesome. He really has, especially lately. But of all the things that did not go right for the Warriors from last season to this season, Dante is not on that list. That signing worked. He's been fantastic.
Yeah, and even, the Ty Jerome and the Anthony Lamb additions have been good.
Interesting.
As well. And now you're in a spot where you got to figure out what to do with them when their 50-game two-way status expires. Do they sign them both, or do they sign one or neither? It'll be interesting to see how they navigate that.
Steiny and Goo are going to jump in here in just a little bit. We're sitting here watching Tiger warm up. Tigers teeing off in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
15 minutes.
It's exciting.
12:04, Riviera, Tiger Woods. Here we go.
First non-major appearance since the Zozo back in, I think, 2020. It's been a couple.
Is it really?
Non-major.
I mean, I know last year. Hi, Tiger. I know last year just 3 tournaments, right? It was just 3 tournaments. It was the Masters, PGA Championship, and was it Open Championship?
The Open Championship,
right?
yes, because he said goodbye to St. Andrews on the Swilken Bridge,
right,
which is right there on the 18th hole.
And he missed the cut, right?
Yes.
He missed the cut. He withdrew from PGA and tied for 47th at the Masters, something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting, man. It would be great, obviously, for the sport if he can, I don't know, just be relevant. I mean, he's relevant just when he's there.
Right.
But, if he can actually, get involved in some of these leaderboards, that would be big. That would be good.
He is 1 win away from, and we all talk about Jack, him, getting Jack's record of 18 majors. He needs 3 to tie Jack. He needs 1 win to pass Sam Snead. My name is Sam Snead. You better recognize for most wins on tour. So he still has some reasons to be out there playing. But I know this, Mark, and I'm in a fantasy golf league, so I'm locked in on every tournament every week. But when Tiger plays, it becomes a thing for the casual non-golf sports fan.
How come I never get the invite for your fantasy golf league?
I don't run it, and next year though I will extend. It's run by a good friend of the program, Rob Scott.
Okay,
former Pepperdine volleyball player. Plays his golf at a Blackhawk.
Sometimes I have a hard time trusting people with 2 first names, but I'll allow it.
Oh, this guy's a legend.
Okay,
6'5" middle blocker. Played back in the Karch Karai era. So he knows all the Southern California OGs. Right. 75 people in this fantasy golf league. It's a fantastically run pool.
Okay, I'm in. How much?
It's not for any money. What's wrong with you?
All right.
What's wrong with you?
I'm out.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah. So anyway, Tigers coming up here in 13 minutes. We've been talking a whole lot of Warrior basketball from James Wiseman to the buyout market and Kevin Love. And I thought, interesting conversation, changeover one, and off the top of our show today, with regard to when is the right time to sort of buy into reality on a player, and when is it time to sort of tap out on an investment. I'll admit something. This was all inspired by an assignment that got turned in by one of my students yesterday. I asked them to do.
The teacher becomes the student.
I said, give me 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Commentary, solo on anything, sports, but craft your point. Have something to say.
Have a take and don't suck.
Right,
basically.
Don't weave through. So then the Warriors played and they kind of look at what is your point?
Did you rack this guy?
I did, even though I hated his point, but he did a good job of delivering it, and he had a point. He came right out and he goes, "So here's the deal. Trey Lance should start next year for the 49ers. And I sat up in the chair and I went, "What you talking about, student?"
Willis.
And he went, "Here's what I'm talking about, prof." And then he went through all of his reasons. And essentially, it boiled down to, I still don't believe what I saw Brock Purdy do because I'm not supposed to believe what Brock Purdy did. Now, he didn't say it that way, but that was essentially what he was getting at. He compared Brock Purdy to Jimmy Garoppolo, said that they're very similar. I wanted to crawl into the MP3 and go, But what about the 10 points per game extra that showed up?
Oh, they record these and then they send them in.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yes, this was not live.
Okay.
It was memorized.
He doesn't do it live?
No, he does not. Do it live.
Oh, man.
So I'm sitting there listening to this, and he's like, yards per attempt and completion percentage. And I wanted to go, what about the 23 points per game turning into 33 points a game? What about that?
Did he hit you with system quarterback at all?
Well, he just sort of said, look, you're looking at the same guy, and he doesn't have near the talent. And that's the statement that stuck with me, because I wonder what it is we all actually consider talent, right? When we say that, we must mean raw talent. We must mean like, oh, he's got the God-given gifts. He's got the speed or the height or the strength or the howitzer arm. This is any sport.
Right.
Right? So, if that's what talent is, well, then, yeah, James Wiseman should come back because he's got raw skills. I don't think the Warriors think he can play basketball.
No. Kevon Looney is the best example, I think, in the Bay Area of a guy who, and I say this in this context of this conversation, guy's got no talent. He can't jump. He can't shoot. He can't dribble. He can't really do anything other than every single solitary thing that the Warriors want him and need him to do to win basketball games.
So smart. Right.
I mean,
smart. Like a heady player.
He rebounds even though he never leaves the ground. He scores even though it seems impossible that he can shoot from the angle at which he shoots. He sets unbelievable screens. He always knows where to be. He doesn't have any talent as you're describing it. And so I'm infuriated by this student. I hope you gave him an F.
Well, actually, I'm pretty sure he got an A because the statement, the assignment was not to be right.
Yeah, just to
the
be
assignment was to
be compelling, and it's compelling.
Well,
yeah.
right. Like, I mean, if we're supposed to fail every piece of sports media where the take is wrong, well, that's the end of most sports media.
Yeah,
right.
There's a guy named Nick Wrong on
I
Fox.
was just watching clips of Mad Dog Russo, and JJ Redick is literally going to yank all of the hair off of his head because Mad Dog is sitting here talking about how Larry Bird's a better shooter than Steph Curry because defense and era. You're wrong. But we can't. We're not going to. ESPN's not going to fire him. They're not going to fire him. They're going to give him a raise because he ticked us off.
And you watched it, so of course he's going to get a raise.
Yeah.
To that point, I would love to see Larry Bird in this era because of how much and how often we shoot the three now, and the way Larry is able to pass the ball. The defenses were a lot stricter and tougher. It was harder to be a scorer in that era, but at the same time, what Steph Curry is able to do in terms of creating his shot and just pure shooting. But I'd love to see if Larry Bird was, leaving Indiana State right now as a Sycamore, and he was to come into this league with that crazy hair and that milk mustache. What kind of a player would he be?
We just committed a huge sin, just a huge error.
Not at all.
I mean, to be talking about Larry Bird when Steiny walked in, I've never seen.
Keep my hero out your mouth.
I've never seen your neck peacock like it just did. You just walked in like unassuming, like you usually do. Got your legal pad. We're on our way in. What are we going to talk about? And he heard the words Larry and Bird come out of your mouth, and it was a bow, like it was like the whole body just went through a convulsion.
Let me try this to get him involved into the show more quickly.
Hi, boys.
You know who he'd be? Kyle Korver. Good morning, Steiny.
So does he grow up? Does he grow up when he grew up, or he grows up like he grew up with alongside Steph Curry?
Yeah, he grows up alongside Steph Curry.
He grows up, yeah.
Because you're grown up and you're grown up.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I can say for sure is he wouldn't be any better defensively. I can say that.
Right.
Yeah.
He'd be Kevin Lovian on the defensive end.
Actually, I've always found this fascinating. So when they put the 3-point line in 79, in theory, if you were a pro at 30 years old, that's the first time you ever started shooting that shot. Now, after practice, you would always do stuff like that, take long shots, but nothing like they do now where it's like they feed you the ball and reps and reps and reps. So Curry was actually one of the first generation to grow up with the line. Like the minute he could reach the basket from 3-point, it was on the floor already. Even like a Reggie Miller, I think, came into college in '86. So, when he was 10 years old, I don't think there was a line. When Reggie Miller, now.
I believe high school, the first
give it to me.
the first year out here anyway in California that they had the three-pointer might have been 86 because that was my year. And I know my brother's year, your year, 82, they didn't have it.
Right.
Might have been 85 or 86 that year with it. Spadoni, we're trying to relate here. History, Spadoni. Spadoni.
So that's one thing I always thought of. Like Steph Curry literally got to take more three-point practice shots than anybody before in his generation prior to his generation.
And decided to.
Exactly.
But yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're working on different stuff. I mean, comparing eras is always just...
I'm with you. I'm out.
It's tired.
And disrespectful, too.
It's just tired.
Yeah.
I don't think we're necessarily comparing eras in this conversation, just thinking
They
about...
were. Yeah, no, we're not. They were. The whole thing, it just too often it dies on the vine. Like sort of everybody kind of loves their era, whatever era piques their interest, then that's what they go to, and the conversation ends with, you can't compare eras.
Yeah.
And then we go have a beer. Like, that's just kind of the way it works.
The old Terry Bradshaw we brought up, because it was a different era.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app.
See,
how are we doing today? What's
good.
cooking?
And I always think, okay, if Steph Curry played back in the 80s, he wouldn't what? Like, he wouldn't what? He wouldn't have adjusted? Like, he would have played his whole life playing a different style?
Exactly.
And here's the other thing. Like, he just would have been one of those guys that made a lot of long twos. If there weren't a three-point line,
Right.
he would
have been a mix between Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars.
Yeah, or the coach allows Steph Curry to take 25-footers even though there's no three-point line because he's so good at it.
1986, Larry led the league with 194 three-pointers attempted. This year, 131 players have taken more than 100.
And half of them suck.
Do you like it?
They shouldn't even be shooting them.
And we're not even through the season yet. Kevin Love is, by the way, the name who's shot 195 threes. Larry led the league with 194 that year. And Kevin Love, it just so happens that the guy we've been talking about all morning, Kevin Love, he shot 195 so far.
Now, what do you mean you've been talking
this year? In the buyout market. Do you want him,
Cleveland's trying to go for a chip, and they're saying bye-bye.
Right. Maybe it's because he doesn't fit with what they're trying to do.
Well, I don't know what he can do left.
I was thinking, why would Cleveland do this? Well, here's why Cleveland would do it. He's out of the rotation. Okay, what if they need him? I think they probably think, well, if we need him, we're in trouble anyway, if we get down to Kevin Love. But I also think this is what you get when you're a true professional. An organization will do you a solid. And that's what I think it is. I think they're like, look, he's not going to play here. He's been a great teammate. Let's do him a favor. And that's also the kind of thing that gets around the league. And it helps Cleveland's reputation among the players if, in fact, they're doing Love a solid and buying him out and letting him go play somewhere. I get why you'd feel weird about it, but I think that's why. Just doing him a good hard solid.
Yeah, I think he can still play. I think he can still play. And again, whenever we're on the buyout market, I think that, in general, a fan base, we kind of overstate what's going on because you're in some sort of a state of desperation. Like, the buyout market has never led to a championship. And it doesn't matter who you get. But could it help? Could it help if the other things that the Warriors need to have happen? Could it help?
Well, whose minutes are he taking? That's what I asked Steiny.
I have no idea. Yeah. I have no idea. But somebody is in theory already about to step in and take minutes. Is Iguodala playing? If he does, he's taking minutes. If GP2 gets healthy, is he playing? Sure. He's taking somebody's minutes. So that stuff gets worked out.
But, I mean, honestly, and I'm not kidding, kind of give him Wiseman's minutes to start.
That would be zero.
Well,
exactly.
No, I mean,
I thought he was telling a joke.
I knew that's what
material.
I tweeted it out.
You know how everybody used to say, can you get Wiseman 4 or 5 minutes a half?
That was me.
Okay, just give him the love then. I know he's not a great defensive player, but I never think there's a problem if a guy can pass to bring a guy on. He won't be a problem because he can pass and he can rebound.
Yeah.
You never lose your knack for rebounding. It's not a perfect fit, but I wouldn't hate. He can play.
Well, Draymond didn't
do.
say they need bodies. He said the people in here, I'm translating how I took it, need to get on their, put it in another gear.
Well, and maybe this helps
what
that.
he said.
But maybe this helps that. Like you just want, and we know this. You know this in locker rooms and clubhouses. When you get to a trade deadline and everybody around you got better and you don't get anything, it feels like you missed the party, and it feels like your organization is not backing you. Now, this team understands what happened. They acquired somebody to help, and that person now is compromised in terms of health. But if I'm the Warriors and I'm watching Dallas and Phoenix and the Clippers and the Lakers do what they just did, I'd like somebody else to walk into this room too. And maybe this helps that.
And they thought they were doing that with GPT.
Right.
I know. That's
stinks.
what I'd be a little worried about.
Damn.
You hope to get even a little jolt, and then you don't get it. You think you're going to get it, but then you don't get it, and you see what's going on, and now you don't have Curry. I mean, to me, I feel like this is really weather the storm time when they get out of break, those 6 or 8 games. Like they got to stay in touch with 500. They
open
really
up with the new Lakers that beat you already.
Yeah, Mark.
At home.
Mark's already got that marked as a win. He's buried. He buried the
Look at
Lakers.
Mark.
That's not true.
Johnny Cash
That's
today.
not true.
I see you, Willard.
That's not what I said.
Oh,
I don't play win-loss in football, and I certainly don't do it in basketball.
Thank you.
But what I did say is
Spadoni chirping for the first time in a while.
I did say that the same thing I've said the last 2 years in a row in January and February, which is stop telling me that, oh gosh, watch out if the Lakers get healthy. No, they're dust, they're done, they're irrelevant.
All right, Willard.
And if they become a problem for the Warriors, it means the Warriors have a bigger problem than them. If they play each other in the 9-10 game, that'll be a fun night. And one of them will win, and whoever wins is got a few days left.
I had flashbacks of when
too.
LeBron hit that shot and beat him last time.
Yeah, I mean,
Warriors winless all time in playing games.
They don't.
And again, I hate to be the fact guy of the program. It's
Divs loves him some awkward facts.
Which awkward schmuckward. I will say this: I hate the play in. I always have, and even if the Warriors are in it this year, just be a top 8. Or go to Cancun. Just lose me with this cockamamie play-in scenario. Because you're right, Mark. You're the 10, you beat the 9, and then you beat the 7-8 loser. Well, now you're playing the top seed, and you're probably getting waxed.
But what if that is the Warriors? What if the Warriors?
Well, I'm all in. I won't miss a dribble.
Then we got some problems.
Denver, you mean, would have some problems?
If they're 7 or 8, I would like to know how many games Steph Curry played. 7 or 8 to me could end up being acceptable if Steph.
On the way in.
Nobody wants the Warriors in that. I'm just telling you.
You're probably right.
By that time,
I mean, I don't know. Like a lot of these teams, look, we're also crowning people based on the trade deadline. And I told you this last week. And the Mavericks have lost 3 games in a row. Oh, gosh, Kyrie, they've lost 3 in a row. So whatever. I don't know if that. Now I know that Luka's gone through his injury stuff, but still, there's so many stories that are still going to unfold.
I am with you
in the next 6 weeks, and how quickly Steph Curry gets back to the floor is a major one of those. Yep. A major one of those.
So let's just say you wind up as the 8th seed. You find your way into that, but Steph Curry, he plays the final 12 games of the year.
Okay,
which right now he's not playing against the Lakers. He already said that. He probably won't play the next night against the Rockets, so that leaves you with 22 games left to go.
Yep.
My sense is that he's not coming back until early March, which only leaves you about 15 games. So if he plays in those 15, you wind up 41-41. You're the 8th seed. You lose to the 7, but you beat the 9-10 winner. You're the 8th seed, but Steph played 15 games.
Let's go.
Steph's back into form. GP2, I don't know if GP2 is going to play, but let's just say he doesn't play. Because the sense is that GP2 is out for a month, which puts you into late March, and that leaves you very little time to play. So Steph played 15 games.
Bring on Denver.
You're 41-41, and you like their chances to knock off Denver.
Yeah, because I feel like Denver's getting crowned and they're a beautiful story. They got talent.
Who's crowned in Denver?
You, because you talk about it like, oh, it's Denver. Denver ain't done a damn thing since I've known you. But you want to say, oh, the Warriors are going to be scared because they got to play Jokic and they beat them 4-1.
They'll never be scared.
Let's battle. Let's watch it. It ain't like the Warriors are super-duper underdogs.
Shame on you for saying I've crowned Denver.
Well, you've crowned at Phoenix. You're bought into all these moves at the deadline.
Don't forget, they're going to have to beat all these teams.
Right, but it's one series at a time.
Well, it is, but it's an accumulation.
I guess what I'm saying. Usually. You're not saying the Warriors have no chance if they were to play Denver in a 7-game series.
I would never say that.
Yeah, let me add this too, Dibs. You said early March, just so that we've got the way this actually looks.
Right.
If he were back March 2nd, they have 20 games left. If he's back March 2nd and they still end up 41-41, then they've got bigger problems than we even realize. If he plays those last 20 games and they can't get into a winning record. Now, the other side to that, if you look at March, it's got a lot of stuff on that schedule. It's not easy.
Talk to me, Mark.
Well, yeah.
It's my guru.
March 2nd starts.
I would give you two.
March 2nd's a home back-to-back with the Clippers and the Pelicans. Okay, right out of the gate. Then they go to L.A. for the Lakers.
You don't want that Laker team on the road in March.
I mean, look at the next handful of games.
It
goes
team.
at Lakers, at Oklahoma City, at Memphis, home for Milwaukee, Phoenix.
Jesus.
That's scary.
Back to the Clippers. Right now, it gets easier a little bit in the set, but
That's a gauntlet.
There's a lot of stuff in March. So that's what I mean by I want to know how many regular season games Steph plays before I can tell you what seed feels good.
No doubt.
You got to go to Denver. You got three against the Lakers 3 times
at Memphis twice.
Oh, geez,
you've got Milwaukee coming. You got Philly coming.
You got to face the beam on the road.
Phoenix coming.
Sack. What did they hook up with them in the offs?
Yeah,
that would be incredible.
It would be the first time ever.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, now there's a team that doesn't want to see the Warriors.
Well, and I'll tell you what,
I agree
if
with
they
that.
do,
no doubt, because
if
they don't play
matchup
D.
happens,
they don't play D.
That means the Warriors are the 6.
Right.
That means Steph comes back
Right.
and you catch some fire.
Probably.
So if you go in as the 6 and you take on the beam, I think you advance.
Well, that's if Sack holds on to the third spot.
Because
there could be some slippage.
The Kings are 1 game ahead of the Suns right now.
No doubt. But the Kings are great.
But we're talking about what if they played the Kings in the off. The only
Bring
way,
it on.
There's no way the Warriors are going to get to the 5. I mean, I guess there is a way.
Yeah, it's an opinion. But yeah.
Well, I don't think the Warriors. I think the Warriors are going to be lucky to be in the play. I got Lumpy on the line here.
What if the Kings don't get the 2?
Liana Pons. Yeah, we have that. Yeah, Liana Pons.
That's what would concern me too. Is okay. Denver and Memphis are out of reach. Okay, the Kings.
The beam.
I don't believe in them. So they could fall.
Yeah.
Free fall.
I
Okay,
agree
fine.
with total.
Who's
Okay.
4?
The Suns.
Okay, I feel like
game behind the Kings.
Right, but I feel like the Suns are gonna go 15-9.
They do have Kevin Durant on the team now.
So
You know who I am.
That's what I'd be worried about is, and I'm with you on Dallas. Who knows about Dallas?
Yeah, that's a
But if
total
Dallas
question mark.
and Phoenix both start playing, 650, 700 ball, well, guess what? Now 5's the best you're going to do.
I think we are starting to see clarity on who the top 5 are.
I think so, too.
And this is only if Sacramento can stay in that group.
Yeah.
Well, it's Denver and Memphis are probably going to be the 1 and the 2.
Phoenix.
We know that. Now, then there's the next log jam of the 3, 4, 5, and maybe even the 6. But to me, the Kings, the Suns, and the Clippers. That's probably your top 5 seeds, is my guess. Minnesota right now at the moment stands at the 6. They're only a game ahead of the Warriors.
Yeah.
They're a game ahead. So the log jam is turning into 2 different log jams, if you will. Because it's not like the Clippers and Suns are that far clear either. The Clippers are only 2 games ahead of the Warriors. But it's where they're at and who's in their lineup and their state of health. Yeah. You got to think that those teams are going to have a good
and their
final
big dogs
6
have
weeks.
been playing PG and Hawaii.
Where are Guru's Lakers?
Guru's
feel
Lakers
good about the $20 bet deals.
Are at 27-32.
How many out of the 4th, Willard?
They are
5 out.
They are the 13 seed.
I don't give it to them that.
But they are only 2 games. They're 2 games out of the play-in tournament.
But that 4th might be Phoenix now. Man.
And they're only 2.5 games behind the Warriors, by the way.
They're 5 out of the 4th, but they'd have to pass 8 teams in order to get to number 4.
Ton.
It is.
I'm going to go around the room. I'm going to start with
baseball.
We had Myers on yesterday, and last week we had Brandon Payne.
Whoop.
Do you really believe, what level of concern for Steph's injury do you think this is? Like, where are you at? Because I'm at a 9.
Scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah, 1 to 10. I'm at a 9, and I'm hoping I'm so wrong because everything is all dependent
I'm at a 6
on that.
because, they're going to reevaluate him after the break. And let's just say they look at him and they go, you know what? You're ready to resume basketball activity. It's another week. And this is what I was talking about before in terms of the week it would take. As soon as he's cleared, it's going to take him a week to get back to actually be able to play games. You know what I mean? Because he's not cleared to practice yet. So once he's cleared to practice, cleared to scrimmage, then he can come back and play games. So I'm concerned that the injury lingers until, let's say it's mid-March.
No, that's bad.
And you get to mid-March, and they look and they go, oh, crap, we're 5 games below 500 now. We have free fallen. Let's just shut the shit down.
Yeah, free.
I'll give you a 7.
Oh, wow, okay.
And the reason it's a 7 is because of the unknown. Like, in other words, this is not an injury that has this clear timetable.
That's scary.
So that's the scary part. The reason why I'm not up with you at a 9 is that, shout out Doc Pandia and others who have talked about these words that we had never heard of before, these ligaments. You're not talking about something that, as they would say, you're going to go out there and make it worse. It's not there's not structural issues. It's pain management. And great athletes like Steph Curry, you watch what Patrick Mahomes did in the Super Bowl.
No.
I'm going to back them in terms of how they can manage their pain. So I do think he'll get back out there. But, yeah, it might still be weeks. It might still be multiple weeks.
6 and 7, where you at?
I mean, honestly, I'm at a 0. But not because I don't care. It's because, to me, I always view this thing, well, Steph Curry ain't coming back. We don't have any problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's over at that point.
Doubt.
So I'm going to assume, for some reason, I have the number 6 in my head, that he's going to miss 6 games after the All-Star break, the 6 in the 9 days. Well, that leaves with 18 to go. That still gives him enough time to, get up to 6,
all right,
for let's say. So if it's 6 games, I think they can weather that.
That's
I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, the All-Star break helps. This helps.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they're,
they have the longest All-Star break of any team.
Yeah. But the fact that 12 days before their next game, Steph was able to tell you, I'm not playing in that game.
That is what
That's a good point.
Man. Right? So
that's a good point.
Not like he's close. He's not close. So, all right, Steiny and Goo, here we go. Coming up.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I would say I tell you what, you got to do a lot to get blocked by me.
I just asked Willington Dibbs, have you ever blocked somebody on Twitter? I haven't. And then I looked at you.
Somebody?
Nah, look at us, because Dibbs was in the process. I go, some people get off on it. I'll ignore you.
I think I have less than a half a dozen blocks.
But you have some in the file.
You know what's funny is I'll do a lot. There's just one guy. I wish I'd give him a shout out if I remembered his name. But I actually I block and unblock and block and unblock him. I've been doing that for like 3 years. And
oh man.
Hey, by the way, your boy has done some research.
Yeah. Evan Giddings.
Yeah, I've been in the lab and this is going to be a fun show, and I'll tell you why. We're going to talk about how unbelievable it would be if the Warriors do pull this off. And I'll just start the show with it. I got into it with some nitwits, twitwits.
I'll give you a 2. Never heard it.
So, and maybe I didn't explain myself clearly yesterday, but I said, if the Warriors win this, they win it this year, I said you could make a case that it's the greatest 10-year run ever.
And I agreed with that.
Well, I got to clarify. What I meant is it would be the most impressive run by a core.
Yeah.
specifically a 3-man core. Like, it's virtually... Okay, we have the Celtics from 57 to 69. Okay. They won 11 titles in 13 years, and Bill Russell won 11 of them. He was a part of all of them. Now, they had different iterations along with Russell. Some guys won 7. So, but there were only 10 teams in the league back then. So I don't want to diminish the Celtics. And, like, yes, that was a dynasty, but I'm talking about cores. Cores.
Steph, Clay, and Dre.
All right, so you ready?
Yep.
All right. If the I want Warrior fans to think about this, because it would put them in a class to me by themselves. If the Warriors were to pull this off and win it this year, that would be 5 titles in 9 years.
Good Lord.
Okay? And without a doubt, the first title and the last title and the ones in between, their core was Curry, Clay, and Draymond.
No doubt about it.
No ifs, ands, or buts. Yes, Durant was here, but that core never went away. So they would be 5 and 9. Woo! Okay, let's look at some of the great runs. All right, let's go in back chronological order backwards. The Lakers. The Lakers won 5 titles in 11 years from 2000 to 99 to, I think, 2010, whatever it was. But it was just Kobe Bryant. He was the only one there for all 5. Shaq wasn't there.
Yeah.
There were different iterations, in other words. Like, he won one with Bynum and Gasol, but it was just Kobe. He was the only guy.
Yep.
So they didn't have a core. They for that 11-year span, they didn't have one core. They had more than one core. The Bulls, 6 titles in 8 years. Well, they had 2 different iterations. They had Rodman was part of the second one.
But
he wasn't part
Pippen,
of the first.
though.
That's 2 guys. See, a lot of what I'm talking about here is also the difficulty of keeping a core together. So not only do you have to keep a core together, which is hard to do over the course of a dynasty because S happens, but you got your 3 guys. All right. Jordan, Pippen. It was just those 2 guys.
And Phil. But I got you. Yeah.
Okay, well, I could go Kerr. That's still 4. Yeah. The Spurs, 5 titles in 15 years. Well, I mean, they won. The first one was with David Robinson. You know, Duncan was there for all 5 of them, but he was the only one there for all 5 of them.
Crazy.
And Kawhi was the guy at the end. So, again, iterations. Closest one to me is the Lakers in the 80s. 5 titles, 9 years, Magic and Kareem.
Okay.
But even James Worthy wasn't there for the first 2. He wasn't there for the first 2. What I'm getting at is that's why this would be, to me, the most... maybe the most historic thing ever done, because you kept the core of the dynasty together for about a decade, almost a decade, which, first of all, that never happens. It never happens. And then secondly, they have to be good enough to win it 10 years apart. So that's why... that's why I think about this and think, oh my God, this would be this is so hard to do. What they are trying to do is so hard to do that I want everybody to realize that if they do this, please don't say, yeah, no big deal. I knew they were going to win last year, they're going to win this year. Like, it would be unfreaking believable.
Dude, you said
one
that
of
up
a kind
perfect.
in basketball history.
But what about the people like me, Steiny? And I love everything you put into that. And I'm not undermining anything that you put together. And I'm not wearing Warrior underwear when I tell you this. And I feel like I may not be by myself. The way you just set that up is 4 to 5. I know my math. Is that what has you to where, oh my God, I'm on my ass, just blown away, as opposed to what if I said I feel the way you do now when they won it last year? And yeah, I know 5 is greater than 4, but the fact that they did it last year, can you let me in? I'm knocking on that door, not to minimize what you said.
Nope.
But the gravity of how you just set that up,
no. You know
I'm
why?
drunk on 4, though, Steiny, with the same core.
That's great. And 4's nothing to sneeze at.
Right.
4's nothing to
I'm like,
sneeze
let
at.
me in.
4's incredible. But that's the other thing that
Well,
I'm
you're
just
saying that's
putting
why it's looking bad right now, maybe, because they're spent from getting number 4.
They're basically they're trying to go back to back.
Yeah.
But they're an older team. So just going back to back is hard, and they're trying to go back to back on the very back end of this thing.
Man.
So all I'm saying is
it ain't gonna be easy.
I'm gonna start looking at it from that point of view because it makes me feel less negative.
No.
I just want people to realize what they're trying to pull off here.
It was a compliment,
Ain't just something it happens every once in a while. No, it doesn't.
Yeah. And I'm just telling you, I'm already there, and it don't minimize the gravity of what you set up. But now you got me looking at you like, hey, Goo, that's why I'm not surprised they're 29-29. But it ain't just them 3. I can't wait.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into that? Jump into this conversation. You can do that if you want to. Call in and tell me how much you appreciated me putting things into perspective for you, and letting you know just how tough this is going to be. But boy, would it be unbelievably rewarding. You can do that. I set it up nice. I set the show up nicely today.
Never go full Jeff on YouTube. Just thanked me. You remember him? We were out in the cafeteria. You blocked him. I was feeling good. And I said, Steiny, let me talk to you.
Wait.
And you unblocked him. So he's thinking, remember that day? No. I said, Steiny, you got to unblock Never. Yeah,
Who is he?
He's one of your Twitter followers.
When did we meet him?
Well, we know him on social media, on Twitter. And then he came at me to get him unblocked. And then I went at you.
Jeff,
pulled you in the
Jeff
office.
P.
Yeah, and I said, come on, Steiny. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't block a lot of people. You got to be relentless.
I think some people want to get blocked.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Of course. There's another aspect. So that's the macro. That's always my that's what I said yesterday. It's like, so let's take in the magnitude of what they're trying to do in terms of a 10-year period. But then there just is this other there's this other issue of this particular season. There's never been a team to win it that's been worse than a 6 seed. There's never been a team that's won 44 games. 44 games is the lowest amount any team has ever won that's won the title.
They're a game back of 6 right now.
77-78 Washington Bullets. They were 26-23 at the All-Star break. So it's not just, it's not just what they're trying to cap off here with this 10-year run. It's also, what they're even trying to do this year may never have been done before. So buckle up. We're going to have a great last third of the season.
We got Scott Osler joining us.
Scotty Osler of the San Francisco Chronicle. He will join us at 2 o'clock. And you know what? What happens in the next 2 months? That's going to decide how long this dynasty goes. I'll explain on the other side.
Wake up with a shot.
Guru, man, love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny, man, that's my dog, boy. Good night.
Who gave Guru the drop menu?
Oh, no, that was played in the back.
Oh, you didn't do that?
No, that was producer, board extraordinaire John.
By the way,
who the hell is John?
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl Guru Johnson. What's going on in the Xfinity mobile text line?
Dude,
what are you doing? What's going on?
I was interacting, thinking you don't look, and as soon as the last word I typed, I said, "Watch him look," and it got flagged.
Dude, that's not me. That's Steiny. I totally agree with you, and have told him, and he gets angry.
Right. LOL.
What are you talking about?
No, he was talking about you crowning Denver, and I said that ain't me. And he was talking about Murray still has to come back from his injury. So it was during the break, caught me in a good mood. So I just typed back.
See that?
And I said, you know what, Steiny won't read this. And you caught it. It's all good. I ain't scared of you. But yeah, it's pretty funny. Dude, all these other teams got to come together.
This is crap.
And it was
I was in such a good mood. Oh man, I painted the Warriors in one of the greatest lights.
It went viral
historical. Well, this one was better today. Hopefully. I'm not crowning Denver. Get the pipe. I don't crown anybody. That's why nobody likes me.
Hey, speaking of which, I came in today hearing you brag on 2 hole-in-ones.
I told you to bring that up when Dibley's in studio.
He's out there. Yeah, mini golf.
Yeah, no, John just asked where I was playing this weekend. I said Peacock Gap up in Novato, and I've had one of my 2 hole-in-ones up there. Uh-huh.
So do you get paid when you do that amongst who you're playing, the hole-in-one?
Well, it's actually a very strange custom. The guy who makes the hole-in-one, I know you're going to hate this.
Yeah, what do you get?
You actually have to buy the drinks for everybody.
Oh, I'm out.
Well, you don't have to
when you
worry.
get a deer, when you hunt or you get some kill, they celebrate you.
It actually is one of the. I've never gotten.
Why would you have to?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
Anyway.
You know what? 888-957-9570. Maybe some golf historians out there. Why does the guy who has the hole-in-one have to reach in and drop a hundy?
Why
on everybody else?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that should be drinks on the house for the guy. Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to talk about the Golden State Warriors, second part of the season. Last third, 24 games. 24 games left. Warriors are at 500. And what I did in the first segment was just outline this 3-man core and how unique they are and how special they are. Let's talk about 3-man cores. Who's had a better 3-man core than Steph, Dre, and Clay?
Honestly, the first thing goes to
first thing that comes to your mind? Let's just get a conversation started.
Bird, McHale, and Parrish.
Okay, and I would say
guys I hated growing up because I was Magic.
And here's the point I'm going to make: they couldn't last. They didn't last as long as these 3.
What if I said the reason is the game was more physical? And Isaiah Thomas has spoke to that.
That may be part of it.
All right. But the bottom line is they didn't last.
They didn't. They got together. I don't even think McCann wasn't even there for the first title. That was 81. Yeah. So they won in 81, and their last one was in 86. So I'll give them 6-7 years. Those 3 guys together, essentially. Well, these guys are working on 10. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I thought of, what about Jordan, Pippen, Rodman?
Well, I go Jordan, Pippen, Horace Grant. Okay, well, that's the first iteration.
They won 3 titles, but they were those 3 were only probably teammates for 6-8 years. Yeah. And that's kind of my point. Well, they won 3 titles in 6 years. This would be 5 and 9.
Okay. I got
with
one.
The same core.
I got one. Mm-hmm. And I was up on it's Manu, Parker, and Duncan.
No.
Why you say no?
I'll tell you why. Is because the first title was David Robinson and Duncan.
That wasn't only.
Right.
Okay.
I'm going to argue, first of all, it was 5 and 15 years. Okay? So I'm going to argue with you that the last one, sorry, Kawhi was part of that core.
They're James Wiseman.
What?
He was.
Why would you do that?
He was what?
What are you doing?
Because they fluked into that pick, and he blossomed.
No, he wasn't a high pick.
Well, no, I'm saying they fluked into it by getting the dividends on the pick. Nobody knew Kawhi was going to be that. My point is that's what Wiseman was supposed to infuse to me in this Warrior core, and we could be talking about 3 or 4 more years.
Possibly. Yeah. Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker, again.
Because you give credit for getting close too, Steiny.
No, not in this one. Right. The first title, Ginobili and Parker were not on the team. And the last title, I'm going to have to say Kawhi Leonard. They were there. But those 3 guys were not as important as they were for their first title together.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Bird, we got Magic, Kareem, and Worthy. And guess what? Worthy wasn't there for the first 2 titles.
Sorry. That's why I didn't know who the third was. Cooper, Worthy, but damn.
So what I'm saying is, again, this 3-man core, there has never been a 3-man core who has had this much success for essentially a decade if they win it this year. Yeah. If they win it this year, it will be the best stretch for a 3-man core.
And I just hate to keep throwing.
What do you think about that?
I love it, Woo! But I want to wrestle you.
Why?
Because what if they don't? It's still that. What if I tell you it's, like I said last block, it's still that, Matt? It's still the most impressive run in 10 years, no matter what they do this season. That's how incredible last year was.
Well, that's because you're a Warrior fan.
See, no, I'm not wearing underwear.
The point is the numbers. So then it would be what? 4 and 9.
Yeah, well, you could do 4 and 10.
Right. And then I would say, then we have to put the
like how much if they don't get it done this year, will you say you can't come into the party because you got 4? That's all we're talking about with the 3 tandems of all the LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. They got 2. We talked about Bird and McHale. There was different versions. Magic, different versions. This is greater already. If you give this year a mulligan.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah?
I'm not doing that.
Don Rockins, just stop, Guru.
Exactly. Cut it out.
They got 4.
You got to cut it out.
4.
But then I would say, well, the Spurs kind of did that. Because then I would, just for the sake of my argument, I would say Ginobili, Parker, and Duncan.
Who allowed Kawhi? They raised Kawhi. You know what I mean? Kawhi is back. You got to give him credit, too, for, all right, young fella, we riding on your back, but we showed you the streets. Like, you get credit for that. They get credit for that for me. And Ginobili going 6-man.
Kawhi gets the credit for how good Kawhi is.
He's a dude. You see him now? Yeah, you saw him.
I was watching the game last night.
He's
still a different player, though.
Talk about it. That non-high flying or had nothing.
I mean, he just relies on his jumper. I mean,
and his shoulders, Steiny, and his strength.
Yeah, I think he's taking more outside shots now. Huh? He can make them. Obviously, he can make them.
Baby.
How about this one? Guru, how long do you want this dynasty to last?
Until Steph Curry and Clay and Dre part.
Okay. Well, does that mean at the end of Curry?
So
you want to 4 years, 3 or 4 years?
Curry is after getting hurt. I ain't seen him get old and decrepit. This is not Peyton Manning in Denver. Now he's hurt, but I know you talk about good in the birth certificate. Steph Curry is still. I'm going golf.
I know you're going
to. And that new show, Shasky, and you guys have been talking about on Netflix.
Nobody's saying you can't.
He's on the 12th hole.
I know nobody's saying you can't rave about Steph. Because obviously you spend a lot of time doing that.
He's not Chris Paul. What we can see, he's slowing down. Okay. The body is getting. You got a little bit girth.
Right, but
you got a muffin top.
We weren't talking about
hair coming off up top. You're getting older. It happens. Curry is still like a fine dancer.
But again, all I asked you was how long you want it to last. You didn't have to talk about Steph Curry. Like, okay, you want it to last. The rest of Curry's 4 years.
You press the button.
The point is
4 years.
You have to, like, you're so, I don't know what you are. You're so fawning that I asked you a question about how long you wanted the dynasty to last, And you have to turn it in for some reason into the greatness of Steph Curry because, I don't know, do you think... Are you worried that somebody with the Warriors organization might not think you love Steph Curry?
I'm from Union City, California. I don't
get it.
I don't get down like that.
I mean,
I'm just telling you, the chef.
I'm trying to make a point on how long the dynasty. I can tell you what's going to determine how long the dynasty goes. That's go ahead. You can talk more about how great Steph is.
No, I'm
the
finished.
moxie.
We'll
talk about Steph's moxie.
I'm done with that. Go ahead.
Well, the bottom line is, if the Warriors miss the playoffs, I think we could all agree it's over, right? It's over. The dynasty is over at that point.
But to what you said 2 weeks ago, verbatim, Goo, it's how you respond when you come back from the failure because of what they've done, and their titles would then next year be 2 years old.
They missed the playoffs. Dre leaves. I guess I should be more specific. Dynasty with this 3-man core. My bad, because that's what we were talking about.
Dre leaves.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if the Warriors don't make the playoffs, I think it's over.
Catastrophic.
And I think Draymond's probably going to leave. Oh, man. And the other thing is the other aspect. Myers is gone.
Yeah.
Under that situation. Yeah. Now we got Kerr who's up. Okay. What if they make the play-in game and lose to Denver? They make the play-in, they win one, lose one.
Losing the series to Denver.
Losing 6 games to Denver.
Okay.
What do you do then if you're the Warriors? Because I'm not saying it's
Dre
over
here?
or not.
Is Dre gone? I'm telling you.
Okay, Dre says I'm coming back.
Okay, it's not over. And I'm telling you, if Dre leaves, it's not over.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to.
I would have to disagree with
me,
that.
And I'm being honest, if Dre leaves,
yes,
somebody's going to replace Dre that's not on this team. Then you look at Kuminga, you look at Jordan Poole, you look at everything on your roster outside of, you might even look at Klay Thompson. Everybody, it's on now. The Band-Aid is off. It's about Steph and how can we maximize the years he has left. And I feel like if you dangle a Kuminga, if you dangle a Jordan Poole, because at that point, if you lose in the fashion you just mentioned, everything is on then. And Dre's gone bye-bye. He said deuces, peace. Stotty, that's what it's going to take.
Here's what I want to ask Warrior fans, because I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna vehemently disagree with you. 888-957-9570. If Draymond walks, they can't win it without him. The Warriors cannot win a title without Draymond Green. I
feel like you're
think
selling
so.
Steph short.
I feel like you're spitting in Draymond's face.
No, I ain't done that. I know what he brings.
You think if they lose their best defensive player, their best passer and facilitator,
there's more than one way to skin a cat, and you know why you're gonna.
I want to know what Warrior fans think of that,
because we're not.
I'm in the camp. Yeah. No chance the Warriors can win a title if Draymond walks after this year.
And you know what? It's not unfair, but why I feel like a lot of people may not agree with me because that's big. That's your heart and soul leaving. But the piece that we don't have is, what would they get in return somewhere else?
Nothing.
No,
they don't have money.
Yeah, no, but they can trade.
What do you mean?
They can make a trade.
Okay,
somebody like Jordan Poole.
Okay,
what could you get? Jordan Poole could get you something that would be better than Draymond Green on the offensive end. Like, that's how I feel. They're not,
dude.
Draymond Green leaves.
What I mean.
It's not. We used to say in hunting when we're leaving, break camp. It's not over.
See, this is the thing that makes me pull my hair out.
Especially if you're telling me every day in Dub Nation that Draymond is not the same defender. Now you're saying if he leaves, Steph Curry has nothing?
No, what I'm saying is, like, for 10 years we're talking about Draymond Green and how he's the heart and soul. He's the barometer. He's their best defensive player. He's their only You're going to give me that for 10 years, and I'm going to buy into it because I think Draymond is a vital piece. But then it's like, if you say, "Oh yeah, they won't miss him," like
I didn't say that.
But you said, like, you still think they can win it without Draymond
no
Green?
No doubt. And I feel like you're selling the organization short of trying to reinvent themselves.
That's disrespectful.
I told you,
for
it's
Draymond.
I'm not being disrespectful. Okay. I just feel like that's being disrespectful to Steph Curry, first off. and then what? And the rest of the game.
Has Steph ever won a title without Draymond?
No, he has not.
Okay, I mean, and I'm not saying
that he can't.
I'm not taking a shot. I'm not taking a shot at Steph Curry.
And I appreciate Day, but it's not over if Day leaves.
Who's going to pass?
His teammate.
Who's going to defend?
Well,
who's going to defend?
I take issue with that because you're already talking about the defenses in the.
But this is where you never
now.
listen to what I say.
Always do.
He's gone from the best defender in all of basketball to a really, really good defender.
Right.
That's still really good. Yeah. It's not quite as good as he used to be. But you lose him on this team?
You still got Loon Dog.
They're getting sometimes with him.
Sometimes your best offense is your best defense is your offense. So whatever they like, ain't no scenario Dre leaves and they come back with the same team minus Dre. There is no way in hell Lacob is going for that. That's why behind closed doors everything is on the table.
They could make a big mistake. Then.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Dre's leaving.
Okay, he might not. Okay, but then that gets
you got Steph Curry.
But that gets to, Curry comes back.
Clay,
you make the play in. You lose in the first round. What are you going to do? Bring the same team back?
I'm going JD.
I'm just firing off all the hypotheticals.
No doubt. How
they're losing 6 games to Denver. You know, it goes like the season. They had some high moments, but not enough. Like at that point, and then Draymond says, "You know what? I'm opting in. I'm coming back."
And
so now you have all 3 under contract.
Okay.
But you lost in the first round this year.
Then we could talk
about
what
do you do?
The gas tank, is it over? Because this will be the second time we've kind of seen them beat. But I love this, and I want Dre to come back. I do. I just think people are, if they feel like Dre leaving, the Warriors can't get it done. Hell no. You got a top 5 player in the game still to this day in Steph Curry. Now it's up to management, and you're going to have uncomfortable questions and putting things together, trade proposals, but something drastic is going to have to happen to replace an impactful player like Draymond Green.
I wouldn't bet on it. They're over the cap.
Then Lacob is
like,
wow.
You do realize if Draymond opts out and becomes a free agent, like they can't replace. Like they're over the cap. Like they can't go sign a free agent. It would have to be a trade. I mean, it would have to be.
And gotcha.
So you're telling me that Draymond would leave, then you trade Poole and Wiggins for somebody.
I was just
you lose in the first round this year on this hypothetical, and you get rid of 3 of your core 6 players.
Well, you lose one because one left,
but 3 are gone the next year.
Okay, but the only guy that can answer that is Joe Lacob and hopefully Bob Myers. It's what do you want? Are you a fat rat? Have you had enough parades? Like if you're trying to do something and stay in contention? Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole can get you a whole lot. Or it could be Kuminga and Jordan Poole. But Steph Curry still in the Warrior uniform, I'm betting on that all day. Now, I got to say this because this is on the table, and we talked about it with Willard and Dibbs. If Steph Curry is hampered, and we can all, like Kevin Love in the 2016 finals, they still lost, Steiny, but you kind of feel like Steph wasn't 100. That's on the table.
If Steph Curry doesn't come back this year,
no, he's coming back, but he's.
Well, I'm just saying,
we
worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Like, let's say whatever, he plays 12 games
and they
lose in the first, and he's not himself.
Yeah,
clearly,
no doubt.
Then I guess you have to do it again next year. But I'm not crazy about that. Yeah. And how's Steph going to get through? How are the big 3 going to get through next year, the regular season? When they're going to have
to phone lines back. They're going to have to do it. Anyway, it's their job, Matt. Now, how many of the 82 they're playing, I don't know. But damn, give me 60. Give me 58.
58 what?
Games. We're talking about next year and the games played.
Well, you know what? How many have they played together this year?
I thought it was 24. When you told me they were
top 5.
Oh,
guys,
okay.
So I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm sure it's out there, though. Telmo's in the city. Let's get it going.
Telmo.
What's up, Telmo? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas? Hey, so, I mean, look. I get the hyperbole and the sensationalism around, pointing out that if they lose Draymond, the team's not going to be the same. And to a certain extent, you're right. But I think Guru touched on the point. There's no world where they lose Draymond and just off this team, and then the rest of the team stays the same. You're talking about the guy that's brought, 4 titles to the Warriors and Kevin Durant. They're going to make a move. So I just think it's like they're going to figure out at every turn and do the best thing possible. And you're not losing 2016 Draymond. You're losing 2023, 2024 Draymond, who knows what that version will be.
Fair enough. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Like I remember, I've talked to JD about this. Like, how many titles do the Warriors have? 4?
Yeah.
I don't think
6, but good.
I don't think they could have won any title without Draymond.
Now
I really don't.
I'm looking at you
so
right now.
Why do you think they can in the future?
Because he ain't that dude that he was in 2016. And I listen to my partner every day, Monday through Friday, 12 to 3, 95.7 The Game tells me, he don't bring that.
Come on, Goo. You can't do that to me. Right. I never said he couldn't play D.
No,
I said he's gone from the top to just one of the top defenders.
Okay. What I'm saying is
a difference in terms of the Warriors' championship.
I got that
level.
I got that.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say to you, partner, is: have you heard of reinventing yourself? Because we ain't talking about Draymond on the offensive end and all that passing and setting up. Hey, Dre, you did it better than anybody. That ain't going to be a problem. We're talking about the defensive end. So, Steiny, the powers that be, this is what they do, their livelihood. And when you're eating, you taste chips, you ain't just going to be like, I ain't hungry no more. So I feel like we're underselling the brass on how you can reinvent this team in a championship vein with Steph Curry.
You mean the brass that drafted
E9?
What about Moody?
He played the other night.
I'm just playing devil's advocate right there.
But Steiny, I love Dre. I just can't believe you think if he goes, it's Saran.
I believe that the whole dynasty, and why would I not believe it now?
Well, the 3-part of the dynasty.
Did you understand?
I know what you're. Hey, go ahead. I'm listening.
I think you think he's a liability on the offensive end. Like, they will never. There isn't a player in this league right now who can facilitate on the Warriors like Draymond Green can facilitate.
If you mean that, and I believe you do, there's no way in hell Steph lets him leave if Steph feels like his game
would
take a
LeBron
hit.
better than Steph.
No, I'm talking about Curry.
What do you
when
mean?
he got in the jet and went and tried to keep Durant when he came back from China.
He won't.
Or wherever.
Nobody's going to tell Draymond what to do.
Well, I don't.
Draymond, I'm going to opt out.
Listen.
Steph, please don't. All right, Steph, I won't.
You know
Come
my
on.
favorite groups is the Temptations. I like meetings. Our job. I'm a team guy. Do you honestly believe Steph Curry could not?
No.
Still ball out without Draymond Green?
Of course.
Okay.
But we're talking about championships.
Yeah. All right.
Like championships.
Kobe won without Shaq. And this is no good. You know what I mean? You got to reinvent yourself. Okay. And if you can, Curry will be fine. But something's going to have to go down. Big.
Exactly.
This team it won't be like this. Guys will be gone and new ballers will be in town.
But are they going to be championship level players?
We're going to find out.
They're not.
If that
no, I'll tell you right now, they're not going to be.
Yeah. Gotta go.
8 a.m.
You got me. I'm ready.
Yeah. All right, what's coming up on 95.7 The Game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibs,
What are you doing?
What are we doing right now?
What are you doing? They've gotten to a point where they feel like, let's find a nice little lounge next to the pool, and if things are ready for us to hit the gas come March or April, we will. Here's the problem. It's now time to get up off the lounger, and sorry, we're in a habitual mode now of coasting.
this is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get
the F do you got to lose?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz there, the Guru Johnson. 1 hour in. Scott Osler, San Francisco Chronicles, coming up at 2 o'clock. Talk some NBA.
What?
When's the last time?
At Abanya's party. His wife, my wife, we broke bread. Stay in touch. Shout out Gabe, his son. Yeah.
I go back further with Osler than you.
I hate the jealous, Steiny.
No, I'm not jealous. I'm just
when
competitive.
I go talk to her, I can't do. You got like a little camera on me.
What do you mean?
Like whatever I do, you're spying on me. You send the tweet out Friday when I stand you up for drink Saturday. Guru's 0 for. I was getting a little worried. Guru's 0 for 3 in his promises on his appearances. I'm like, man, go hit a golf ball. Leave me alone. Yeah, but I made the Super Bowl party.
I just don't think it's courteous to stand somebody up.
I told you no 8 times. It was that sympathy. Yeah, man, but it's no.
Let's go to Kathy in Oakland. Get us going here.
Hi.
Hey.
You've been talking a lot about the future of the team and where would we be without Draymond and so forth. And, of course, we're all acknowledging that the defense has plummeted this season with Draymond. So I guess I want to ask the question and think it's worth discussing. Maybe we've already lost the most important defensive component of our team, and we've lost Mike Brown. And I think that it's possible that his impact are greater than anyone has really understood or acknowledged. So that's my main point.
All right.
What did we lose when we lost Mike Brown? And then going forward, if we do lose Draymond, we have spaces on the roster. Iguodala is gone. What is Patrick Brown, what is Baldwin going to look like next year? I mean, I just think there's plenty of irons in the fire or potential for possibly bouncing back. I think Draymond's tremendously important, don't get me wrong, but I think there's still potential.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm more surprised than anything. That's all. I'm not saying that it feels like there are a lot of people that think. I'm not saying you're going to be. I feel like most Warrior fans would say, "Oh, we lose Draymond, we're in big trouble."
Wow,
I just thought that's because I think if the Warriors lose Draymond, they're.
it don't help, but there's no. You still got the engine.
I don't think they can win it without Draymond.
Wow. Okay.
No, I almost like no chance. I mean,
what about the second part of her? Because I've been hearing this.
Which?
Now I got to be careful here. Mike Brown.
I
Robert Saleh left, and the Niner defense was still what it was under Saleh. Okay, because you got the pieces. Now it's different in the NBA, but if you watch Sacramento, they are probably the best story. But Steiny, they're like 22nd in defense. Now he doesn't have this roster, but I love Mike Brown just as much as anybody else, and Kathy. But I can't believe it's just Mike Brown's departure.
I don't think anybody's saying it's just that. You don't get this bad defensively because of just one thing. Maybe it's a factor. I go to the 650 here on the Xfinity Mobile text line, and I'm kind of with this texter. Ron Adams is still on the staff.
Our guy, his wife loves our show.
Exactly.
Yeah, I forgot. We love you, Ron.
Remember, before Mike Brown ever got here, Adams was the defensive guru.
Yep.
Remember, Ron Adams was the assistant coach that everybody credited for getting Kevin Durant to not only play defense, but for half a season. Remember when we talked about Durant as a defensive player of the year?
I just pictured him swatting one from behind like LeBron. Remember, we ain't seen LeBron do that in a while. Chase down. Is that what they call it?
Oh. Yeah, I guess. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy.
Hey, Leroy, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Long time no talk, but you guys know I'm always listening.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I was talking to some of my boys a couple of weeks ago, and I said, man, I wonder how many of those Stephen Curry threes were assisted by Draymond Green. And I started thinking about it, and I was like, a whole bunch of them. And I just don't think that Curry would be as great as he is without Draymond getting him the ball. And so Draymond is extremely important to this team. I think that ownership realizes that. The coaches realizes that. And I think that's why they put up with so much Draymond's BS, because, hey, he's the engine that kind of makes not the team, but Curry go. And so Draymond is extremely important to this team. And, Goo, I just want to say this. Steiny, in a couple of weeks, at the end of the season, what are the Warriors going to look like with Curry healthy, with possibly, and I know we'll have Gary Payton II back, but this team, in a couple of weeks, maybe in another week, is going to look different. And I just think that with Curry and with that, with just who they are, right? And they know they're kind of feeling this heat. They're kind of feeling.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
They're kind of feeling this urgency. And so I think they're going to press the gas on this a little bit. And I think we can get into the playoffs. God bless.
All right. Oh, he just said get into the playoffs.
The real playoffs, because the play-in, didn't you tell me, or Jay, it doesn't go out. It doesn't count as making the playoffs. To me, it
Bay Area. That was Leroy
from Oakland,
not Matt. That was Leroy.
Why are you doing that voice? What'd you say? We give Draymond. I do.
No,
he helps.
No, not that. What? Did you hear what Leroy said? He goes, I don't. I know. I should. Maybe nobody heard it. He said maybe Steph wouldn't be as good without Draymond. Can you believe somebody actually had that thought? Would Steph?
Come on.
Would Steph feel the departure, Draymond?
I'm going to give Dre credit and say yes, but what's he got in what exchange?
I would say
what's coming.
Curry will average 4 less points a game.
Years ago we had this when we were in the old building. I didn't diminish Draymond at all, but I just took offense to anybody out there saying the chef wouldn't be the chef without Draymond. I'm gonna just leave that there and sip my tea.
Maybe he wouldn't be as good as. Maybe he'd only be a 4-star chef instead of a 5-star chef. I mean, if it doesn't it stand to reason that if, let's say, Draymond Green has assisted on 30% of Steph Curry's half-court threes, half three-pointers in the half-court. Who's going to,
I got you.
Don't sleep on, Draymond
and I'm not.
gets these guys the ball.
Hey, I'll say this.
Fair enough. I'm surprised.
Watch Game 4 of the finals last year, because if we're talking about the now,
what
your boy
was
did.
Was that his bad game or
no?
good
That
game?
was Steph's when he went.
Steph.
When Dre was getting not benched, but his minutes were in flux. Steph was doing his thing. It didn't matter if Martians were out there. Your boy was getting busy. Arsenio Hall.
Steph.
Remember that, Arsenio?
Let's go to Chris in Berkeley. Hey, Chris. How's it going, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Mm-hmm. How you guys doing today?
Oh, dynamite.
Steiny, I'm on your side today. I think Draymond is all that, and he's been all that for so long, and now he passes the ball before even Steph and Clay turn around. He knows where they're going to be before even they know where they're going to be. So leave Draymond alone. He's going to be badass as usual, and, just stop all the talk about, Draymond's losing it or something like that. No way. He is the heart and soul of this here team.
Appreciate it.
Love the call, and I
mean, he's losing it a little. Come on.
That's you saying that. What did I tell you and the listeners? I even told Evan this in private. Right now is the Warriors' age, their core. When Looney and Dre are out there, you become somewhat one-dimensional because you got two guys out there that cannot, they're not looking for their shot. And when Dre, like the other night, looks for his shots, it's incredible. But let's just say Dre chose to leave. I mean, what if you had somebody that if this is a different version of the Warriors, you had to worry about them, and that allowed, or him, Steph, to do what he, you know what I mean?
What?
The focus wouldn't be on Steph shooting a three, because Dre can do all that stuff, but eventually it's coming back to Steph. Okay, Dre leaves, and if you replace him with something that can get their own bucket, that could make Steph's job easier. Just a thought. Because when they're out there together with Loon Dog and Dre, and I'm watching, I'm like, yeah, look good.
I need to know.
I look good, but you know where the ball's going to end up.
I need to know the player who you're replacing Draymond Green with, who you think would actually enhance Steph Curry's offense in the half court.
Let me ask you this: is Kevin Durant? I'm just throwing this name out because I'm asking. I don't know. You think Kevin Durant's a lifer in Phoenix?
I think he'll probably finish his contract out.
Do you think the guy that you told me, you said it, Steiny, he's a killer, and I believe him, Joe Lacob.
Right.
There's no rock, there's no stone.
They can't get Durant.
But would they?
How would Phoenix even?
Yeah. Well, what I thought is he a free agent after this season?
No, he's got like 3 more years.
Oh,
left.
good Lord.
Yeah, and so that means he's in the West for 3 more years. So, like, in theory,
Kyrie ain't gonna. Yeah,
well, I'm just saying, like, in theory, if
Kyrie's up,
like, what? I mean, God, we're throwing every scenario out there.
And Dre may not leave.
Right, but could you imagine? Okay, the Warriors, they're the 6th seed, and they open up with the Phoenix Suns, and the Suns beat them in 5 games. Then what do you do?
Yeah,
like then you just got run out by the Suns, who. Are now sitting with
now. Let's be honest. The
Booker
Suns have been
Ayton.
to the finals before. Even though I tried to fight you the other day, the Suns without Durant got to the finals and were up 2 games.
Right.
But so now you're adding KD.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is,
at
ain't
that
no
point,
shame.
You'd have to surrender. Right.
Okay.
Wouldn't you have to surrender? Like at that point, wouldn't you have to? Like if the Warriors, we're going through every scenario. If the Warriors run the table and win it all, guess what? The same guys are coming back. I mean, I'd be shocked if, like, the Warriors won it and Draymond said bye-bye. I'd be shocked if they won it. But I do think he's leaving. But I don't think they're going to win it. But if they do win it, okay, there's no conversation. Then you got to try to win 6 with the same guys, I think. But if you lose in the first round, then
that would be ugly.
Then I think don't you have to look? If you lose in the first round, wouldn't you have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, we're like the 6th or 7th best team in the West?
I think so.
Or would you say, we still have that pedigree, and with a tinker, we can win it all again as long as we keep these 3 and just do something better?
Well, I was going to answer the first.
Or at that point, would you say, you know what? Either Draymond's leaving, so it doesn't matter, or fine, we'll trade Draymond Green. We'll trade him.
Which you could do.
Right. Like, I guess, I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. If the Warriors were to lose in the first round, like, would you start exploring breaking up the big 3?
Yes, I would.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
And, I just said this a minute ago. You keep saying, and I'm asking you, if it's about dollars make sense. DJ Quick. Great album, Stoney. Great song. If Dre is as valuable as you say he is to this team moving forward, why would you, I know he's he's in the red, Joe Lacob, but if he was that valuable and you still had action at winning titles, right. why would Dre not stay? Why wouldn't you give? But I think Lacob's looking at, like, what am I getting on my investment if we were to give him 3 years? Like, I feel like Joe's.
What do you mean? Like, if they trade him?
Yeah, or
re-sign him?
Yeah, and then he goes somewhere else.
So you're saying I
don't think Lacob would be losing sleep that they lost Trey.
You mean they win it, and then Draymond walks?
Yeah, no, they lose it.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you
and
win
then Draymond walks?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's a nightmare scenario to me, because that means, unless you lost in the Western Conference, I mean, like, if you get to Western Conference Finals and you lose and Draymond walks, at least you can say, okay, we're still one of the top teams in the West. We did lose Draymond. We got to figure that out. It's an issue, but we're still there's only one team better than us in the West, Phoenix, or however it is. Yeah. But if you lose in the first round, and then Draymond says bye-bye, I mean, what do you do then? At that point, do you consider moving Clay?
Everything would be on the table.
I don't know. I mean, Tim
Jordan
Kawakami,
Poole would be a starter if there was any transaction that included Clay. Jordan Poole step up. Here you go. Tim
Kawakami wrote a piece in the Athletic today, which the Warriors are going to have some very pivotal decisions ahead of him.
No
matter what
doubt.
happens.
Yeah.
Paul's in Cupertino. What's up, Paul? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you again.
Good to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you. I actually think Draymond is really important to the team, and I think he can turn it up anytime he wants to. I think the bigger problem is Clay, and I still see Clay just catching and shooting every opportunity he gets. Well, almost every opportunity. It's not warrior ball. It's not team ball. He's just, so highly contested shots, and still he takes it. And more often than not, he's not making those. So even when he's doing well, his efficiency is pretty low. Yeah. And I've got one other comment, which is a little bit off topic, but why is Bob Fitzgerald talking to the audience as though we are the players? I mean, why is he coaching us on how to play when he's commenting on the game?
I'm sorry, I don't know who
doesn't even make sense.
Fitz. Oh, thanks, Paul.
Little critique.
Well, I mean, Fitz did a hell of a job explaining the difference between the two.
That was
Williams
great, Santa
brothers.
Clara. That was great.
Is it Williams?
He didn't. Yeah, he was in his bag, as you like. I mean,
he's just Fitz was getting his Kyle Shanahan on and educating.
Like you said, what TK wrote. This is the cost of doing business. I don't think Lacob is losing sleep because you want to continue to win.
Lacob's losing sleep. I would bet on that.
Well, right now I would be when you look at your team, but. I mean, this is the cost of doing business and being successful. Right. And any decision and every decision is going to be predicated on how we can get better and how we can improve. And I'm going Klay Thompson podium game
doesn't mean
when it was dark and he kind of he didn't have the January. I think Dre, even though Dre said the handwriting's on the wall, Steiny.
Yeah, I forgot.
I think Klay. What if he were in a Laker uniform? Like. I think these guys are looking at everyone except Steph because he knows he's not going anywhere. I don't think Steph will ever leave. But everything around him is on the table when you're at this juncture of trying to continue a dynasty a year after you shocked the world and you reminded us you keep receipts. We looked that man Steph Curry in the face and he told us, "Goo,
here we go again."
We heard
it's the hourly Steph Curry.
No, but remember he told me we hear all of it. Looney, they hear it all.
No, they do.
I love it.
No, they absolutely do. You know who's back on the Xfinity mobile text line? I haven't seen him in a while. Greg from San Francisco, the dude who hates Draymond Green.
Yep.
LOL. Who the F is going to sign Draymond Green besides Golden State? Nobody. Greg, SF.
Lakers would. Milwaukee Bucks would.
I don't know. I don't think he
Clippers would. Boston would. Any contender, Dre sends that team over the top. That lets you know what I think of Dre.
You don't think Dre's that good because you don't value defense.
I'm the one that doesn't get credit and gets ripped off at every turn, even here at the station, dubbing him the junkyard dog. And I don't even like wrestling. That just was off the top one day. Everybody just took it. Oh, my God. I'm in timeout. Is that how that sounded?
I mean, why don't you take, you got to take, junkyard.
That is
so trite. It's so hackneyed.
It's worked for years.
Every mean guy. Hey, look at him. He's a junkyard dog. I didn't realize you invented that.
I just, some days, man. I'm a snob.
Magic. You know what? Magic's in Dallas. Thanks for hanging in there, Magic. I appreciate it, man.
Oh, it's all good, fellas. I appreciate you for having me. Sorry, a little bit off topic at this point, a little bit. But I just wanted to call because you were talking about the dynasty and having the big three and all that. And I do think you have a great point. I agree with you that it is one of the most kind of dynastic runs in 10 years with the big three that you can have. But it seems like you're almost forgetting about the fact that 2 of those 4 championships were with Kevin Durant. I mean, it's not like those big three. I don't know if those big three win 4 total without Kevin Durant with at least help on one of those, right? So, I mean, I agree with you that it's
absolutely.
Damn.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was going to say, like, it reminds me more of kind of like you were saying, they're even better than those Bulls teams because they went from Horace Grant to Rodman. And to me, it reminds me more of that because they add Kevin Durant in there and then take him back off. And don't get me wrong, the last championship last year is the most accomplished in my opinion, but I feel like it kind of discounts them for that, just the big three conversation in 10 years when you have Kevin Durant.
Fair.
That's
fair.
That's
you
a
say
great
that
one.
in the Bay Area.
Wow. No, but we kind of.
So if Kevin Durant doesn't come, they only have 2 titles.
No, I'm going to say who was the big three when Durant was here? Well, somebody's out of the natural big three that ain't
Durant, because he hasn't been here for his entire career. That's the main point is these are 3 guys who have been here for 12 years. Now, of course, Durant might have been more important than Clay, but what I'm getting at is when we talk about the Warriors, it will always be Steph, Dre, and Clay.
I'm mad
Steph, Dre, and Clay. And you know what? Sorry, Andre, but you're doing yourself a long-term disservice with how the last couple of years have played out. Like, I'll almost fight that at this point. Like 10 years, it's Steph, Clay, Dre, Andre. Hit the pike with Andre.
Yeah, I don't think it would get there. I mean, he played the big part.
Yeah, people talk about statues with Dre. Andre. No, not everybody, but man, we have fun today.
I have fun every day. I gotta hate when people say
Well, sometimes I don't have fun, like when you accuse me of talking behind your back, like you did.
We got. Hey, what shirt is that? Real quick.
Oaklandish.
That's
Oaklandish.
Nice. All right.
Yeah,
I'll see you.
Yeah, it's a good shirt. Good shirt. Great company. Great company. Gives back to the community tenfold. And I'll tell you what, I'm in such a good mood. What if I admitted to you, I haven't closed the door on losing this bet.
Dude, what?
I'm still talking
What's
a big
the real
game.
name for the true serum?
Sodium pentothal.
What's gotten into this guy?
I will share a stat.
Evan, who is he?
I will share some information. I've already told you in segment 1 how special it would be if the Warriors were to pull this off. It would be one of the greatest accomplishments of all time in the NBA. And you know what? I came up with some information today. I saw some info and thought, oh boy, this is good news for the Warriors too.
Not your $100.
I get out over my skis, as Chris Townsend would say. All right, the Warriors, I'll tell you what it is, by the way, at 888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity Mobile text line. You would jump into the conversation, you can do that too. We're talking Warriors. Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce the February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort. It's live right now through Sunday, February 19th. They have a wide variety of items up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to games, and even the chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to give back and score some amazing sports memorabilia at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions.
Listening to Damon and Ratto has never been easier with the Odyssey app.
They haven't been better than 2 wins over.
Steiny, are you ever in a good mood? I'm in the best mood of my life right now. Are you kidding?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, I'm going to stick by that one. There's no chance that Jesus was a self-server. That's not who he was. Jesus wouldn't serve himself. That's why he's Jesus. Don't you get it?
I'm out on this.
Jesus isn't the type of dude who brings attention to himself.
Right.
Hey, look at me. I'm the big boy. No. He shuts his mouth and he does his job. He makes everybody better for it. Oh, and he'll turn a miracle or two. Don't you think he won't? Hey, by the way, the Warriors still have the best 5-man unit in the NBA.
That should have you shaking in your boots.
5-man unit. When they have Curry, Clay, Wiggins, Green, and Looney, they are still the best 5-man unit in the NBA.
And that's what I'm banking on, bud.
Can you play them together 48 minutes at a time?
It's not about that. It's about when the playoffs start, rotations shrink. Okay? We know that. Okay. So they'll be on the court more then than we've seen them now. And especially when you say now, injuries have played a part. Now, I believe 24 games they've been on the 13 and 11.
So why don't those statistics jibe?
Because
and notice I didn't say jive.
In my formula,
it's jibe,
yeah,
with a B.
I see you. Mm-hmm. Because with my formula, I allow for them to be fat rats. And I allow for them. They won it last year. They went into June. They'll never say to the media.
Cats.
Same thing. Cats, rats. Hey, speaking of which, I ordered a Rat on the Table sweatshirt. $31.
Why would you do that?
To contribute to the cause. What are you talking?
to contribute to the company's cause
of the proceeds.
Dude, what I'm getting at is
the proceeds.
Dude, no. You think they're making you pay for one?
Shasky was giving out money to his credit today. The first guy I've ever heard on air. They were doing.
That's a bunch of crap.
You give back to the company you work for.
No, you don't.
Well,
you better be careful.
I do.
See, you know what? That's the kind of stuff. No, that's the kind of stuff you do. And guess what? Now everybody's going to have to pay for
No,
them.
well, you always come down. My guru wants swag, something free. What can I get for nothing? I was like, you know what? I'm a dad.
I secretly admired that.
I'm 40. I said, break out the credit card. Barely made it. And I spent 31. It's red. It's coming. Yeah, Jack.
Big Ike.
Oh, I'm
Big
really
Ike's
upset.
I can't believe he did that. That's a terrible precedent. Big Ike, Oakland, what's up?
Oh.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Talk to us.
Back at it. Donnie, no haterade today, man. I'm on your side today, man. Draymond still got it, man. Goo, I'm kind of like say 60-40 on it because I could entertain the thought of another player that has an offensive threat from that position. But like I said, it's the little things that we don't see on the court that Draymond does and other players that win at the championship. So will another player be able to do those things will be the only thing I'll say. What y'all think about that?
Quick question to you. Don't hang up.
Oh.
This all is discussed because Dre might decide to take his services elsewhere. I've never once said this is a mandate and it must happen. But if Dre feels like, there's a bigger bag out there and he leaves, I'm not saying it's over for the Dubs.
Right. I got you on that. Great point. Now, that's the only thing that I'm in discrepancy with Draymond is the amount of money that he's being paid every year. You know what I mean? Due to the fact his numbers is going down a little bit. And if we could just get a little bit more offensive weaponry from him, then we'd be all right. But like you said, he's kind of declining. So the money is the issue with me with Dre, man.
That's fair.
What I would say.
Thanks, Big Ike. Appreciate it. Hey, Goo, would you wear this shirt?
Show it to me.
By the way, I'll hold it up in a minute if you want to jump on the YouTube 95.7 The Game.
That's clean as hell. I'd wear that.
You'd wear that?
Bird shooting an ABA ball in his warm-ups.
That's
the money ball in the three-point contest. Oh, my. Who made that?
Well, our main man, Word.
Come on, Leonis.
My main man, Word.
He don't like the
I'm going to give you a minute, and then I'll show you the shirt I'm talking about.
That was cold as hell right there.
My man. He asked me if I would wear it.
Why not me?
He doesn't like you.
Do we interact on Twitter all the time?
Yeah, I know. He still doesn't like you.
That makes me like you more. Go ahead.
No, I won't wear that.
No, I don't like it.
First of all, it's black.
I was about to say that.
All right, here, I'm going to show it again.
You're racist when it comes to T-shirts.
No, I wear black sweaters and sweatshirts.
You better be careful.
That's clean.
There's the shirt. I'm holding it up.
Leonis.
It's a shirt of...
That's clean as hell.
An image of Larry Bird shooting a three with his back to us.
That is clean as...
it's a money ball from a three-point.
He asked you to wear it, though, huh?
Well, he wanted to know if I would.
I might have to block somebody now.
I'm trying to think if... I'm trying to think if I'm not wearing it because it's black. Like if it were a white shirt with that image...
You would wear it 3 days a week. The fact that if you love birds, you'd wear it.
I wear Bob Dylan. I wear a Bob Dylan T-shirt, so I guess I might wear a Bird one.
That Dylan song you guys played the other day, I meant to bring this back up. That was whack.
Which one?
It wasn't a good one.
I think you're thinking of This Is the End.
Jim Morrison, my bad.
That's the Doors.
Yeah, right. I was out on that. I was driving home like, you know what?
Yeah.
But Word, I like you even though you don't like me. That shirt
likes you. I'm kidding.
That shirt is fire. Send it to me.
That's the begging I don't like.
I just told you I paid for a shirt. You get mad when I spend.
That's true.
Yeah.
You caught me.
That is clean.
Yeah, Warriors still the best five-man unit in the NBA.
So that makes you a little nervous about your bet.
I mean, I'd rather they be the worst. Yeah, I'd rather they.
But doesn't that just go against their old, like, they went to June? That still tells you it works. Like, no, honestly.
Well, how much can you use that lineup together?
Well, that's what we're about to find out. But I'll tell you this. Last year, you could use it enough to get your fourth title when nobody saw it coming.
Can they still play at the same level they played at last year?
And I'll tell you what. We had a couple of callers back.
See, I think they're going to have to be better than last year.
And that very well may be the case. But my favorite word, why are you robbing them of that opportunity?
That's a lot of words.
Robbing?
What's the word?
Robbing them of the opportunity.
Robbing.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well, sounds like you are.
No.
We got to see it.
No, I'm not robbing them of the opportunity. I'm skeptical. And the reason I'm skeptical is because what I presented in our opening segment about how historic it would be don't you get it? Don't you get it, Warrior fans? If they pull this off this year, if they win it, it's like never been done like this in history.
I feel like that happened last year. It's bothering me.
It's never been done to the extent that it will have been done.
Why are you whispering?
Because I want to put some emphasis on it. And what I want to say is I'm not it's got nothing to do with the Warriors. It's not personal. But I'm just looking at what they're trying to accomplish. It's so hard. It flies in the face.
Well, where was this last year when they did it?
This is different. It flies in the face because they haven't. No team. That's what I'm saying. Last year, it was just macro. This year, it's macro and micro because they're going to have to come from 29 and 29 and win it all, which no team's ever done. Ever done. So, I guess, you know what I think? I think I hit it. Like, I guess what bothers me about some fans is they're like, oh, Steiny, we're going to do this. Did it last year, we're going to do it this year. No, we can do it. They're just playing possum. And you're like, no, I can't believe you don't think they're going to win. Of course they're going to win it. They might. They might win it. But it's a big deal if they do. It's not like making it sound, just do it. Like, that's where I'm at. Don't you get if they do it, it is unprecedented. Yeah. To win back-to-back titles. Back-to-back titles.
At their age.
At the back of a run.
Now,
it's not easy.
Who's to say that they're at the back of a run, though?
And here's the other thing.
What if they keep going?
Well, let me throw this out at you. Because I think this is very fair, too. And you know me. I'm playing both sides. I'm doing a great job today. No doubt about it. I actually think you could make a case that everybody's saying, but they did it last year. I actually think you could make a case that's what's going to make it harder. And that's why it's harder because last year they played into June. And it's hard to do that 2 years in a row. Oh, man. Yeah, Bill Russell era, that's been brought up. It's been brought up.
11.
You know how many teams were in the league? 10.
What?
10 teams were in the league.
I did not. That makes it worse.
Steiny, keep the same energy when they win in June.
And that's where I was going.
Absolutely.
The word was energy.
See, here's the thing.
Because you didn't have...
What?
Your premise and how you set this up is A1. You're at a 12 right now if they get 5. But people feel like you were at a -2 when they got 4. I'm at an 8 from 4. And I get what you said. And as you feel a little nervous about the bet that we have,
it's for sure.
I feel a little more nervous too because I never once thought about it will be a back-to-back. And even if you're 18 years old, that's bothering me about the bet. Exactly. That it's back-to-back. Like I overlooked it, that element, but man.
Like the Warriors, you know what they did? You know what they did? They're tempting fate, Goo. They're tempting fate. They came into this year and they said, make it as hard as humanly possible for us to win it this year. Let's have a guy punch another guy in the face. Let's have a GM who's dangling. Let's have injuries to Steph Curry. Let's try to win it back-to-back even though we're getting older.
Let's have our teammate, our captain, punch another youngster.
That was the first example I gave.
That blacked out. Damn.
RJ's in New York. He's got a buyout. He's got a buyout question.
So did Poole. That's not good. Evan gave that to me. That wasn't too.
Yes, hello. RJ, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, what's going on? I got a question for you guys regarding the buyout market. So all morning I've been hearing Kevin Love.
All right.
The problem is he doesn't play defense.
Correct.
So I got another name in mind. What do you guys think about a guy like Stanley Johnson? Lockdown perimeter defender, doesn't demand the ball with the second unit. Now think if you get Gary Payton back, you get 2 guys known for their defense. And again, the Warriors, they've lost so many games this year from close games. So if you get 2 guys who bring energy on defense, you win those games and potentially win a title. What do you guys think?
Go ahead.
I don't think the Warriors have ever went to the
Georgetown, Stanley
trash bin and I ain't hating because they're pros, but they've never went to the Sanford and Son route to bring something in that they were missing to send them over the top this late. I don't believe. Stanley Johnson, Kevin Love.
Who am I thinking of?
Come on, Steiny. There's this. What? You got to dance with who you brought. There's nothing to me outside of DeMarcus Cousins that's going to help you.
He's even worse of a defender than Kevin Love. Please.
He'll get your rebound.
Who?
D-Cut.
And Kevin Love won't? I believe Kevin Love probably led the league in rebounding more than DeMarcus.
Cleveland said night-night.
And 3 teams said night-night.
32-30.
Shoot, I had something where unfortunately I had to keep it real. But I can't remember. Arizona, Stanley Johnson.
Well, yes, SJ.
Jordan three-peated twice. All right. I'm going to do this. Ahead, I'm going to reset here for the 650 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. 3-man core. Talking about the 3-man core, a team's 3-man core. There's never been a 3-man core that's won 5 titles in 9 years. And if they win it this year, that's what it'll be. There's never been a 3-man core that 9 years ago won a title and then 10 years later essentially won it again. Jordan three-peated twice. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is
he took
Jordan had Rodman, and it was Jordan and Pippen. That's only 2 guys. I'm talking about a trio. Yeah. And homegrown also. Good point, 408. Here's the other one.
Is there there's no better term in sports than homegrown.
If the Warriors, this was a good one. If the Warriors, shoot, where is it? I didn't see it. Oh, if the Warriors win back-to-back, if they win it this year and go back-to-back, at that point, can you say they probably would have won 5 even without Durant?
We'll get into it.
I'm on fire.
Yeah, we'll get it. Yeah, I don't know who you are. If I ever hear you say that, we'll get into it because that's me. Now you're going too far.
What?
Yeah, you're going too far. You're ahead of your skis right now. You're throwing it all out there.
Scotty Osler, 2:00. I'll tell you what. I'm going to say this. You know what? I may come up with my Mount Rushmore, the greatest sports writers.
I got mine
in my lifetime. You probably can't even come up with 4.
Ira Miller on line 1.
Okay, that's 1.
Monty Poole on line 2.
I love Monty. Yeah, but he's been more of a TV guy lately. But okay, that's fine. Journalist. Okay.
My friend Ray Ratto.
He might. Yeah, he's on there for sure.
And Ann Kay.
Who?
Ann Killian. Okay. Don't talk to me. I used to read the Chronicle, boy.
She worked on the Mercury News.
Well, I read that too, all of them. It was Daily Review.
And Ray was with the Examiner.
Ray is a goat. But I gave you 4.
Yeah, you did.
No.
You know what?
Take Ira out, Scott. I got Scott.
Ira Miller's in the Hall of Fame. Scott hasn't done a damn thing.
But we got Scott
business.
in 11 minutes. Scott's a big boy.
Scott wrote for The National. Remember
now,
that?
Are we sure? Because I got PTSD from John Shea with you. We sure it's The National.
Not bad. I'll give you 3.
I know.
Warriors' problem is Poole. That's according to Dre in Oakland.
Poole.
Hey, Dre, how you doing?
Wow.
How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
Talk to us.
How you guys doing?
Talk to us.
All right, Dre, you got to,
And he was about to say something. Looney.
What about
who's
him?
Called and had anything?
Poole. You wanted to talk about
I thought it was Looney.
Yeah. Well, that's all, everybody wants to bully
Poole. I
Poole.
I heard Looney.
No, on the...
Why do you take it that way?
What?
That they're bullying Poole.
Fans are.
No, they're not bullying them. They're just being real.
No, they're not.
That there is.
He's an easy guy to pick on. Yo, you know what?
It's Albie Shore. I can tell you how I'm feeling night and day.
Warrior fans.
Last year was
Warrior fans. They don't.
It's not bullying.
There have been players over the years that Warrior fans have not done right by.
Lay off.
Fact. I mean, Ty Jerome right now. That poor guy. Who's a poor guy last year that everybody blamed? Oh, Wanamaker. Wanamaker.
Wanamaker.
Quit picking on the weakest kid in the class. It's unbecoming.
Dude, you can't. If this is a bit, you're hitting it out the park.
Grow up.
Dude, we're just judging Jordan Poole on his growth last year in his growth this year.
Yeah, and he's getting better.
He's a badass. But I can't. He's falling down left and right in the turnovers. But hey, you want to put it at the doorstep of the big three? I get it, but I still got to call a spade a spade.
That's
the balance thing is incredible.
What balance?
The lack of balance sometimes from Jordan.
Curry fell a lot early in his career because when he was a little scrawnier. Curry came into the league. He was scrawny. People forget that.
Man, looked like a little kid on draft day.
When he and I go way back. Steph and I go way back.
Nice. Get him on the show.
What for?
What for? If I got to tell you what for.
Who the hell is he?
Must be talking about a different Steph.
We're talking about Wardell Curry.
Okay. You want to get him on the show?
Son of Sonia and Dale.
He's the worst interview in the Bay. Come on.
I got ours still on my phone.
And
when I cracked a joke about the Masters.
Curry broke news with a statement.
It'll be what he said. Come on, dude, you are just the punchline.
I tell you what, Bay. I'll see what I can do.
I want Dre to call back. It sounded like he had some fire.
Let's go to Nico in Oakland. Scotty Osler, 10 minutes, formerly the National. What's up, man?
Okay. All right. So basically, I just wanted to know from Steiny and Guru. I mean, well, I guess Guru, you already gave your choice, but if the Warriors were to try to accomplish this feat, this historic feat, who in the buyout market do you guys go for? Because I see 11 guys, and I just feel like, there's a possibility, but
you have 11 guys. Hey, Nico, do you have the 11 guys in front of you?
I sure do.
Just run them down.
Yeah, so Dario Saric, I'm not good with this guy, Dwayne Dedmon, Kevin Love, of course, DeAndre Jordan, and Dwight Howard, not to sign Whiteside, but they haven't really played in the league, and Dwight is overseas. Nerlens Noel, Thaddeus Young, Alex Lynn, Frank Kaminsky, and Rashawn Holmes. I'm sorry?
Yeah, Rashawn Holmes.
He fell out of favor.
Is that what's going on?
I don't know. Yeah, he's done. I love his
thanks,
game.
Nico. Appreciate the call. This is good.
They don't fit the system now. Dude he's a Energizer bunny with activity. I don't know what happened. Life, man. He was in a spot. They signed him, and then new regime comes over. Man, I would love to have him. That's my number one on that list.
Who, Rashawn Holmes?
Yeah.
Problem is like
Dedmon.
He's just been signed by somebody.
And he's so. Oh, did somebody pick him up?
I think so.
But Kevin Love, I'm not hating on Love. But come on, Steiny.
I'm not hating on Love.
We need a dog.
Philly, Dwayne Dedmon. I mean, the thing about Love, though, and I'm gonna push back on the bad defense. I mean, how the hell can you call him a bad defender when we all saw him lock up Steph Curry?
Next up to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, is Matthew
Buddy
Hackett. Right. Dude, this dude, what's in his coffee?
Dude, think about it. Like, Steph Curry's probably made 79,000 moves in his life.
He was
and
on
one time he couldn't get by Love.
He was on one leg.
Well, I don't know about that.
Come on, man. He was on one leg.
Yeah, I know. You have to say that because you're in bed with him.
Please.
In bed with the organization.
Hell yeah.
Steiny, you're right. I love Poole, but I hope he gets traded. The hate on Poole is ridiculous. The next 10 years. He actually agrees with me and says he hopes Poole gets traded because Warrior fans don't appreciate him.
Let's go here. Huh? Oh, we're up against it. I was going to say, let's go here.
We got 2 minutes.
All right, I'm being real.
I mean, how long have you been doing this job and you still don't know the clock?
I get excited. The State of the Union. The answer cannot be Dre, Steph, or Clay.
All right.
Who is the next face of the franchise for the Golden State Warriors?
Poole. At this point,
I do not feel comfortable saying Poole.
I wouldn't either.
Because of his play this year.
Oh, that's got nothing to do with it.
Then why would you say
Because I don't think he's not. I mean, I don't want him to. When you say face of a franchise,
I was waiting for you to say Kuminga.
No.
See, that's what's scaring me, man.
What? What's scaring you?
Is he going to go get the ball handling to be a Paul George or a Kawhi?
Who?
Kuminga.
I don't know.
Because in that summer league, they said, get your Kevin Durant on.
He's getting better. You don't think he is?
His overall game is, but for him to take that next leap and be the face, you got to be able to.
He's 21.
ISO Joe, here we go.
That's not the way the Warriors play. That's the other thing.
But
maybe
Poole
they'll play
does
differently.
When Poole gets it,
he can do it. Poole's a great one-on-one player, whether you like it or not.
He is. But I just thought to myself, is it for sure Kuminga or Poole?
Well, it's got to be Poole at this point. He's got his second contract
Well, he's
already.
in the lead, yeah.
He's a top 6 rotation player. He's already got a ring.
But if Dre leaves,
as a rotation player,
anything can jump off and anybody can be moved.
925. Stop calling him the big three. Draymond is garbage. I do not like that word.
Future Hall of Famer. He'll be in Springfield.
All right, we got Scotty Osler on the other side, formerly the National, now of the San Francisco Chronicle. Covered the NBA for a number of years. He's a Laker expert, Laker dynasty expert from the 80s, if we want to. Maybe I'll run some of my stuff by him. Hey, what's up next on 95.7 The Game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Let's head right out to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Scotty Osler, who Guru calls his friend. Since they bonded at the Mark Ibanez anniversary party. What's up, Scott?
Well, yeah, what's up is that I was listening to the last segment, and I kind of got my feelings hurt, Goo didn't have me on his Mount Rushmore or Mount Wrightmore.
Exactly.
And he had Ann up there. And by the way, I'm in the newsroom. Maybe I can call Ann over.
Scott, you're my number one, but because we were having you on, I felt like you already knew you were in a different category. You my guy, man.
So that's what it takes to get on your Mount Wrightmore, to be on your show then, right?
No doubt. You were unaccounted for.
You and Cam Inman so far.
It had to be 4 others. You know you're a legend.
Hey, but what's worse, you bumped Ira Miller to put me on there. Now Ira's pissed out.
Uh-oh, boy.
You know what? It just speaks to the legends in the Bay who have come through in the journalism business. We got one sitting right outside, Ray Ratto, too. But enough about him. All right, Scott, here's where I kind of started my show today. So the big three of Steph, Dre, and Clay, like if they were to win it this year, all right, it would be 5 titles in 9 years, and they would be the core for all of them, essentially. I know Durant was here, but it's a 3-man. And so I've just gone back, and, the Lakers have won 5 titles in the last 11 years when they had Kobe. He was the singular guy who had 5. Shaq only had 3. What I'm getting at is, like, it is really hard to find, like, a 3-person core that's stuck together for so long and might win it almost a decade apart. There's usually some kind of iteration of it.
Yeah. Oh, and what makes that, I agree with that. And what makes it harder now, are you still with me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry. What makes it harder now is that it's harder than it was, let's say, back in the days of the full free agency and all that stuff. Because back then, you couldn't go anywhere. If you were a great player on a team or a good player or one of the core 3 guys, you couldn't go anywhere. Now you can go somewhere every year almost. Guys change around all the time. So to keep that core together in these times, especially now when guys are assembling super teams on the fly and all that stuff, it's much harder to do. So I agree with you. It would be a phenomenal feat, and it'll probably never happen again.
Scott, let me ask you this about this current Warrior team. And I'll call it what I called it a couple of days ago, the debacle with James Wiseman and the trade with GP2. How is Scott Osler feeling about the current edition of the Golden State Warriors and their chances of going back-to-back?
Well, probably not too good. I'll say this. 2 things about that, the trade and all that stuff, is that Wiseman, I understood they got rid of him because he was not fitting in. I'm not sure. The line now is that it was a terrible idea to draft him in the first place. I'm not sure that's true because, they drafted him after a terrible year. They were the worst team in the league. And at the time, he was what they needed. They needed youth. They needed athleticism. Even now, every team they play, the thing you hear on TV and radio and all this stuff is, oh, my God, the Warriors are playing Team X. This team is really young and athletic. Well, the Warriors knew there was a deficiency there, so Wiseman was going to help make up for that. And had Wiseman that passed on Wiseman, he goes to a worse team, a terrible team, and does well. What people would be saying now is, my God, the Warriors are idiots. They passed on James Wiseman. Look at him. He's averaging 14 points and 11 rebounds. How could they do that? So I'm not saying that was necessarily a bad trade. And when I heard about that it was Gary Payton coming, I was jacked up. I was thrilled. I thought that was tremendous. I thought Payton was as much credit and everything as he got last season. I thought he was, in a way, underrated. I thought he made a huge difference. And had he come to the team right now fully healthy and ready to rip, I think he would make a huge difference because God knows they need defense, and he just fit in so beautifully with them. So, but the way I feel about it now, I'm kind of pessimistic, I think.
Scott Osler.
I don't think Payton's going to come back.
Yeah, Scott Osler joining us on the Bud Light guest line, writes for the San Francisco Chronicle. I guess that's, can you think of a team, let's say, in the past that's just kind of foundered like the Warriors are foundering right now and turned it on to win it? I mean, the Rockets were a 6 seed, so you got to talk about them. The Bullets won it in 78. with 44 wins, but it's hard to do in the NBA because you're going to be if they're 500, means they're a 7 seed.
Yeah, not pondering or floundering or whatever the proper word is, like they are now. Last year they kind of went through that. They went through some doldrums and picked themselves up and were kind of surprised, big finish team and all that stuff. But nothing like this year. It would be it's like your core 3 proposition. It would be amazing if they turned it down, run from 500 now and stormed all the way through and won the thing. It would be just beyond belief.
Scott, it's interesting when you think about this first half of the season. You think about the punch with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. And I remember the Saturday I'm watching ABC and Woj reports that Bob Myers is without a contract. Can you share with us when you got that initial news and just what you think about that situation now with Bob basically being hanging in the wind?
Yeah, one thing about the Warriors is they don't let a ton of stuff leak out like that. Like Lacob, I don't think has a lot of sources he leaks stuff out to, and Bob Myers is certainly not a guy who throws himself in the spotlight and gets in the middle of stuff like that by leaking stuff out. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say what Bob really wants to do. He's such an intense guy, and you wonder how long he can keep up his level of intensity because he's a 24/7 kind of grinder, worrier, anxiety-ridden guy. He walks around with the weight of the world on his shoulders all the time, and that's got to be tough, man. That's got to weigh on you. So you got to wonder if he's maybe thinking about some other line of work, doing something else for a while, just branching out. And there's also the money thing that reportedly the Athletic had the story and all this stuff about how it was kind of indicated he might feel he's underpaid, and he and Lacob could come to virtual blows on that too. So, well, that makes things rocky. Yeah, because what are they going to do? It's not just that they could get another general manager, but he's such a part of the fabric of the team.
Yeah,
he's really, really close with Kerr. They're very tight. They're close friends. They bonded over mutual tragedies 3 or 4 years ago. They were already close, and they're that much closer. And it just wouldn't be easy. It just wouldn't be just a plug-in thing.
Yeah, Scott Osler joining us on the Bud Light guest line. I do remind people, and you might have more insight on this than most, is he said goodbye to Jerry West, and it wasn't exactly with a smile and a handshake.
Yeah, and Jerry West was the guy who came here because Lacob really loved and admired him and respected him, and so it wasn't. And he was Joe's guy, so Joe let him walk. I'm still not clear on exactly what the problem was. I know Joe has told me, because there were the reports that he was trying to lowball Jerry or maybe give him a cut in pay or something like that, and Lacob told me it wasn't about money. I think money was involved. I think money was part of it because, for one thing, you got Steve Ballmer down there, probably just had an unlimited expense, a checkout for Jerry West. Whatever it takes, Jerry. Whatever they pay you, I'll pay you a third more or whatever. So money did factor into it. But but you can only let so many people slip away like that before you kind of lose the fabric of the team. And losing West I think, hurt him a little bit. But losing Myers that'd be a big blow. That'd be a big, huge change. Yeah.
Scott, you cover it all, so I got to take advantage of this time we have with you. We just saw Sunday the Chiefs win Super Bowl 57. Niners almost got there. We saw Brock Purdy get hurt. He's about to have surgery. To what extent, we don't know, but Steiny and I go back and forth. I'm concerned he's not. He'll be back there. When you kind of assess, who's got the edge, or if Trey Lance, his starting days with the Niners are done, how do you look at the current situation for the Niners quarterback?
The way I look at it is Trey will be in there at the start, most likely, because Brock's probably not going to be back and fully ready to go. So I'm looking at Trey as their kind of fill-in starter for the first couple of games at least. And if he does okay, I'm not saying they'll keep him in as starter unless he looks so phenomenal that he blows everybody away. But it will give them an indication that he's a good guy to keep around. And because they go through quarterbacks, they can't go in with one quarterback opening day and think that's going to be their guy. So I think they're in a good spot. I really think they're in a good spot because we know what Brock can do, and we don't know what Trey can do, so we're going to get a chance to see that. So it's all good.
Scott Alster joining us on 95.7 The Game on the Bud Light guest line. Last one, as long as we're going to hit a couple sports, let me just ask you this. What's your excitement level for the start of baseball season?
I'm kind of fired up. For one thing, I like the pitch clock. I know a lot of the purists and all this stuff don't like pitch clock. I like the idea they're going to speed it up a little bit. It was getting ridiculous. It's like free throws in the NBA in a way. You know, the guy shoots a free throw and he walks away and celebrates with his team and has a picnic and all that stuff. You know, it's like when it's just get out on the mound and pitch the ball. So I think that's going to be great. I'm looking forward to that. Locally, it'll be interesting because I'm anxious to see what the Giants are going to do if this year they make a breakthrough. Because if they don't, if they stink again, they're probably going to have to rip things up, starting with maybe the manager and Barnett. Yeah, to me, the interesting thing is going to be to watch this season will be the A's, because in some ways that they're going to be the most interesting team in baseball because they're so bad and they're so poorly paid, and the organization is so bad, the ownership and the president, and the one foot out the door and all that stuff. It's so bizarre. It's almost like a bad movie. So I'll be looking forward to seeing that. It's kind of like watching a train wreck or something. But so I'm fired up.
Interesting. All right. Well, listen, love having you on, Scott. It was great seeing you a few weeks and months back, and hopefully we can have you on again.
And tell the missus the Johnson said hello, Scott. You know you're my number one.
I will, and I'll see you guys at the next party, and it's okay if you leave me off the mountain. It's okay.
All right.
You're my guys.
All right.
Yeah.
Scotty Osler on the Bud Light guest line. Writes for the
a legend.
San Francisco Chronicle. He is a legend.
Things I jotted down on my 8.5 by 11. That was in his column. That's how far I go back with Scott Osler. He would have things I jotted down on my 8.5 by 11.
No.
That's Scott Osler, Steiny. Evan, watch this L your boy's going to take for doubting me. I know what I read back in the day. Things are jotted down on my 8.5 by 11. And that meant his notebook.
Sorry. His signature line was deep thoughts, cheap shots, and bon mots.
All right. That can be.
But that's what he. That was the headline.
For me, it was
when he wrote about different things.
I'm telling you, a part of his, pieces at the end were things I jotted down on my 8.5 by 11. Yeah,
I really wish we could get him back.
We can, Evan. He would love that. I could remember that too.
He'd say now it's cheap shots, bone mots, and
I'll let him know.
Yeah, well, thank you, Evan.
Thank you.
Oh, he said Niners quarterback situation in good hands. Dude, Trey Lance.
You're on an island on that one, bro.
Well, no, I'm just concerned about the injury because if they got to go back in and Purdy's out for a long time.
Again, with the worrying, I worry about your worrying again.
A dude's about to have surgery on his moneymaker, his elbow.
Getting it on his ass. Ass surgery?
No, not enhancements. I'm talking about the elbow. You don't even think about what if he needs Tommy John when they get in there.
You know what?
It's like, Guru's going to get a tooth pulled. He'll be fine.
Exactly.
You're
right. You're right. But you know what? If Brock Purdy doesn't respond well to this surgery, he may have to take all the Thursday night games off. You get it?
I kind of, It was rough getting there. I don't know if everybody
what are you talking about?
Yeah. The night games instead of day. My shit.
By the way,
God, I wish Scott would call back. Go ahead.
R.I.P. to Tim McCarver.
Oh, yeah.
Tim McCarver.
I wonder what...
Yes.
Deion Sanders. When I heard his name, I'll never get it. Is that bad at me? I'm still mad at Deion for that, man.
I am too.
Man,
that was
you in your young prime, and you're gonna do that to the OG.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. A couple things I wanted to get to, and I'll open up the phone lines, which of course is 888-957-9570. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors, and look, the next, as far as I'm concerned, it looks like the next 2 months, what happens in the next 2 months is probably going to determine how long this thing continues. If the Golden State Warriors, after the All-Star break, can make a run, get into the postseason, and forget even winning it. Forget winning it, but make a run in the postseason. You know what? Maybe this thing does go for another year. if they win it all, if they actually run the table and win it all, I mean, it's got to go for another year then too, unless Draymond were to opt out. But if they don't make a run, then what are you going to do? And then what if
so this is
it's just a lot of questions.
Right, but the one constant we know is Wardell, Steph, and Curry. And this is where you have fun with me, Steiny, saying I'm wearing Curry underwear. I'm not. It's like LeBron James. Okay, Curry hadn't even experienced, not making the playoffs, but the gravity of Steph Curry means you're always in it to me. Okay. You got a chance. So there's so many questions that are looming, but when this is all done and there's departures, the brass is going to put something together, and they may fail. But the fact that it's going to be all centered around Curry, I'm all in.
Do you worry that the architect might not be here?
Oh, hell yes.
So you're saying, what? If something happens, we'll make a great move and we'll get better.
That's why I asked Scott that question. Hell
but
yes.
They want Bob Myers maybe
But I'm trying
to
be proactive. I'm trying to be like Bob's going to get his chicken. If that's what it's about, he'll be back. But you're talking about another Captain Kirk. Dude, what if it's Kirk Lakeup, Captain Kirk? That's a 3. I just thought of that.
Yeah, these things have been thought about already and mentioned.
Nobody mentioned the USS Enterprise like I did with William Shatner driving the vessel, which is the Golden State Warriors. If it's Kirk Lakeup, going Captain Kirk.
Hold on a sec.
You took the L on the 8.5 by 11?
No. Well, of course not. But somebody's saying it was Herb Cain. Well, then maybe he did it to honor Herb Cain.
Yeah. Well, and I didn't know that, but yeah, that was definitely
Herb Cain,
Scott's
of course.
Things I jotted down.
Columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle.
Another legend.
There's no need for this 505.
Well, what you got? That's
Cheap
Oregon.
Shots, Deep Thoughts, and Bone Mots was originated by the great Herb Cain. Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Ice Cube. Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with people? Hey, 2 things I wanted to get to.
Because we got to get to some stuff now.
What are you talking about?
The Mahomes.
All right.
I was day drinking.
But no,
That's a 4.
I got 2 pieces of business to take care of. One is if you're looking for some reading material. You're looking for some good sports anecdotes, some good sports stories. I'm writing again at MatthewSteinmetz.com, and I'm getting a lot of positive feedback, and that positive feedback is fueling me to write a little more about basketball personalities and how basketball has shaped my life, et cetera. And but it's mostly honoring people other than me. It's not about me. It's about all the people I've come in good stuff.
We're doing infomercials. If you need a winner,
I have
Daryl
taken
the Guru
requests.
Johnson on IG. I'll give you my winner lock of the day. Yeah, that's how. So when you do that, I'll follow
That's
up
fine.
with Daryl Guru.
Wait until I'm done.
You were done.
No, I wasn't done.
Oh, go ahead with the infomercial.
I was gonna. Yes, I do take requests. Somebody wanted.
I gave you a couple.
No, somebody wanted.
I miss Julius Erving.
Donnie Nelson. Don Nelson. You can go back and read. Just read Julius Erving.
After the infomercial, let me do mine. I'm hella excited.
So, yeah, MatthewSteinmetz.com. Let's see those numbers bump up there today. Okay, go ahead.
You've really changed.
Dude, we're trying to get it on the website.
Yeah,
I've been cleared by the boss to
Not you're, and I'm helping you.
How are you helping?
Because you say
we,
it ain't Guru and Matthew Steinmetz. It's Matthew Steinmetz.
But
if you need a winner for the gamblers out there, men and women.
MatthewSteinmetz, Steinmetz, S-T-E, it's spelled like it sounds, STEINMETZ.com. Mm-hmm.
Daryl Guru Johnson, DARYLE Guru Johnson on IG and a video.
This was dumb by us. This was a bad idea, and I'll tell you why. We forgot we have a meeting today. So
I don't know. Yeah,
if we would have done this tomorrow, our boss, he's very forgetful.
Well,
so
you've already talked to him about the website.
Well, I just kind of made that up. So, can we have your webpage address under your Twitter handle? You know what? That's a great idea. 408. I'm going to do that during the break. Why don't I have that? Actually, I think I do. Anyway, here's the other thing. Now get this, and this is. I'm going to get serious for a sec. So, it's about drinking and driving, which
mad.
I don't mess with that.
I lost one of my good friends.
Yeah, I don't mess
Robbie,
with that.
George Gensel, Union City, California, to drunk driving. This mom, Sally Gentle's part of Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
So, you know the billboard, buzz driving is drunk driving, and
I love those.
Right. So I just made a choice that it's like, I'm done. Like, yeah, one beer, fine. But anymore,
you ain't playing around.
I'm getting, I'm taking an Uber. I'm sorry,
we
I'm taking
appreciate
a Lyft.
that.
I'm just not. Here's the issue, though, and this is what I mean. You got to be steadfast. Here's the problem.
Now,
when you come home and take a Lyft, the assumption is you're drunk.
Right.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just being extra careful.
I appreciate it.
So I got to take BART.
Right.
I get off BART in Oakland. I walk home. It's about a mile and a half.
Yeah.
By the time I get home, I mean,
you're good.
Yeah. So anyway, just continue to not take, like, just do the right thing. Yeah. Do the right thing, and get a ride. Get a ride if you've had a few.
Now, are you having problems with the assumptions?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I walked in last night.
Can't stand
I got the
that.
side eye.
Yeah,
you didn't drive.
Yeah,
and I said,
how
the
about
reason
I'm
I
being
didn't,
careful?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Chris A said on YouTube, I stepped on your promo. The infomercial.
On MatthewSteinmetz.com.
Right. We need it. Man, I love that you're writing. I'm waiting for me.
What kind of car? What does that mean?
Oh, what was your Lyft? What were you in? Or do you go Uber Black?
I don't know. I was wrecked. I'm kidding. It was
You better be careful.
It was a lack.
Well, look at my boy, D-Lack.
It wasn't.
Freestyle Friday tomorrow. Maybe people were asking about it.
Oh. I finally used that Alonzo Mourning meme. That is the greatest meme of all
when
time.
He's next to Gary Payton.
And he shakes his head no, and then he shakes
what
it yes.
What did you use it on?
So last night, of course, I'm taking BART because, I'm not driving. I left my car here. Right. I take BART. I get to BART, and it's like, I don't know, my Clipper card, and I realize, oh, that's right. Mary Page asked for it Saturday morning. And, of course, she doesn't return it. So I was like, this is what, you say yes to your clip, and then you look, and it's not there. So you're like, you're shaking your head no because you're mad, and then you shake your head yes. Well, it's like, yeah, well.
You didn't ask for it back either.
You can't. No, I did after I got home.
No, but I thought about that when you texted me, like, you could have asked for it back.
Yes, exactly. But
I thought about that.
But I'm sorry. I want to raise my kids to do that without, like, I think it's her responsibility to put it back.
Right. But she's not 25. So, kids forget.
Junior high school.
And the last thing on their list to do is to give my dad his Clipper card back. You know what I mean?
That should be.
I would have said no harm, no foul.
I did. And I made sure. You know what you got to do? We got to get down. You got to. You got it. All right. We'll be right back.
If you aren't listening to Willard and Dibs,
what are you doing?
What are we doing right now?
on, Steiny. Your boy, Catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, a half hour left, and then we turn it over to Rado and Damon. Looks like they have Ramona Shelburne, 4:15. She's one of the best.
I said, hey, did you two remember Ostler's column? And it went, It's like you should have called him that. It didn't come in Ray didn't say anything.
Exactly.
Ray was in his zone.
So that big 8.5 by 11, that didn't really ring a bell.
Things I jotted down.
Oh, hold on. Let's go to Get Shark in Concord. Looks like he's got a question about MatthewSteinmetz.com. Hey, Get Shark, how can I help you?
Hey, what's going on, Steiny?
Hey.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan of you and Guru. Best show on the radio for sure. One of my questions is if you could do a piece on the We Believe year on the Warriors.
Okay.
And the question is, you should try the podcasting again, man. I mean, I drive for a living, and obviously it's the time for reading with kids and all this stuff.
Right.
It ain't there. But if you could do the podcast, that would be epic. For sure.
All right. Hey, Get Shark, thanks. Appreciate it.
That's some nice stuff.
Well, the other, what if I told you got some podcast things in the hopper?
You got one with Sal.
I haven't done that. We haven't done that.
You got one with JD.
That right, and I may have another one that could spin off MatthewSteinmetz.com.
You're selling yourself.
And the boss is in on it.
I ain't mad.
Mm-hmm. You hear what the boss is trying? Well, okay. If you want to do that, if you want to give me the snort.
You're venturing off.
If you want to get the snort.
Anything else you got to tell me? Yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
But then don't get jealous when I've got all these opportunities and because you're not willing to step outside your own role.
Oh, come on.
Guru, you want to start a podcast?
Oh.
Yeah.
No. You know.
Julius Randle's in the 3-point contest. What are we doing? Go ahead, Stein.
What do you think of this? Is this a compliment or an insult? You guys are so much better when you don't talk sports.
I saw that. Maybe that's a podcast. Parenting.
I can't do that. You know why?
You can or you won't.
I shouldn't.
We should do a video every day. The boss.
I have regret.
10 minutes after a show where we do stuff that's not sports.
He keeps pushing that.
That's what people want.
Tell you what.
Don't you get it? Can't you see?
I don't.
You got a person.
It'd be too hard. It'd get a.
I'm gonna be honest. Can I tell you something about you?
Oh, sure.
I heard. You don't even know people that tell me that. I know what you think about me, but I know what I think about me, and that supersedes everything. If you were the guy on air that's at the cafeteria, you'd be national.
I'm the same guy.
Nah.
How am I different?
You're guarded when you come in here. You don't let them hang. But if you let them hang, I'm telling you.
What do you mean let them hang?
Just come in here
I don't care.
Not in a disrespectful way, but kind of just like you're doing today. You're in that good mood. People, I'm telling you, you're special. Just, if we could have that daily. Shout out John.
Freddie.
Who the hell is John?
Freddie's in Richmond. Hey, Fred.
The Rich.
They don't call
What's going on, y'all? Appreciate y'all for having me on.
Sure, man.
I'm just happy that it's the All-Star break. I want Jordan Poole just to sit back this whole week and look at film. He just needs to slow down.
Yep.
The Warriors are going to be just fine. If the Warriors get the 7th seed, it might amp them up just to play the Memphis Grizzlies because they don't fear them. They don't fear Sacramento. Like, let's just be real. It's parity in the NBA right now. The Warriors can beat practically anybody that's in front of them.
Hey, let me ask you this, Fred. Fred, let me ask you this. If you're the Warriors, who do you want to play in the first round? And let's assume you're probably going to be a 6 or 7.
Okay. Who would I want to play?
Yes.
Sacramento.
That's true.
A very untested team.
Yeah, good call.
They're young. They're young, but yeah, most likely Sacramento.
Okay.
I like.
Oh, it's called the Rich? They call the Rich.
I can't believe it. You doubt me.
Hey, listen. They don't call it the Rich because the Richmond is in San Francisco and Richmond is in the East Bay.
But we're talking about streets and rap and hip hop. They call it the rich. Okay. Hey, ask me who would the Warriors want. I'm gonna shock you.
What am I supposed to ask you?
Who should the Warriors want?
Who should the Warriors want?
The team right now that's Derek Jeter in the West, number 2. The Memphis Grizzlies, Steiny. I think they
I don't believe.
You think they can get it together?
No,
I think Dylan Brooks is. Remember how I said there? But Ja did it with the laser. Something's going on to where. But they're not on. I feel like they're pointing fingers, and it's not about basketball. They seem like they are ready to just combust. So the Warriors, the good Warriors, healthy, bring on Ja.
I think
you don't want them that soon.
You'd rather play the Kings, wouldn't you? In the first round,
I was going Sac then Memphis. But Memphis should. Remember, you were like, we all were sipping that Memphis Kool-Aid. And Ja saying we could in the West.
I think
you
Sac
want that
is
back?
the answer, though.
Yeah.
But
be careful, because the Clippers they scared. I told you, both LA teams.
Both.
What about your Minnesota Timberwolves? 2 games over without Cat.
That's why they're 2 games over.
Yeah.
By the way, you see what's happening in Atlanta? Oh, God. They stink.
They're currently the A seed.
They stink. They made.
So Murray is just is he a Jag? Just
what
a
does
guy.
That mean?
Just a guy.
Oh, yeah. I guess I should have known that. I don't know, man. I just don't. I don't think Trey Young's it.
And what about the Pelicans? I feel for Willie Green. They were the number
make
ones.
The playoffs.
What, Zion coming back? Yeah. They're talking about wrists now. He looked big boned it last night. They showed him he'll never be what he's supposed to be, and he's phenomenal when he plays.
Oscar in Stockton. Let's talk about the Dubs.
What's going on, you guys?
Hey, man.
Yeah, man, I would just want to talk about, the Warriors and how everybody is jumping off the bandwagon. Right now is not the time to be panicking, because if you look at the West and you look at the NBA, Kevin Durant, he didn't hip-hop his way back to Phoenix. Kyrie didn't get out of Brooklyn. So what's that telling you? They're not champions. They got to go to another team that are not champions. Everybody in the West, who are we scared of? That's why the Warriors remedy, they talking about the buyout system. We don't need to get nobody. Unless, like you say,
you ready?
We don't need nobody. First of all, with the system that we got, if you're not going to get nobody that's played in this system, it's not going to work in 24 games.
So the Clippers, the Clippers have 2 guys in their top 6 who are champions. Kawhi Leonard and Norman Powell. The Phoenix Suns have Durant, who's also a champion. Damian Lee. I know. He's a ninth man, but
I feel like
don't scoff at it. Who else they got? Well, Lakers. I mean, if the Lakers get there, they got definitely some championship pedigree.
But none more than the Dubs is his point.
Well, but that doesn't win you a series all of itself. Thanks, Oscar. And that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, I get it. The Warriors are 4-time champions, but it's not as though Kyrie Irving's won a title. I don't know what Dallas is going to do, but once Kyrie, if you're playing Kyrie or Kawhi or Durant, those guys are going to come to post.
Harrison Barnes with Sac. I mean, he's got one.
You're right.
Now,
go ahead. You want to get into this?
Yeah, but before we do, I got to throw this out.
Okay.
I know I'm a nerd when it comes to the uniforms and the chalk lines in baseball and how they water the dirt. That stuff I get off on. But I also get off on.
No, I did it on purpose.
I know you did. I get off on Kobe having one jersey. He actually had 2 numbers.
I know. I didn't
Derek
like that.
Jeter. Where are we at in Kevin Durant's tenure or any great player of his caliber? They keep adding jerseys. I don't like that.
He got traded. You can't do anything about that.
But it didn't work in Brooklyn, and I'm not blaming him. But at what point, Stoney, does it start to
listen? Goo,
because Steph Curry's going to have one jersey.
I know what's going on here.
Jordan
it's fair. I know what's going on here, and it's fair.
Jordan.
It's fair.
Yeah.
Your feelings are still hurt because he walked away from here. So you want to make sure to emphasize, well, he's played on a lot of teams, so that doesn't mean he's as great as our guy.
No.
You're always looking for a way to bump up Steph
Jeter.
Curry. I've never,
how many jerseys do a great player really want?
Is more secure than the Steph Curry fans. You know what I mean? You're a stands, or whatever they call it.
Protectors.
By the way, go ahead. You wanted to get this. We should have. We were going to talk.
Set it up.
We were going to come out with this.
Oh, you want to save it for tomorrow?
What do you think?
10 more minutes.
Can you get him another
You
beer?
think we got time, Evan?
I mean, I know we have time, but
well, I'll tell you this. Okay, I grew up idolizing sports and players, but because my dad was in my life, Norm Johnson, he was my hero. Nobody could supersede his position in my life, so it went to a certain point. We're watching the parade yesterday, and Patrick Mahomes, who was out there Toradol, no Toradol, risking his wheel, his biscuit, just to get his team in the city a Super Bowl, people were coming down on him on social media about maybe if he was percolated, and that means tipsy. Okay. And I'm like, damn, he wasn't behind a car. He wasn't exposing himself. At what point in this society can we let our athletes who dedicate themselves to this craft and we criticize them left and right, if he was tipsy or if he was not tipsy? We saw Tom Brady a couple years back throwing a trophy. He was on one. Draymond Green, yep, nope. He was having a good time. When do we draw the line on being the police of how you were supposed to be a role model? Because the parents who were coming down, just in this instance, Mahomes Road for, kids are watching. Well, you be the adult for your kid. Don't let Patrick raise your kids. If Patrick was off to Henny. And I got irritated because, Steiny, athletes, men and women, if you're winning a championship and you're at a parade and you're not behind a motor vehicle, do what you want to do because, damn it, you earned it.
What Guru's referring to is during the Kansas City Chiefs victory parade, Mahomes looked like he was drunk.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. And
you got a problem with it? I'm asking you, Matt Stein. You got a problem with it?
Let me. There's been criticism online about, kids are looking up to this guy, Patrick Mahomes, and he was lit. What's your question?
Can you not be lit?
I have a problem with it.
Should Patrick?
I don't have
any athlete?
I don't have a problem with it.
We were at the parade. Draymond was having fun.
Right, but to me, it's like anything else.
Clay knocked somebody over last year.
Again, what I'm saying is, to me, like the parade, yeah, great, but I don't.
I can't sip.
No, you can do whatever you want,
right?
And I don't really care about it. But what I'm getting at is, to me, it's about him, not what we think of him. It's like,
what about the parents saying you're being a bad role model, Steiny?
No, here's what it's about for me.
Be a better parent.
Here's what it's about for me is, when you wake up in the morning, those nights where you had too much to drink.
No doubt.
And you don't feel good about it.
Oh, damn. Okay.
But, so what I'm saying is, I don't care what people think about Patrick Mahomes. I just wonder if, does he, oh boy, I shouldn't have gotten that drunk last night. But no, I don't care. The hell with the kids. Who cares?
Or the parents, though, that are saying you're putting out something that's bad to the kids.
You know what? I'm so
can't
sick
live
of
that
this.
way.
I'm so sick of this. The kids.
Raise your kids and let this man enjoy himself. Now, I understand if he was at a game or a mall and he was in the drunk or in the sloppy. Come on, let these guys have their moment, man.
The unwritten, or not the unwritten, but the thing that I really had a problem with is the guy who jumped on the side, the linebacker. What was his name? Chanel? Some guy went to Wisconsin.
Right.
So he if you look at the video, there's a bus going slowly, and he's walking alongside the bus. He jumps up, grabs the second
you
level.
Asked me, could I do that?
Pulls himself up.
Spider-Man.
You can't do that. I didn't tell you. I said, Goo. I turn around to Goo because I know. I'm like, hey, Goo.
Yeah.
Goo, you think you can do this? Knowing he can't. And he goes, I can do that. No, you can't. You could not do that.
You hurt. I do pull-ups and dips at the gym.
That was more than
it wasn't this. Yeah.
But
what didn't you like about him doing it?
No, I liked it. I didn't mind him doing it. I didn't care.
I just like people are going to criticize you, and this. No matter what you do, you can't win no more, man.
925, bro. WTF are you talking about? I didn't set it up right.
Should the face of your franchise allowed to be publicly intoxicated, celebrating a championship?
At a parade, yes, Evan.
Wait, but why is the face?
Yeah, see,
why is the face of
Why
is the face of the franchise different than?
Because maybe
Travis
you got more
Kelce?
fans. Maybe you got more
Well,
fans.
you probably do, but
like,
why should he be held to a higher standard?
And why should
if
any
you
of
saw
them?
Steph Curry like Draymond Green, I don't know, would you look at him differently?
Well, how about you keep your
seen-
family at home if you know that they're going to be celebrating, feeling good, getting loosey-goosey? If you don't want to see them drunk, Evan, keep your ass at home and turn the idiot box off. Like, quit making these people let me stop, man.
No.
You can't do anything nowadays.
Yes, you can.
Everybody will be mad for something.
If Dak Prescott did something like that, would he be exempt from winning the Walter Payton Man of the Year award?
That shouldn't even come into.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
that shouldn't even be a part of the process.
I just didn't think.
Brady was lit. He was throwing the trophy.
So was
Draymond.
Jordan Bell.
Oh yeah, off the hitty. What are we talking about?
I agree. I agree.
You got me on the night you
Be better.
wake up and you. How did you explain it when you wake up and you drunk too much? You got lost.
I mean, to me, it's more about, hey, Patrick. And look, that's one time in his entire life that I've ever seen him like that. So it's like, yeah, I'm sure
you get a pass.
Chill
Yeah.
out. That's all. He didn't drive. He didn't drive.
He was on top of a car.
Our president's asleep.
He did
damn near the whole time.
A little wobble. A little wobble there from he looked sturdier in the
Speaking
pocket
of which,
against the
Terry
Eagles.
Bradshaw, I didn't know what Dibbs was talking about
What?
when he introduced Andy Reid at the post-game presser. Oh, come on, waddle all over here, big guy.
I thought they were like friends.
No, well, they may be, but people are killing
I know.
them.
I heard Dibbs get upset about
Waddle
that too.
over here?
Well,
Who are you? Hey, you got some LBSs on you, Terry.
I thought.
No, Stoney, you can't. Who are you to waddle over here? I'm out on Terry. I'll bring it up with the Dibbs tomorrow.
Are you going to be here tomorrow?
Now, why would you say that?
What? It's a Friday. It's late in the week.
Write about that on your blog.
You better be careful.
Oh, you're, of course, referring to MatthewSteinmetz.com.
Oh, my God.
Boss is going to kill me today.
No, it ain't. You've been in there in cahoots trying to sell it.
That's true.
If you need a winner, Daryl Guru Johnson on IG.
Nice job, Bill.
I'm going to do that every time I hear it. I'm not. I'm happy for you.
I 510. I get he's trying to be, okay, a little clever. Mahomes is a bus driver. He cannot be drunk. Get it? He's a bus driver.
Getting one.
You know what? 510, I thought it was better, but that's Goo. He's a hater.
And Evan.
How much time we got here? I'm running out of gas.
I give him a 3. You got 2 minutes.
Oh, jeez.
Payday Friday.
But
I got to stop saying that.
So what?
Quieter, dude.
So
I get hit up
Are we
on
getting together after work tomorrow?
I'm a game time decision.
You said, no, you're not. You already bowed out for tomorrow.
What about? I'm so proud of the Vine.
What Vine?
You went somewhere yesterday. I went to 24 Hour Fitness, took a picture of the entrance, put it on the Vine.
All you do is go there to take a photo and then you go home.
And then Evan right behind me because I'm thinking he might be with you, and I'm like, I'm missing out. He's running, sweating at the gym.
Right.
Let's go.
And what did I send?
We kind of knew where you were at, but hey,
I sent a
good.
photo of French fries and a beer.
That's pretty good.
With a shot of Fireball.
Oh, yeah, dude, I love me some Fireball.
Matt Steinmetz needs to update his picture on MatthewSteinmetz.com. It's at least 15 years old. 12?
No, you're fine. You look good. Hey, NBA stopped
Dude, it's
testing
an
for
old
weed.
picture.
What are they saying? Enjoy yourself.
When did that happen?
It's kind of, though. When's the last time somebody got J.R.
Is that
Ryder?
breaking news?
No, somebody put that up.
They still have random testing.
No, stop. Not for the pot.
Yes, they do.
No, remember there was something a couple years ago to where they kind of NBA's going to stop testing for pot.
It's a nod, wink, wink.
I was high when I
Right.
said
Nobody's
that.
got pop for
No,
a tree.
they
The
still
sticky
have
icky.
random tests.
You think no, Stoney?
I'm pretty sure that sometimes guys aren't in the media scrum afterwards because they're taking a test. Well, let's check that. I might be wrong on that. And if I say I might be wrong on it, then if I am wrong, you can't come back tomorrow and say you were wrong. Because I said I might be wrong on it. We got 10 seconds?
See you Monday, Guru. What's that mean?
You know what it means.
Dude, why do you like that?
It's just funny. It's cute. I love our listeners. Night-night.
Jim Morrison, it's the end.
Thanks to the Xfinity 10G network, my little brother's friends won't leave our house. When I was their age, internet with basically no
Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's great to have you here. Thanks so much for coming on by. We got an awful lot to get into this afternoon. There's a saying in sports talk radio, Ray. Give me a contender or give me a bum. Really can't work much with 500 teams, or, you're stuck. There's not much to be excited about. There's not much to be very mad about. You actually care less because you start caring about other things. It gets multiplied, obviously, when it comes to the Giants this year. I have my first baseball wish list as we go over our first kind of rule changes for Major League Baseball, because we have a pretty good chunk of them to get into today, along with Tim Kirkjian, who's going to be joining us in our second hour this afternoon. Ray, here's what I want. I want the Giants to be hair on fire, surprising, one of the best teams in all of baseball, or I want the whole thing to be an absolute epic failure and a catastrophe. No more Mr. Nice Guy from this show. I want good, or I want really bad. And I know that you'll join me in both directions for sure. Turn your mic on, you glorious start to the show, you.
They're not going to give you that. Just get used to it. They're not terrible enough to be awful.
I know.
But they're not good enough to be great. In fact, most of the projections, like from the metric brigade, is that they're going to win like between 85 and 88 games and have the seventh best record in a league that accepts 6 teams in the playoffs. So they'll be on the fringe, but not in it.
Torture.
Yeah, well,
torture once again.
It's not torture as much as it is just a drop of water on the forehead every day.
Slow torture.
Slow torture. Speaking of which, there's Nick Friedel.
Oh, there's our pal Nick Friedel. He is, I wonder how long it takes for ESPN to say, there's really nothing left to cover in Brooklyn, so let's just send you to Phoenix. Let's get Nick Friedel a tan.
Fat chance of that.
He does.
No, he won't get a tan, but he's now Phoenix's problem.
I think he'd much rather be in Phoenix, to be honest.
He did say that.
Yeah. Anyways, there is our friend Nick Friedel. I can tell you this, that there are 3 games left tonight. We got Bucks and Bulls on TNT, followed by Clippers and Suns. Kevin Durant made his, I don't want to say debut, but his first, hey, how are you with the media, which is why Nick Friedel is kind of out there on the TV today. They're all very excited in Phoenix, but I was reading that, Kevin Durant might not exactly be right back as soon as this All-Star break comes to a close. Like March is when he might play his first game with the Suns.
Well, that's what I'd have been hearing all along. So I didn't think that was going to be possible. But the bigger surprise is that Joel Embiid says he's been playing hurt for about a month, and he's not playing in the All-Star game either, which leads you to wonder, is he one of those guys who doesn't believe in being hurt until it's time to say you've been hurt? Or have the 76ers been playing him because they need him desperately?
Or is this a wonderful way to get out of going to Utah for an all-star game that's not going to get you any level of like cool interaction or business dealings? So it's just
what it's likely to be is the all-star game. Like most all-star games, they're going begrudgingly because that's how they get paid their bonuses.
But extra begrudgingly to this one.
I don't know that it's going to be that much more begrudgingly. I mean, it's not Miami, but most places aren't Miami. In fact,
this is aggressively not Miami.
There are really only 3 places that they would put it that are particularly different than Salt Lake City, and that's Miami, New York, and LA. Everywhere else, it's about the same. And
okay,
I think
so
for the
Vegas
most part,
would be a good all-star town. Chicago's
yeah, but they're not going back. They're
town.
not going back to Vegas. And I don't know how good Chicago is in February, as far as that goes.
They'll go back to Vegas soon.
Yeah, not after last time with the issues that went on there that were not necessarily the NBA's problem, but
we live in
part and parcel.
We live in a different world, a world where we try things again eventually.
You know when they'll get an All-Star games when they get a franchise.
When they probably get a team.
And that's probably going to be 3 to 5 years minimum.
Yeah, that's coming up eventually.
But until then, I think they're going to avoid it as much as they possibly can.
I'm glad you want to talk just a little bit about the future, because we got some football in the future that I think I was reading a little bit about what the NFL could look like a decade from now. And what really got me thinking about what it could all look like about a decade from now is just going back a decade. Go back to 2013. It is like we are existing in a completely different NFL universe than we exist in now in 2023. What could 2033 look like? We're going to get into that today. As I said earlier, though, we got Tim Kirkjian coming on by to talk about how, we got baseball season. We're officially about 6 weeks and change away from March 30th is the league-wide. Everybody goes at once on the same day for the first time in a long time, opening day for baseball.
Yeah, it's exactly 6 weeks.
I like it.
Weirdly enough, they've fallen in love with starting the season on a Thursday, which I guess, I don't know why it makes any difference at all, but, whatever day they pick is fine. And, having everybody play on the same day is better than having 6 teams play on Thursday and 9 teams play on Friday.
It's also better than, congratulations, you got the A's and Mariners opening in Tokyo in the middle of the night, and you'll find out about it the next day. And then they're going to go back to spring training to play 3 games that don't count after they've officially begun their major league season. And then they're eventually going to open. I hate that, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're bringing that back from what I've read, is that teams don't like going and put up a stink when they're asked to. And let's face it, ultimately, Rob Manfred works for the owners. And they didn't get the kind of financial bump from going to Japan that they thought they would.
We got an awful lot to get into this afternoon, and we have, get ready for it, officially an idea or two to help the Warriors when they come on back to start their 24-game stretch. We had a very interesting conversation yesterday with Steve Kerr about all that has happened since the last time we had Steve Kerr on. We'll get into some of that sound. I know Draymond Green is, talking about how this defense needs to get better. And again, there is no player that can be added. There is no addition now that is going to dramatically change what the Warriors look like, how they operate, and who they are going into this postseason. What is one place to improve defensively? There is no and everything got better level of solution out there. So just one place for the Warriors to improve, and 1 or 2 players on the buyout market that could actually help them do that. We're going to get into that today. As we said earlier, Sports Talk Radio, 500 does nothing to inspire. It really, really doesn't. What we need is some excellence or some dreck.
Well, then we should be moving to Houston.
Right. But
where you get both. You get the World Series champion and you get the worst team in basketball.
What I was also, though, going to say, though, is I'm going to excuse the Golden State Warriors, because you're allowed a dip into the regular when you have produced so many completely irregular seasons compared to who you've been historically. I mean, the Warriors are on an unbelievable run, and if they're coming off of it, it's going to be hard to yell, kick, or scream about any aspect of this ending, because all good things in sports do come to an end. The only thing, though, that would accelerate a level of anger, a level of, well, the fans didn't like the way that ended. Even the smartest fans out there who understand that when things end, they just end. That's the way sports works. Would be if it really were an effort of, were they trying hard enough? Were they focused enough? And it seems like one of the excuses that they have for their 29-29 uninspiring first leg of this season, leading them to the All-Star break, is that, and these aren't my words, this is Draymond Green. He's talking about the collective will of this basketball team. Will this basketball team generate the will necessary for them to close on what needs to be kind of an impressive pace? Like we said, unless you want to be rubbing up against opponents and NBA history in the postseason, you got to go 18-6 in your final 24 games to get to 44 wins on the year. 44 wins coming out of a regular season are the fewest wins ever allowed to any NBA champion. We brought this up with Steve yesterday. He didn't want to hear it. He wanted to poo-poo it, and I understand that. He doesn't care about the 1978 Washington Bullets. But one of the reasons, Ray, that the 1978 Washington Bullets were able to be an NBA champion with their only 44-win regular season total is because that's when the NBA around them was sort of, I don't know, dying.
They were 44. The entire league was 44 and 38.
The entire league.
And by the
sucked.
way,
the entire league
your
kinda
math. Don't mean to interrupt, but your math was wrong again. It's 15 and 9.
15 and 9. Whatever. Sorry, 15 and 9. 15 and 9.
We don't want to.
No, you're right about that.
We don't want to mislead people who, frankly,
do math. 15 and 9 is the number. You're right about that. I actually had it written down wrong, and I cut and pasted, and I didn't correct it manually. And I thank you very much for the in real time correction.
You're welcome. I'll never do it again.
No, what was I saying right before that?
You were talking about the Bullets of 1978.
It took an incredibly average NBA with a massive league-wide cocaine problem for a team with just 44 wins to emerge as a champion. I don't think the Warriors really have that on their side. So we got an awful lot to get into this afternoon. Tim Kirkjian at 4:45 today. It's good to have you along here on Damon and Ratto. We are streaming on YouTube. You can find us right there. All of your favorite teams, your shows, your podcasts, you can find it all on the Odyssey app. Download it right now. And if you'll all do that, we'll stop asking.
Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
Draymond Green. Where is that Draymond?
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Spring training is officially underway. The NBA All-Star break is upon us officially tomorrow. Last 3 games of the first half, if that's what you want to call it, are scheduled for tonight. And what do you know? Look who is out on the golf course. It's Tiger Woods, y'all. Ray, he's playing at the Genesis Invitational. They're at the Riviera down Riviera. Is it Riviera? Yeah, Riviera. Riviera down in L.A. And he's out there. I don't know where he is right now. He's not on the leaderboard I'm looking at. But he's out there and apparently playing well enough to where the gallery around him is massive and everyone is just saying, oh, it's great to have Tiger back. And I can tell you, if you're a network executive right now going into your first weekend without the NFL, him making the cut in this,
he could play
you're praying for.
He could play lousy and the gallery would be huge because it's been a while since he played. But.
Exactly. Tiger Woods. Spring is in the air. We got Tiger on a golf course. That's a good thing. Even an old grumpy cynic like you, Ray, would have to admit. Tiger Woods playing golf the week we're officially without football for the first time. Like
I'm not against it.
Yeah, there you go. That's a downright endorsement coming from you. We were talking about how the Warriors need to want it more. Not my words, not my evaluation of the status quo, their own. Draymond Green, just after their last game, was talking about how they need to have a will to play harder, especially defensively.
You know, defense is all 1 to 2 steps extra. I'm going to take that extra step to get there or I'm not. And that's all will. And we don't have that as a team. You can have it as individuals. I can have that myself. No one can have that. But if you don't collectively have that, it's just like if you put a team together and it's like one guy can really get after it. Nobody else brings anything on that side of the ball. They don't even bring effort. You could put Steph Curry or Kevin Durant or anybody else out there on offense. If no one else is going to want to do the extra things, then it doesn't work. And so you have to do it collectively. And that is a huge responsibility that falls on my shoulders, and I haven't gotten us there.
So he's right. He's right about an awful lot. Now, one of the things you hope to do at the trade deadline is add a person who can strengthen places where you're weak. And one of the places the Warriors are at their weakest is in pick and roll defense, Ray. I'm not going to get too geeky here. I'm not going to go too overboard in, point per expected things or anything like that here. But a guy named John Assad, who's a hoops guy who I follow on Twitter, says basically, the Warriors defense is ranked 19th this year. Last year, they were second in the NBA. So how do they get better? Can they get better everywhere all at once, everything everywhere all at once? No, that's really not out there for them. It's certainly not going to be there for them because Gary Payton II isn't going to be in the building anytime soon to help. And even the players that are available on the buyout market don't necessarily need. This has to be an in-house fix, Ray. John Assad writes, their pick-and-roll defense is allowing 1.02 points per chance against on-ball screens, and that is the worst efficiency in the league this season. Last season, in the same scenario, they gave up just 0.91 points per chance on on-ball screens. That was the best efficiency in all the NBA. So you can't fix everything. You don't have the equipment to fix everything. You don't have the bodies to fix everything. You don't have the talent to fix everything. And you may not have even the will, as Draymond said, to fix everything. Just fix that. Just fix the defense that you're playing on pick and rolls and on-ball screens. And when we're talking about who needs to play those better, it's a really short list. It's Jordan Poole and it's Jonathan Kuminga. And Klay Thompson, if you're getting your legs back, it's you too. That's where the fix needs to start. I can't fix everything. Let's just start with one thing, one area in which to improve in the final 24 games. That's it.
But if you fix that, you fix most of your other defensive problems.
Aha!
See, that's the thing. It's just it is you can't fix everything if you fix the thing that you're most glaring at on the defensive side. Offensively, it's more complicated, but defensively, if you're going to be better in pick and rolls, it's because you're engaged in being better in pick and rolls. If you're engaged in that, you're engaged in all of it. So, you could pick that out, or you could pick out any number of things. Cut down on your fouls. It's the same thing. It's using your feet to get to the place that you're not getting to now. And that's a collective thing. And the only thing that I disagree with on Green's assessment is that it falls on him. No, it falls on all of them. He's not the only one who gets caught in a pick and roll. They all do. So they all have to be better. And if he's saying my voice doesn't carry the way it used to, well, we know part of the reason why.
We sure do. Look, hopefully that is not lingering. Hopefully they're not playing pick and roll defense over a training camp punch officially now months ago.
No, it's not how they're playing it. It's how they view his attempts to tell them things. Well, it might be that the young guys have basically just shut him off.
Even if you didn't like him, you know that if he's giving you some defensive advice, it's probably the one thing you can still trust him to have a good amount of. Here's the thing. You might not like the messenger anymore, but you still got to respect the message. Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, in improving, hopefully getting better legs and a base of strength to operate from underneath him, Klay Thompson, and then Gary Payton II is literally the guy who can help fix this. How quickly can he get back to help you fix this? Transition defense. We know it's a problem. Closing out on shooters. We know it's a problem. Letting guys get away with murder in the mid-range. It's been a problem. Can't fix all your problems. Don't have the talent to do it. Don't have maybe the will to do it. Just start with the pick and rolls. Play those harder and see where that gets you. Like I said, offensively, they're pretty darn good. Take 3 threes a night from Andrew Wiggins and go to the rim. I know that doesn't fix every single offensive possession, but I think that fixes 3s of them, and then the butterfly effect of what might happen should Andrew Wiggins start going to the rim. These are good things. Good basketball begets good basketball in other areas. So just start in one place. Steve Kerr, again, he might not have liked an awful lot of that interview, but I think he liked wrapping up with this when we asked straight up again, Steve, do you have a champion in front of you? Do you really believe?
I do. I do feel strongly about that. I really don't care about the Washington Bullets of 1978. I'm pretty sure that doesn't apply right now. So the only thing that we're worried about is, getting ready for these last 24 games and trying to get guys healthy. And, if we can put ourselves in a position where we are healthy, with Steph and Gary coming back, I like what I'm seeing. I like the way Klay's playing. I like the way Wiggs has played last few games. Dante's had an amazing second half of the season. So we got guys playing well. We just got to put it all together, and I really believe that we can do that.
The sum is not the total of its individual parts right now.
No, it's exactly the total of it. I mean, it should be more. I mean, the Warriors have always been a team that is better than the sum of its parts. Right now, they are, in fact, the sum of its parts, which is why you're 29-29.
Pat in Foster City. Thanks for the call, Pat. What do you got?
Yeah, thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
I love listening to you guys. The only thing that gets frustrating is that you're right almost all the time, and I like to argue, so I get frustrated. But regarding the Warriors, you were talking about sort of the will to win, right?
Yeah.
And, to me, I think it's kind of like the will to win is a little bit like, it's like Ben Gay. You only get so much to start the season. You can use it up in a week or 2 weeks or 3 months or however, but you only got so much. And I think when the Warriors were young, they didn't need the Ben Gay too much. So they had plenty left in the tank. But now they're a little older. There's an inclination to want to use it all up in 2 or 3 months. And I think they're trying to spread it out so they have a little more.
It's kind of a way to look at it. I mean, the way that I sort of see it is the regular season for these established veterans is no longer a proving ground for them. The only thing that can possibly prove whether the Warriors had a good season or not is playoff performance. And they can't worry about a playoff performance until they're in the playoffs. So I think they're a little uninspired. I mean, uninspired seems to be the damn theme here, Ray. Uninspired to play defense, uninspired with their own record, an uninspiring record, uninspiring performances, an uninspiring collective. It feels like they're in a little bit of a malaise.
Defense, though, is a team-wide concept. And I don't think it's that they're uninspired as much as it is they don't have as many good defenders as they used to have. There are guys who are still elite defenders on that team, but there are also guys who are not very good. And in the past, the Warriors didn't have to play those guys because they had enough guys who would defend, and those minutes went to them. They don't have that anymore, and they certainly don't have it in the same level of abundance. And as long as that's the case, then they're going to look uninspired. I don't think it's that they don't understand what needs to be done. It's that not enough of their guys do it all the time. And defense is an all-the-time thing. I mean, they gave up 106 last year per game. This year it's 118.
It's kind of a big difference.
It's a massive difference. It's the reason why
it's more than a normal inflation uptick.
It's the reason why they are 16 games behind their record of a year ago at this time. And you can point to, pick and roll defense. You can point to transition defense. It's all the same thing. If you're engaged in one, you become engaged in all of it. Unless you're so terrible at the one you're engaged in that you're just a terrible defensive team. And I don't think anybody's willing or ready to go there, because I don't think they're a terrible defensive team when they want to play defense collectively.
When they want to. If the whole problem here is they collectively don't want to until they deem the season as, all right, this is the part that matters. And I don't know if they've reached that part in the year. Again, they've used to have the opportunity, or the luxury, I guess we should call it, to pick and choose when they wanted to do it. That luxury is no longer theirs.
No, I think they didn't have the luxury to pick and choose because it was a matter of pride for them. It's not a matter of pride for everybody on the roster. Some guys, I believe, play defense just because you have to do that to be able to get the ball back, that they think offense first. And if they lay off on a defensive possession, we'll be getting the ball back.
That's 70% of Planet Basketball, though.
But not this part of Planet Basketball. That's the whole point. The Warriors, for all their offensive acumen, built this thing based on the fact that they were willing to be an excellent defensive team, too. You put those things together, you end up winning 67 games, then 73 games, then 67 games. You end up having a postseason where you go 16-1. That's the difference. I mean, they're still scoring fine, but defensively, they're way too hit and miss as a group, and it's because some guys aren't locked into that night in and night out. And until that changes, I think they are going to be an inconsistent defensive team.
888-957-9570. Joe in Walnut Creek. You're on 95.7 The Game, Joe.
Hi. Thanks for taking the call.
I think that the trade has the potential to be one of the worst trades in NBA history. The Warriors have multiple problems, two of which were size and an aging team. They managed to take a young 7-footer and trade him for an older player. So in one full scoop, they got older and shorter. And I can only attribute this to front office chaos.
Well, wait, Joe. I appreciate it, but, here's the thing. You could say that they got shorter, but you can't really go – you can't get shorter than 0 inches. James Wiseman was essentially 0 inches of basketball player for them every night because he was unplayable. In their system, as they saw it, as they saw it all, they determined he was no longer capable of stepping on the court in their uniform for them. They deem Gary Payton II capable of doing that. Unfortunately, medically, he is incapable of doing that right now, which is the sting of all this. But you're right. Look, there's no way to pretend that this went right, that this was smooth, that this was what they wanted. It's not. It's not. But it is the situation. And the element of cutting some money from a bottom line absolutely was a part of it. And I don't think you can even begrudge them that, really. If it turns into, Bob Myers didn't come back and that was over money, then we might have something about money situation to talk about. I don't think this is the starting point of that. I really don't.
I also don't think they're a chaotic front office.
I don't think, chaos
They
is
might
not the
be
right
at
way.
some point. If Myers walks,
right,
you might have a chaotic front office. That's certainly possible.
Who
Because as
takes
much
over
as-
next is the question.
Well, that's the first question. And what kind of general manager would he be? I mean, the Warriors' culture is not impervious to outside pressures that become inside pressures. The fact is, the Warriors took a gamble on a guy who fit what they needed physically, but not in the ways that they hoped he would. They thought he was more malleable than he was. And because he wasn't, they had a choice to make, and Frank, the clock was ticking. It just, if you keep him, that's a nine-figure decision. And if you can't figure out a way to play him now, are you going to figure out a way to play him next year?
I don't really know if it's fair to criticize the actual drafting of James Wiseman, but it is, I think, fair to then talk about and criticize the development or lack thereof of James Wiseman, but not laying it all on the mantle of the Warriors, because I also think that this is a James Wiseman problem.
No, it's all connected. It's never one or the other. I mean, I don't think there was anything in it for them not to play him out of spite. I think they didn't play him because they needed their center to do different things than Wiseman could do at this point. And it didn't help that he missed more games than he played. And it didn't help that, that the 1 year he got a bunch of run was on a bad team where if there were bad habits to learn, that would be the team to learn them on. But at some point, you have to make a decision about, can we go forward with this guy, given the fact that we're living in the right now, which is, can we win again? And if he can't help you, then there's almost no point in having him. And I think that was the choice they made, given the fact that the exigent circumstances of the tax bill was laying on them. I mean, this is not a team that is going to spend through the eyes on every player they want ever again. They've handed out tax money year after year, and it's pretty clear that Joe Lacob said enough's enough, because letting Gary Payton go was a tax decision in part. So this is part of their new reality. Is that, you spend for Kevin Durant, you spend for Andrew Wiggins, but now you have decisions to make that have money, if not at the heart of it, but damn close to it. 888-957-9570. Cade in San Francisco. Hello, Cade.
Hello, how are you? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
One of the things that I would like to point out is the perimeter defense in particular, because the number of times we have given them 4-point plays in every last game has cost us. So perimeter defense is one of the biggest things that we need to shore up on. All the other teams are also increasing their 3-point strength, which means we have to make our perimeter strength even more better. And I think if we do that, we'll keep other teams between 114 and 117, which is what we like to keep them defensively for us to win the game. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. Again, this is another reason why I think they looked at James Wiseman and said, don't need it, because he could not pop out and defend that perimeter. It wasn't what he was not good playing in space. He wasn't even necessarily good playing down low. Gary Payton is a guy that they absolutely believe can help them defend the perimeter. That's kind of what he does, even though he's a little short for a typical 3-and-D guy.
Yeah, well, they didn't want Wiseman to play on the perimeter. That was the point. They wanted him to play defensively. I'm talking.
They wanted to be able to switch everything.
Yeah, they wanted to be able to switch everything, but if you remember, all their other big guys, Bogut, McGee, most notably, they didn't stray far from the basket. They wanted them to be there for rebounds and shot changing. It wasn't about being out at 18 feet switching, on a 3-and-D guy. They wanted them down low so that if there was penetration, they could deter.
Well, that was certain players, though, because when you got Draymond at the 5, when you got Looney at the 5, you will see them on switches.
But you won't see
perimeter.
the 7-foot guy. You won't see the relatively immobile 7-foot guy doing that.
I think that's what pissed him off about Wiseman, because he was supposed to be more than relatively immobile.
Yeah, but his principal job for them was going to be to play as Bogut did, as McGee did, as the guy who stays down low and says, I'm not going to let you drive the lane without having to pay a price for it. Either you change your shot, or you get fouled, or you get bumped off the ball, or you're forced to pass it. And so it really wasn't about his perimeter game that they couldn't get him to locate on. It was the fact that in the area that they needed him the most, he couldn't guarantee.
Well, they couldn't. He couldn't. They couldn't run a 3-2 zone defense with the guy and just have what you'd think like Draymond on one block and Wiseman on the other. Like that'd be pretty good. Like one guy's the free safety, the other's the strong safety, and the two of them are a really good backline defense and kind of complementary. Nope, didn't happen.
Yeah, and because Green doesn't always stay down low, but ventures out to be the perimeter defender, they needed somebody who they could rely on to be down low, doing the things that Bogut did, that McGee did, that their biggest guys did. And that's where the disconnect, I believe, was.
Jim, Redwood City. Hello, Jim.
Hey there, Ray. Can you hear me?
We could.
Hello.
We got you, Jim.
Are you good? Okay, great. I just wanted to put in my 2 cents on the Kevin Love debate. Kevin Love has...
We weren't having a Kevin Love debate. Just going to throw that out there.
Was that the earlier show?
It is an earlier show.
Okay.
It is an earlier show.
Go ahead.
Okay. Kevin Love has been getting dogged about the fact that he's too old and that he's not a good defender. And frankly, he's 34, which is 2 years older than the man he might be taking minutes from, which is Jermichael Green. So you can throw that argument out the window. Also, if we got rid of all the guys over 34 on the Warriors, we wouldn't have a core. Secondly, as far as I know, rebounding is defense. And we know enough about Kevin Love to know that he can set picks, he can rip down rebounds, and he can pass, which some of these other forwards cannot do. So when you make the comparison between Love and who we've got, which is essentially Lamb and Green, Jermichael Green, I'd say give me Kevin Love.
I'll tell you this right now, Jim, we weren't having a Kevin Love debate, but I believe that you just officially put one on the table, and we're going to come on back and we're going to talk about it. It is an interesting choice, an interesting player, and there might be one or two other names on the buyout market that the Warriors should consider we will consider them next. We'll consider more phone calls, and we consider about an hour from now a great opportunity to say hello to Tim Kirkjian, who'll be joining us as we talk a little baseball, some new rules in baseball. We got some future of football to predict. That's coming up on the future of this show, so don't you go anywhere. It's Damon and Ratto. It's great to have you along. Today we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
If you aren't Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
It's great to have you here today, and the Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce that their February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort is live and open right now. You can go check it out, warriors.com/auction. It is open through Sunday, February 19th. A wide variety of items up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to upcoming games and events at Chase Center, even a chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Don't miss out, an exciting opportunity. Give back and score some cool memorabilia all at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions. It is good having you here. We're an hour away from our first official baseball conversation of spring. Tim Kirkjian's going to join us at 4:45 today, and one of the things we'll have to ask Tim about is the passing, Ray, of Tim McCarver, who has passed away, I believe, earlier this morning. An iconic figure in baseball in my life. I mean, he was a huge part of an awful lot of big broadcasts when I was growing up, and he obviously was in the Hall of Fame as a broadcaster. He had a 2-decade-plus long career as a player. He was, in more Bob Gibson stories than Bob Gibson probably wanted him in, and he was a titan of a baseball figure. Unfortunately, he criticized Deion Sanders so much once for choosing to play both sports instead of just focusing on baseball, because if you weren't in Tim McCarver agreement that baseball was the greatest thing ever invented, you might as well have been the enemy to Tim McCarver. And when Deion finally, I think when they won the World Series, he went over to Tim McCarver and put about 4 Gatorade buckets of water on McCarver, and McCarver never had an opportunity to be viewed as that guy's cool again by an entire generation of sports fans. It really hurt McCarver's career.
It hurt it some, but by then he was also at a point where he was going to say what he was going to say.
Right. He didn't care about being cool at all.
And I think overall, Deion comes off looking worse than McCarver did there.
He did.
If he'd done it once, okay, fine, point made. But he came back 3 more times, which made him look petulant.
It did.
But beyond that, McCarver was a part of baseball for half a century. I mean, from the time he started with the Cardinals till the time he stopped doing Fox games. And really 60 years if you include the 7 years in which he was doing Cardinals games back in St. Louis after he left Fox in 2013. And the only reason why he stopped doing that is because his doctor told him, with this COVID going around, you shouldn't be traveling around. You should back off. And he didn't. He never really went back once it was cleared.
I remember Tim McCarver had a syndicated Saturday, Sunday morning talk show when he would have a whole bunch of old heads from baseball, but he would have some other figures, like the world of entertainment would stop on by for really weird Tim McCarver interviews, which he was good. Here's the thing. You know what Tim McCarver really was? He was 2 things. He was a baseball lifer who knew every single element of the game because he was a catcher, and catchers are usually the smartest guys on the field. And he was an incredibly smart guy. He was well-read, well-spoken. Tim McCarver could go on a diatribe about something, or he could explain it in 30 seconds. He was good. He was really good. I learned a lot of baseball from Tim McCarver.
He also had a gift for listening that is...
Excuse me?
That's very clever of you. No, but because back when he was doing those Fox games, the play-by-play guy did a lot more talking than he does now. And the analyst did a lot less talking. So he was used to listening to the Jack Buck as often as not. And so because of that, he learned how to let the other person do the heavy lifting. So he would ask a question in that show of his, and he would let the answer run a while because, he knew that ultimately the show had his name on it, but it wasn't really his show. It was the guest show. And you don't see that much anymore. If it's my show, I do the talking. I mean, try to get a word in edgewise on Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, forget it.
Or Skip Bayless or any of those.
See, this was the genius of Jack Benny. Look him up, kids. I am going way off the cultural relevancy scale right here. Jack Benny was this old television icon, and this was back when, there were 4 shows across 2 channels on television. And Jack Benny had the most popular television show in America, and he would always give the best lines on the show to the guest. Always. Someone said, Jack, how come you are just the world's most quintessential straight man? How come you never tell any jokes on your own show and you let the guests tell all the jokes? He said, because tomorrow when everyone goes to work, no one brings up who said what. They just say, boy, the Jack Benny show sure was funny last night.
Yeah, Bob Newhart did that too.
Bob Newhart. Look him up, kids.
Yeah. Well, there aren't really many comedy duos anymore. So there aren't straight men.
Well, there's us.
Well, no, but back then you would be partnered up with somebody, and one of them had to be the lead, and one of them had to be the straight guy, and the straight guy was usually off stage, was usually the smarter one and the funnier one, because it's harder to be a straight guy than it is the guy who gets the laughs.
Were you a Smothers Brothers guy?
I watched it some. Tommy Smothers was the funny one, but Dick Smothers was
the genius.
Not the genius. I think Tommy Smothers was smarter, but they inverted the formula because Tommy Smothers was the funnier one on stage.
And he could yo-yo.
That was the other thing. Jack Benny never yo-yoed.
No yo-yoing on the Jack Benny show. So there you go. There's everything you need to know about late 50s and early 60s television. I'm glad that
you really wanted to know.
I'm glad that we can work so much contemporary culture into today's show. Let's talk about the NBA buyout market before we keep on taking calls here. And by the way, we are 6 weeks away from opening day and less than an hour away from Tim Kirkjian, which I guess was the point about Tim McCarver. Buyout market, we were just talking to a caller, Ray, who brought up Kevin Love. They were talking about Kevin Love, I believe, earlier on a show today. I know the morning show was talking about Kevin Love. Serge Ibaka is another name that is coming up on the buyout market. And again, Kevin Love needs to be bought out, right? I don't even know if that's officially happened, but it's probably
It has not
going to.
yet officially happened, but they're negotiating now.
So do you have to hide Kevin Love on defense, and shouldn't any single deal that the Warriors make be a defensive-focused deal at this particular time? Kinda and kinda. I'll only say that because, to me, Kevin Love is a little intriguing. He is a stretch 4. He is 8 points. He's 7 rebounds a night right now. He's appeared in 41 games in the first half for the Cleveland Cavaliers, which means he's got an ability that the Warriors must really be impressed by. Availability. He is out there. He dresses. He plays. He's a consistent. You do have to hide him occasionally, defensively. We all know that. But he's a rebound. This team could use help rebounding. He's a good free throw shooter. This team could use someone to get to the line and shoot some free throws. And I think Kevin Love is a guy who would come in here as a smart IQ guy and get it. I'm a lot more interested in Kevin Love than I would be in, say, Serge Ibaka, who is the other name out there, and we'll talk about him in a second. What do you think of Kevin Love?
That he won't come here because Miami already is waiting. They have more money to offer. And according to Ira Winderman of the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel, who's covered the Heat forever, they can offer him starters minutes. And between more money and being able to start, that seems like an easy choice for him.
So, first of all, if you want to win, I guess it's hard to make a come to the Warriors argument right now.
Well, it's not that easy to make a...
But do you think Kevin Love, even necessarily at this point in his career, wants starter minutes? More money, sure. Starter minutes might be a workload he might not even really be interested in at this point in time in his long-in-the-tooth career. So I don't know if that's the motivator, but if you got more money and you got an easier path to success just waiting in Miami, that could be tough to pass up.
Yeah, I mean, Miami's going to make the playoffs because they're going to win their division. So that's sort of off the table. Secondly, it's hard to imagine that Kevin Love at 34 wouldn't want to start again. And the more money thing, well, that's just math. So I think while he would be intriguing in the abstract, I think there are teams that can offer more in the concrete. And frankly, that's the problem the Warriors have in general, because I don't know that Gary Payton would have been the first choice for them in the trade market anyway. I think they probably had their eyes on other guys. And it fell to them to get Payton because by happenstance, he was unhappy in Portland and wanted to come back. And the Warriors were having a dickens of a time getting other teams interested in James Wiseman. And they didn't want anything that the Pistons had for a straight-up deal.
What do you think of Serge Ibaka then?
I think he's kind of washed.
I do too. He's 4-3. He's only appeared in 16 games. Look, we all know that he's an intelligent backline defender, but how much can he even move at this point? And if he had real value, why would Milwaukee be walking away? Milwaukee's good. And when you're a good team, a guy who can give you 8 to 12 very good defensive minutes becomes very important. So why would they walk away from an important role player if he had an important role to play? I don't know if Ibaka is the right move. Kevin Love, as you said, if Miami is preordained, that's going to be tough to compete with. I've also heard that his affinity for LeBron James, if he were to come to the West Coast, might pull him to L.A. on a buyout market. So there you go. By the way, welcome, boys and girls, one and all, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Postman in Capitola. A few other people have weighed in here on the Xfinity Mobile text line and said, wait a minute, but Kevin Love and Klay Thompson, kind of boys from childhood. They're friends. Hey, that's a helpful recruiting tool. But I don't know if that's going to be the difference maker for Kevin Love. I really like Klay Thompson. It would be amazing to finally see the two biggest, like one of the biggest trades the Warriors never made was a possibility for Klay Thompson for Kevin Love. I'm not afraid to say I was on the wrong side of history in that argument. I actually was thinking to myself, yeah, I might make that deal because it's a lot harder to find a guy with Kevin Love's skill than Klay Thompson's skill.
Turns out that it's much harder to find Klay Thompson's skill off-ball defender and shooter.
Yeah, well, I didn't think we had any idea that Klay Thompson was going to really make an argument for I could be the second best shooter of all time and I'm a really good defender, where Kevin Love was, like a walking 20 and 18 at that point in his life. So,
but also gave up 20 and 18.
He wouldn't give up those 18 rebounds, but the 20, yeah, he did good though. So, yeah. This is Bob in Marin. Bob, thank you for the call. Thank you for listening. You're on with Damon and Ratto.
Hey, thanks, guys. Enjoying the show. Tremendous job. Can't wait to listen to Tim Kirchin later.
Well, thank you.
I just want to talk about the Warriors. I think there's a lot of calls. Every single time I'm on the road, I listen to this radio station, and people call in and talk about how the system needs to change, or the Warriors need to do this, or they messed up in the front office, or the James Wiseman trade was not a good trade. They should have made him play more minutes. Like, all of that is not going to happen. And I think we're just very lucky to have 4 championships in the 8 years that they've made this run. And everything comes to an end. But it comes to an end with the one single most important player in a dynasty. And that has been, in the past, 3 dynasties that we've seen. It's been Michael Jordan, it's been Kobe Bryant, it's been Tim Duncan. Until those players retire, nothing changes. This is about Steph Curry. We're not going to change systems. We're not going to bring guys in that are going to dictate terms on how Steph's going to play ball. This is about playing defense. Once they figure that out, once Andrew gets his legs back, and when Klay starts to move a little bit on the defensive side, they will become that team that everybody fears to play 7 times. It's not going to happen. So let's just gear up. Let's just go, because after this team's going to shape up to be the team that we want it to be.
Bob in Marin, I hope you're right. Like there's a part of me that wants to give this organization the benefit of the doubt, that tells me my own naked eyes are going to be wrong, that there really is, and Bob Myers talked about this, there really will be a switch that they flip, and when we get to brass tacks time, second day in a row of referencing brass tacks, when we get to brass tacks time, they're going to be the team to beat once again because nobody's ever officially knocked them out of the postseason. Steph, Clay, and Dre together. Bob Myers.
That's the thing you find out, because in the playoffs, there's no resting. You're getting maximum effort. You're getting maximum effort from the coaching staff. You're attacking matchups. You're finding all the weaknesses. Not indifferent than any sport. I mean, in baseball playoffs, all of a sudden, it's 2-1, and the pitcher's going 8 innings instead of 6, and you're pinch hitting and trying to find every tiny angle. You see in the playoffs, 39 minutes instead of 33. It's a huge difference to have a star on the floor for that amount of time. But I shouldn't be talking about the playoffs as if that's preordained. We got to get to the playoffs before any of those questions are answered and hopefully have a good seed. And that's the focus for the next, I think, 24 games.
We'll all find out, and I think we'll know quickly. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about a series. You hop into it, and even though the games aren't necessarily connected, you're going to get a feel for whether the Warriors are like, oh, what do you know? They did go to DEFCON 1, and the war is now underway. Or it's going to be obvious that they don't have enough armory. They don't have enough. They don't have enough defensively to hang with other teams who will be refocusing and cranking. Look at it this way. If the Warriors are taking this year a little bit casually, it's probably not that far of a leap, Ray, to say that other teams are taking it casually a little bit. Not only the defending champ might be taking the year a little casually. If the Warriors are giving up 130 every single time you look up and other teams are taking them casually, what happens when other teams start focusing on cooking the Warriors defensively? What's that, 145 a night? I mean, so the focus of the playoffs isn't only working in the Warriors' favor. It can work against them, too.
Oh, no. I mean, it's the idea that all of a sudden a team that's on the fringes of the play-in are all of a sudden going to become indomitable are damned unlikely. I mean, because the first 58 games give you a pretty good idea of what you are fundamentally. That doesn't mean that the Warriors, and maybe the Warriors would be an exception here because they have the muscle memory of having won before, but they've never won a championship by coming off the pace. They've always gotten off to great starts, and they've either dominated or they've held serve.
And their success on the road has defined them. There is no success on the road to be found at all this year.
Not for anybody, almost. I mean, but
especially for them.
Yeah, no, they've been profoundly bad on the road, but I don't think it's the bad games that define them. I think it's the inconsistent games where you think, we got somebody easy. We can do this. And then they don't. And then the next night they've got somebody tough and they impress the hell out of you. And then the 2 nights after that, they have somebody else tough and you think, well, now they've shown they can do this. And then they get boat raced. It's just, you literally have no idea from night to night what you're getting out of them. It's not like they are consistently bad at anything or consistently great at anything. They are a complete mystery every night. They're a total blank slate. And I think that is the most frustrating thing about them is before you could rely on certain truths about the Warriors. You can't rely about nearly anything about them now. You can rely on Curry. You can rely on Green to be exceptional defensively. After that, what's the sure thing? Looney. That's the third sure thing, which I always forget. But after that, do you know what you're getting? No. Would you bet $5 one way or another on any player doing X on any one game? No. Not unless you hate money.
Well, the whole thing is a coin flip. I mean, they were a sunk 3 and 2 Kuminga free throws away from coming in dead even in terms of points surrendered, points scored so far through 59 games. Anthony Slater pointed it out. 6,878 points scored, 6,873 points allowed. They're 5 points away from being as even Stevens as you can get. Again, they've never been 3 games better than above 500. They've never been more than 4 games below 500. They've never had a winning streak that's gone more than 5 games. No peaks and valleys. Just, it's all flatline. They're not extremely good. They're not extremely bad. They're just kind of always in the middle, and in the middle's a tough place to exist, especially in the NBA. This is Mark in San Francisco. Mark, what do you got?
Oh, hey. Question for Ray and you too, man. Who works harder on defense, Steph or Jordan?
I think that Steph Curry has officially earned the answer there, even if it might not be necessarily all the way true. I don't think Jordan Poole isn't working hard defensively. I just don't think he's very good at it. I think Jordan Poole's been playing defense for about 3 years of his life. He was a hot dog at Michigan. He was a hot dog coming out of high school. He was a hot dog early on in his career, and playing defense it's something he needs to be constantly reminded about. I mean, at least that's what the message from his teammates and his coaching staff seem to be over and over and over again. He can lose focus at times. He has to be refocused.
Yeah, I don't think Curry has to be refocused on defense. He has limitations, and he's benefited over the larger part of his career from having Thompson next to him and Green behind him. But I don't think you look at him and say, he's taken this possession off. I mean, he'll get beat on stuff, but it's not because he's decided, I'll just wait till I get the ball back. So yeah, I think the answer to that is Curry is better.
We have much more coming up. Don't you go anywhere. Tim Kirkjian in about a half an hour, a little bit more than that from right now. When we come on back, a few more calls. We got a couple people waiting patiently. We certainly appreciate that. We're going to come take your call, and then we got some future to discuss. A little future of football. That's around the corner, too. A little baseball around the corner with Tim Kirkjian starting at 4:45. So don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto, subscribe, click. You'll be happy you did to Odyssey.com. That's the app. You can find everything we do there. Everything we do goes up on YouTube. You all know that by now.
Listen to Steiny and Guru Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So we got a little future of football to discuss. Not only the local team, but the sport itself. And a man who could play a huge role in the 49ers' future actually gave an interview on a podcast today. So we'll be hearing from Trey Lance here in just a minute. But right now we're going to hear from you. If you've been waiting on hold, appreciate it. This is Ryan in San Francisco back here on Damon and Ratto. Ryan, what do you got?
I just wanted to give my thoughts on that Kevin Love, which is cool. I mean, he's a good shooter. He's a good rebounder. But do we really have enough to convince him to come to us? And, talk about the Warriors. They're a good team. It's just we need to play defense. That's like the only way we're going to get out of this is everyone needs to play defense as a team. And that's my only thought to give to you guys.
Yeah. No, look, there really is. I mean, it doesn't matter who you add on the buyout market. Doesn't matter what new wrinkle the coaching staff could possibly concoct. It's going to take a collectively more focused team to the details of defense for anything to go anywhere this year. Based on what we've seen so far, doesn't look like it's about to happen. But if there's ever a team in the history of the sports that we've covered out here together that has earned the benefit of the doubt, it's this one. We'll see. They just got the egg on their face that any team would have when you're pivoting away from as big of a future plan and idea that James Wiseman represented. But it does not mean the franchise has collapsed in upon itself and is now surrounded with nothing but problems and incompetence. Not even close. It's been a rough week. They really need this All-Star break. And we'll see what the next 24 games look like. And if they find themselves in the postseason, what an interesting first-round matchup that is.
Yeah, look, the only reason not to bury them is their history. Because right now, they are producing the kind of results that you would expect from the Atlanta Hawks, a team that doesn't have history. They are the other team playing 500 basketball in this league. But the Western Conference is full of about 8 teams that in 2 days could be playing 500 basketball too. So they're not lost because there are a bunch of teams like them around them. But the reason why it looks worse for them than a lot of other teams is because they're coming off a high of a year ago. I mean, they're hardly different than the New Orleans Pelicans. But the Pelicans, you can point to one thing that makes them mediocre, and that's no Zion Williamson. You can look at Minnesota, which essentially also has the same record, and you go, well, how did that go bad? Well, because they traded for Rudy Gobert and they didn't know what to do with him.
Well, Karl Anthony Towns has been hurt too all year.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's, they're the ones, and frankly, if you look at, the combination of Wiggins and Curry, I think they've only played together in 27 games. So, they're all incomplete teams. And the question of who's going to be best when complete, if that's the question that you're hanging on, I think you'd lean toward the Warriors just because they've been here before and they've done this before. Now, maybe they're aging out, and maybe the thing that they need to do most, which is play defense consistently, is not just a matter of will, but of skill. If that's the case, then they'll be quickly in and out. But if their muscle memory and their ability to be a whole team counts for anything, there's a reason why Steve Kerr still believes that this thing can happen, because they're the ones with the last parade. It's not any more complicated than that. Would I bet heavily on them right now? No, there's no evidence to suggest they are that team again this year. But
you're not willing to walk away from the concept and just, that's insane.
No, I mean, I don't think if Curry comes back soon enough that 15-9 is unreasonable. And 15-9 is basically 625 basketball. That means you'd be playing like a 4 seed. I think they have 4 seed talent. They just have to show it, and they have to be able to provide it night in and night out.
Roger in San Francisco. What do you got, Roger?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Definitely want to ring a little bit more positive of a tune. Obviously, things are not going to plan this year for the Warriors. But as a fan of the NBA and obviously a Dubs fan, I'm really excited for the playoffs, assuming we can get in, because there's absolutely no team that wants to see the Warriors in the first round. And looking past, like into the past, it feels like there's probably not many teams that would be in this position where they're defending champs, they're a 7th or an 8th seed, and then they're going to take on a vulnerable 1 seed, 2 seed with no championships, no deep playoff experience. So as a fan, I got to say I'm really excited for that prospect.
So let's say they're the 8. By reputation, that feels like a very live and frisky 8 seed. I would have a lot of trouble assuming it would be anything other than Denver in 6.
No, they wouldn't be playing Denver.
Well, I mean, if
they're the 8, they've got to play the 7, and then they've got to go through the play-in first.
No, you get through the play-in, and maybe you're the 7 or 8.
All right. Okay, so I thought you were talking about just getting in.
No, I'm talking. No.
Once they get out of the play-in, okay, I got it.
Now you're in. Now we've officially begun. Yeah, it would be Denver first up if you're the 8.
Yeah,
if Denver hold on to the 1. I mean, as bad as the Warriors have been on the road, that's the one place you just wouldn't want to go. No one's got a better home record than Denver, and no one's got almost as worse a road record as the Warriors do. So, anyways, look, we will, I'm sure, return to this for a bit tomorrow. We're going to move on and talk a little baseball with Tim Kirchin. Our first baseball conversation of spring training coming up at 4:45. Right now, though, Ray, I want to spend a little time on the future. Maybe not even the full NFL's future, because we have a little local, and sports sure are provincial, to work with before we get to the big, broader overall future of football. I saw Albert Breer has been tweeting about Trey Lance, and he tweeted, he wrote, he's reported, Trey Lance is well-liked and works his tail off. He's not as skilled a runner as the Niners had hoped, but he's a big, strong athlete. The question really is whether he can improve as a passer. He's not that natural of a thrower of the ball. But Jalen Hurts wasn't either, and he developed, so it could happen. If Lance, through his work with his personal coaches, comes back a different quarterback in the spring and lights up OTAs, I think the Niners would be thrilled. Look, I don't mean to Albert Breer here, but yeah.
Yeah. If he does well, they'll be happy. Yeah, I imagine they would be.
Yeah, no duh. Yeah, they would be very thrilled if the guy that they spent all that draft capital on turned out to develop at a pace that is frustrating early on here, but accelerates to the level of Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen. Like, by the time these guys got to year 3, you started to think, all right, something there. Although Jalen Hurts is only in year, 2?
Yeah, Jalen Hurts is a better athlete, played in a better college program.
2,
actually, and I think is a better athlete. But, I'm saying that without having full knowledge of what Trey Lance can do, because nobody has any information on what he can do.
Look, if they wanted
he's a rumor about a rumor.
If they wanted a running quarterback, the guy who they might have taken should have been Justin Fields, because Justin Fields has all the arm questions that Trey Lance has, with none of the questions about mobility. Justin Fields, in a small sample size of just this year, proved that he is one of the best running quarterbacks football's ever seen throughout a single season. Like, he was electric.
If only he could ever get a job in the NFL.
If only he could actually play for an NFL team. Wouldn't that be nice one day? Hey, maybe they trade him 2-1. So that is
would be
not,
Bears.
Not what we're talking about right now, though. Trey Lance was talking with Quincy Avery. Now, that is what? A former coach who's got a podcast, and Trey Lance was on this talking about how hard this season was for him. Multiple surgeries and obviously plenty of stress all around.
It's been hard. There's days where it is really hard, especially being on the training table so much this year. It was hard some days to stay locked in and kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel, honestly, especially knowing, after my first surgery, getting to that point where I know I'm going to have a second surgery. I'd say that was probably the hardest stretch of just from a motivation physically standpoint. My mindset is obviously I want to get as ready as I possibly can and get my body, I was full lifting, lower body squats, everything like that. Just some little stuff from a balance and running and single leg standpoint that I just couldn't get past, the little checkpoints that I couldn't get past. I knew I was got through the second surgery. That was the hardest. But I started working with one person specifically, kind of a mental health / mental clarity coach, I guess you could call him. And that was the biggest thing for me.
Hey, sports psychologists dot the landscape right now. And if you're, at a stressful point, which obviously he's been through in his career, figuring it out, getting right in between your ears sounds like a good idea. Getting right with that arm, which, remember, Ray, going into last year, there was talk of fatigue. Remember that old chestnut?
Yeah.
Well, he talked about that on this podcast.
I started throwing in May because I was rehabbing my hip. So that was when I started getting the ball back in my hand in May. So I threw from May 2020 all the way through that year, draft prep, get drafted the next April. So at that point, I had been throwing for a year straight and then go through that whole season until the next January. So I'd say probably, about 20 months straight of throwing, like I said, probably a week off in there. Maybe I don't even know if I took a whole week between that whole time, but through that whole season, I threw for probably 20 months straight.
All right. Well, sounds like he needs a little load management. Look, if that is what caused the still not even technically confirmed rumor of arm fatigue, but I guess he just kind of said, yeah, my arm was a little tired right there. But I never thought that it was going to be a difference or a fork in the road of who he might be as a quarterback. I don't think any element of Trey Lance's physical anything is going to determine whether or not he's going to be a successful quarterback. As a matter of fact, I think when you look at him physically, there's nothing but promise of a successful NFL quarterback there. The question is, can he see the field? Can he deliver the ball? Is he comfortable the way that Brock Purdy, who doesn't have the physicals, had a level of seeing what needed to be done in this offense and just reading and reacting quickly because of all the live football reps he had taken in college that he hadn't had? Trey Lance's problems aren't his body, his kinesiology, the way that he moves, the way that he throws. Trey Lance's problems are he hasn't done it enough.
There's still a question about the accuracy of his arm. I mean, Breer sort of referred to that. And I think we don't actually know how complete a quarterback Lance is. And I'm not trying to basically spit in the soup bucket, but he is at a stage now where he's going to be a rookie for the third straight year. And football is a notoriously impatient place. And the 49ers are going to be particularly impatient because their Super Bowl window or Super Bowl contender window may not stay open that much longer. These tend to close quicker than people realize. And the 49ers have already had like 4 years where it's been open.
They got 2 more years realistically in front of them.
Maybe they only have the one.
Right.
And I think Kyle Shanahan's decision is not going to be about anything other than what gets me closest, fastest. And right now, I mean, I don't know that you can say that Lance is first to the trough there just because he hasn't done anything. And it's not, because he's failed. It's because he hasn't been there. Purdy, even though he has a bit of a track record, it's still only 9 games. So he's not that much further along. So I have a feeling that this is going to be a genuinely annoying and open competition.
It might be, but I will say that 9-game sample size, although it's not voluminous, it was definitive.
It may be, but you know what? We thought this was definitive a year ago, and it turned out not to be too. And
we had a voluminous amount of conversation about it. I do remember.
Oh, no, we talked about it endlessly to the point where I wanted to put 2 bullets in my eyes in case the first one didn't take. But Kyle Shanahan has shown time and again that he deals with exigent circumstances. And that is, what's the thing I need now? He would like to have had this planned out for the future, but, circumstances have prevented that. I mean, he wanted to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo, and then not only didn't, but put him back in the starting lineup when he had to, and they were an excellent team. So what I'm saying is he's incredibly open-minded here on this because he has to be.
He did clear up, I guess, one point of contention, controversy, whatever you want to call it. Remember when Rand Carthon, who came from the Niners organization, was elevated to the next general manager of the Tennessee Titans? And he basically went on Instagram and gave the crossed fingers emoji, which a lot of people looked at. And because emojis are hieroglyphics and need to be interpreted, and you didn't use your actual big boy adult words, everyone was like, well, what does he mean? What does he mean? Does he mean he wants to be a Tennessee Titan? Does he mean he wants to follow Rand Carthon? Blah, 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 blah. Here he is on all that.
I just want to support guys. Like, I reposted my Instagram today. This whole season was probably more of a 49ers fan page than anything, like just showing guys support. Ray's got a cool outfit. Aziz got a cool video. Fred, whatever it was. And then obviously the Rand stuff. So me and Rand got real close over the last, I wouldn't say super close, but we talked on the regular. And he would bring his boys in. I would hang out with his kids in the training room. So it was always, for me, it was huge. Like, they were like a shining light. Like, they come in and show me how many push-ups they could do and stuff like that. So just getting to know someone's family like that, I was super happy for him for the opportunity. So, yeah, the fingers crossed emojis now, like, man, I'm crossing my fingers on the Tennessee Titans.
But you just show support. Like, it's your love.
Yeah, totally. Like, I cross my fingers, man. I love it here. I don't ever want to be anywhere else.
So there you go. Whole bunch of much ado about nothing. One more on the Q with Quincy Avery, who was his former quarterback coach or podcast.
That's probably my number one used emoji, too. I didn't know. Kyle told me the next morning. I remember we walked into the install meeting. Kyle was like, have you seen everything people saying we're going to the Titans and stuff? I'm like, man, what are you talking about? And he's like, I just saw it. He's like, this people talking crazy. You don't know what they're talking about, whatever. He's like, I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, I'm sure Kyle thought it was funny. Look, hey, man, when you leave a door cracked open for people to interpret things their own way, it's exactly what's going to happen.
You don't even have to leave it open. Some people will just kick it down.
Right. He could have actually tweeted, I never want to be a Tennessee Titan, but good luck, Rand. And someone would have said, do you think he really wants to follow Rand Carthon to the Tennessee Titans?
Yeah. And no, it's the narrative always precedes the fact. And sometimes when there are no facts at all, the narrative is the only thing you got. So
while we're talking quarterbacks, let me ask you this. Because basically we've got 7 or 8 teams. No doubt about it. 7 or 8 teams that are officially looking quarterback this offseason. Raiders, Jets, Titans, Panthers, Saints, Texans, Buccaneers, Colts, Washington, and maybe the Atlanta Falcons. How in love with Desmond Ridder are they? We'll find out. So we have a pretty decent handful of teams looking quarterback. And, Ray, it's an offseason where we got a decent handful of quarterbacks looking for teams. Derek Carr, obviously, remove him from the Raiders equation. What do you got? It's going to be fascinating to find out. Aaron Rodgers, when he removes himself from the dark room, what decision does he make? And where would he land? What's that look like? Maybe he's just right back in Green Bay. I don't know. Lamar Jackson, what if he were actually removed from the Baltimore Ravens or John Harbaugh? Is he still an MVP caliber player? Can he stay healthy? Would he be a plug-and-play path to success for the team that got into the Lamar Jackson business right away? Justin Fields, as we said, remove him from the Bears. What would a team be willing to trade? What kind of player would you get? Baker Mayfield, he has been removed from the team that drafted him, the team that then traded for him, and then the second team that traded for him, the Los Angeles Rams at the very end there. So a lot of humble pie is the only meal that Baker Mayfield has eaten. What does that do to his future? Jimmy Garoppolo. Ray, enough said. No need to recap any element of that. And then there's Bryce Young. Would you be more than willing to forego all the experience of all the quarterbacks that we just mentioned to take a shot at Bryce Young, the former Alabama quarterback? You know, can't help but probably notice that there are former Alabama quarterbacks dotting some pretty successful football operations right now, and he fancies himself capable of doing that one day. Who knows? It's going to be a really interesting quarterback offseason.
Well, and don't forget C.J. Stroud, too, who's probably going to be the number 2 pick.
Mm-hmm.
So he's in the argument, too. And then Anthony Richardson from Florida, who's going to be picked no lower than 6th, probably. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of quarterback movement. And because it's all sort of either sort of secondhand guys or quarterbacks who you can't basically bet on because the draft 2 years ago that had all these quarterbacks has produced almost none. And I think the movement is probably going to lead to more movement because at some point teams have to figure out what the philosophy of having a quarterback is. Do you take one and stay with them because patience is better than impatience? I mean, do you look at Jalen Hurts as the new model? Or do you just go, I'm going to just keep doing this until I get lucky? Because that's where the Jets are right now. They took Zach Wilson believing their quarterback problems were solved. They're worse off now than ever. It's, there is no guiding truth about quarterback acquisition that's going on in the NFL now, and I think it's more convoluted now than ever.
By the way, the New York Jets fans, the NFL is already they're just dying to put the Jets and Aaron Rodgers together. What would that look like? I would like to tell you right now that if Aaron Rodgers were to be in New York facing that media every single day, I'm not saying it's Kyrie or Kevin Durant, but it's a disaster waiting to happen. Aaron Rodgers has been an outstanding quarterback. He was the right guy cast for the Green Bay Packers. I think he would be the wrong guy cast for the New York Jets because he's got rabbit ears. He pretends to be above it all. I think he would get eaten alive in New York. I really do.
He might also get eaten alive in New York because the Jets stink. Who's their running back? Don't have one.
He got hurt last year.
What?
He got hurt last year.
But that's no guarantee that he's going to come back good. And the Jets haven't had an offense worth looking at in years. They don't block well. Their best wide receiver, Garrett Wilson, who is okay but not special.
Just won Offensive Rookie of the Year.
But not somebody you're going to go, that's my franchise guy.
Here's what they got. They got a little bit of a weapon there, and they got a defense.
Yeah. But the other thing I wanted to say is Aaron Rodgers is not by nature a patient human being.
No.
And if you have even young talent, which I don't think they have a lot of on that side of the ball, his withering glance is going to make that just another hellscape. I think the Jets is a terrible place just in terms of football. I mean, never mind the media. I mean, they can make noise, but at this point, Aaron Rodgers gets noise on a national level. I mean, it's not like he's sequestered in Green Bay. He doesn't like the guys in Green Bay either. This is a media problem that Aaron Rodgers has created that he would have even if he went to Jacksonville.
We got ourselves a little more to get into in the quarterback department, but we're going to stow it for a minute because for the first time in a long time, we open up the old oak chest, and what do you know? There's the bat, there's the ball, there are the cleats. Oh, baseball in the air. I don't even know if you can sell spring training that romantically these days. It's a little overpriced for practice.
Yeah, not at the rates they charge.
However, I do love some Tim Kirkjian. He joins us next for our very first baseball conversation of spring training. That's around the corner. And then we got some new rules to get into, so don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
Draymond Green. Where is that Draymond every single night offensively?
Yeah.
This is a guy who's told us, I only get up for the big games. Dre, we can't afford you to only get up for the big games. KD's not on this team no more.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that. From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced fees after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. There will be partly cloudy skies early today. Highs will be around 35 degrees with light and variable winds. But by evening, the cloud cover will increase and temperatures will drop down to around 14 degrees. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year. Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer. Is this for real?
Apparently. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All of our best content, you can see it on YouTube. Search 957 The Game, click subscribe, and bam, you get to watch this live. Want to bask in a couple of really handsome guys talking sports? Well, go find that show because this one ain't it. But we are on YouTube. It is there for you should you actually want it. And click the subscribe button. That'll make those who run said page very, very happy. It's good to have you here on Damon and Ratto. It is great to have our first official baseball conversation of spring training with one of our favorite baseball conversationists out there. From ESPN, Tim Kurkjian is nice enough to join us, the Hall of Famer, if you don't mind me saying. Tim, thank you once again. How are you, sir?
I'm well, fellas. How you doing?
We're doing very well. Hey, before we get into the business of why we're having you on here, congratulations, the growing Kurkjian brood, grandchild number 2 on the way. We just saw a video before the show started today. Congrats to you and yours and your son and his wife.
Well, thanks. This is grandchild number 2. Like you said, my son Jeff is great on Twitter. He puts all this stuff together. I'm the worst of all time at it. So I was surprised to see that show up today, but it was a very pleasant surprise. Got a lot of really nice comments on it. And so I haven't, my daughter, who gave us our first grandson, she is due with number 2 on opening day.
Oh, geez.
Then my son Jeff, his wife Emily, is due August the 4th. So we have 1, and in 6 months we'll have 3.
Well, I mean, 1 more, and you're hitting for the grandchild cycle at that point. So
yeah.
good luck to you.
1 more, and we're already going to be in the zone defense pretty soon. So they'll be on the power play very soon, but it's all good.
So it is always good to have baseball around. We've actually got some new rules to talk to you about. But before we get there, before we get to broader topics, let's kind of zoom in on what was an interesting offseason for the San Francisco Giants. The Carlos Correa news aside, a lot of people are saying that the Giants had a yawn of an offseason. Hard to kind of argue with that unless we're maybe selling Mitch Haniger and Michael Conforto a little bit short here. Are you seeing the Giants as a glass half full, half empty, or right in the middle?
Well, I hate to put them right in the middle, but I kind of liked what they did in the offseason, especially with their pitching. Ross Stripling had a really good year last year, and Sean Manaea is an above-average Major League starting pitcher. Mitch Haniger is an above-average Major League outfielder, and Michael Conforto was a really good hitter not that long ago. So I liked what they did. It wasn't great, but it doesn't match with, obviously, anything close to where the Padres are right now. They're not as good as the as the Dodgers. I don't see the Giants being one of the 6 best teams in the National League next year. I think they're going to be a 500 team. I don't think they're going to be a solid contender, but that doesn't mean they didn't do anything in the offseason. They tried. They just didn't do enough. Carlos Correa would have really helped, but I think we all understand to some degree why they passed on that.
The Giants' projected 26-man roster is among the oldest in baseball. Does that cause any concern when you think about how they wanted to build this team, which is with a farm system that really hasn't produced much?
Yeah, that's the concern, Ray, is that you look at these other teams that are really young and are starting to get good, like the Orioles, like the Guardians, who went to the playoffs last year, won their division with an exceptionally young team. That's what you're trying to do, is not only win, but win with guys who are going to be there for several more years. And the Giants just don't have that at the moment now. And I don't see it turning anytime soon, but you just got to take what you got. And right now they have a team that's a little bit old and right in the middle of the pack. It's not a good spot to be, but a lot of teams are going to be way worse than them this year.
The one and only Tim Kirkjian here on Damon and Ratto. We've been asking this question for years now. It remains a relevant question. With all the people that you've talked to, all the agents, all the players, why are the Giants consistently bridesmaids in free agency?
Well, that's a good question, but the Correa, look, I'm not going to make any excuses for the Giants, but the Correa thing was bizarre.
It was unique.
And
we'll give you that.
Right. The Mets missed out on him also. It was a strange situation, and I don't think you can give them too much heat for losing a guy who his next really hard, bad slide could lead to some really bad things. I think at least that's what I've been told. So we'll see about that. As for Aaron Judge, they lost a guy who wanted, I guess, to spend his whole career with the Yankees. It's pretty hard to wedge anyone away from the Yankees when, A, they're spending just as much, if not more money, and they're the Yankees. And he just had a 62-homer season and won the MVP. So, I see the point. They're going to have to do better than that if they're going to catch the Padres or the Dodgers moving forward. They're going to have to stop being the bridesmaid, as you call it. But I'm not sure when that's going to happen. This was the offseason for it to happen. They get Aaron Judge, and a bunch of things follow, and that simply didn't happen.
How much damage, though, did they do, maybe not only to their fan base, but just to the free agent market in general, when they say we won't be outbid by anybody, and then they get outbid by the Yankees on Judge, and then they have the highest bid on Correa and then pull out at the last minute. Is there a perception around baseball that they just don't know how to close a massive deal, and that they're really a team that works best on the edges?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, Ray, because that's certainly how it looks. I think the mistake they made is coming out and say we're not going to be outbid. You simply can't say something like that when you know the Yankees are part of this. And it's Aaron Judge, career Yankee, Aaron Judge, face of the franchise, Aaron Judge, one of the best players in the game, and one of the faces of the game. You should never say that when you know the Yankees are involved, and the Yankees and Dodgers have more money, and the Mets, than anybody else. So maybe that was the mistake they made, was making a promise that maybe they just couldn't keep.
So now we have a brand new spring training hearkening a brand new season, and for whatever reason, baseball always insists on coming up with a new list of rules. Like, even though every fan basically agrees, don't change anything, please, not ever. Baseball continues to tinker. Maybe some of this will actually help. I don't want to go through all of it, but I want to go through some of it with you, starting with shift restrictions. For those who don't know, the new rule is that the defensive team must have a minimum of 4 players on the infield with at least 2 infielders completely on either side of second base. These restrictions are intended to increase the batting average on balls in play and allow infielders to better showcase their athleticism with great glove work. Now, I think that the death of infield action is part of the reason why baseball is slowed down, but I also hate telling a manager you can't play your best defense. I didn't like the shift, but I think I like telling a manager what they can do even less than the actual shift. And one of the stories I've read here, Tim, is that managers are already looking for the loopholes in this, and we're probably going to see corner infielders standing or corner outfielders, or maybe a center fielder standing very close to the infield, sort of replicating a shift after all.
Yeah, that's certainly possible, and that's the danger. And I spoke to a major league manager today who said anyone who thinks he knows how these things are going to work out today, all of these rules, he said, no one has any idea how this is going to go, which makes it intriguing. Look, I'm 66 years old. I hate change. I hate the ghost runner at second. I hated, extra inning, 7-inning games and doubleheaders. But I'm actually thinking, since the league average was 243 last year, and the value of the hit has gone away, and the pitchers are so dominant, they are overpowering the hitters on a nightly basis. It's time to try something else with the shift. And what you didn't mention, and I know you know it, is all feet have to be on the dirt in the infield when the play begins. So now that big left-handed hitter, will just use Joey Gallo, comes up and he sees 4 guys lined up on the right side. And he says, well, I can't hit it through there because there are 4 guys over there. I have to hit it over. And that's where the big swing comes from, where all the walks, strikeouts, and homers comes from, where the 243 average comes from. That's where 18 strikeouts a game come from. So maybe if Joey Gallo or any other big left-hander, right-hander comes to the plate, he sees a hole up the middle, and he goes, I can hit a ground ball up the middle and get a hit. I can get a hit here. I can hit a hard grounder to the right of the first baseman and get a hit here. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking to get more hits, fewer homers, more balls in play, better defense, more running, more action. The time of game is not going to go from 3:15 to 2:45, but maybe there'll be a lot more action and movement in the 3:15.
I'm not asking for your opinion on this. I'm asking for the opinions of the people in the game you've talked to. Which is the rule they find most offensive, and which is the one they find the most welcome?
Well, I think a lot of the pitchers find the 15 and 20-second rule to be offensive for this reason. This was explained to me by a major league pitcher today. He said, look, we're changing all the rules and we're throwing in a pitch clock. He said, what we should have done was learn all these other rules, the shift situation. You can't throw over to first base in a pickoff situation more than 3 times. We should have learned all of these rules and then put in the pitch clock once we figured those rules out. Now we have to figure out brand new rules, and we have to do it in far less time. To me, that's what most players are the most upset about, is the pitch clock. And I also had a manager tell me today the hitters will be affected more by the pitch clock than the pitchers will, which I found very interesting. So I find for the most part the players are okay with most of these rules. To me, the pitch clock is going to be a problem.
Tim Kirkchin with us here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, welcome everyone into your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Tim, reacting to what you just said, that the pitch clock could actually affect hitters more. What's the philosophy behind that?
Well, I was surprised to hear that because I think it's going to affect the pitchers more. But, look, hitters are creatures of habit also. They love to step out. They love to adjust their batting gloves. They need to take a deep breath, that type of thing. And if you rush them into the batter's box against a guy throwing a cutter at 96 miles an hour, they're not going to be happy about that. So I think an adjustment is going to have to be made here, and I think it's time to make the adjustment. I'm okay with the pitch clock, unless we realize it's a big mistake. And the other thing I was told today is get ready to see 1 million balks in the month of April, because in order to work this pitch clock, that pitcher has to come to a complete stop so we can start to time the delivery. And that's part of the problem here, is that if we have 1 million balks called in April, like we did in 1991 early in the season, that's not a good look for the game either. So we'll see if that happens also.
I have to ask this because it's the annual question. Do you get a sense that baseball finally wants a firm resolution on the situation with the Oakland A's, or is Rob Manfred basically just continuing to kick the can down the road because he's not that interested? Vegas doesn't seem to be that interested, and the A's don't seem to be that energetic.
Yeah, again, we've been over this, fellas. It's so confusing what to do. Bud Selig told me 15 years ago, we have to do something about the A's and the Rays, and here it is 15 years later, and we're in the same spot. I can't figure that one out. I think they could do really well at times, I guess, in Las Vegas. And yet, to me, the best thing to do is to build a new ballpark in the Oakland area. But how do you do that? Where do you do that? I think the commissioner is getting frustrated, but I think there's not much he can do, and he just has to keep bringing it up. And I don't know what the solution is, because this has gone on way too long.
John Fisher's a terrible owner, and there is no way to even put lipstick on that pig. He is just the worst. There's no fixing him. And I don't think baseball, again, with new rules, really needed fixing. I want to just come back to the rule, because, again, the A's are just, they're helpless. They're choosing to be helpless based on their owner's wishes. What do you think, Tim, of the bigger bases? There's been quite a bit made of it. I mean, I always loved the saying that one of the most perfect things about baseball was the choice to put the base away exactly 90 feet. 90 feet in between bases has given us all the numbers that we revere as sacred. If the base had been 89.5 feet away, we'd probably have multiple 400 seasons. You know, I mean, it would have changed the numbers of baseball forever if those bases weren't a perfect 90 feet away. Well, we're messing with perfection, because the bases have grown from 15 to 18 inches, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in all the bang-bang plays I've ever seen, then I think that is going to be a lot. What do you think of the new bases, the unintended consequences? Will it allow us to re-embrace the stolen base, or might it backfire?
Well, it certainly might backfire. I got to look at those bases up close today, and it is clear they are bigger than the other ones. I mean, it is clear without another base sitting, the old base sitting on top of it. All you have to do is look at it and say, wow, that is a clearly bigger base. Now, again, from home plate to first base on a play at first, it's still going to be 90 feet. And I had a pitcher tell me today, he said, all this is going to mean on a stolen base is I have to be, instead of 1.3 to the plate, I have to be 1.29, which is a microscopic difference. He claims he's done the math on this, and that's how much quicker you have to be, which isn't that much quicker. So I personally don't think that we're going to see an enormous change in the stolen base rate or the safe at first rate with the bigger base. Will it make a difference? I think yes, but I think it will be small.
Which bad team a year ago is going to be good this year, and which good team a year ago is going to be bad?
The bad teams, Ray, right now are so bad that, the Pirates and Reds and the A's, and they're not going to be any good. That's for sure. I think the Angels were pretty bad last year, and I like some of the things they've done, and I just refuse to believe in potentially the final year that Ohtani plays for the Angels, and Mike Trout is coming back, to maybe show everyone again he's still the best player in baseball, and with the other things that they've done, and with help to some other people. I think the Angels have a chance to be much better, and they might even make the playoffs. As for a team that was good last year and is going to be bad this year, I'm not ducking the question. I'm just not sure there's a team out there that was good and is going to be bad. Now, I don't know if the Orioles are going to take another step forward from 110 losses to 83 wins. I don't see them jumping up again, but that doesn't mean that they had a good season and they're going to fall back. I just think a lot of the teams are pretty much in the same spot that they were last year.
And finally, of the players last year that stood out, which one do you think is going to be maybe the true best player in baseball, and which one do you think will fall off the most?
Well, Julio Rodriguez kid in Seattle is ridiculously good. He was 21 years old now. He's built like a tank, and he can fly, and he can play center field. And I'm not saying he's going to win the MVP this year, but his poise is remarkable. And for a kid that young, and he's as big a reason as any that the Mariners made the playoffs last year. I think he's only going to get better from here, and that is a scary thought. As for a young player who is going in the wrong direction, I think it's a little too early to say, hey, so-and-so, but I need to see, for instance, what Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to do this year in a healthy situation. He is a great player, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that last year, coming off a broken leg, basically, he wasn't the same player, and even though he was a productive player, I'm really interested to see if he comes back and becomes the best player in baseball or close to it, as he was before he got hurt a year and a half ago. So he's a guy that I think we need to keep our eye on because the ceiling's enormously high, and we'll just see how he reacts as mostly a healthy player now.
And finally, I'll let you speculate even more. Will Trevor Bauer be signed by someone this year because he's too good a pitcher not to be, or did he make himself so toxic a year ago that nobody will touch him?
Well, again, this is a very difficult question, Ray. You only ask difficult questions. But my guess is he will not pitch again this year. And my guess is I don't think anyone's going to go near him, given the toxic nature, as you said, and given the atmosphere in Major League Baseball right now. He's 32. He's got great stuff. But my guess is this is it for him as a Major League Baseball player. But who knows?
Tim Kirkjian with us here. I got one last one. What do you think of Bruce Bochy being back in baseball, and what sort of Svengali magic will he wield over the Texas Rangers?
Well, I love that he's back in the game because the game is always better when Bruce Bochy's in it because he's a great manager, period. And he's a great guy to be around. He's so good for the game. And to me, he represents the old school that actually watches the game being played and makes adjustments during the game based on what he's seeing. As we've known, Giants won 3 World Series because no one ran a bullpen better than that guy because he could watch and see what was happening on the field. And I think this is a really good sign for the game that we're putting the game back to some degree in the hands of people who have a great feel for the sport and a great look at the sport, like Dusty Baker, like Bruce Bochy, 2 Hall of Fame managers who are managing at the same time again. I think that's a good thing, but the most important thing is that the Rangers are giving him full reign to run the team, especially when the game starts.
from one Hall of Famer to another, what do you think of the passing of Tim McCarver?
It was awful. I love that guy. He had a fascinating career. I mean, you could make a case that he's the best baseball player ever to make the Hall of Fame as a broadcaster. I mean, Tony Kubek, Ken Harrelson, there were some others, but Tim McCarver was a really good player. Go look at his postseason numbers. He led the league. He led the major leagues in triples in 1966. He's the only catcher ever to steal home in a World Series game. His performance in the 64 World Series, including a crucial home run, was tremendous. He played in 4 decades. He caught 450 starts made by Steve Carlton and Bob Gibson combined. He was a really good player. He was a great broadcaster, and today is a terrible day for baseball.
Spring training is officially back, and it was great to have Tim Kurkjian get us excited for baseball. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, congrats again to the ever-expanding family, and we look forward to saying hello to you again real soon, Tim. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. See you.
Tim Kurkjian. I love how much he loves baseball.
He loves it a little less than he used to, because I think he looks at the game and he sees it abandoning the traditions at their base that made baseball different than everything else. I think he looks at this as an attempt by people in suits to homogenize it to be more like the other sports, and it's not, and it can't be.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Again, if we were inventing a sport for modern times, we wouldn't have invented this. So stop trying to fit it into something it's not built for.
Yeah, and stop trying to assume that all fans are the same. But, when you don't have any ideas, you're going to steal ideas from other companies. In this case, baseball wants to be a little more like basketball and a little more like football, and they don't translate.
Well, and what I think, if you ask me, what is the element of the coming season that I like the least beyond the new rules? And we'll kind of jog through all of the new rules that people need to know about in just a second here. I hate the now better balanced schedule. I don't want fewer Giants-Dodgers games so the Giants can play a more balanced schedule and get more bites at the Miami Marlins apple. I don't care. I don't care. I'd rather them play the Dodgers more than the rest of baseball coming through town more. I hate the now better balanced major league schedule.
Yeah, what they're trying to do is spread the guys you want to see a little more thinly everywhere. I mean, because there are teams that, won't get to see Shohei Ohtani. And I think enough owners complained that they said, why is it I don't get to have Ohtani or Mike Trout or Aaron Judge in my ballpark at all this year? And I think that was the response. It's just taking care of owners instead of taking care of the game.
Well, and I just don't like that, because the answer should be, well, because he plays in the American League and you're in the National League, and that's how it works.
And they don't, well, what are they trying to do except destroy the distinctions between the leagues?
Well, there's no difference between the American and National League anymore.
Yeah, well, that's the point. It's that now that they've done that, they all want to bite at the few stars that have had to make themselves, because baseball hasn't made it for them.
They're so bad at marketing their teams, their players, their brand, what people really care about.
They're too busy. They're too busy trying to punish the players for making too much money in their mind. And which brings us to the one story that we didn't get to with Tim, and maybe we should have. Which is yes, I did. Which is Bally's package going bankrupt.
So I actually have something on that. It is kind of amazing what has happened, and it's going to affect local sportscasting quite a bit. There are many teams that are. Look at it this way: we have NBC Sports out here doing our local cable thing, right? Mm-hmm. Bally's is all over sports now these days. And the company that controls the Bally regional networks just filed for bankruptcy.
No, they haven't filed yet.
They've
missed an interest payment. They have a 30-day grace period, but everybody expects them to file for bankruptcy.
They basically announced that that's what they're doing. They're using this grace period to brace for the bankruptcy that's assuredly coming at this point. So what does that do to affect local coverage? Well, it doesn't trickle into our market. It doesn't do a lot here. But around baseball, it's going to affect pre- and post-game shows. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Not that a lot of these pre- and post-game shows were good to begin with, but they're going to get markedly worse.
Well, and more to the point, if baseball is going to take all the local packages in-house, like Rob Manfred suggested they might, it might mean that Major League Baseball takes over the Giants and A's broadcasts from NBC as soon as those contracts end. And then you've got to do business with them again, and all the shortcomings that will be in a homogenized package will be there here as well. So it's, even though Bally's doesn't have a piece in the area now, it doesn't mean that if baseball takes it over that they won't take the piece. So people need to be at least aware of that as well.
Oh, good. So instead of taking over the Montreal Expos, you take over Giants pregame live.
Everybody.
I feel like Bill Maher here. Are you ready for new rules? Here we go. So new rules that are taking effect this spring training. Pitch timer. There's going to be a 30-second timer between hitters and then a shorter time limit in between pitches. Pitchers will be required to begin their motion 15 seconds after receiving the ball with the bases empty or 20 seconds after receiving the ball with runners on base. If they don't, they're going to be charged with an automatic ball. Batters, meanwhile, must be in the batter's box and alert to the pitcher by the 8-second mark on the clock, or else be charged with an automatic strike. So in other words, Ray, it's not just a pitcher working on a clock. It's a hitter working on a clock with different start times on clocks that initiate or do away with different penalties being applied to either the hitter or the pitcher, which is why Tim Kirkchin actually said he thinks that could affect hitters more than actual pitchers. And we are now counting 3 different things that never, ever needed to be counted on before.
Yeah, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of clarity yet on how umpires are supposed to determine, who was the time waster if there's a clock violation, whether it's the pitcher or the hitter.
Does the tie go to the runner?
Yeah, I mean, just the chaos that is going to ensue in the first month of the season is going to enrage everybody and please almost nobody, which is sort of what baseball's been doing in the last 10 years. It's every time they throw in a new thing, it turns out to be worse than the remedy turns out to be worse than the original illness. Last year, only because they put in the ghost runner, did baseball time of game go down. And even at that, it didn't go down by nearly as much as they said it would. It went from 311 to 305. And everybody in baseball said before the season started, oh, this will get games back under 3 hours. They have no idea. And they never have an idea. They just throw stuff against the wall and then watch it slide down to the floor.
The entire point of Major League Baseball has always been there is no clock. Time doesn't matter. The time of the game is determined by the flow of the game. And I think everyone has always conceptually been on board with, hey, let's hurry it along here to an extent. But I don't like the, hey, let's hurry it along here affecting strategy. Strategy has already been affected by the number of batters every pitcher needs to face, a batter minimum once pitching changes happen. I don't like that. I don't like taking away a defensive choice from a manager. Like if you know that this hitter puts all batted balls in play into, not all, but 70% of the batted balls in play go in this area, you should be able to defend that area. That's the way it works. The art of hitting can be interpreted in other ways. I really don't like this. I guess maybe it doesn't matter as much because the stolen base is sort of a dying art form, but there are now going to be disengagements, aka pickoff rules. Pitchers will be limited to 2 disengagement from the mounds. The pickoff attempt or just the step off to check the runner. You get per plate appearances, you get 2 step offs with a runner on first now. If a pitcher steps off a third time, it's going to be treated as a balk. Runner advance. Now, given the fact there are very few stolen base threats out there, there are times where there is no doubt you had pitchers going over to first, and then going back to first, and then going back to first, and going back to first, and going back to first to just slow everything down. Like it was being abused. But to me, this is a solution that's looking for a problem more than it was really ever a problem for baseball.
Yeah, if stolen bases are dramatically down, and they are, what's the impetus to, do they think stolen bases are down because pitchers throw over to first? No. It's because baseball numbers and the general managers who guard them say that a stolen base is a low percentage idea.
Right. We're waiting on launch angles.
Yeah. Pitchers didn't make stolen bases extinct, and catchers with great throwing arms didn't make them extinct. General managers and the choices they made and the way they told managers to manage and the players they basically drafted and developed, that's what changed it.
I haven't looked at this number in so long. I'm just going to sort of make it up, but one of the single greatest arms ever behind home plate belonged to Pudge Rodriguez. True or false?
Yeah, one of them, sure.
He was incredible. And I think he threw out fewer, like 40% of all stolen bases. I don't remember what his actual got the runner percentage was. But it was, and he was one of the greatest of all time doing it. It was such an unimpressive number in my mind. Like if I were a major league manager and I had the roster who could do it, I've always said my base paths would look like a merry-go-round. We would be stealing 90 feet every single chance we got. Anytime I thought, because the percentage play of this guy getting thrown out wasn't that good. But no, that's not how they see it at all. They see it as it's a small percentage play, and you're better off waiting for the 2-run home run than running into an out, and then you got a solo home run. To me, that's where a lot of the action has gone to die because you don't have that. Bigger bases, we already discussed that with Tim Kirkjian. I don't know if that really affects things. The ghost runner, the Manfred Man, that is staying. Now, this is the one place, Ray, where you and I do disagree because as much as I don't think we needed it, it makes me turn a baseball game on maybe faster than any element of, hey, something's going on in a baseball game that you might want to check out. Like I will go and watch that extra inning game in ways, hey, this game is in its 10th inning. Never made me flip over to that game before. Like it has upped the price of poker on extra innings enough to where even though I don't like it, it does suck me in. It does. And at some point, like, all right, if you officially want to be out of there after 9 innings because games start so late and you don't want to be getting home at 2 a.m. after you make it back over the bridge, like I get it. I really do. I don't like it, but I at least get it.
But you can leave any time.
You sure can.
I mean, there's nothing. They don't bolt you into your chair when you go to the ballpark or when you're watching at home, which is why that's always been a phony argument to me. It's if a game lasts 13 innings, it is not a contract for you to have to watch all 13 innings. So to me, that's just sort of it's an artificial way of trying to lower the average time of game so it doesn't seem so daunting to the casual fan.
I will say,
when in fact, what they could have done, and this is the one thing about the rules that does make sense. A clock between at-bats where you don't get to linger in the on-deck circle and walk slowly to the plate and spend 10 seconds digging in. I mean, there are dead
Mike
spots.
Hargrove, the human rain delay.
Yeah, there are dead spots in games that can easily be dealt with. The problem is baseball doesn't want to deal with the most egregious one, which is time between half innings, because that's when they sell ads. but they can trim time between hitters approaching the plate.
See, I never understood why they couldn't figure out a way to trim commercial time and insert commercial sponsorships just into the broadcast. There are a million different breaths in a major league broadcast. A place to put a spot, a liner, a graphic, a superimposed whatever on the field for a moment, and then you put it up on graphically and then you take it away. Like, to me, there are so many in-game advertising opportunities. You don't need a 4.5 minute in-between inning break.
But I asked somebody in baseball that very question a few years ago. And what they told me was the advertisers don't want the time between half innings shortened. And they do want the ads during the actual play because they want all of it. And they want to maximize their exposures for the money they're paying. So it's not really about an either or. It's the advertisers say, this is what we're buying and we want all of it. And baseball is not in a position to turn down advertisers. So they let them have all of it. But you can do, I mean, there are other things you can do, and baseball's inability to recognize that there are things that they can do that don't interfere with the game gets in the way of their thinking. I mean, the idea that, the zero sum at bat, where it's, home run or nothing, also leads to an increased number of foul balls because guys are just trying to fight off pitches until they get the one they really want. And that's it. That's a hitting philosophy that, frankly, baseball needs to do more to change. And that means going to each general manager and going, you're killing us. This might work incrementally for you to hit 234 in a season rather than 233, but it's killing us. And the fact is, averages have gone down, runs have gone down, strikeouts have gone up, walks have gone up, and walks and strikeouts are the most boring things about the sport. They just don't. Every metric advancement has come with a reduction in action. And baseball's prime responsibility is not to sort of have stopwatches. It's to find ways to let athletes be athletes, because that's the thing that people watch football for, and basketball for, and hockey for, and soccer for, and the Olympics for. They want to see athleticism.
Well, and you want to know what probably became the hardest producer assignment at ESPN during baseball season is coming up with everyone's web gems from the week, because you used to have a bucket of web gems to choose from. Now, a diving play to the left could be a web gem because there were 4 of those this week. Everyone is so well positioned, and we're dealing with fewer bang plays everywhere because you know what predicates action? Ground balls. Ground balls are now a new cancer that teams actively try to avoid. The only other rule that I want to talk about here, and it's the one I think that, again, they abused it to the point where I guess you did need a governor slapped on that. It's the whole position players actually being allowed to pitch. So there is now a rule, several rules attached to the concept of a position player coming in to pitch. If the game goes into extra innings, you're allowed to do that. But again, I wouldn't even see the real reason to do that there, because extra innings are now high leverage baseball moments, or at least conceptually. Well, conceptually should be, especially with the Manfred man runner on. The other two things is the leading team is up by 10 or more runs in the 9th inning, or the trailing team is down by 8 at any point in time. So you can basically white flag a game if it's that much out of the realm of possibility that you could come back in it, which was absolutely abused with the level of junk innings given to position players rather than tax the bullpen or actual pitchers who you may need. So it went from a novelty act, which was actually funny or at least entertaining in the vacuum of the moment, and then there became way too many of those moments sucked into this vacuum.
But there are a lot of 10-1 games in the course of a baseball season, and that's when you see that. And unless you want to say, okay, you can't score anymore, that rule is not going to have any meaningful effect. because they weren't going to position players in games that were 7-1. They were going when it was double digits to low single digits. And that's not going to change because the logic of not wasting a bullpen arm in a game like that is more compelling than, we don't want to turn this into a travesty. If you're down 14-1, you're already neck deep in a travesty. And you're going to want to save that bullpen arm for tomorrow or the day after. And that interferes with strategy too. Nobody ever gets offended when a baseball manager is trying to save his team for the next day's game.
But the entire sport is now built around you not ever overtaxing your team in one game. So, that to me, you're falling on unsympathetic or less sympathetic ears now than ever before.
Well, it's because it's now become a strategic basis, but it's always in a game that is genuinely out of hand, not like a 6-1 game. That's when it would be a travesty. But if it's 11-1 and it's the 7th inning, I think it should be within a manager's prerogative to do that, because because managing tomorrow's game
is part of today.
Part of it, yeah.
And so I agree.
Yeah.
Which is why the Manfred Mann rule really stinks, and pitch counts and number of minimum batters faced and all that stuff.
Well, all of it is predicated on the fact that the people who run baseball don't like baseball.
Not the way it exists.
Or even after this, even after all of this, they are looking at billion-dollar assets that they believe are being devalued on a year-by-year basis because the television contracts aren't as lucrative as they used to be, even though they are. And they say, well, gee, it must be a lot more fun owning a football team because they make tons more money. Why aren't we making tons more money? Because the truth is, baseball has not done nearly enough to transcend generations. We're the generation now that enjoys baseball the most. And the truth is, football is heading that way in about 10 years. Just because, and I'll finish the thought, then you can do that thing you're about to do. It's the average viewer, the age of the average viewer in a baseball game is like 58, 59. But the average age of a football viewer is 55. So they're going to confront this soon enough. And it'll be interesting to see what football does, because it's got a farther distance to fall because it's higher up now than it's ever been. And so that's their next crisis.
We will talk a little bit more about football in the future and what it will look like a decade from now. We're going to have to do that tomorrow, Ray. I've already got a big segment prepared, but it's evergreen. I'm going to use it tomorrow. It's also my last show before I go on a 1.5 week long vacation. So it'll prevent me from mailing in tomorrow's show if we stow a little bit of today for tomorrow.
As long as we don't do any more Wiseman, I'm good with that.
No more James Wiseman tomorrow. I can promise you that. Unless, of course, he has a monster game for the Detroit Pistons. Oh, no, they're not playing tonight.
They're not playing for another week. By the way, Tiger Woods finished -2.
Hey now, Tiger Woods, y'all.
Yeah.
I do want to say I got our first Andrew Baggerly Athletic Giants breakdown. You want to hear it? You want to hear the exciting season that you got coming up here, Ray?
Bring it.
The Giants lack middle infield depth. They made only marginal improvements to their problematic defense. They have rotation depth behind Logan Webb, but no clear number 2 to approach what Carlos Rodon provided last season. From Michael Conforto to Mitch Haniger to Lamont Wade Jr., they're banking on getting a lot of offense from guys who spent a ton of time on the injured list in 2022. Their biggest concern is still figuring out a way to recreate some semblance of what Buster Posey gave them behind the plate. Joey Bart showed growth as a rookie, and Roberto Perez, a 2-time Gold Glove winner in Cleveland, will be in camp. Otherwise, it's an area the Giants have almost no upper-level depth. And some of the rule changes, the pitch clock speeding everyone up, more incentive for base stealers, figure to make leadership and poise behind the plate even more valuable than ever. So in other words, the Giants didn't do an awful lot this offseason. What they actually have on their own team is basically an entire front office and clubhouse rooting for everyone to basically have a career year again, and the absence of Buster Posey being no less offensive this year than it was in the last 2 years. It's not exactly a robust write-up of optimism. But as I said, look, can you give me great or give me terrible? Like, I can work with either. We don't like 500 baseball teams. It inspires no passion at all. I either want the Giants to completely shock the world, be better than the Dodgers and Padres and Aaron Judge's home run total combined, completely make 107 wins look like, oh, yeah, you can do that just with how smart these guys are, and Kapler and Farhan are freaking geniuses. Like, give me that to work with? Or I want an unmitigated catastrophic failure that has the Giants 60-102 and everyone gets fired in like a slow, grueling public execution style. And I don't think we're going to get either of those. We're going to be 83 and 80.
83 and 79.
83 and 79. I told you I was bad at math.
I think here's the most likely scenario that I can see. Of the 26 players that are sort of listed on their opening day roster as projected by Fangraphs, only 8 of them are under 30. I think you're going to see a ton of injuries.
Yeah.
It's just, this is an old team, and it's not a dynamic old team. It's just old. And unless Mitch Haniger, who's 32, and Conforto, who's 30, Lamont Wade, who's 29, unless those guys are going to have big years. I mean, Mike Yastrzemski is 32 years old. You wouldn't think of it because he hasn't been here that long, but he started late.
No, like Mike Yastrzemski was old when he was young.
Yeah. Their bench is 34, 31, and 30. Their rotation, Logan Webb is 26. Then it's 35, 31, 33, 32. They only have 2 bullpen guys in an 8-man staff that are under 32. I mean, just it's the absolute reverse of what they wanted to do when Farhan Zaidi got here. And that's the thing that's the biggest takeaway of all, is that the master plan has failed completely, even though the wins and losses are not embarrassingly bad. This has gone according to plan in no way. And yet, here they are in the middle of the pack.
Would you like to hear the Athletics write-up?
Oh, absolutely.
I didn't even bother cutting and pasting it. Like, I just did it myself.
Oh, okay.
Shea Langoliers. End story. That's it. That's it. You got one young catcher. He's the whole team. There is your A's spring training report, everyone. It's too depressing to even share. The A's biggest question this year is, are you guys even trying? This team has traded away anyone making a major league salary or could possibly be recognizable. Their farm system is completely underwhelming for a team that just traded away all of its major league assets. They don't have an exciting farm system. They don't have an exciting team. It's tragic what has been allowed to happen. I saw this graphic the other day. The A's are running basically at like 17% capacity last year. It's tragic what has been allowed. John Fisher is the equivalent of a sports war criminal. He should be stopped by any means necessary. He is the worst owner in the history of Bay Area sports. There is no one even close. It is him. He now wears the crown. I don't care how bad anyone else was, how incompetent anyone else was. This is competency trying to kill it. The other owners might have been bad, and they might have killed things. This guy's trying to kill his own thing.
Except the 2 other owners that fall into that same category also own the A's. The first guy who had them, which is Charlie Finley, and then Steve Schott, who, essentially wanted just profit take.
Right. But accidental titles either way, right?
No. None. I mean, the A's won 3 World Series in the early 70s under Finley.
Right.
But they did it despite him, not because of him.
Absolutely. He sucked.
Yeah.
But the success was still there.
I'm not arguing
and the
that
crowds were
Fisher's
still there.
better than Finley. I mean, he's clearly trying to poison the well. But in terms of the product on the field, they are the exact opposite of the A's in that they only have 8 players of their top 26 who are over 30. So if you want to fall in love with young players for the 3 years that you'll have them, they have multiple opportunities to do that.
One segment left around the corner, and we're going to be talking about golf's newest ambassador. So don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by 5 Hour Energy.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
Listen to Steiny and
But more importantly, getting you back home safely, no matter what the elements. There's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and I'm excited to let you know that the San Jose Earthquakes are taking on the Vancouver Whitecaps for their 2023 home opener, Saturday, March 4th at 7:30 p.m. The Quakes will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 2003 championship team by giving away 10,000 championship jerseys. There will be a special halftime ceremony featuring your favorite 03 alumni and debut of the supporters section. Get your tickets now at SJEarthquakes.com.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, fastest growing ticketing app in the country. Let me tell you why. Amazing last-minute deals on tickets. That's the thing. You actually get rewarded for not making your plan too early. As the game or concert or event gets closer, the price will come down. I've been using the Game Time app for a year. It nails it every time. It is incredibly user-friendly. Once you download the app and put in the city where you want to buy, all the events pop up, and you can go in and see what the view will be like from your seat before you buy it. Giant season is coming. The prices for opening weekend keep going down. I've been watching. Beyonce is on the way. Cirque du Soleil, Joe Coy, all the events you want to attend at your fingertips. Here's what you do. Download the app, enter your email, and use the code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Download the app, enter your email, and use the code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too. The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new Frigidaire kitchen suite, complete with the latest technology to keep food fresh, dishes clean, and cooking needs met for all families. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select appliances, including Frigidaire, right now. Offer valid February 9th through March 1st, 2023. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Chris, this needs to go to Parkville by 3.
Joy to the holiday packages that keep coming at Jimenez Couriers.
Coming your way, but the drop-off location is changing.
She needs delivery drivers with the gift of punctuality.
Anyone looking to pick up some overtime? Anyone?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
3 people you should be 100% certain about. Your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So, look, I don't even know how much of a story this is. It could be nothing. It could be something. But Ray just brought up, because he had his eye on this Bucks-Bulls game tonight on TNT, Giannis has walked off the court. He was holding his hand. His wrist. They've already said he's not returning tonight. So is there a significant injury to Giannis? Stay tuned. The last thing this All-Star game needs is another All-Star pulling out.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have a hard time getting people to watch anyway, so.
A sprained wrist is, I guess, what they're calling it on TNT. So there you go. I thought I'd let you know.
LeBron might
that.
have to play all 48 just because there's no Curry, there's no Durant, there's no Giannis.
Hey, it's about time he gave it the office. You know what I mean? Coming up next here on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, it's Warriors Roundtable. Our friends Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean got a full hour of Warriors talk and plenty to talk about, obviously. It is the All-Star break, but you got Warriors Live coming up next year on 95.7 The Game. We had a little bit of, I don't want to call it a contentious, it was very matter-of-fact, point-forward conversation with Steve Kerr yesterday. In one of the lighter moments, I brought up the fact that Steph Curry has actually just been named a 2023 Ambassador of Golf, which is something that Steve had not been made aware of.
I was not aware. He's a PGA ambassador?
Yeah, like Steph Curry has been added to a list that includes like former presidents and, Bob Hope and all sorts of entertainers. He is now like an official golf ambassador, which means at the very least you guys should get like free buckets of balls and carts when you show up, right?
I'm pretty sure Steph got that before. So I'm not sure there's been an upgrade.
Probably not an upgrade, but actually, Steve, I think you might be wrong about that. And maybe this is a sign that, guys don't get along in that Warriors locker room like they used to. Steve's a golfer. You figured Steph would run up to him and be like, hey, Steve, I basically can get us on anywhere, anytime from now on. I'm an official ambassador. I mean, he could get on anywhere anyways.
Yeah.
He's Steph Curry. But now they're like officially move heaven and earth for you.
Yeah. But he's got Andre Iguodala to play golf with him. He's not going to take the boss out. I mean, because that's what suck-ups do.
But he doesn't even know about it? If anything, you tease him a little bit.
I think he's sort of been neck deep in other stuff to do, so I could see a possibility where that escaped him.
Would you like to hear the full list of all golf ambassadors recognized by the PGA Tour going back to 1981? I'll do it quickly.
Only if you show me pictures that they all had to wear top hats, tails, and shoulder sashes.
It's not that kind of ambassador. It's not Ambassador Von Miller.
Well, that's not good.
But it is a golf ambassador. And what exactly that gets you, I do not know. But it is an illustrious list. Here we go. Starting in 1981, Chichi Rodriguez, golf's swashbuckler. 1982, it was Bing Crosby of Clambake, Pebble Beach, and Do You Hear What I Hear fame. In 1983, it was Byron Nelson. Call him a lord if you want. After that, Gene Sarazen, golf royalty. 85, President Gerald Ford. Bob Hope in 86, an entertainment legend. Dinah Shore, singer, talk show host, and LPGA fan, followed by Joe Dye, who was a golfer. Frank Shirkinen, he was a TV producer.
Shirkinian, he was a producer at CBS. He did the Masters for years.
Look at you, Shirkinian, you knew it. TV producer and director, he helped golf become television friendly. Big role in golf. 1990, so we hit the 90s now, and they give it to Barbara Nicholas, which is a Lifetime Achievement Award for dealing with all of Jack's BS. In 91, they give it to Arnold Palmer, which is basically another Lifetime Achievement Award for all dealing. You took my line. Exactly.
Sorry.
That's all right. 1992, Nancy Lopez, golfing icon. 93, Robert DiVincenzo, a golfer.
Roberto
DiVincenzo, thank you very much. 94, President George Herbert Walker Bush. Michael Bolanak, an English golfer in 95. Dean Berman, golfer, 96. Peter
Beeman.
Beeman.
Or I'll stop correcting you. Just read it.
No, Dean Beeman. No, get in there. Jump in there. We correct in real time on this show. 1997, Peter Thompson, an Australian golfer. Ken Venturi in 98, golfing great. Gary Player, 1999, golfing legend, true gentleman. Ben Hogan and Sam Snead. In 2000, those are a couple guys who qualify for the Mount Rushmore golf. Del DeWitt, who was Stanford's first great golfer before Tiger came along. Does that name ring a bell to you at all?
Not really.
No. Joanne Carter, a golfer in 2002. Carner, thank you very much. Robert Dedman Sr. and Jack Vickers, they were a couple of philanthropic business guys who had a lot of money to throw around. 2004, Lee Trevino, the star of Happy Gilmore. And I tell you that because today, February 16th, 1996, 27 years ago, Happy Gilmore came out. Ken Schoenfield, the executive director of the European Tour, followed by Tony Jacklin, your English golfer. Charlie Sifford, golfer. Hale Irwin, golfer. Tom Watson, golfer. We got a run of golfers here. Nick Price, Nick Faldo, Jack Nicklaus, Johnny Miller, Judy Rankin, Davis Love III, Peter Jacobson, then Jim Nance in 2018, broadcaster and Pebble Beach resident, Jim Nance. Freddie Couples, golfer. 2021, the younger George W. Bush, who now, thanks to Donald Trump, looks like Lincoln.
Nuclear physicist.
And then in 2022, Condi Rice, who is a war criminal. And then in 2023, Steph Curry, the first ever NBA athlete named as a worldwide golf ambassador.
The first athlete in any other sport.
Yeah.
Golf.
Yeah.
I find it interesting that Barbara Nicholas won this before Jack did.
She really must have been a patient woman.
Oh, she must have endured much.
Thanks so much to Tim Kirkjian for joining us today. He was fantastic. We're going to be back tomorrow to not only put a fine point on the week, but get you ready for the NBA All-Star break, which, thanks to brilliant planning on my end, I don't have to work hard through that. All smart broadcasters take the following week as vacation, which means Ray will be here with someone else. Not so smart, Ray.
I don't care. I mean,
that's the kind of enthusiasm that keeps him coming back.
Well, I mean, I don't care about presidents, so it's just another day to me.
There you go. Thank you so much for tuning into this day. It has come to an end. Warriors Live is next. Please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
It's go time. The President's Day Sell-a-thon is on at your California Ford dealer. With a great selection of new Ford vehicles in stock and ready for delivery, it's go time. Now during the President's Day Sell-a-thon only, get 1,000 trade assists cash on our lineup of Ford SUVs. Your choice. Ford Escape, Bronco Sport, Edge, Explorer, and Expedition SUV. We have the inventory, we have the deals, but they're not gonna last. Get low APR and amazing deals across the Ford lineup. Take delivery now. Hurry in and go get a new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. It's go time. It's the President's Day Sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealers. Don't wait. It all ends February 20th. It's go time. Open trade assist cash requires trade-in of 95 or newer vehicle or lease terminated 30 days prior to or 90 days after new retail delivery. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by February 20th, 2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA Sleep Sale?
Uh-huh. Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs?
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Paid for by Bottom Line Capital. Attention all U.S. business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had over 5 full-time W-2 employees during the pandemic, you may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee. That's right. If your business employed more than 5 full-time employees in 2020 or 2021, and your business was affected by the COVID pandemic, you may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. To check your company's eligibility to receive $26,000 per employee, call 800-793-0135 right now. We have already secured millions of dollars for businesses just like yours. There is no upfront cost to see if your company is eligible. Just call 800-793-0135 and find out for free how much your company can claim. This approved payroll tax refund program from the United States Treasury Department is for any business who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Best of all, these funds do not have to be paid back. Do not miss this opportunity to claim your company's refund. Call 800-793-0135. 800-793-0135.
Searching for fun ways to spend your tax return? Boats for cats. Oh, flotation devices for cats. Don't waste it all on something silly. Spend smarter with Straight Talk. Get our Silver Unlimited plan for $45 a month with unlimited high-speed data and with nationwide 5G. Plus, get a Samsung A13 5G for only $99.99, down from $149. If you're looking to get the most out of your refund, your search ends here. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See latest terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Nation.
You're invited to take your seat.
Take a seat
at the Warriors Roundtable.
Left side, it's a three. In and out, rebound, out to Curry. Lets it fly. 3-ball. Left corner pocket.
Welcome to the table. On the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors. 95.7 The Game.
Curry fires away. 3-ball. Above the break.
Here's Kevin Dana.
Right there.
And Gary St. Jean.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Warriors Roundtable on 95.7 The Game, where we are taking your calls all hour long. 888-957-9570. Again, that number, 888-957-9570. Kevin Dana alongside the Saint himself, Gary St. Jean. Going to be talking about the Warriors heading into the All-Star break, the GP2 James Wiseman trade, and a look ahead beyond the All-Star break. But Gary, let's start with the Warriors' last game, their last couple of games. They head into the All-Star break at a predictable 29-29. They've been hovering around 500 all season. They haven't been more than 4 games under 500. They haven't been more than 2 games